Chapter 1 Once again, to Asimeth Roli off villain. At the pinnacly off-world, the foremost sect of celestial cultivation, the Shinshao sect, stands majestically within the heart of Eastern Domain's great Ming Empire. Surrounded by mountains the trees amble dark green jade, enveloped in swirling mists, it appears though an ethereal paradise has descended into Themer Talrealm. Within the grand hall, the acting sect leader, Lu Wenjun, furrows his brow, his step sheavy. Time seems to languish in yissing saya spacing. Suddenly, a disciplicate in purply robes rushes in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and urgency. Lu Wenjun hastens to greet him, inquiring urgently, has the Zekta Eater emerged from exclusion? The Sekta Eater race yet emerge, be thesis way decree stating the tal matter spurtning to thentran cetrials, shall be entirely the discretion of Hecting Eater, without need for further consultation, Thepper pliribet sir, Ipler plius respectfully, bowing before turning to leave. This disciple sad irect descendant of Xiao Peak, Themos estima doft hanin peaks within Shinshao sect. Ida said that the heaven shavenina layers, and thirth hast nine ebises da, thiefender of Shinshao sect, with aspirations encompassing heaven and earth, named Iachov tanin peaks of ter thesis celestial realm, with Xiao Peak craning spun among them. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjun feels some measure freely of the secta eaterace entrusted him with overseeing thetrials, suggesting that the period of seclusion may zo on comatoan end, and Thunia say within yim dissipates. He straightens his robes and doffer sass light bow towered Xiao Peak before striding purposeful eye towards thetrial grounds. Thentran cetrial sakurivari 3i Earson light hosu ha standout may officially beckham outer disciple Sofshinshao sect. Among them, those with exceptional talents may earn the favor of Teilder Sorthi secta eater, becoming their personnel disciple Markov Suprema Honor and a bright future. Yet, in Theliad up to thetrials, Teilder San secta eater sorrowful led with doubt, as the secta eater has an expected lideclared is seclucyanate, this critical juncture, without specifying timeline for his return. Traditionally, the acting eater coordinate tessel matters during such times, but speculation runs rife among Theilders. Some surmise a thought the secta eater rhymes to brain eye through to greater inks. Ashy has slingeredeth the peacock nascent soul stage form in year, so there's recall seeing him hurriedly clutching an inscientum with aviolet, cover gist to preer, seemingly enlightened. Regarding Thesrumers Lu Wenjun has she sown considerations, the fierce theoricium soberly far-fetched if the secta eater trilice up to make a brain eye through, he at Toshera thought joy with authors rather than maintain such a low profile. As for the second theory, alt huffa harbor stouts, Hecanathel, but be curious about the secret, of the Tansian tome. A thismament, within the Xiao Peak shawl, a figurilist in profound contemplation. The young man in purple, named Chen Han, possesses an other world likeomness in his gaze. Has its poised, delicate life flipping through Tianxian tome, his expressions shifting from solemnity to contemplation, as if probing themeless history contained within. Harapidla torns the pitch until, up and reaching Thephan alone, a complex expression crosses face. Then, with a surge of energy, ignitus that a mind violet flames, reduce in jitto ashes. Amidst the flames, thiefer characters dipping two faintly shimmering thecover. Chen Han, having traversed Totha's realm of cultivation ascentriago, initially beck him inuter disciple through Tentran cetrials, acquiring thighs enigmatic ancient tome. The hints within the Tama revealed that the placed heraldly a face supporting villainous NPC, merely needing to follow the script on Seth the protagonist, Jiang Wenda, departs, Heckin return to Homeland. At the time, Theplet was intricate, yeth Israeli is Amarito all was not burdensome. Thophazen Zophunia Salinger read in his shiart, her reluctant lie acquiesced toth a voice earnest guidance. Thus, he diligent lion allies the plot, striving to create obstacles for the protagonist, paving the way for the protagonist's remarkable fiats, while a continuous lie accumulating strength to foresee future ecologies. Time flies, and a century passes in Thebling Kofani. Chun hangas south the window, his shiart clouded with confusion. He's aculiware thought the protagonist Young Wenda has been absent from Shinshao sect for 30 years, while at Heplo Toft to Thomas Long concluded. Now, Heston sass the sect leader, bearing through attire responsibility as off Shinshao sect, Yethafinst hath the voice ethatons guided him as full insolent. Recently, however, he has comuponded Xing too, which seems to have descended like he diviny artifact, introducing the variables. The store's protagonistus noniather than Jiang Wendison, and the time linealan Samos perfectly with the present unexpected turn of events indeed. Is Theria sequelto is novel? Hema says in astonishment. Could Jiang Winder appear? Theplo remains unfinished, while he, asked the sect leader, faces the imminent peril of Shen Shao sect's downfall. Confronted with dissident upheaval, Shen Han's thoughts swirl Mastian Sigain tread the path of Tivelin, leading himself toward destruction. Hedek's a deep breath, frustration bubbling within him, tentatively asking the voice saying, his mind, is it impossible formator turn? Silence seemed lip Shimonsmari, as thought Hevrier has solidified. At that moment, Acris Phimericinates, ding. As compensation forthest, the villain evolution system has been bound. Woldio Likito accept evolution gift pack? Anger suggests when Chen Han, and he cannot help but curse, yet curiosity about this newfound opportunity for Shishiart. How do as an evolve? He struggles stow inquiry of the voice. New Nais Bornavel and Yakvilla conceal sad tragic backstory. The host must extend a helping hand would hint the plot, protecting them. Thurum voice seems to firma modicum of solace, revealing Thavalence or Admiral Yevelthi to have stories worthy of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Han finally resolves, I accept. He understands the theme must stand for Mammoth's tame pending storm, safeguarding the future Shen Shao sect. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the evolution gift pack Supreme Physique Fusang Divine Wood Body, top-tier sword technique Jotian sword art, precious artifact Bagua map, and Supreme Zekra technique cutting technique. These extraordinary gift pack shower shine with immense power. Bathed in averdant glow, Shen Han feels an unprecedented vitality and strength. Yet, one Amostraliano nes own fortitude having discerned unprecedented crisis facing Shen Shao sect, he knows how to radiant future must be forged through his own strength. In the process of continuously enhancing his abilities, he will intertwine at Heplo Toftatomu with really persistent seeking opportunities for survival. Onadi, Heschel led Shen Shao secto ward glorious tomorrow. Hegazesithus estimpanal, a myriad of emotions flooding Ishiar thrice years of cultivation, have propella thymtos in extraordinary Name Chen Han. Age 201. Strength peak off nascent soul. Talent half-step perfection Fusun divine wood body. Insight 90. Fortune 60. This is the portrait of his current strength while his fortune barely passes, the rest of his attributes sari astonishing, rendering sin capable of catching up. Idesasive heaven has bestowed upon him boundless blessings and opportunities. Just Ashes scrutinizes the panel, subtle fluctuations sent the formation from outside a dry attention, indicating that some Ionis left Terquist for an audience. This clever design ensures the theist neither disturbed during seclasian or unaware of the visitors intended upon his emergence. With a gentle wavy efficient, the formation shatters, and Heckholm states, enter. Subsequently Lu Wen Jun Gentlepu Shesapinthi Haldor, his expression tinged with anxiety Itaya share respectfulabos, saying, I pay me respect Tommy me master. Chen Haned slightly, Hiska's weeping gover Lu Wen Jun, casually inquiring, has Thentran Cetrial concluded? Indeed, master. Here is the list of trio participants along with that brief introduction of fetch disciple. Please a review it and make our decision. Lu Wen Jun presents the list with trembling hands, clear lie unsettled beats contents. With a merilift office boom, the list glides through the air, landing effortlessly into Han's grasp. Lu Wen Jun's voice carries a hint of excitement. The trial has revealed severe exception Lytle and Tedisser Iples, but within selva satin impasse regarding two individuals. One possesses an extraordinary lightning rutan dani kefizikuri considering whether turquoise thoughty outtake amazir personnel disciple, adding a rare talent to her sect. Theather has ajapiruserat, remarkable talent, and astonishing perseverance, yethi bears the blood lin off Traxius a clan. Instantly, Chen Han's focus sharpens, and Ashand involuntarily trembles, as if tranquility has been abruptly disrupted. The first, Jiangdan Xin. The second, Xiangding. Jiangdan Xin, the protagonistic of Hisakan volume, now the favored child of Fortune. The downfall of Shen Shao sect bears at least half the blame upon the young woman. Chef Ten declares, my fatigue is dicted by him, not be heaven, yet wherever she goes, calamity follows like a shadow. As for Xiangding, he will latter become the leader of Tianma sect. Thufiance joined Shen Shao sect, has suffered relentless belying, ultimately being pursued by elder level powers duetto his dazzling talent. After heroine escape, he harbors an unbreakable grudge against Shen Shao sect. Although he anticipate a theory of Tizatuo, the sight of Timboth appearing gaunt heelists and turbulent Chen Han chart. Sholdoni of them be secured, the future option Shao sect may hold promise. However, if both converge, it could unleash a cataclysmic storm. Yet, the young villain still clings to his fervent devotion to path off immortally. Even while mired in turmoil, his returns for light. Such a conviction is indeed rare. Hekis schis gazy on some wards the system panel, and indeed, the system's voice on tezen is mindensmary. System task accepts Yangding gazier personal discipline das ist Thyman reaching golden choristich. Task rewards supreme technique indestructible law, premium spirit stones 100. Willio accept the task. Taking gona personal discipla pose zes little la college, butreaching golden choristage ice na small fie tight demands at least 3 to 5 a year so farduous cultivation, perhaps more. Hoken say? After brief contemplation, the allure of te premium spirit stone proofs overwhelming, and Higrich's teeth, resolute I accept. To pondered within heart, asked the current leader of divine twilight sect, could no tadequit latrine young antagonist? Yet, here framed from astly accepting Xiang Dingish's personal discipulines Ted. Hekazito first observeth the youth character and various attributes, as for the bloodline of Thrakshasa clang coursing through Xiang Ding's veins, while held potential for great power, he was not, in essence, a member of Thrakshasa. The divine twilight sect's animosity towards demons was natas profound as the rumors suggested in fact, onoft hepiak lettershadons hailed from the demon race. Noticing Luwenjun's gaze fled with expectation, he understood that Luwenjun was marina moored with Yangdan Shin. Yet Chen Han feigned ignorance and replied nonchalantly, very well, arrange for Jiangdings and Thoba placed in the outer sect, while Xiangding shall be signed among the miscellaneous disciples. Ah? Lu Wenjin exclaimed, taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief a twathi had heard. A swirl of confusion fill at his mind suck an arrangement. Will it note and cite dissatisfaction? That discipline with the exceptional thunder spiritual rootus indeed redolent. This decision may be difficult to reconcile with the others. Despotet divine twilight sect's illustrious reputation in the eastern region, even overshadowing Manyother cultivation sects, Lu Wenjun remained apprehensive at Hatsachade Sijin Kud's dire considerable uproar. However, he dared not voice his concerns further and respectfully replied, yes, acid from the setwo, how shall we handle the other disciples, master? The remaining disciples scan bear ranged age uzi fit, Chen Han wavedish and dismissively, revealing no interest in them. His expression rugraviishted, ishal exclusion for an indeterminate period. During my absence, you will be responsible for the sex affairs, and also, summon Luo Chengtum shortly. The leaders Eklasai and Wasakamino currents for Lu Wenjun heaven music the thad this generation not being so weak, perhaps the montal would have been passed tom long ago. Yes, it a Kemaleave, Lu Wenjun bowed slight lib before turning to depart. Once out to Dethel, Lu Wenjun furrowed dis brow asha scrutinized the list and hishened, silently contemplating, this thunder spiritual rudisane sane a millennium phenomenon whatos master wished to hand lay thighs way? But soon, Hesi mid to recall a figure from my ears spast, one athaded shaken the heavens with purple lightning, and hesitantly understood, with Thezer named Jiang, could it be? No wonder master arranged it sautrally, Hysamino fidin depths. Before long, Luo Chinjin entered the room, garbida nopper plera bereminis and tof Chin Hans, thof his countenance suisavin marostra, resembling a sculpturio fice. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and he wielded a purple long sword hat near left this side. In the outside world, he was celebrated as the purple sky sword immortal, currently outer off purple sky Pete. However, his singular focus was on the pathof cultivation, showing far less interest in sect affairs compared to Luwinjanoff divine twilight peak. This was precisely which in Han had noted trusteth these sects matters to him. At present, Luocheng was the most powerful among the leader soft Hanin peaks, having reached the mid-stage of nascent soul realm, a true prodigy. While if there were stronger cultivators within the sect, many of the older generation were engrossed in their quests for enlightenment, having retreated into seclusion spurred on by Dongwinda's influence. Mustafti leader soft Hanin peaks Ariatherch enhanced nominal distantly appointed talents, withinly Luochen being his true disciple. Upon seeing Chen Han, Luocheng bodred respectfully master. Chun Han gazette at Luocheng with a complex expression. In the narrative of the second volume, this disciple was the only survivor following the destruction of divine twilight sect, after which have vanished without a trace. When her appeared, had reached unimaginable heights, vanquishing Izanemius with a single strike. Yet, the Luochen standing before him now, though strikingly handsome, Hayden endured countless tribulations behind that facade. Regaining his composure, Chen Han forewent pleasantries with his disciple, speaking in a gravitone, there se nu disciple the miscellaneous arahamanidi autaversi. Please to deliver this to him, and proceed according to standard protocol without letting him suspect anything. Luochen grazed Dania brow slightly. Is this Theo Nu Hobears the blood lin off Traxxas Xiang Ding? Thoth had not participated in the intransetrials, he was well aware of the situation. Chen Han added lightly, tossing gadget a slip to Luocheng. Upon inspecting it, Luochen was momentarily taken aback within a main scribe with enthusiast I order left Bijong Wenda, isn't it? This artifact, Atriasura capa biofarnacing thuniverse, was derived from the synthesis of countless celestial techniques. In gratitude for the old leader's recognition of his talent, had bequeathed dideth divine twilight sect, establishing Jitus a foundational treasure, crucial for the sect's enduring strength. I see truly be given away just like that? He questioned, perplexed Asher guarded Chen Han. Seemingly reading Luo Cheng's thoughts, Chen Han replied candidly, the size's simplified version Busadon celestial techniques, devised by the sectholders, suitably only for the cheer refinement staged. Yet Luwenjin mentioned that Xiang Ding is already begging his cultivation among curtain of the Ignatius practicing. You wish for him to transition to Thys otherwise. The Clashofai and Andying will make forming the golden core exceedingly arduous. Luo Cheng remained silent, looking at Chen Han, smiling as she inquired, Master, will the elder Shavian y objection, trusting Tyardo to simply off Thraxxas clan? Chen Han chuckled lightly, they would not dare. Luo Cheng paused, as if coming to an understanding. He then realized that the could no longer perceive his master's strength. To Thun Trendy, Chen Han appeared more as an ordinary youth, devoid of any formidable. Truly, he was the letter off divine twilight sect. It seemed he weighs either already at the threshold of divine transformation real more perilously close. This confidence was stilling. Not dwelling further on it, Luo Cheng casually asked, does Master hold hopes for Xiangding? Chen Han shook his head slightly, Immerly wished to observe Toa textant, Thraxxas bloodline akinus in the me sect. Oh, Luo Chen lips scurly dupwards as lightly, clearly unconvinced, before he continued, should wei peotenshin tot he exceptional thunder spiritual roticiple? Placing Heim in the outer sect Wilsifis, Chen Han asserted firmly, I'd not believe ye marry outer sect, disciple constyron is significant to feeble. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a lingering doubt ultimately toasted aside. He understood that since Seth eyes washes master's decision, it must hold profound significance, and nemerly needed to comply. Chapter 2 The Child of Destiny, Child of Demonic Path. Name Xiangding. Strength to Refinement Stage 3. Qualification Half-Step Perfection, Primordial Demon Embryo. Comprehension 93. Fortune 80. Potential for corruption 842999 Note, this potential Valyindicatessa risk of corruption the thas reachadain exceedingly as a threshold. Only be eliminating this potential value can merit points be accumulated for the host, which can then be exchanged for hereditums in the marketplace. Such talent is indeed inviolable beyond measure. Even amid staple Tharov cultivators, Xiangding's gifts do out remarkably. In comparison, Jiangdang's value approach the Pinnacle of 90. Earning her thetally off child off destiny, akin to celestial being descending to earth, eliciting and admiration. As Chen Han browsed through T-Marketplace, he could not help but be filled with emotion. The vast array of celestial technique case available was astounding, and he encountered numerous levels of celestial arts previously unknown to him. The system of celestial technique case in the cultivation world was meticulous like categorized from any tune. With a Venthalowest grade yellow tier technique capable fadingani and reaching nascent soul realm, there my trivaling thatoft the highest grade first tier techniques. The market placebo asted da diversi selection offlixers, from brinai through pill store juvenation potions, I'll price sequitur reasonably. The elixirs required for the nascent soul stage could be exchanged for more 5 merit points. Spiritual talismans are likewise the affordable top-tier talismans, such as the Great Space Talisman and the Great Concealment Talisman could be obtained for just a single merit point. The Great Space Talisman enabled Donatoas la traverse the distances between eastern and southern regions, serving as an exceptional tool for escape. As for heavenly material sand earth litriasuries, while it here quality was sublime, the merit points required for them were staggering. Most astonishing token and waste the revelation that could have been purchased Seth, physical constitution in the marketplace. So inherently unique physique could be exchanged for merit points, Yet eventhimo inferior special constitution demanded 3,000 merit points, a burden even for 3 villainous characters to shoulder. With the initial merit points to demir 50, Chen Hankin template Teddy Plibo for deciding to exchange for Braineye through Pilfered Divine Transformation stage, subsequently entering exclusion, inward lie reflecting, if I can break through to Divine Transformation realm, then this grand world shall inevitably within me grasp. The miscellaneous discipliria was themis sorti dan dreched partofti sect, rife with dark dialing sandact soft belying. Despite the grime environment, everything go perioded with a semblancio forter the sect held naloft high expectations soft te miscellaneous disciples, requiring and light hath a perform simple duty as or assistant the medicinal field sans spiritrici gardens. Thus, na cultivation was necessary, allowing jevan ordinary individual stosophis. Typically, miscellaneous disciples could achieve namarithantha 5th or 6th level of cheer refinement. Once satiriac kept the later stage soft cheer refinement, they could participate in the outer second petition and ascend to become a true outer sect disciples. Amidst te miscellaneous disciples, Xiangding was particularly conspicuous, possessing gonorat hats a thim apart. Thophis cultivation was natata high level, his shilling demeanor and unapproachable visage urinato inspira. Have you heard? These individual bears the blood linoff Traxus clan, personally assigned Hirabithi leader. On a disciple whispered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Hemph, a mere Rakshas Adaresto si can try and tour celestial sect how absurd. Anotherki medin, dripping with derision. Iviolsa heard that the enforcement telde arbors particular loathin for the Rakshasa clan over Thiers, hahaslano fur thanate, thou sandoff Thirkin. I favorito encounter him, I twould be light punishment to simply flay him alive, a third miscellaneous disciple said tremulously. Quickly, let's leave before Wedrot heaten shanoff teen forcemen thal. We don't want toinvit disaster upon ourselves, someone urged, pulling Ganother along as they hurried lyre treated. Xiangding's footsteps momentarily halted as he seemingly malicious slaughter and whispered remarks off teaservant disciples reachethesers, yethermain largely unfazed. After all, he had grown accustomed to such stinging words, rendering them hardly worthy of concern. However, when the name of the law enforcement elder was mentioned, a fleeting, elusive emotion flickered in his eyes. Without pausing, he made his way direct light at the outer sect steward hall. The servant disciplesful in thepervi wolf the outer sect, and dupen entering the hall, he observed toward Sanjati. Xiangding produced his servant disciple Stoken, intending to collect the equipment and clothing necessary for cultivation, which were distributed to Pon entering the sect. Them adleged, Portly steward Skinta Dasha scrutinized Xiangding, then promptly donned a beaming, smiley and inquired, You must Xiangding? I am the junior Xiangding, a servant disciple of the outer sect. It is Sanhan Media, stewardly, Xiangding replied with a slight bow. Although Histano was polite, it contrasted sharply with the chilling demeanor of his face, creating incongruity. Steward Li maintained disaffable smile. Very well, but there are in a spirit stone sap present that will be distributed in due course. Here, tech this manual 4-hour cultivation. The absence of spirit stone sways anticipated while servant disciples were in tight led to receive low grade spirit stone each month. Xiangding was well aware of the various rules soft the outer sect. However, receiving a manual weighs indeed an unexpected light. Heheda sum de twud take severely ers within the outer sect before ye could attain a teaching soft manual. Thank you, steward, he expressed with an etherbow. His art brimming with gratitude. Note at all, steward replied with a continued smile. Though internally he regarded his servant disciply with indifference, pondering the thate it not being for explicit instructions from above, obtaining a manual would have been a contoriacan for its stars. Nevertheless, hecht these thoughts do himself, merely shaking a shade inwardly. Upon exciting the steward hall, Xiangding tightly clutched a jade's lip containing the manual, which, although fit comprised on lie the foundation content for cheer refinement stage, was more than sufficient to meet this current cultivation needs. Additionally, heresy vitas toff servant disciple clothing, adorned with wave-like patterns symbolizing dust removal spell, a myriad of intersimplified formation. Returning to Ezervant disciples quarters, Xiangding agilely opened the jod slip, overwhelmed with joy. He discovered that thighs was soon doubted lie a superior and authentic celestial technique even. Onovice, could sensates profound intricacies. Could this true lib the celestial technique had long iron edfer? In that moment, Xiang Ding cast aside all distractions, his mind full with the myriad tribulations within the celestial sect. Despite the frequent occurrence of oppression, understood die Pleithath eyes was implied the wolf to survival oft he fit tested thermo of cultivation. Having grown upanerum of chaos, he possessed a more profound understanding of fault had transpired. Strength was the soul even a togerne respect and be favored be the sect. Within his heart, a sense of reverence for the celestial sect and a fierce earning for power started forth. Just as she commit the celestial technique to memory, a cacophony erupted outside, suggesting thutsamething significant ways of foot. Xiang Ding furrowed his brow slightly, carefully securing the celestial technique in his robust before staying outside. "Are you Xiang Ding?" I outcladin blagazed downeth him, his voice said dripping with disdain and contempt, as if he regarded his servant discipline or disregard. Thay golden trimon his black attire signaled this status, causing Xiang Ding shiartisink. Huasiculi aware thought these individual was not on lia disciplio of law enforcement halbeetle soon oft hemost exception alternate soft shinxiao sect, indicating that the Xiaoth was far from an ordinary opponent. "I am Xiang Ding. May inquiry what brings you here, senior brother?" Xiang Ding suppressed the turmoil within and strove to maintain his composure, speaking with a calmiet respectful tone. "Bethika mandoft he secta eater, I am here to abolish artimony cultivation. To ensure you can devotee, herself Torsex bath, Theothin Black declared, his gaziacy, his words sharpest blades, devoid of mercy. Without further ado, the youth unleashed a gust of palm wind towards Xiang Ding. His countenance shifted abrupt Liash felt a formidable force instantaneous lilac into him. In his shock, he realized that the spiritual energy within him had been rendered inert, unable to circulate. The black Ladouth's power was overwhelming the formidable with him a casual strike. Evasion was utterly impossible for Xiang Ding. As the palm came crashing down, his meridians twisted painfully, and the spiritual energy around him receded like a retreating tide. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead upon his forehead, but what filled him with greater anxiety was the complete absence of the monastergy within him, no divinatre suff spiritual energy could he muster. With just a single strike, he had been strepedify ear soft cultivation, his meridians near shattered, the consequence unfathomable. The cultivation of cheer refinement stay, ja involved chanel genergen tothabadis, ush to cultivatianu, he could scarce fathom how much time it would take it enter his meridians back to health. A frigilent flashed in Xiang Ding's sashitis regarded the blood spilling from his mouth and the agony coursing through his body, glaring defiant lieth you thin black, kill me, or tell me your name. Ha ha ha, I don't mind telling you my name I slew June. A disciply off law enforcement hall, Theo Euthan Black sneered, striding away, his contemptuous demeanor prompting whispers among the onlookers. Senior brother Lu Jun, heist the second disciply of the law enforcement elder, isn't? I've heard Harry Cheth Golden Chorus stage Teun Gagi and Arbor's particular disdain for Lua Kaklin, Wickex Plench's ruthless approach. The supreme Ezekta Edron C said the tablishing this servant's cultivation was for his own good, tolo him to practice our celestial arts. Indeed, the supreme Ezekta Eater cares, for the servant disciplesho could we betrays heartfelt intentions? Xiang Ding paid no heed to the gossip swirling around him, dragging Ispained Bada back into his quarters. A serious off numbers flickered in his mind, Araminder off Chinhan, Hohe edged closer to corruption. However, Chinhan was currently in seclusion, oblivious to Isa developments. When Chinhan find a limerjed from the depths of his seclusion, a full 3-month shad quiet lie slipped be. In this extended period, had Dimmer set himself entire lion the pursuit of cultivation and brain throughs, achieving a remarkable toth transformation stage within the first month. In the subsequent months, he diligently solidified his foundation, delving deeply into the enigmatic and profound 9 Heaven Sword Technique and the secretive Zulsevering Technique. The 9 Heaven Sword Technique, heralded das Hypanaclio of Sword Technique case in the cultivation world, possessed a power and intricacy thought surpassed their technique has by several tiers. One couldn't lie imagine a thought the creator of such an astonishing sword technique must be an unparalleled figure standing at the zenith of power, and Shinhang couldn't help but be filled with boundless speculation, struggling to fathom the true identity of these individual. Renowned for its sun-matched ferocity, the celestial tears word technique couldn't by a practitioner Athena sent soul stage to sweep through ranks, and even challenge Ethos off transformation stage. These undoubtedly night to blazing fiery of determination in hand chart. Conversely, the soul-severing technique, Assay Scritart, required meticulous caution during practice after all, damage to the soul could have far graver consequences than physical injuries. After 12 months of exploration and practice, Chen Han finally repaired the fruits of his labor. A figure gradually emerged around him, resembling him closely, flickering amsti glau ondradiating a dazzling golden light off Tessol, manifesting Zasperity incarnation extracted from his own soul, showcasing the supreme wonder soft he critic. The benefits of soul severing technique were evident. These incarnation could function as an independent avatar, capable of finheriding enhancing talent san cultivating autonoma slito enhance its power. Hekast various pulse upon it, gradually solidifying Thessal incarnation until it ultimately took an physical form. Though its realm remained shallow, it fatal redirect the level off the early nascent soul stage. More importantly, the Soul incarnation born a risk-off cultivation button next a slungas the main body experience adabri I through, ituo would swift la follow suit. However, just as she was poised to further stabilize the incarnation's realm, the formation outside the main hall suddenly rippled with the disturbance, an instinctive essence warning at the things amiss. Lu Wenjun had visited thrice in succession had it not been for a significant matter, his cautious nature would never permit such frequent visits. Without further hesitation, Chen Han swift lit his mant let the formation and gently invoked a communication spell. Before long, Lu Wenjun hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with tension. "Greetings, esteemed sect leader. There is no need for formality. What has transpired?" Chen Han inquired, his expression grave. Lu Wenjun adopted Asarius demeanor recounted slowly. Half a month ago, Li Lu, fielder from Daming Heavenly Soldier's Tower, came seeking an audience with the Secta Eater. Since the Secta Eater ways in seclusion, I received him on behalf of the sect. According to him, the Suan Kantai sect in the eastern territory of Deming has been annihilated. Initially, I did not pay too much heed, as Hatrijan Hasselways been chaotic, and the strongest soft hat sect was Maria thoroughly golden choristage. However, still contact at y intersect disciples our training in the eastern territory to investigate to este, the have lost all contact. Were no elders dispatched to investigate? Chen Hansborough furrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. O'Neill der Fromschen shall be Catholic golden choristage wasn't, Buthito esconomissing, with no new swat suver. Therefore, Iderina thasta lit dispatchin a more intersectal der sand Canaan like convene with the various speak Mr. countermeasures. Recently, damning hassle so suffered significant losses elderly Lao Cambian Smaretwo de Sago, stating that Heavenly Soldier's Tower has dispatched twolders. Instructed me junior brother Tangwangren, the head off Jing Xiao Peak. Toda Keith Jing Xiao Sordan the largest space of talisman, accompanying elderly Luto investigate. Should anything unusual eris, they can relay the message promptly. Concern was set across Lu Wenjun's fast the disappearance of Twi intersect, disciple sandalit golden carilder was burdened too heavy foreignist persectober. Chen Han pondered excellently, his gaze flickering. The head of Fapik, a nascent soul stage powerhouse, coupled with a largest space of talisman, would render it nearly impossible for Yon to detain him. Moreover, with the twelders from Daming, should such a formidable assembly also vanish, it would imply the presence of a transformation stage powerhouse in the opposing side. Consequently, those a dispatch would undoubtedly become sheep among wolves, and what ways of in more concerning was whether Thosim woods eyes at the opportunity to strike direct lie at their doorstep. Wishold the affair soft damning necessitati our involvement? Chen Han inquired casually, his doubts intensifying within Lu Wenjun replied, the Xuanjin platform is, in fact, Onaf the subsidiary sects of Fortune sect. Initially, the Heavenly Soldier's Tower dispatched severe lords, but the two have mysteriously vanished. Now that Heavenly Soldier's Tower is enraged, it seems the air about to take significant action. Chen Han maintained a calm demeanor, yet his mind resit like he drumbeat in deep contemplation. The annihilation of small sexus noting come a ninth world off cultivation, beautif disciple soft he sectal saga missing, whiley investigating, it presents a different narrative il tagather. This clear lion dickets tutat least uning level powerhouse eyes involved. However, uning level cultivator ser exceeding lyra ray, with almost neurogeek cultivators at that stage. If a certain sectis indeed are castrating this behind the scenes, it would be blatant provocation of sect disputes. What could their true intentions be? After a moment of friction, a fragment of memora Sudan lie surface in Chen Han's mind, reminiscent of Samething Hehadrednabuk. If the Tamelani is accurate, these marks the incident fatark period before a major of evil. Have Xiang Ding and Jiang Dang Sin Preparationer, it will Zin Simianato take them for an investigation, Chun Hanstad resolutely. He had long contemplated bringing the protagonists along, for the fortuitous and surrounding themed de lero fintrito his plans. Lu Wenjun Fultasteroft, recalling Luo City. I fitrally was the doing off Luo City, it told makes sense, considering that on the surface, Luo City is indeed the foremost powerhouse of Shinchou sect. Moreover, the sect master possesses Academia Festimitalders, Thepanacli of T sect strength, representing its true foundation. If he could mobilize those Sealders, he would not find himself in a passive predicament. However, Jiang Dangzhen and Theater Sarstal and Experin said what if they become ability? Lu Wenjun hesitated, feeling uneasy about bringing these atwasipal along. Fear no consideratrial, a perfect opportunity to hunt your abilities, Chun Han replied nonchalantly. I will laugh into his matteratance, Lu Wenjun said with Aslightbow, indicating ease understanding before departing. Left alone at the Grand Hole, Chun Han's thoughts were meticula sly ponderate intricate relationships underlying the situation. As the dominant power in the Eastern domain and Thessalid dynasty, the great Ming Asper the formidable figures over millennia, aloft Wammer warlords, expanding theater return bolstering national strength beyond measure. The heavenly soldiers tower serve as the apex authority of the great Ming, reputa ta command a million heavenly soldiers, its might noun farand yd crossed Eastern domain. Thefavilder soft tower are real formidable beings above a tuning stage, season Eden battle, and service t backbone off this royal force, notavention shall sect dare stounders to methethem. This is large lijuito thevist population busievan among fellas exceptional, they surpass most sect powers. The intersituation in Eastern domain is firmly under the contraloft greatman, which proclaims, under heaven, a land's belongtunking. As for other sect powers, while it sut lyrally around Thasian Xiao sect, their relationship between Heshing Xiao sect and the great Minja essentially revolves around maintaining stability in the Eastern domain. The annihilation of Phasmal sect bears grave consequences. Lu Wenjun Shan Ling weighs entirely, appropriate, Anshin Han bore no grievances. Yet, should personnel dignity beat stake, Hemaitun hesitating dispatch those hidden practitioners seeking brain eye, through sin the secluded realms off T-back mountain upon the disappearing. As forth as individuals, whose talent sarial reedy nearing Thirt Zenith, Hesh house little concern at worst, they wooed merely in Ture deadlock. Aron ku Devon argue they wooed be forsaken. Returning to them at a hand, Asina Framabuch and Hanhudri addressant, lies sudden liar surface Eden his mind. It was precise slidering the ruthless phase, preceding a greatera. It was rumored that the demon insect known as Hongma Sekthad quietly risen. Although their overall cultivation level swear relatively low, with Eoning level powers, they recadavok with their bizarre techniques, sweeping through the eastern region. Lower tier sects fall like Heliavsin the atom wind, with populations mysteriously vanishing, plunging the entire great Minjinto in unprecedented statov panic. Astaments rampaged, a granch spectacle was being sutlistiged, and ishpit multiply temps bith great Mingan Shinchao secto eradicatathum. The proved feudal Juito ezek elusive movement each time Iona stronghold was destroyed. Another wudri kind elsewhere. However, behind Dolphus, I citralith Hongma sector kistrating these events, or is theory a deeper mystery? If Yarine deed the culprits, tis plausible that the disciple soft Shinchao sector temporella safe. Fort Hat sect possesses a profound understanding of time, only conducting blood sacrifice in the fierce day of feachmonth, and with a fortnight tremining gunnel next month's first day, there may be of hope. Even if that were not a case, Tangwangren Yazel Redasi Tau to investigati on Senus arrives, it would not be too late tedema be lizathos steamidalders. As for with a book mentions Hongma sect, this matter is intricate lity to Xiangding. Chapter 3. The investigation begins once Chan Han's mind regained its composure and he scrutinized Xiangding's corruption value. A shocking series of numbers abruptly caught his eye, rendering him momentarily speechless and stirring ripples of alarm within his heart. Current cultivation level, 5th level of Qi training, corruption potential value, 988, 999. Chen Han was utterly astounded. He was merely a step away from complete corruption. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, this young disciple was poised to plunge into the abyss of darkness. Should that occur, any attempt at redemption would demand a grievous toll, potentially leading to a fate of eternal damnation. Now, he too was perilously close to the precipice of corruption. Contemplating this, Qian Han fell into deep thought and calmly dispatched a message, summoning an outer sect steward to investigate the matter. This middle-aged steward was someone Qian Han had personally placed in the outer sect to gather various intelligence. As the Supreme Master, while he could not personally oversee every detail, he relied on his informants to gain insights. He detailed the recent experiences of Xiang Ding. Qian Han sat at the head of the hall, his voice low and authoritative, akin to an invisible weight that was hard to ignore. The middle-aged steward, unremarkable in appearance and nearly indistinguishable in a crowd, now stood respectfully in the center of the grand hall. Meticulously reporting to the Supreme Master, 3 months ago, following the orders of the head of Luoqing, I delivered a jade slip to Xiang Ding. Subsequently, the head commanded Lu Jun of the Law Enforcement Hall to strip Xiang Ding of his cultivation. Thereafter, the outer sect assigned him arduous menial tasks while reducing his resources. Many stewards, eager to curry favor with the Law Enforcement Hall, exerted pressure on Xiang Ding, particularly those occupying management positions in the outer sect. Qian Han listened intently, gradually piecing together the sequence of events. The plan he had previously conveyed to the head of Luoqing aimed to persuade Xiang Ding to abandon his old ways and embrace the righteous path of cultivation. However, it seemed the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall had resorted to more extreme measures, directly nullifying Xiang Ding's cultivation, which was in stark contrast to his original intentions. Was this a deliberate act or an unintentional oversight? Doubts began to arise in Qian Han's mind. The subsequent events unfolded logically. The sect had always paid little attention to the menial disciples, and given that Xiang Ding bore the bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, the oppression and resource deprivation were entirely to be expected. Knowing he was overlooked, he had to be prepared for an uphill battle. Yet, it was heartening to note that Xiang Ding's tenacity and resilience were indeed remarkable. Rather than succumbing to the pressures, he had instead sown the seeds of corruption within himself. This was undoubtedly a splendid outcome. The middle-aged steward maintained his respectful posture, head bowed. After a prolonged silence, Qian Han's voice resounded, calm yet powerful, like thunder. If the outer sect stewards do not take action, they do not deserve to remain here. Inform those worthless elders who take advantage of their positions that the withholding of disciple spiritual stones is absolutely intolerable. They shall all be expelled from the sect. Furthermore, instruct Lu Wenjun to reform the outer sect. The Shunshao sect is a righteous celestial sect, not a den of demons. Qian Han had always turned a blind eye to the predation within the outer sect. However, now that he grasped the situation, he had no intention of allowing it to continue. The cultivation world was inherently brutal, and the infighting within the sect was trivial compared to the outside world. Disciples who had endured suffering and trials would inevitably become more vigilant against external threats. If such lessons were not imparted within the sect, but instead allowed to be taught by outsiders, it would be a tragic misstep. Perhaps Xiang Ding was inherently sensitive and perceptive. This recent blow undoubtedly deepened his path towards corruption. Having been stripped of his cultivation, he would require time to restore his meridians. And given the pressures he had faced, attaining merely the 5th level of Qi training in 3 months was not surprising. After all, many demon body prodigies boasted talents exceeding 90, making foundational establishment within 3 months quite reasonable. By the way, how is Jiang Danxin faring? Qian Han suddenly recalled another disciple, his tone revealing a hint of concern. Jiang Danxin has entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment a few days ago. He challenged the outer sect rankings and has now secured a place in the top 10. The steward recounted eagerly, his face beaming with pride for his junior sister. The outer sect ranking is a crucial competitive mechanism within the sect, opening for challenges each month. The top 10 have the opportunity to participate in the annual sect competition. An irresistible temptation for disciples of formidable strength. What of Xiang Ding? Why has he not challenged? Qian Han furrowed his brow, anticipating the overlooked youth. He is not challenged, the steward replied, a hint of regret in his voice. You shall attend to a matter for me. Qian Han waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. The steward immediately bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Qian Han once more summoned the avatar of the soul-severing technique. Channeling a fragment of his consciousness, the avatar slowly opened its eyes, its gaze piercing. The mountain gate. Lu Wenjun, accompanied by Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding, had been waiting for quite some time, filled with reverence and anticipation. At this moment, the avatar materialized out of thin air. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Wenjun's eyes as he looked down at the figure before him. which bore a resemblance to the Supreme Master, stirring within him a complex array of emotions that he could scarcely articulate. He seemed to grasp something, yet it remained as elusive as a mirage. "Step back," Qian Han communicated silently to Lu Wenjun, his tone steady. "Remember, do not disclose my identity to anyone, lest we alert the enemy." Lu Wenjun's eyes widened in an instant, shock evident on his face. He was convinced that this being before him, despite being only at the initial stage of the nascent soul, was far from the Supreme Master's true self. Yet at this moment, perhaps due to the tone of voice, the similarity of the visage, and the tranquil yet commanding aura, the notion of a soul avatar surged in his mind. The manifestation of the soul, confusion clouded his thoughts. Why had the Master chosen to venture forth in avatar form? Yet, he could hardly contain his excitement. The Shunshao sect, after decades of the Master's absence, had once again seen the emergence of a transcendent figure, ensuring the dominance of their position in the eastern region. However, Lu Wenjun was only partially aware of the situation. Typically, a soul avatar separates from the main body. If the main body is unconscious, the soul severing technique requires only a fragment of consciousness to control, which does not affect the main body and can even provide benefits far beyond what is immediately apparent. The avatar could investigate numerous situations while the main body remained at the Shunshao sect to strategize, ensuring a fail-safe approach. Lu Wenjun was overwhelmed with excitement, bowing slightly and murmuring, "I appreciate your efforts." He feared provoking this enigmatic presence. Qian Han nodded slightly, summoning the Zixiao sword, his gaze fixed upon the two young disciples. "Let us depart." Without hesitation, the two stepped onto the Zixiao sword. The sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the sky, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. This left Lu Wenjun in a state of bewilderment, staring blankly at the spot they had just occupied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Regaining his composure, he swiftly restored his authoritative demeanor. Issuing orders. The Master is in seclusion. Mobilize all elder-level cultivators of Shunshao Peak to guard outside the Zixiao Palace. In Lu Wenjun's understanding, the separation of the soul meant that any damage to either the physical body or the soul would have significant repercussions, and he was naturally keen to avoid any mishap. Though he did not comprehend why the Master had chosen to venture out in avatar form, it did not deter him from ensuring meticulous preparations. Meanwhile, Qian Han, who was consolidating his realm within the Zixiao Palace, could not help but chuckle upon sensing several auras outside, genuinely admiring Lu Wenjun's attentiveness. He had not anticipated that this young steward would gather all of his trusted allies, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. However, one must weigh the pros and cons. At times, excessive caution could backfire. Lu Wenjun's actions undoubtedly conveyed an unsettling signal to the sect. The gathering of numerous powerful figures in the wake of the Master's seclusion, did it imply a problem with the Master's cultivation? Or did Lu Wenjun harbor ambitions to usurp power? Would outsiders speculate whether the Supreme Master was preparing for a breakthrough to the divine transformation stage? Yet, as long as no other signs emerged, the onlookers would remain silent observers. After all, Qian Han's reputation as the world's foremost figure in the cultivation realm still resonated like thunder. His renown had been forged through countless battles with the Zixiao sword. Qian Han's thoughts raced, a multitude of considerations swirling in his mind. Within the sect, the trust in Lu Wenjun was palpable. After all, the elders from other peaks operated under their distinct systems, while Lu Wenjun was capable of mobilizing diverse forces. As the home peak, Shunshao Peak was even more adept in his hands. It seemed the time had come to allow Lu Wenjun to take a bold step. After all, there would be numerous matters for him to address in the future. He could not allow Lu Wenjun to continually deplete the strength of Shunshao Peak. The recently missing late-stage Golden Core Elder weighed heavily on his heart as well. Beneath the vast, boundless sky, the Zixiao sword appeared as a fleeting dream, reflecting scenes that stirred the heart. The sword's body seemed to expand the very fabric of space, resembling a miniature flying vessel suspended in air, surrounded by a dazzling barrier of sword energy, akin to a radiant shield that isolated it from external disturbances. However, Qian Han held little interest in vessel-like artifacts. What he yearned for was the freedom and elegance of soaring through the skies on a sword. Gliding with the wind in his eyes, this epitomized the unique romance of the immortal realm, embodying the grand aspirations of defying malevolent forces. Beside him, the two young disciples exhibited starkly contrasting states of mind. Jiang Danxin's countenance remained placid, yet the inquisitive light in his eyes betrayed his inner uncertainties. He was filled with confusion, silently speculating about the origins of this young senior brother, pondering what audacity allowed him to lead them to investigate the outside world. After all, the shadow of the destruction of the Xinjian platform still lingered within the sect, and the news of the disappearance of the late-stage Golden Core Elder had left everyone in a state of trepidation. Logically, a powerful nascent soul cultivator should have been dispatched for such inquiries, leaving Jiang Danxin perplexed, particularly regarding the rationale for including a Foundation establishment youth like himself in the expedition. Meanwhile, Xiang Ding appeared remarkably composed. Wholly engrossed in his cultivation, seemingly indifferent to the external world, as if he had cast aside all tumult. Qian Han, exuding confidence with his hands clasped behind his back, sensed the wariness emanating from Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding. He offered a gentle smile and spoke softly, "My surname is Qin. I am not much older than you. Simply call me senior brother." Jiang Danxin was momentarily taken aback by the words, then subtly clasped his hands together, a flicker of light passing through his eyes as if he had found a semblance of solace in this simple appellation. He turned to Qian Han's figure clad in purple, scrutinizing this enigmatic and compelling individual, and could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what the true purpose of our sect's delegation here is?" His tone was imbued with both anticipation and skepticism, clearly brimming with curiosity regarding Qian Han's identity. Upon noticing this, Qian Han inwardly commended him. This young man appeared remarkably rational, far removed from the arrogant characters he often encountered. Instead of providing a direct answer, he posed a counter-question. "What are your thoughts on the blood-refining methods of the demonic path?" This query caused Jiang Danxin to furrow his brow slightly, plunging into contemplation. However, he soon realized that Qian Han was testing them, and thus replied with composure. "The methods of the demonic path deserve universal condemnation. Blood refinement contravenes the heavenly principles, remaining entrenched in stagnation, ultimately failing to achieve the great Tao, leading only to annihilation amidst calamities, rendering a century of arduous cultivation to naught." After hearing this, Qian Han pondered for a moment before softly affirming, "Your reasoning is sound." His eyes gleamed with approval, though Jiang Danxin's response, while technically correct, bore a hint of rigidity. Qian Han patiently awaited Xiang Ding's contribution, and during this brief silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. At this moment, Xiang Ding cast a glance at Jiang Danxin. Although the latter's answer was impeccable, his aloof demeanor stirred a feeling of discontent within him. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, he chose to keep it hidden. Ultimately, he shifted his gaze to Qian Han's silhouette, which inexplicably inspired a sense of trust, as if it emanated the unique allure of a formidable individual. The blood-refining method is a shortcut of the demonic path. Xiang Ding finally spoke, his voice steady and resonant. "I have witnessed firsthand the torturous process endured by blood cultivators. They subject themselves to unimaginable agony during the 1st and 15th days of each month, for their cultivation demands the blood of others. While their ascension in realm is astonishing, akin to devouring souls, the majority of demonic cultivators elevate their power through murder and bloodshed, thus harboring hatred and resentment, ultimately rebounding upon themselves with catastrophic consequences." Upon hearing this, Qian Han involuntarily smiled, greatly admiring Xiang Ding's analytical approach. Indeed, the path of cultivation is not merely a dichotomy of good and evil, in the face of demons and beasts. If one harbors benevolence, then they should be rewarded. If one commits heinous acts, they shall inevitably incur divine retribution. Regardless of the technique employed, as long as it can be utilized for my benefit, it is worthy of emulation. At this moment, a peculiar notion surged within Qian Han. A desire to cultivate the protagonist. The bold idea flashed through his mind, envisioning this fated child gradually morphing into a destined antagonist. Igniting a fervor within him, he mused to himself, if such a transformation could be realized, would it not be exhilarating? Meanwhile, Xiang Ding felt no need for excessive concern. In ancient times, amidst the deluge and the rampant scourge of demons, humanity suffered greatly. The ancients attempted to amalgamate the blood of various spiritual seeds to fortify themselves. Although this method was fraught with suffering, claiming many lives, some endured and emerged with immense power. This power evolved into various unique physiques over time, Xiang Ding narrated. Moreover, Some pioneers forged a path of cultivation that shattered the heavens with sheer bravery. They devoted themselves to self-enhancement, connecting with celestial spirits by strengthening their own bodies, even transforming their spines into pillars of heaven, utilizing their physical might to dismantle restrictions, capable of subduing formidable fiends with a mere drop of blood. His voice grew increasingly resolute, filled with reverence for the ancient traditions. However, after a protracted historical evolution, this technique of refining qi and blood has ceased to be mainstream. Qian Han interjected softly, his tone revealing profound wisdom. Although a few still practice it, due to the dwindling spiritual essence of the world, many find it challenging to transcend the limits of the human body and ascend to the pinnacle of power. As the discussion deepened, Qian Han's words nourished the hearts of both men like spring rain, gradually unveiling secrets once deemed too perilous to approach. Was the blood-refining method truly steeped in such profound history? And how could this brother Qian be so intimately acquainted with these clandestine truths, to the point where even the elders of the sect might be oblivious? In the intertwining of curiosity and astonishment, Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding became increasingly engrossed, attentively absorbing every word from Qian Han. Xiang Ding's brow furrowed, seemingly contemplating the revelations brought forth by this new information. Now that we have clarified the past, let us discuss the so-called demonic cultivators. Qian Han's tone shifted, remaining as tranquil as ever. The essence of what is termed demonic lies within the heart's afflictions. From whence these inner demons arise, I cannot speculate. They appear to emerge from the void yet seem to possess discernible origins. They disturb the cultivator's state of mind, leading to their downfall. However, I believe this may be an inevitable trial on the path of cultivation, akin to divine retribution or calamities wrought by wind and fire. The so-called Rakshasa tribe pales in comparison to the heart's demons, for they cultivate the demonic body, their hearts pure, thus are less prone to engendering inner demons. Yet these demonic cultivators are far more terrifying and perilous. Should you encounter them, be sure to think thrice before proceeding. At this moment, Qian Han's words struck like thunder, resonating deeply within both men, leaving them momentarily stunned. Blood is the wellspring of cultivation. Bloodlines carry the majority of spiritual energy. Blood cultivators are a subset of demonic cultivators, subsisting on the blood of others, committing countless atrocities. The essence of their practice lies in refining their own blood and merging it with that of others. Akin to the ancient method of incrementally enhancing qi and blood, forsaking foundational principles to hasten cultivation. Qian Han's voice rippled through the air, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Cultivation knows no shortcuts. However, the majority, in pursuit of power, willingly endure the emotional turmoil wrought by their inner demons, defying the heavens in their quest for greater strength. Have you ever pondered the reason behind this? Qian Han's tone swelled like surging tides. Xiang Ding hesitated, his thoughts tumultuous, rendering him momentarily speechless. A vague sense of unease stirred within him, yet he struggled to articulate his feelings adequately. You need not divulge your answers to me. You are most aware of your own hearts. Regardless of the path you choose, you can achieve great endeavors. Even within the demonic realm, there exists a path worth pursuing. These words echoed in the night sky, each syllable seemingly guiding the thoughts of both men. At this juncture, the Zixiao sword quivered slightly, as if in response to Qian Han's discourse. The swirling sword energy danced beneath the starry sky, seemingly attuned to the profound truths regarding the soul. In this dialogue upon the Zixiao sword, time appeared to stand still. Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding simultaneously immersed themselves in contemplation, deliberating the essence of the cultivation path, quietly assessing the trajectory of their futures. How should a cultivator approach the attainment of the Tao? A subtle smile graced Qian Han's lips as he gazed at his attribute panel, internally reflecting. Not bad at all. Merely discussing the outline of cultivation has garnered me 50 merit points. This is indeed a remarkable bargain. He even contemplated whether to further guide this young protagonist, subtly leading him through a series of dark transformations, thereby continuously acquiring merit points. Yet, upon reconsideration, he thought that if matters spiraled beyond control, regret would be too late. The journey of cultivation is long and arduous, with future choices perpetually hanging in uncertainty. Chapter 4. The Crimson Sun Realm. The Great Ming Empire boasts vast territories. Encompassing 9 realms and 18 cities, its expansive lands nearly covering the entirety of the eastern domain. Among these realms, The Crimson Sun realm lies in the east of the Ming, renowned for its vast expanse, consistently ranking among the top 3 of the 9 realms. Despite its extensive area, the Crimson Sun realm, due to its proximity to the demon-infested territories of the Rakshasa tribe, has become a melting pot of various complex forces. Its dynamics shrouded in ambiguity and unpredictability. In such an environment, Xiang Ding emerged, his growth narrative as fraught with uncertainty and challenges as the land itself. This place is regarded as a paradise for demonic cultivators. Mercenaries and rogue cultivators, often referred to as a no-man's land, largely free from the direct jurisdiction of the Ming. Nevertheless, since the era of the founding emperor, successive rulers of the Ming have aspired to incorporate the Crimson Sun realm into their domain, dreaming of establishing a formidable bulwark against the Rakshasa tribe, even at the cost of direct confrontation. Yet the notion of wholly annihilating the Rakshasa tribe has never crossed their minds, for the tribe's strength is formidable. Their top-tier experts rivaling those of the Ming, and their profound heritage and ancient secrets remain elusive, often instilling dread. Even if they wished to subjugate the Crimson Sun realm, it would require immense resources and might, leading the Ming to refrain from any proactive incursions into the demon realms. The intertwining reasons have rendered the Ming's true intentions toward the Rakshasa tribe perpetually unclear. Nonetheless, they remain resolute in their determination to seize the Crimson Sun realm should the opportunity arise. Although this land has been designated as one of the 9 realms and is home to Ming military garrisons, in reality, the Ming has never truly commanded it. Upon Chen Han's arrival in the Crimson Sun realm, he immediately sensed an atmosphere starkly different from his expectations. Although the Rakshasa tribe had never overtly intervened, the faint traces of their presence were unmistakable, sending chills down his spine. The Xinyuan sword sect is prominently situated at the entrance of the Crimson Sun realm, standing out conspicuously. In this ostensibly Ming-governed yet chaotically disordered land, the late-stage Golden Core realm master appointed by the Ming to oversee the Crimson Sun realm has failed to stabilize the situation. While the theoretical number of stationed soldiers is considerable, genuine tranquility remains a distant dream. The relationships among the various sects are intricate, and even the late-stage Golden Core realm master appears powerless against these smaller sections. For instance, the Xinyuan sword sect and other minor sects are essentially under the control of the Shenshao sect, while another faction maintains close ties with the Heavenly Demon sect. The Heavenly Demon sect, a preeminent faction among demon cultivators, resides within the Crimson Sun realm, casting an inescapable shadow over the Great Ming. For a feeble sect like the Xinjian sect, it seems almost inconsequential in the presence of colossal entities such as the Shenzhou sect. The Shenzhou sect remains unperturbed by the existence of such minor sections. The current dispatch to investigate is motivated, on one hand, by Lu Wenjun's cautious conduct, and on the other, by the insinuations of an elderly informant from the Great Ming, suggesting that the Rakshasa clan may be stirring, rendering the situation particularly unusual. The turmoil of the Rakshasa clan invariably has far-reaching repercussions, unsettling the peace across various realms. As night fell, Chen Han finally reached the foot of the Xinjian sect. With his nascent soul cultivation, after 2 hours of travel, he deemed this location suitable for his plans. This will suffice for tonight. I shall ascend the mountain at dawn to investigate. After surveying the serene surroundings, he made his decision. However, Zhang Danxin expressed some confusion, questioning why they should not ascend the mountain now, as nighttime does not preclude exploration. Even in such an environment, he sensed something amiss. Chen Han, perceiving his unease, smiled and said, "If the 2 junior brothers wish to proceed, then do so. I shall await your good news here." "No. We shall rest first and ascend the mountain tomorrow." Zhang Danxin hastily gestured, his tone revealing hesitation for the adventure and fear of the unknown. "Very well," Chen Han replied with a slight smile, glancing at the inn sign. Spirit soared in, as a wave of contemplation washed over him. He then strode inside. The interior of the inn was simply and modestly arranged, much like an ordinary tavern. The first floor served as a bustling hall, filled with patrons engaged in lively conversation. The front desk was manned by a husband and wife duo. The proprietress, a middle-aged woman with enduring charm, greeted the trio warmly as they entered, saying, "Are you 3 here for lodging? It's not suitable to ascend the mountain on such a dark and windy night." "Yes, 3 rooms will suffice," Chen Han replied, nodding slightly before casually inquiring, "Since the Xinjian sect was destroyed, it seems your business has been thriving." Upon hearing this, the proprietress's expression shifted subtly, her hand instinctively patting her chest, betraying her inner trepidation. Young hero has heard of the Xinjian sect's demise, she responded. Oh, such news has spread like wildfire, and now several parties intend to ascend the mountain tomorrow. May I ask, what is the rate for the 3 rooms? Chen Han continued. 3 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. The proprietress maintained her smile, though a hint of unease lingered beneath. Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding exchanged astonished glances, both feeling incredulous. 3 low-grade spirit stones? This is sheer robbery. For context, an outer disciple of the Shenzhou sect receives merely 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly, and spending one for a night's lodging is exorbitantly extravagant. Very well, Chen Han said calmly, producing 3 spirit stones and handing them to the proprietress without further comment. The proprietress, visibly elated, beamed even brighter. These spirit stones will not go to waste. I'm sure you 3 wish to inquire about something. We shall speak candidly. No need, Chen Han replied with a smile, politely declining her offer. The proprietress's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned to normal. Moments later, the proprietor approached, stating that the rooms were prepared. Would the 3 like to order some food before heading up? No need, we shall go up now. Chen Han gestured dismissively, indicating his desire to move on. Understood. They followed the proprietor upstairs to their respective rooms. Reclining on his bed, Chen Han's mind was awash with thoughts. He reflected on the words and actions of the proprietress and proprietor. Smiling slightly, how intriguing, with a gentle wave of his hand, he parted the veil of reality before him, causing rippling images to emerge, as though peering into the hidden secrets of this place. Meanwhile, Xiang Ding entered his room and began his cultivation. He was acutely aware that this place was anything but tranquil. A fierce conflict was inevitable from the moment he was born in the Dayang domain. He had remembered the ruthless disposition of its inhabitants, who showed no mercy. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he solidify his footing in this perilous hunting ground. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, he knew it was woefully inadequate. On the other hand, Jiang Danxin entered his room with a furrowed brow, instinctively sensing something was amiss. Why did Brother Chun not ascend the mountain directly to investigate? Was he concerned about being stealthily discovered? Furthermore, who were the proprietors of this inn? Had the Xinjian sect just been annihilated, yet the patrons in the hall genuinely intended to investigate the mountain? Observing their cultivation levels, they appear to be no more than foundation establishment stage cultivators. What audacity did they possess? Even though Jiang Danxin could clearly discern the hidden malice in the proprietress's smile, it baffled him that Brother Chen remained oblivious. Such a disquieting realization weighed heavily on his heart, causing his thoughts to spiral, and he could not help but sigh. Indeed, in this chaotic realm, even the most cautious of ordinary individuals struggle to survive for long. Within the hall, the atmosphere exuded by the group of demon cultivators instilled a sense of unease. Just as Jiang Danxin sank into contemplation, an ancient and steady voice seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, gently resonating in his ears. Elder Shao. Jiang Danxin immediately responded with deep respect, his face radiating profound reverence. Elder Shao, whose true name was Qingxian Daoist, was a secret trump card left to him by his father, akin to a guiding beacon illuminating his path in the cultivation world. Once a formidable figure standing atop the continent, Elder Shao now existed as but a remnant soul, yet his wisdom and insight remained formidable. Throughout this time, he had been quietly guiding Jiang Danxin, imparting numerous life philosophies and cultivation insights, becoming both mentor and friend. Listening to Elder Zhao's somewhat aged but still resonant voice, Jiang Danxin was momentarily taken aback. His tone laced with doubt. Did Brother Chen truly not perceive the anomalies surrounding us? He is undoubtedly aware. Elder Zhao's voice carried an air of nonchalance, as if he were fully cognizant of the situation. Observe, has he not already utilized the spirit stones? Spirit stones? Jiang Danxin's heart tightened at the mention, aware that these stones harbored mysterious powers linked to concealment formations, capable of silently monitoring all movements in the vicinity. These spirit stones conceal a hidden formation, allowing him to spy on the actions of those demon cultivators. Your brother likely seeks to glean some vital intelligence from them. Elder Zhao's voice revealed a keen insight. That is indeed a possibility, Jiang Danxin replied solemnly, his expression growing more serious. In this ravaged territory of demon cultivators, even Brother Chen dared not act recklessly, for the risks were too great. Are you referring to the individuals in the hall or the proprietress? Elder Zhao's voice bore a hint of disdain. A mid-stage golden core cultivator, while the rest are mere foundation establishment ants. If your brother were to act, he could dispatch them with a mere flick of his fingers. With no cause for concern. Could it be a brother from the law enforcement hall? Jiang Danxin's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. The law enforcement hall was replete with powerful figures. Late-stage golden core and even nascent soul cultivators were commonplace, their status often surpassing that of elders. From the fluctuations of the primordial spirit I sense, his cultivation is certainly not as simple as merely entering the nascent soul stage. He is clearly suppressing his true strength. Elder Zhao's voice trembled slightly before he continued, however. Perhaps I am overthinking it. It is possible he possesses a formidable primordial spirit treasure, yet a transformation stage expert would likely not intervene in such trivial matters. Jiang Danxin was momentarily stunned, clearly realizing that this brother's identity was anything but ordinary, and the power lurking behind him made him wary. Elder Zhao added, I have sensed a thick aura of blood cultivators among those demon cultivators, and their blood cultivation techniques are remarkably pure, suggesting they possess formidable methods or treasures. You must exercise caution. I shall assist you if necessary. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Jiang Danxin felt a surge of gratitude. Yet, he understood that Elder Zhao's intervention would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of his soul power, heightening his awareness of Elder Zhao's concern and vigilance. The implications were clear. The identities of those demon cultivators were anything but simple. According to Brother Chun, the pure blood cultivation techniques were coveted treasures throughout the cultivation world. For demon cultivators, acquiring such techniques would bolster their power immensely, while for righteous cultivators, they represented a crucial key to surpassing human limits and embarking on the path of immortality. I must obtain it. Jiang Danxin's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he immersed himself in tense cultivation, filled with anticipation and resolve for the future. At this moment, Qian Han leaned against a soft pillow, his gaze intently fixed on the unfolding scene before him. The images resembled a suspenseful blockbuster, thrilling and intense. Holding a cup of tea, he took a gentle sip, only to spit out the slightly bitter liquid. A hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Boring. Do these blood cultivators lack the ability to retain a mid-stage golden core expert? The issue evidently lies on the mountain. Qian Han found himself lost in contemplation, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. In the images, the proprietress was engaged in hushed discussions with several cloaked blood cultivators, the tension palpable in the air. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be affiliated with the Shunjiao sect. Should we take them down first and then report to the higher-ups? One of the cloaked figures suggested, greed glimmering in his eyes. The proprietress shot him a scornful glance. No need. I find myself unable to discern the cultivation level of the one leading them. It seems we cannot defeat him. To act rashly would only serve to alert the serpent hidden in the grass. Our mission is merely to convey a message, not to engage in slaughter. Restrain your greedy thoughts. The figure clad in black licked his lips, a glint of madness flashing across his face. You do not understand. The blood of cultivators sends shivers down the soul. It is irresistible. Upon hearing these words, the innkeeper merely chuckled lightly. Once they ascend the mountain tomorrow and step into the formation, not even a Yuan-ing stage expert will escape unscathed. If these individuals fail to gain the recognition of the ancestor, who will hold the power then? The mention of the ancestor stirred a profound sense of vigilance within Qian Han. The formation exists on the mountain? He pondered, realizing the intricacy and severity of the situation. It appears that the Yuan-ing experts dispatched by the Heavenly Soldiers Pavilion and the Shenshao sect have not relayed any news, indicating that the power of this formation is indeed formidable. He lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, beginning to gauge the strength of his opponents. A formation capable of ensnaring experts at the Yuan-ing stage is certainly not something an ordinary individual could arrange. Although he is not an expert in formation studies, he possesses a certain level of skill and depth, his strength sufficient to rank among the best on the continent. While he had prepared himself for the mention of the ancestor, his heart was still filled with wariness. If it were merely a matter of talent and strength, he would not be fearful. With formidable power and the Nine Heavens sword technique in his grasp, it would not be difficult to defeat a transformation stage expert given time. However, the current circumstances necessitate that he proceed with caution. In this game of overt and covert conflict, he must tread carefully, advancing step by step to ensure absolute safety. At dawn, As the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Qian Han withdrew from his meditative state. Almost immediately, a crisp knock echoed at the door. Melodious as a morning bell, he smiled slightly and murmured, "They're here." And no sooner had he spoken than Jiang Danxin's anxious voice rang out, "Brother Chen, it's time for us to ascend the mountain. Isn't it?" He swiftly opened the door to find Xiang Ding and Jiang Danxin quietly waiting at the threshold, ready to embark. Notably, Xiang Ding's strength had inadvertently risen to the 6th level of qi refinement. Evidently having achieved a breakthrough the previous night, this boost in power rendered his aura more imposing and invigorated. Why is my junior brother so eager to ascend the mountain? Qian Han felt puzzled yet refrained from questioning further. He speculated that perhaps this junior brother had grasped the truth that fortune often lies within peril. However, such a mindset is rare, and those who truly succeed are even fewer. After a brief conversation, the three made their way to the grand hall. The innkeeper displayed a warm smile, waving her hand. "Be cautious in all matters. I have heard that there are many venomous creatures and fierce beasts on the mountain." "Thank you for your concern," Qian Han replied with a smile, yet his mind was already strategizing the forthcoming actions. Shortly after exiting the inn, Xiang Ding abruptly turned back to glance, then swiftly faced forward. His tone cold yet resolute. "Those diners from yesterday were all demonic cultivators, and the innkeeper is likely one as well." Qian Han's pace momentarily faltered, a sense of urgency swelling within him. And he turned to inquire, "Jiang Danxin, what do you think? The innkeeper should be around the golden core stage, but I find her cultivation somewhat inscrutable." Jiang Danxin pondered before responding, "While the diners in the hall may not exceed the foundation establishment stage." Qian Han smiled faintly. "Your observation skills are commendable. Just as I heard yesterday, the mountain harbors a formation. We must exercise utmost caution." "A formation?" Jiang Danxin's expression shifted to one of tension, her eyes glimmering with vigilance. Especially considering the prior disappearance of the late Golden Core Elder, her wariness heightened. She took a deep breath, contemplating that it seemed the sect had dispatched a Yuan Ing stage expert from a certain peak. Yet no news had emerged from there either. Perhaps they too had been ensnared by the formation. This realization evidently weighed heavily upon her, stirring layers of doubt within her mind. Remembering Elder Zhao's protection, Jiang Danxin felt slightly reassured. Recalling the treasures mentioned by Elder Zhao, she promptly stated, "Thank you for the reminder, brother. Once we reach the mountain, I will certainly exercise extra caution." Her words were resolute and powerful, her gaze revealing a sense of determination and resolve. At this moment, Qian Han turned his attention to Xiang Ding. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Ding finally spoke slowly, "Then let us ascend the mountain." Qian Han chuckled lightly, leading the way, his mind reflecting upon how both of these younger brothers now possessed their own trump cards, thus alleviating some of the pressure on his shoulders. With his current strength, Qian Han felt confident that he could confront an enemy at the Yuan Ing realm with a single strike. Chapter 5. Exploring the formation. The Xinjian platform loomed majestically at the summit of Lingjian Mountain. Though the journey from the foot of the mountain to this point was not distant, it felt as though one had stepped into an unknown adventure. As their steps ascended, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. With every elevation, a potent aura of bloodlust assailed the senses, the air seemingly stained with a tinge of sanguine sweetness. At this moment, even the two who walked side by side could not help but sense the latent peril ahead. The atmosphere suddenly taut. Trailing behind, Xiang Ding involuntarily paused, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the striking Qian Han ahead, filled with trepidation. After much deliberation, he finally summoned the courage to speak. "Brother Chen, there is something I do not understand, and I hope you will enlighten me." "Speak freely," Qian Han replied calmly, his step steady, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat ahead. Xiang Ding hesitated briefly before continuing. "Your strength is extraordinary. Having reached the Yuaning realm, yet why do you dare to venture into danger alone, bringing along two disciples with rather limited cultivation? This truly worries me." Though his words were calm, his internal doubts grew ever more resolute. In his view, even those with profound cultivation might not easily navigate the peril they faced, and their journey was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Qian Han did not respond directly, merely stating, "You may be underestimating the strength of the Shenxiao sect. As the foremost sect of the immortals, have you ever considered how many peak experts are concealed within its ranks?" His words exuded confidence in the Shenshao sect. Xiang Ding's expression reflected confusion as he pondered internally, eventually hesitantly remarking, "I have heard that the sect's leader has stepped into the half-step transformation stage, a leader among the immortals, indeed a paragon of the sect." He felt a sense of reverence towards such strength. "That is merely the tip of the iceberg," Chen Han replied with a faint smile, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Within the Shenshao sect, there are at least 3 half-step transformation experts lurking. Their power far beyond what you and I can comprehend. Moreover, only the Shenshao sect possesses the Tai Ling, an unparalleled immortal technique." His words cut through the facade, mercilessly unveiling the truth. This declaration struck Xiang Ding like thunder, leaving him dumbstruck. Reflecting on the immortal techniques he had practiced, he realized that even as a mere servant disciple, he had been exposed to exceptionally powerful methods, which led him to trust Chen Han more. Yet, he still grappled with the uncertainty of whether they would return safely from this expedition. Regardless, he held on to hope. If he could achieve merit for the sect, perhaps he could alleviate the biases from the higher-ups. "As long as I can find a foothold within the Shenshao sect, I shall undoubtedly master the Great Path. Even burdened with the bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, what is there to fear? I merely need to exert more effort than others." Despite being a servant disciple, Xiang Ding's heart was resolute. He had once been praised by a demonic cultivator teacher for his innate talent, which instilled in him a sense of confidence. With these thoughts, he could not help but smile, transforming his past experiences into the courage to forge ahead. Meanwhile, Jiang Danxin fell into contemplation. The Tai Ling, a divine skill said to be taught only to the sect leader's direct disciples, reminded her of words her father once mentioned. He had claimed that this immortal technique was his creation. Could there be an inexplicable connection between this and the Shenshao sect? Chen Han, unaware of the thoughts of the two young individuals, smiled slightly as he glanced at his attribute panel, noting that the rewards for answering questions had been received, 30 merit points credited, bringing him closer to exchanging for lower-grade secret techniques and treasures, a source of private satisfaction. This journey had indeed proven quite fruitful, as for whether to allow Jiang Danxin to cultivate the Tai Ling. Chen Han remained conflicted. Although it was a supreme skill created by his father, if Jiang Danxin were to rise swiftly, the Shenshao sect might struggle to endure the resulting upheaval. However, suppressing this protagonist would not be an easy task. He could only take it step by step. If the moment of life and death arose, his strength would be sufficient to confront any challenge. "Are there any questions?" Chen Han's voice remained calm, yet it carried a reassuring power. "Brother, why do you turn a blind eye to the demonic cultivators below?" Jiang Danxin appeared somewhat hesitant. As a disciple of the sect, he could not help but harbor aversion towards demonic disciples, believing that allowing those fiends to remain would only bring trouble. "This is the wisdom of the martial world," Chen Han replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Even minor characters have their uses. They can relay information to us. Keeping them alive serves a purpose. We shall not kill them for now. The spirit stones of these demonic cultivators contain formations, allowing us to easily track their movements. Although they may not be aware of the overarching intentions of the higher-ups, we can still seek strategies within the commands issued from above." Chen Han articulately laid out his plan, brimming with confidence. Jiang Danxin stood frozen, at a loss for words. Xiang Ding, however, was profoundly impressed. Though he considered himself meticulous, he found himself deeply captivated by Chen Han's strategy. They comprehended the remarkable strength and cunning of this senior brother, and an overwhelming sense of admiration surged within them, deepening their gratitude for the journey of learning and companionship they had shared. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the horizon, the three were already prepared to embark on their journey. The initial ray of morning sunlight bathed the landscape in warmth and brilliance, propelling the trio forward until they finally reached the summit of the mountain. Even the relatively weaker Xiang Ding wore a composed expression at this moment, as if he were brimming with vitality, devoid of any fatigue. Gazing down from the peak, they beheld a desolate ruin, the remnants serving as a silent warning, whispering tales of a once glorious era that had dissipated with the winds of time. Only a shattered stone sword stood solitary, coldly manifesting the vicissitudes of the Xinjian platform. Sending a shiver through their very souls, Chen Han could not help but muse aloud. In this world, true eternal sects and powers have never existed. All brilliance will eventually fade away in the river of time. What of the Shenshao sect? Jiang Danxin blurted out, her face a canvas of confusion and yearning. Qian Han remained silent. Although the Shunshao sect currently stood at its zenith, it could not evade the laws of survival of the fittest when calamity befalls the heavens and earth. The future remained an enigma, one that he preferred not to dwell upon. Upon reaching the summit, a whiff of sanguine scent assailed his senses. However, as the sunlight shone anew, the circumstances grew increasingly bizarre. A blood mist had inexplicably risen from the mountain, surging like a tidal wave from all directions, enveloping them in an instant, and the atmosphere turned ominous. "Stay close to me, do not stray away," Qian Han instructed softly, his tone steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. The blood mist was thick and suffocating, instilling a sense of unease. For reasons unknown, the blood mist seemed stirred by an unseen force. Swiftly engulfing the three of them, in the blink of an eye, the entire world appeared to plunge into an alternate realm of existence. Was this a trap? Qian Han's heart quivered slightly. Although he had heard of the name of the deadly formation from a century ago, he had never experienced it firsthand. He sensed a distinct spatial barrier, and when he turned to glance at the two behind him, despite his hesitation, he refrained from offering assistance. He understood well that this was a confinement array, its dynamics intricately linked to the cultivation levels of those ensnared. Even with all their cards laid bare, being trapped did not equate to absolute despair. Thus, the two could only watch helplessly as they were gradually drawn into the grand formation. Devoid of any forewarning, as if once they stepped into the blood mist, they were severed from the world, left with nothing but endless solitude and silence. At that moment, the world seemed to descend into chaos alongside their entry. With his extraordinary perceptive ability, Qian Han swiftly discerned the core of the grand formation, concealed within the center of the ruins, where a tangible blood energy roiled and howled in the air. The heavy sanguine aura not only pressed upon his consciousness, but also kept him on high alert against the impending unknown dangers. The moment he stepped into the formation, the atmosphere around him felt like needles prickling at his back. Rendering him restless and uneasy at that moment, his instincts sharply informed him that he was being targeted by some invisible force, akin to prey being closely monitored by a hunter, sending chills down his spine. In this suffocating environment, three fierce auras struck the formation's patterns like thunder, attempting to rend apart this ancient array and unveil the secrets hidden within it. Seemed that three nascent soul stage powerhouses from the Ming dynasty and the Shunshao sect had arrived, not only to investigate the truth, but also to recklessly attempt to break the formation with brute force and unveil all that lay concealed. Qian Han pondered inwardly. They believed that their overwhelming strength would suffice to conquer this ancient array. However, it was evident that they were not adept in the art of formations and could only linger on the brink of failure. The formation trembled under their assault, as if it needed but a spark to turn to ashes. Yet, Qian Han could not help but wonder what entity could serve as the focal point of this grand array, capable of suppressing such formidable nascent soul power. He subtly divided a fragment of his consciousness to sense the two little ones' auras, confirming their safety before tightly gripping the shimmering purple Shaojian in his hand, resolutely advancing toward the center of the array. The surrounding blood mist surged forth as if alive, conjuring various bloodthirsty apparitions, their overwhelming momentum crashing like a tide. Yet, before his formidable presence, these phantoms crumbled as if made of paper. Indeed, something extraordinary lay hidden here. Otherwise, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator have set up such a powerful formation? Qian Han's heart stirred. Due to the random teleportation, he still had some distance to cover to reach the center. Moreover, the array seemed to emanate a mysterious magnetic field, obstructing flight. He could only make use of some instant teleportation spells, which, paradoxically, heightened his curiosity. He had assumed he would be the first to reach the center. Yet before he could approach, he sensed a powerful aura approaching from a distance, a transformation stage powerhouse. Qian Han's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. The strength of this accompanying elder was indeed fearsome enough to instill dread. This was the first time in 30 years that he felt the presence of a transformation stage powerhouse, and he instinctively felt a surge of caution. The transformation stage not only represented a leap in power but also comprised 5 substages: knowing action, pure clarity, illuminating the path, tranquil spirit, and feathered ascendancy, each further divided into initial, mid, and advanced phases. Currently, Qian Han was merely in the early phase of knowing action, while the aura emanating from this figure evidently reached the realm of illuminating the path, which imposed an unprecedented pressure upon him. Yet, no matter how strong, it was still merely a soul body, lacking any other utility. What a pity, he murmured softly to himself, filled with vigilance, yet he did not halt his advance. Sprinting toward the center of the array with the swiftness of an arrow, determined to unveil more secrets. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiang Ding, after being separated, found himself transported to a bizarre blood-colored space. Surrounding him were ferocious beasts, charging at him like the mythical Swanee, their bloodlight soaring into the heavens, rendering the situation perilous. Xiang Ding could only choose to confront them, delivering a mighty punch to a grotesque beast, resulting in a thunderous crash as the creature shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The flicker of unusual color flashed in his eyes, as he sensed an extremely pure blood energy within the mist, as the beast fell. This blood energy surged into his body. Although he felt an overwhelming power welling up, he did not let his guard down. He was acutely aware that while this blood energy was abundant, it also harbored hidden dangers. Qian Han had warned him that within the purity of blood energy, there often lurked resentful spirits, and a moment's carelessness during refinement could lead to self-immolation. Xiang Ding cautiously stored this blood energy within the black scales on his chest. These scales were heavy as ink, resembling a treasured artifact. However, after absorbing the essence of blood, they began to shimmer with a mesmerizing dark red glow, exuding a deadly allure. Gradually, he noticed that the surrounding blood mist was incessantly infiltrating the black scales, instilling a sense of invisible pressure within him. This phenomenon caused him considerable anxiety. He vividly recalled that when he first obtained the black scales, he had nearly been drained of all his blood. He pondered to himself, surely this blood mist should suffice for it to absorb. As Qian Han hurried along, his gaze shifted, catching sight of a certain direction, causing his heart to jolt. What is that? The scales of an ancient ferocious beast? He believed that this beast must have ranked among the top in the ancient ER. To acquire such a treasure was undoubtedly an immense opportunity. Coincidentally, this minuscule but extraordinary treasure swayed before him, seemingly beckoning him to explore. Suddenly, Qian Han's tension began to ease, and his pace slowed accordingly. What could be the condition of these two little ones? He had initially intended to toss them into the array for some practice with spells and swordplay, yet the current situation seemed to have reversed, as if they were testing the might of the Grand Formation. There was no need to rush. After all, he was getting closer. Qian Han thought to himself, continuing to stroll leisurely forward, contemplating the secrets hidden within this chaotic realm. Meanwhile, the voice of Elder Shao resonated with gravity. This should be the Blood Domain Grand Array. Unfortunately, I have only seen it once before. It was laid down by the sect master of the Tianma sect, possessing boundless power, capable of annihilating all living beings within 1,000 miles. I never imagined that this array, which had been lost for at least a century, would be seen again today. However, it appears that both the array's creator and its power have diminished in potency this time, he remarked, his gaze unyielding with caution. I remain perplexed as to why the demon sect would audaciously lay such a deadly array and seemingly lure our golden core and nascent soul powerhouses here. Clearly, there are further schemes at play, and we must proceed with utmost care. Zhang Danxin gradually grasped the peril of this chaotic realm, realizing that a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. But did they truly possess the audacity to draw the Shenshao sect and the Ming dynasty here? Zhang Danxin pondered, bewildered, who bestowed them with such courage? Undeniably, at least in Qian Han's eyes, this group was indeed audacious in the extreme. In this tumultuous land of the Qiri realm, the control of the Shenshao sect and the Ming dynasty was tenuous. Many highborn races, such as the Rakshasa and demonic cultivation sects, were entangled here. Thus, he did not personally rush here but intended to scout the situation and bring back members of the Shenshao sect. Confronting these powers would not be an easy task and required long-term deliberation. Qian Han clearly recognized that from the moment he stepped into the blood mist, he understood this was the handiwork of the Hongma sect. The Hongma sect had managed to entangle the Ming dynasty and the Shenshao sect for such an extended period, not merely through evasion and strength, but backed by an extraordinarily powerful force and vast connections. What the Hongma sect relied upon was none other than the true Rakshasa clan. Not only did they possess the uniquely advantageous blood Rakshasa lineage, but they were also intricately linked to the Tianma sect. Consider this. The blood domain Great Formation was established by the former demon lord of the heavenly demon sect, instilling terror in countless righteous cultivators. Under the immense pressure of these two formidable entities, even a super sect like the Divine Sky sect must exercise utmost caution. Thus, if one truly intends to act, it requires an overwhelming force, ruthlessly eliminating the enemy to subdue this rampant power. Otherwise, the consequences of alarming the enemy would be unpredictable. Presently, Chan Han is merely here to test the waters, bringing along two new disciples to witness the world. Without sufficient preparation, he would naturally refrain from taking action. Since its inception, the heavenly demon sect has remained as unyielding as ever, its foundation solid and difficult to shake. The leaders of the righteous path have repeatedly led numerous sects to assault the demon sect, each time with grandeur and a multitude of powerful allies, yet none have achieved any tangible results. This is because the various righteous sects do not share a unified mindset. The internal strife and intrigue among them are often more astonishing and terrifying than those of the self-contained demonic entities. Along the way, the ground is littered with ruins, yet not a single figure is in sight, compelling one to hasten through this desolate land. After roughly a quarter of an hour, Chan Han finally glimpses the center of the formation through layers of blood mist. He understands that the true trials and challenges are about to unfold. Chapter 6. Blood Punishment and Blood Demons. The moment Chan Han stepped into the heart of the formation, his gaze fixated on the striking altar. The altar, pale and ominous, loomed behind over 100 figures imprisoned and scattered, evoking a chill within. Though most were firmly bound by dark forces, amidst this atmosphere of despair, Chan Han's attention involuntarily gravitated towards the 10 imprisoned golden core cultivators ahead, particularly the master of the Xinjian platform, along with 3 disciples clad in the Divine Sky sect's attire. This scene tightened his heart. Could something earth-shattering truly be transpiring? Were they preparing to unleash a grand scheme? Sacrificing a small sect and capturing so many golden core experts. Were these fiends completely devoid of reason? Such audacity. Did they not fear becoming adversaries of the entire cultivation world? Stunned, Chan Han pondered silently. This place, once a paradise for cultivators, now lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of those beneath the golden core realm, like innocent corpses devoid of vitality. Surveying his surroundings, those once majestic structures had crumbled under immense force. Now reduced to ruins, a sight too tragic to behold. Despite Chan Han's resilient nature, the grim scene caused his brow to furrow slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. The altar's construction was horrifying, composed entirely of human bones. Its surface etched with ancient and enigmatic runes, seemingly beseeching forgiveness from the deceased. Blood continuously seeped into the altar's crevices, the runes glowing a sinister crimson, exuding an eerie charm, with the surrounding blood mist emanating from this very spot. As if enraged spirits were whispering their lamentations. Towering like a small mountain, the altar was suffocating. Beneath the altar stood a withered old man, his expression ghastly, akin to striking a match, as he hurled the sealed ko just as he was about to retract the rope. An overwhelming force suddenly surged from behind, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was caving in. Tang Guangren's heart trembled violently, instantly engulfed by a profound terror. Instinctively, he summoned a mirror-like artifact that appeared behind him in an instant. Shielding him from the imminent attack, bang! A massive, blood-red claw, covered in vibrant crimson fur, seemed to materialize out of thin air, crashing down with earth-shattering power. The mirror shattered in an instant, followed by a shockwave that jarred him forward. In that fleeting moment, Tang Guangren quickly pulled back the rope, gathering all his strength to prepare for a desperate maneuver. However, the blood-red claw was relentless, striking down again with the intent to tear apart the void that stood before it. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, the already vanished Tang Guangren had slipped into the void. In the next instant, his figure flickered back into view beside Chun Hn. At that moment, Tang Guangren remained the exceptionally talented master of the Jingxiao sword. Clad in his azure robe, yet his complexion was alarmingly pale, drenched in blood, and nearly as frail as a flickering candle in the wind. His meridians were almost completely severed, and his inner nascent soul displayed visible cracks. The wound on his back oozed thick blood, the crimson energy frantically eroding his injuries, rendering him unable to heal in this dire predicament. His life hung by a thread, with trembling hands stained in blood. Tang Guangren raised the rope, gradually offering it to Chen Han, conveying his final thoughts with what little strength he had left. "Disciple, I have not failed my mission." Soon after, a wave of chaos engulfed his mind, and he collapsed forward, fortunately caught by Chen Han just in time. In that instant, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Elder Li and Elder Chun exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Was it worth it? This thought arose simultaneously in both their minds. A strong practitioner in the nascent soul stage, having endured countless tribulations and calamities, might take a century to achieve such a state. Now, to save a few fellow disciples, he had placed himself in such peril, potentially jeopardizing 100 years of cultivation. They could not help but question whether they could do the same. Only Chen Han understood that this was a belief transcending life and death, a shared honor and disgrace with the sect, marching forward without fear of death or desire for survival. Perhaps there was no eternal sect, but there would always be warriors willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their order. At that moment, both Elders Li and Chun felt the immense aura emanating from Chen Han. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Chen Han watched as Tang Guangren charged forward again, only to be struck by the blood-red claw. Narrowly escaping thanks to a large space talisman, yet he had indeed saved the bound individuals. "Leave it to me," Chen Han declared with unwavering resolve, his attribute panel appearing as he swiftly exchanged 20 merit points for a heavenly pill from the shop. This pill was capable of reconnecting meridians, healing spiritual injuries without any side effects, even capable of mending a damaged nascent soul, let alone one in the nascent soul stage. He gently placed the pill into his mouth, and gradually, Tang Guangren's color began to restore. Chen Han set him down once more, calmly gazing at the colossal creature before him. Meanwhile, an eerie, cackling laughter echoed. "The blood of a nascent soul is truly sweet." The creature before them was a blood demon, its body drenched in blood, crimson mist swirling with its every breath. The faces of both elders turned as pale as paper in an instant. Such an existence was merely a legend, originating from the boundless blood sea of the demon realm. It was said that the nourishment from human blood could expedite its growth. However, typical blood demons could only reach the golden core stage at most. They never expected to encounter a creature rivaling the nascent soul today, a formidable adversary not to be trifled with. That moment, the great demon exuded a powerful aura, undoubtedly a formidable being in the late nascent soul stage. And if it advanced further, it could rival a half-step transformation god. The situation ahead was shrouded in darkness, suffocating to behold. Was this a trap set by the heavenly demon sect? Elderly pondered, a chill running through him, fearing that the great demon might lure them, the nascent soul practitioners, into its trap, seizing the opportunity to complete a grand ritual and undergo a terrifying transformation. How fortuitous. I still require a few nascent soul bloods, and here you are, presenting yourselves willingly. The blood demon grinned wickedly, its malevolent laughter resonating. Elderly, pale-faced, replied gravely, "This blood demon is being manipulated by a nascent soul practitioner." At that moment, Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding arrived at the scene, their hearts filled with shock, unable to fathom the overwhelming aura of the blood demon surging like a tidal wave. Chen Han tightened his grip on the Zixiao sword, his expression calm, softly stating, "You all step back." Elders Li and Chen exchanged glances, uncertain of his intentions but instinctively retreating, ready to respond to any sudden danger. Chen Han entrusted the gravely injured Tang Guangren to Xiang Ding, then leaped into the air, locking his gaze onto the ferocious blood demon. "What? You think you can confront me alone?" The blood demon mocked, its eyes gleaming with disdain. "Try and see," Chen Han replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, as if a divine being had descended, leaping from the mid-nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage in a heartbeat. The world dimmed momentarily, as if it were ushering in eternal silence. In that fleeting moment, purple lightning struck down from the heavens like divine punishment, targeting the blood demon. Following closely were the second and third bolts, a torrent of lightning coalescing into a violet sword as Chen Han raised the Zixiao sword. Cleaving towards the ravenous blood demon, under the immense pressure, the The blood demon's crimson pupils were no longer filled with arrogance and ferocity, but rather profound fear. He genuinely sensed a life-threatening crisis, prompting even the two elders behind to involuntarily retreat. They finally understood why Chun Han had instructed them to step back. At that moment, their doubts vanished, replaced by boundless shock. Even after a century of cultivation, they had never witnessed such an extraordinary powerhouse. This unprecedented spiritual technique, commanding the might of the nine heavens thunder, was beyond their imagination. With a resounding roar, the blood demon was utterly consumed by the sea of thunder. Meanwhile, Chun Han retained only a single thought to transmit to Xiang Ding. Unable to maintain his avatar any longer, and could only retract it from 1,000 miles away, letting the echoes of thunder gradually fade into silence. Chapter 7. The transformation of Xiang Ding as the blood demon succumbed to the deluge of thunder. Its heavy aura surged downward like a tempest, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, leaving all beings breathless before this extreme spectacle. The blood demon has yet to fall. Whether it can be subdued rests upon your fortune. Once Tang Guangren awakens, return to the sect immediately. Chun Han's transmission was clear and urgent, akin to a distant alarm, both pressing and hopeful. In that instant, his spiritual avatar began to fade, as if drawn by an invisible force, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only endless regret and contemplation. Xiang Ding gazed at the meditating Tang Guangren beside him, his heart entwined with anxiety and anticipation. In this crucial moment, he hesitated not, resolutely making his decision. He summoned a dark scale, spiritual energy swirling in his hands like a flowing stream, activating this mysterious artifact. Yet, no matter how swift Xiang Ding was, he could not outpace the more intense radiance. An invisible, overwhelming aura surged towards the blood demon's landing point before anyone could react, like a beast in a fury, poised to deliver a fatal blow. The blood demon's aura had waned to the brink of extinction, yet in this moment of life and death, it seemed to sense the threat of demise. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar. Its voice piercing through the void, blood energy surging mightily. Drawing upon its last vestiges of strength, it shattered the energy hand. Seizing the opportunity, the black scales fell like a shadow cleaving the sky, instilling an ominous feeling. The blood demon, it seemed, had exhausted its final strength. After emitting a piercing shriek, it fell silent, as if merging into the formless void. The demon's scales were retracted by Xiang Ding, and he gently felt the lingering warmth upon them, a flicker of warmth and security blossoming within him. At the last moment, Chun Han's transmission resonated in his mind, evoking a myriad of emotions as he silently vowed not to disappoint this heavy expectation. The sensation of being cared for by others warmed his long cold heart for the first time. However, in an instant, a deep-seated doubt emerged. Where is he? He had heard of certain forbidden techniques that could drastically enhance one's power in a short time, but the cost could be obliteration or the loss of one's essence. Regardless of the price, it was a burden he could not bear. Xiang Ding's heart plunged into a chilling abyss, an icy wind piercing through him, rendering him unable to contain himself. Though he had only spent a day and a night with this senior brother, the latter's composure and embracing nature had left an indelible mark on his heart. In the Shenshao sect, revered as the foremost sect among celestial gates, a refreshing breeze welcomed them, devoid of deceit, filled only with mutual care and support. Senior brother, did you truly sacrifice yourself? He found it hard to believe. His bewildered gaze cast towards the depths below the sea of thunder, where life had vanished, leaving behind a vast, empty pit. Had he been fortunate enough to feel a hint of warmth from a person, only to have it disappear just like that? Had he chosen to sacrifice himself for everyone else's escape? Even if Xiang Ding's cultivation is exceedingly low, he can undoubtedly discern that the formidable strength of the blood demon far surpasses that of the few individuals present. Should a conflict erupt, it is likely that all will meet their demise. However, it is his senior brother who, at the cost of his own life, has dealt a significant blow to that terrifying blood demon, thus granting him the opportunity for a fatal strike. Is this what is known as great love? Is this the spirit of the righteous sect of immortals? The weight of Xiang Ding's lineage becomes increasingly burdensome. Born in the realm of the Crimson Sun, he is the offspring of a woman who, during the previous invasion of the Rakshasa clan, was defiled by a general of that very clan. His mother, frail and timid, lacked even the courage to take her own life, enduring the scorn of the world alone, subjected to countless humiliations, even being cast out by her own family. Young Xiangding, lost and helpless, could not comprehend what wrong he had committed. He wandered through life almost solely in the company of his mother, having once set foot in the demon realm. Despite his youth, he bore the burden of crystal mines like an adult, even taking on work as a mercenary, following those bloodthirsty warriors to hunt down vicious beasts, all in a bid to survive. Later, his mother met an untimely death, captured by a rogue from the demonic path and forced to become part of a soul banner. The rogue cared not for him, intent only on using him to concoct potions. Bearing the weak bloodline of the Rakshasa, he became like a talisman of impending death, constantly confronted with the specter of mortality. Amidst confusion and despair, he endured countless struggles and hardships, ultimately slaying that rogue with his own hands, narrowly escaping death. Upon hearing that the Shenshao sect was recruiting disciples without regard to background, he seized the chance to join, even with nothing to his name, thanks to his innate spiritual root. He once thought that having suffered the world's cruelty since birth, and having witnessed the fickleness of human sentiment, he could not have felt more insignificant. Yet, after experiencing such overwhelming love, his former thoughts appeared so trivial, even ignoble. Just as Xiangding was engulfed in profound self-reflection, Tang Guangren slowly opened his feeble eyes, his indistinct words revealing a glimmer of resilience. "Cough, rest assured, he will not perish." His voice, though weak, concealed a surging strength beneath a calm surface. Xiangding gazed at Tang Guangren in astonishment, a flicker of hope igniting within him. With keen eyes, he cautiously inquired, "Are you saying that my senior brother is still alive?" "What senior brother?" Tang Guangren coughed again, his violent fits rendering him even weaker. "You need only know that he is fine." His tone was resolute and confident, akin to sunlight breaking through after a storm, warming and illuminating the shadows in Xiangding's heart. Naturally, Xiangding believed Tang Guangren's words, understanding the depth of their relationship, thus feeling both joy and concern. "When we return to the sect, will I still be able to see senior brother Chen?" Tang Guangren regarded Xiangding with a puzzled glance. "What do you need him for?" His gaze swept over Xiangding's attire, which was that of a standard servant disciple. Though he feigned disdain, he understood that since the master had brought along a servant, there must be a reason behind it. "Once you enter the inner sect, you should be able to see him die in an instant." Xiangding's heart brimmed with joy, nearly overwhelming him with excitement. Beside him, Jiang Danxin furrowed his brow, casting a deep, contemplative gaze at Xiangding. He was acutely aware that the blood demon had been subdued by Xiangding. The sudden turn of events had transpired too swiftly, even eluding the two elders present. "Is that senior brother of yours not the sect leader of the Shenshao sect?" Elder Zhao's voice fell silent for a moment before he spoke with unwavering certainty, fatigue and astonishment lacing his words. "The sect leader of Shenshao sect?" Jiang Danxin felt a tremor in his heart, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Who else could have defeated a late-stage nascent soul demon with a single strike? Elder Zhao's voice bore signs of weariness. Even the residual fury from the dying demon had injured his soul. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the spiritual weapon he wielded must be the Zixiao sword. Given the might displayed earlier, it should have been his divine incarnation. I never expected the spiritual energy of this world to be so thin, yet someone could still achieve transformation. This sect leader is truly remarkable. I believe his talent surpasses that of your father. Elder Zhao's words were steeped in respect. Why, father? Indeed, I recall your father mentioning this sect leader on several occasions. Though his talent is somewhat inferior, he excels in other aspects compared to your father. Elder Zhao sighed deeply. When I sensed his transmission to you, I felt something was amiss, prompting me to intervene hastily, only to find myself at a disadvantage. I will need time to recuperate. For now, it will be up to you. Jiang Danxin felt a surge of anxiety, overwhelmed by a sense of confusion. His current strength was too feeble, and without Elder Zhao by his side, he felt as though he had lost his anchor. Is there any way to help the master restore his soul power? Perhaps, but it hinges on finding soul-nurturing grass or a 6th grade or higher resurrection pill. Elder Zhao's voice gradually diminished, sinking into profound contemplation. I will do everything in my power to find it. Jiang Danxin responded resolutely, determination and conviction intertwining into a formidable force within him. You need not search too earnestly. Meanwhile, far away, Qian Han remained blissfully unaware that he had etched an indelible mark upon Jiang Danxin's heart. Tioher, that man, who seemed radiant and omnipotent, had just sent ripples through her world. Meanwhile, Qian Han, having retracted his divine incarnation, immediately immersed himself in mending his nearly shattered state. In this fierce confrontation, his incarnation had collapsed due to excessive energy expenditure. Being merely an energy body, it was inevitable that it would face disintegration once unable to sustain itself. As he newly entered the transformation stage, he nearly found himself lost due to damage to his divine soul. At this moment, one thought echoed in his mind. Truly, one wave has not yet settled. Another rises. Although he need not undergo prolonged recovery or tedious divine soul repairs, the hard-earned progress he had made in his cultivation during this time was nearly wasted, inevitably invoking a sense of frustration within him. Yet, the efficacy of the soul-cutting technique left him thoroughly satisfied. It made him acutely aware that this method was indeed a life-saving skill, for should his incarnation be harmed or dissipate, the impact on his true self would be negligible, requiring only a brief period of rest to return to form. With his current strength, regaining his peak prowess was merely a matter of time. Thus, this incarnation mechanism was akin to divine assistance, serving as a sacrificial pawn. Upon entering the transformation stage, he felt as though he had connected with the heavens, genuinely experiencing the monumental changes brought forth by cultivation. With just one application, he had grasped many wonders of the divine soul's secret arts, not to mention the heavenly level sword techniques that served as exceptional means for surpassing levels, in the mid-nascent soul stage. He was capable of slaying a blood demon nearly at the brink of transformation, undeniably witnessing his own strength and potential. However, due to a miscalculation of energy consumption during his initial application, he had failed to eradicate the blood demon completely, leaving a tinge of regret. His experience with the initial application of the divine soul's secret arts and the full execution of the heavenly level sword techniques had deeply inspired him. Even granting him new insights during this practical engagement, he pondered the circumstances on the other end. However, he was well aware that even if Xiang Ding could not subdue that blood demon, Elder Shao would undoubtedly intervene. After all, the value of that blood demon was simply too tempting, possessing late-stage nascent soul cultivation alongside a body comparable to that of a near-transformation demon, a priceless treasure. In the world of blood cultivators, most blood demons lacked such high growth potential. Yet this particular blood demon, Qian Han perceived it as a mere puppet, controlled by that blood-clad elder using nascent soul strength. Should the appropriate techniques be discovered, others could also harness this formidable power, undoubtedly yielding unparalleled combat prowess. Regrettably, Qian Han himself had no time to delve deeper into this strength. Having considered all this, he had made a resolute decision. The most pressing matter remained addressing the issues concerning the Hongma sect. After some contemplation, Qian Han decided to issue a communication talisman to summon Lu Wenjun. Before long, Lu Wenjun hurried to the main hall, carefully assessing Qian Han's expression, and respectfully smiled. "Master, you have returned." Qian Han's tone was unequivocal. "The Hongma sect has been rampant. You are to issue a sect bounty to eradicate all blood cultivators." Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he understood that while Lu Wenjun primarily managed sect affairs, he was also aware of Lu Wenjun's overly conservative perspective on the situation, often compromising in decision-making. A guardian, but not a pioneer. This was something he recognized with clarity. Therefore, the accumulation and cultivation of political acumen was of utmost importance. Lu Wenjun bore the heavy responsibility of the sect, his mind and body taut, fearful of making a mistake that could lead to unbearable consequences. At this moment, he resembled a bird bound by ropes, stripped of freedom. Reflecting on this, Qian Han couldn't help but think that had Luo Cheng been here, he would have already drawn his sword to challenge the Hongma sect. Even if he were to end up in a sorry state, he would never concede in terms of momentum. Regarding the impending sect bounty, Lu Wenjun appeared somewhat bewildered. Though puzzled, he still bowed and replied, "I will attend to it immediately." He understood that once the sect bounty was initiated, it would signify a relentless clash with blood cultivators. However, not all blood cultivators in the world were connected to the Hongma sect, making this a comprehensive strike against them. "When Tang Guangren returns, have him come see me," Qian Han added. Lu Wenjun nodded swiftly and turned to depart. Chen Han privately admired Lu Wenjun's decisiveness. Although he was taken aback by the idea of issuing a bounty, he executed the plan with unwavering diligence, seemingly paving the way for him without even realizing it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han summoned Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng arrived swiftly, as his residence was not far from Zhixiao Palace, allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. "Master, you have finally returned," he exclaimed with a beaming smile. "During this time, the people from Shengxiafeng have nearly surrounded us at Zixiafeng. Some disciples even suspect that Lu Wenjun intends to usurp power." "I have urgent matters to discuss with you," Chen Han replied, his expression suddenly grave, as if recalling something important. His thoughts raced, for he was somewhat apprehensive about this disciple after Luo Cheng's previous mishap nearly led to Xiangding's complete descent into darkness. "Please, master, go ahead," Luo Cheng sensed the urgency of the situation. Recently, the sect must make every effort to eradicate the Blood Demon sect, which may bring us into direct conflict with the Heavenly Demon sect. Therefore, you are to venture into the southern region for 3 years, keeping a close watch on the movements of the demon race, lest they exploit any weaknesses. Should you notice any unusual activity, be sure to report back promptly, Chen Han instructed. The demon race? Luo Cheng expressed mild surprise. The demon realm is in the southern region. Even if there is indeed activity, is it something we in the eastern region need to be overly concerned about? Chen Han shook his head slightly, his eyes reflecting determination. The barriers of the demon realm are rapidly weakening. Once they reach a critical point, it will undoubtedly trigger a new invasion by the demon race. The southern region will find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. This is not mere speculation. According to the narrative's background, the next invasion by the demon race is set to occur in 5 years' time. Once the situation with the Blood Demon sect settles, the demons will flood in like a tide, plundering the lands and riches of the southern region. While this may not significantly impact the Shenxia sect, it will nonetheless deplete some of our combat power due to the need for reinforcements at that time. The Rakshasa clan will seize the opportunity, and the ensuing chaos between demons will plunge the populace into the darkest of times. After several rounds of attrition, the strength of the Shenxia sect has gradually waned, with former rival factions re-emerging like specters, casting the final shadow over its demise. Chen Han had already formulated a plan. Everything must be laid out in advance. The Blood Demon sect was undoubtedly the primary adversary to eliminate, followed closely by the Heavenly Demon sect, and finally the long-standing rival, the Rakshasa clan. Through a century of cultivation, Chen Han had witnessed too many elders of the Shenxia sect perish at the hands of the Rakshasa clan. These old grievances and new animosities needed to be settled piece by piece. At this moment, he understood deeply that the current objective was to prevent disasters before they arose. The most crucial task remained the enhancement of his own strength, for in this world, it is always the strong who reign supreme. While the weak are relegated to servitude in this tumultuous landscape, the notion of merely maintaining the status quo had become an impossible endeavor. In the original narrative, after Xiangding betrayed the Shenxia sect, he fully succumbed to darkness, first being captured by the Blood Demon sect, enduring hardships before attaining fortuitous encounters, ultimately aligning himself with the Heavenly Demon sect. In just 30 years, he achieved the transformation stage, becoming a significant culprit in the destruction of the Shenxia sect. Faced with the impending crisis, Chen Han resolved to carve out a new path for his sect, guiding it toward a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 8. Bounty on the Blood Cultivator. I have heard of the Blood Demon sect. It is a small faction composed of blood cultivators, one of the former subordinates of the previous demon lord. Luo Cheng pondered aloud. Although there are certainly formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage among them, do we truly need to exert ourselves to the fullest? Do you consider the Blood Demon sect weak? Chen Han raised his head slightly, his gaze piercing. They are capable of nurturing formidable demons at the nascent soul late stage. The information they have released is, in fact, a bait to lure us into investigation, intending to siphon off our true essence and, with the aid of a grand ritual, elevate their blood demons to the semi-transformation stage. His words crashed upon Luo Cheng's ears like thunder, leaving him momentarily aghast. Half-step to transformation? That is a realm I can scarcely fathom. Luo Cheng's heart tightened, his mind flooded with images of countless battles. The existence of a half-step transformation would be nearly the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even 3 or 5 nascent soul late-stage cultivators would be no match for such a being. Why has the blood demon sect suddenly become so powerful? He began to ponder seriously, his brows knitted in confusion. I am uncertain, but I speculate they may have acquired some secret treasures from the previous sect master of the heavenly demon sect, Qian Han remarked casually, his face revealing a hint of anticipation. A great era is about to unfold and certain factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rise swiftly. This is all too common in the realm of cultivation. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant-hole. The Xinxia sect lost its chance to contend for supremacy precisely because of this. However, that was merely the plot of the story, and the current Xinxia sect had completely diverged from that trajectory. Only Jiang Danxin remained on the original script, while others, particularly the future demon lord Xiangding, were no longer bound by past constraints. Qian Han's thoughts gradually crystallized, filled with expectations for the future. His gaze sparkled with an excited flame as he envisioned nurturing a figure who could surpass all others, aiming to cultivate an existence that would achieve unparalleled accomplishments. When mentioning the previous sect master of the heavenly demon sect, Yu Zhongxian, a trace of reverence crossed Qian Han's face. He had entered the path of blood cultivation, and his peak strength was beyond imagination. Nowadays, people find it difficult to appreciate the brilliance and glory of a century ago. Perhaps only those who lived through those times truly understood its essence. He was a sovereign among transformation stage cultivators, and even though he was slain by the combined forces of the Xinxia sect, he was still regarded as immensely powerful, taking several righteous transformation stage cultivators with him at his demise. After Yu Zhongxian's fall, his legacy vanished without a trace. What Xiangding acquired in the blood demon sect was likely the secret techniques of Yu Zhongxian. Coupled with his supreme demonic physique, he would naturally seize control of the heavenly demon sect with ease. This logic was clear-cut, yet as the reality unfolded, a shadow of unease crept into Qian Han's heart. Nevertheless, the matter concerning the blood demon sect was imperative. He needed to find a way to reclaim Yu Zhongxian's inheritance, for it was the starting point of Xiangding's rise to power. Perhaps I could teach him the orthodox methods of the Xinmen. There is no inherent conflict between the two. As long as Xiangding's talent and comprehension are sufficient, even dual cultivation would pose no significant issue. He silently assessed this in his mind, concluding that there was no problem. After all, he was a rare talent, with aptitude and insight both exceeding 90, not at all inferior to Jiang Denexine in light of this. It was clear that the situation with the blood demon sect should not be taken lightly. Luo Cheng's expression turned serious as he bowed and took his leave, stating, "If Master has any instructions, I will return promptly." He understood that, under his master's protection, the demonic forces in the eastern region would not dare act recklessly. Yet if the demon race in the southern region seized the opportunity to create chaos, his master would certainly not stand idly by. During the years when blood cultivators ran rampant, the sight of the demon race advancing from the southern region to the eastern region always kept him on guard, especially during the era of prodigies decades ago. Although he felt a twinge of hesitation regarding his master's concerns, he resolved to obey his master's commands. After all, what did a few years of experience matter? He had once roamed the world, and the name he built, Zixiao Sword Immortal, was not to be underestimated. After Luo Cheng departed, Qian Han pondered several times, mentally evaluating everything. He then retrieved 4 resplendent treasures from his spatial storage bead. For swords imbued with overwhelming blood energy lying quietly in his hand, seemingly foreshadowing the impending storm. These 4 swords were named the Slaughter Immortal Swords, and their very names signified unimaginable peril. They had once belonged to Yu Zhongxian as exquisite spiritual weapons. Although their quality had diminished over time, their power remained formidable. These were truly swords of slaughter. Once wielded, they would bring forth devastation. Qian Han murmured softly, recalling the terrifying scenes from when the blood domain formation was activated, causing him to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, he found himself ensnared in a formation set by the blood-clad elder. Unable to recapture his former splendor or regain that aura, it would likely have to wait until Xiangding reached full fruition in his blood cultivation. It appeared that the blood demon sect had indeed inherited a considerable amount from Yu Zhongxian. A complex expression crossed Qian Han's face. Although the blood Rakshasa clan provided support from behind, the heavenly demon sect seemed not to have deep ties with the blood demon sect. Just as the myriad sects of the world revered the Nine Xian, The demon sects within the Crimson Sun realm were mostly merely nominal subordinates of the heavenly demon sect in this jungle law of demonic cultivation. Only the weak found themselves in dire straits. Once the blood demon sect rose to prominence, if it ceased to heed the heavenly demon sect's commands, then everything would be negotiable. Qian Han gradually relaxed in his heart. In his view, the heavenly demon sect would not easily intervene, especially with the current sect master, Zhong Qing, who was skilled in strategy and highly suspicious. Until he thoroughly understood the situation, he would never act rashly. The temporary tranquility brought him a measure of comfort. And as he contemplated that the time, place, and conditions were all now in alignment, he awaited an opportunity to annihilate the blood demon sect. He believed that this opportunity would inevitably present itself. Confidently, he decided that, although this time did not require a grand display of force, he must personally intervene to deliver a warning to the heavenly demon sect. After a gentle rain, the air grew fresh and pleasant, and the blue sky before him seemed to herald new opportunities, making everything appear to unfold so naturally. Within the confines of the Shenxiao sect, as his plans gradually unfolded, a tempest was silently brewing. Meanwhile, the bounty announcement from the Shenxiao sect reverberated through the world like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of shock throughout. After years of dormancy, the sect's issuance of a bounty had resurfaced. And now, as the foremost sect among the immortal clans, the Shenxiao sect had once again made its voice heard, targeting those who practiced blood cultivation. Any cultivator who engaged in the practices of blood cultivators was welcome to claim a generous reward. This bold move sparked speculation. Could this herald the onset of a new war between the immortal and demonic realms? People exchanged furtive glances and whispered among themselves, their hearts brimming with both tension and anticipation. However, the Tianma sect remained curiously silent, deepening the mystery. Was a bloody confrontation imminent with the actions of the Shenxiao sect? Blood cultivators within the Qiri realm felt an unsettling anxiety, constantly on guard against those who claimed to be righteous, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to their demise. Meanwhile, the names of numerous blood cultivators had already become prey on the mercenary task lists. 2 days later, Tang Guangren returned to the sect like a gust of wind. His face a tapestry of tension and barely concealed excitement. As he stepped onto the sect's grounds, a powerful aura assailed him, as if heralding the imminent unfolding of significant events. Qian Han's arrangements had indeed lived up to expectations, granting Tang Guangren no respite. After all, having endured a harrowing adventure and bolstered by miraculous elixirs, Tang Guangren's injuries were not particularly severe. Qian Han, with unwavering resolve, summoned the peak masters and faced with the approaching turmoil. None dared to show even the slightest sign of negligence. The Shenxiao sect governed 9 peaks, yet only 8 peak masters were present. Luo Cheng, the master of Zixiao Peak, was absent due to his aspirations in the southern domain, a fact that elicited sighs of regret from the assembly. Nevertheless, the other peak masters, including those who had long secluded themselves in meditation, emerged from their retreats to attend the meeting, underscoring the gravity of the situation. To demonstrate the sect's unity, Qian Han personally stepped out from the Zixiao Palace and took his place in the Grand Hall, flanked by the acting sect leader Lu Wenjun, whose gaze was profound and illuminated with wisdom. Please share all that you have witnessed with the esteemed elders, he instructed, as the assembly settled. Qian Han gently raised his hand, halting Tang Guangren, who was about to bow, his eyes filled with expectation and concern. Like a spark igniting kindling, Tang Guangren swiftly adjusted his demeanor, rising with steadfast determination to begin his report. 5 days ago, I received news regarding the disappearance of a sect disciple, causing my heart to tense instantly. Subsequently, I joined forces with the elder Li and Qian from the Daming Heavenly Army to investigate in the Qiri realm. Initially, I believed this to be a straightforward task. However, upon reaching the ruins of Xinkai Platform, we unexpectedly found ourselves ensnared in a complex array. His voice was low, betraying his anxiety. Although we recognized it as the Blood Domain Great Array, we were utterly powerless in desperation. We had no choice but to risk a forceful assault on the array's formations. 2 days later, we finally breached the array, only to encounter an elderly man draped in blood-stained garments. In that moment, the realization struck us. They had intentionally spread false information to lure Yuan Ying-level cultivators here, to sacrifice them to the blood demon and enhance its strength. For reasons unknown, they had managed to tame a late Yuaning blood demon. Had it not been for our master's timely intervention, we would have surely perished. As Tang Guangren recounted his tale, the gravity of the situation dawned upon the assembly. Although the blood demon had been vanquished by the master's spiritual avatar, the threat of the Hongma sect remained, posing a significant risk. At this juncture, he still felt a chill of trepidation. Had it not been for Chan Han's presence, he would have fled at the first opportunity. The expressions of those present varied, revealing palpable tension and anxiety. However, what shocked them further was the implication of Tang Guangren's mention of the spiritual avatar. Could that signify a transformation into a divine entity? Had the sect leader truly entered the realm of divine transformation? This revelation stirred waves of excitement and reverence among them. If true, they could comprehend Lu Wenjun's decisive mobilization of the sect's might to safeguard Zhixiao Peak. As the assembly simmered with anticipation, Tang Guangren continued, "It is no wonder that the sect leader issued the bounty. This formidable demon undoubtedly poses a grave threat. It is my duty to eradicate the Hongma sect." Song Jia, the master of Bixiao Peak, was the first to voice his agreement, his tone suffused with resolve and responsibility. His eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he could already envision the forthcoming battle. "Anyone who dares harm Brother Tang Guangren shall find me resolutely at his side. Let us venture forth to the Hongma sect and ascertain just how many blood demons they can cultivate," roared Deng Longjun, the master of Qingxiao Peak, rising in indignation, his voice brimming with fighting spirit and defiance. "Everyone, please be seated. The sect leader has summoned us for a purpose, and we must hear his thoughts before proceeding." Tempered Wang Tao, the master of Taishiao Peak, seeking to restore calm amidst the fervent atmosphere. He understood that if left unchecked, the impassioned peak masters might recklessly charge into action. The tension in the grand hall was palpable, almost suffocating. Chun Han merely shook his head lightly, stating, "I have no concrete plans. Today's gathering is primarily to discuss strategies collaboratively." At this moment, Lu Wenjun spoke with calm authority. "I believe the blood demons mentioned by Brother Tang Guangren cannot be confined to a single location. There may well be more formidable forces behind the Hongma sect. If we consider the worst-case scenario, they might possess half-step divine transformation or even true divine transformation experts." His words brought a stark realization to everyone present, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Thus, we must take the initiative. The first step is to issue a worldwide bounty on blood cultivators. The second is to contact our super sects and dispatch powerful allies to invade the Qiri realm. Lu Wenjun continued, his tone resolute and commanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Benqi of Danxiao Peak raised an objection. "This approach is ill-conceived. If we engage the super sects and they invade the Hongma sect, it will undoubtedly alert the Tianma sect, potentially igniting another war between the immortal and demonic realms." "I concur with this assessment," added Xiao Tsunyang, the master of Langxiao Peak. "Instead, let our sect dispatch several top-tier experts. Even if we cannot completely annihilate the Hongma sect, we can at least leave its leadership severely weakened. Coupled with the sect's bounty, the blood cultivators will surely be cowed before our might." Meanwhile, the only woman among the 9 peak masters, Li Ailing of Yuxiao Peak, shook her head and asserted, "I believe we should focus on understanding how a minor sect like the Hongma sect could rise so rapidly and develop methods to rear blood demons. This is the crux of the issue. Allow me to elucidate the reason for their rise." Chan Han slowly drew forth a blood-red sword, and the atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. A dense aura of bloodlust permeated the space. "The Levection sword?" gasped the assembly, their astonishment palpable as they grasped the implications. The 4 Levection swords and the blood domain great array seemed to intricately intertwine the narrative. Even so, they could sense the peril that this power entailed. "The Hongma sect possesses the legacy of the previous demon lord, Yuzongxian," Chan Han spoke, his voice deep yet resonant with gravity. "It is precisely this heritage that has enabled the Hongma sect to ascend with such swiftness. However, if we can obliterate them before they fully rise, we can avert further troubles and upheaval." His words elicited admiration even from Lu Wenjun, who recognized that this moment in an increasingly complex situation represented a prime opportunity. For Daming, their ambitions to dominate the Qiri realm were becoming increasingly clear. By advancing in this direction, the future landscape could indeed shift. In the ensuing discussions, the assembly largely concurred with Lu Wenjun's perspective. They silently reached a consensus, believing that Daming was undoubtedly more anxious than they were. by patiently observing the unfolding situation and waiting for the opportune moment, they could mitigate losses. Clearly, while everyone agreed with Chen Han's viewpoint, they were also eager to participate as soon as possible. I am willing to take the initiative. I shall join as well. In a moment, the assembly erupted with expressions of eagerness and determination, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Chen Han surveyed the room, feeling a swell of exasperation. The collective strength of the assembly remained insufficient. During this time, it would be prudent to focus on cultivation. The dreaming sea barrier of the demon realm is about to weaken. We must not be caught unprepared when the demon race makes its advance. His tone was stern, fully aware that such circumstances demanded vigilance. Though the assembly felt reluctant, they understood the wisdom in Chen Han's words and nodded in agreement. They recognized the urgency of the situation. Cultivation was indeed paramount. Although thoughts regarding the demon race varied among them, it further solidified Chen Han's decision to send Luo Cheng to the southern domain for training. Very well, everyone should return and devote themselves to their cultivation. Chen Han's voice softened, laced with concern and anticipation. In response, a chorus of affirmative voices echoed throughout the hall. Yes. As the assembly exited, Chen Han's figure gradually faded from the grand hall. This was yet another high-level meeting that yielded no substantial progress, wasting precious 10 minutes of his lengthy life. Silently, he hoped for the day when these peak masters would exhibit their ability to stand independently, relieving him of countless worries and burdens. Chapter 9. The sect's grand competition. Tianma sect. In a dim and foreboding chamber, the demon Lord Yuan Guang lounged languidly upon a cold, dark throne, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through his subordinates before him. His countenance gradually darkened, fury surging within his eyes. And those nearby, his loyal guardians, felt the oppressive atmosphere, involuntarily holding their breath, terrified that any misstep might provoke the wrath of this Dark Lord, unleashing a tempest of rage. How dare the Shanxiao sect issue a bounty on blood cultivators across the realm? What could their intentions possibly be? Do they seek to eradicate our lineage of blood cultivators entirely? Why have I never heard you mention this matter? Yuan Guang's roar reverberated like thunder within the grand hall, shaking the very souls of those present. The temperature in the air plummeted due to his fury, a bone-chilling coldness that seemed capable of penetrating the skin, enveloping everyone in the hall with a palpable aura of lethal intent. As if the wind itself carried an unsettling chill, the left guardian, an elder with a sharp gaze, looked up at Yuan Guang, his visage as aged as dried bark, his body devoid of color. Having surpassed 500 years, he had reached the lifespan limit attainable by a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, his heart tightened suddenly, sending a shiver through him. He trembled as he stood, his voice weak yet resolute. I report to the Dark Lord. I have heard that the Red Demon sect, for reasons unknown, annihilated a minor sect, which subsequently drew the ire of the Celestial Path. A minor sect is gone. So what? Would I believe that the Shanxiao sect would dare to pursue blood cultivators over such a trivial matter? Yuan Guang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, sharp as a blade, sweeping over the elder. As a formidable Dark Lord, he was certainly not a fool, and the left guardian's vague words only heightened his vigilance. The elder trembled, calculating his response. Finally, he had to add, I have heard that they seem to have severely injured Tang Guangren, the sect master of Jingxiafeng, who came to investigate. The Red Demon sect? Yuan Guang's attention snapped to the left guardian, his eyes glinting with wariness. The sect masters of Shanxiao were formidable nascent soul cultivators, many having even ascended to the mid-stage of nascent soul. The left guardian's words struck Yuan Guang's heart like a heavy hammer, sowing seeds of doubt within him. If what the right guardian claimed was true, how could the Red Demon sect be so powerful without having been heard of before? Yuan Guang pondered deeply, his thoughts tangled like a web. He would not overlook any potential threat. After a moment of silence, Yuan Guang suddenly spoke coldly. What was their purpose in annihilating that minor sect? To nurture blood demons, the right guardian interjected without hesitation, his voice laced with a strange tone, mingled with a sickly laugh. They have become vassals of the Blood Rakshasa clan, secretly nurturing 3 blood demons of the nascent soul stage. This power may well be sufficient to obliterate our Tianma sect. Upon hearing this, the left guardian fell into silence, astonished. The right guardian's words evidently instilled greater apprehension in Yuan Guang. If they wished to avoid enmity with the Shanxiao sect, the Tianma sect might have no choice but to watch the Red Demon sect be destroyed. Meanwhile, the Right Guardian was already secretly amused, for what he truly desired was the downfall of the old Dark Lord's lineage. The Tianma sect was rife with internal factions. Although the old sect master's followers had been largely suppressed, this seemingly insignificant alliance still struck fear into many. After ascending to power, Yuan Guang had appointed the Right Guardian as his capable assistant, continuing to suppress the old sect master's faction. While the Red Demon sect was on the rise, they lacked the strength to contend with the Shunshao sect. Even as they grew, they were far from being on par with the Shunshao. Ultimately, should that celestial sect master intervene, the Red Demon sect would find themselves in an irretrievable predicament, with no one spared. Yet Yuan Guang did not conceal this knowledge, nor could he dispel his wariness of the Right Guardian. He understood that once this news spread, the Right Guardian would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to further suppress the old Dark Lord's faction. Since they have chosen to ally with the Rakshasa clan, our Tianma sect shall not be dragged into the conflict arising from their enmity with the Shunshao sect. We shall refrain from interfering in their affairs. Left Guardian, what are your thoughts? Yuan Guang inquired coldly. The Left Guardian trembled as he knelt, his face filled with trepidation. I shall obey the Dark Lord's command. What are you doing? Rise. Yuan Guang personally assisted the aged guardians to their feet. His tone softened considerably, yet still laced with an undeniable authority. The Left Guardian sighed deeply within, choosing to remain silent. During this period, it was evident that the Red Demon sect harbored grand designs. Yet whether they would come to fruition remained uncertain. However, provoking the Shunshao sect before their true rise would undoubtedly be a path to destruction. Amidst the undercurrents swirling within the Tianma sect, Chen Han remained blissfully unaware. He knew only that regardless of the Tianma sect's movements, the fate of the Red Demon sect was assuredly destruction. For he not only sought to suppress the growth of this sect, but also to obtain the unparalleled inheritance passed down from blood cultivators. Stealing the secrets harbored within Xiangding's heart, something no one could take from him. At this moment, Qian Han's mind was preoccupied with another matter. 3 days later, he once again summoned Lu Wenjun. Speaking earnestly, Master, you have arrived. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have called you here regarding the upcoming sect competition in half a month. Lu Wenjun replied, his gaze firm as he regarded his disciple, his tone calm and unwavering. Rest assured about the sect competition. I have already made preparations and arrangements. Like last time, disciples of all levels will have their own respective competition areas. Lu Wenjun spoke with confidence, a comforting smile gracing his face. Excellent. Qian Han nodded gently, casting an appreciative glance, then added, now, let us include these 3 rewards in the Foundation establishment rewards. The first is a medicinal pill, the second is a technique, and the third is a spirit weapon. With a wave of his hand, a technique radiating with mysterious light, an exquisitely crafted sword, and a smooth, translucent medicinal pill materialized before them. The technique was derived from the Taiji order, specifically tailored for Xiangding, while the sword, though a mid-grade spirit weapon, was intended for the young elites within the sect. Qian Han did not demand much. As for the medicinal pill, it was specially prepared for Jiang Danxin to stabilize the soul power of the elder. This pill, a treasured possession of the Shunshao sect, was difficult to procure from the outside world. While it served no other purpose, it could restore soul power. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, this pill might seem worthless, but in Qian Han's strategy, it perfectly served as a tool to facilitate his plans. Even at this moment, Qian Han was unaware that the elder had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet he understood that the state of the elderly man by his side was far from ideal. Ordinary individuals expend spiritual energy when they strike, whereas the elder was fighting with his very life. Every ounce of soul power expended was invaluable and could not be wasted further. Jiang Danxin was no longer the arrogant type. At least in his interactions with Qian Han could sense the fervor and ideals of this young man. He did not exhibit the myriad flaws typical of protagonists. Instead, he was a disciple of considerable potential. Once the elder recovered, Qian Han intended to send him out for training, as long as he did not stir up trouble. Qian Han was pleased to see him contentedly remain a disciple of the Shunshao sect. When he grew weary of the comfort of sect life, he could then be sent on his way. As for whether they would receive the corresponding rewards, Qian Han confidently declared, the conditions have already been laid out for you. If you fail to obtain them, you can only blame yourselves. In half a month, the sect competition would commence. On a clear morning, As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the window and illuminated the room, Xiang Ding could not help but murmur softly. His heart entwined with anticipation and anxiety. It had been over 3 days since returning from the Crimson Sun realm. During this time, the crucial sect competition echoed ceaselessly in his mind, day by day. He counted down, the urgency in his heart growing ever stronger, secretly calculating that only by excelling in the competition could he hope to enter the inner sect and truly become part of the cultivation world. The sect competition had always been an exclusive event for inner sect disciples, with only those of solid foundation establishment strength eligible to participate. Those who successfully ascended to the inner sect were almost invariably exceptional young talents, their cultivation often surpassing that of their peers, instilling awe in others. As for me, I am merely at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining. The inner sect still feels so distant. Xiang Ding sighed. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond merely becoming an inner sect disciple. He aimed to shine brightly in this competition. However, he also understood there was another path leading to the sect competition, the final external challenge ranking. This information shone like a guiding light for him. The top 10 external disciples also had the opportunity to participate in the competition based on their outstanding performance. Though external disciples were numerous, those with superior innate qualities were exceedingly rare. The 10 who stood out would be the fortunate few to secure a ticket to the sect competition. As long as I win a match in the competition, I will have the chance to enter the inner sect, or even attract the favor of an inner sect elder or peak master, becoming their disciple. All of this was an incredibly tempting opportunity for Xiang Ding. He recalled the mention of senior brother Chun by sect master Tang Guangren, a complex swirl of emotions stirring within him. The bond with Chan Han was something he could never forget, tangled like an intricate web that was difficult to unravel. Perhaps he merely wished to uncover the mystery of the life and death of this former companion. I not only want to enter the inner sect, but I also want to achieve a ranking in the sect competition. Xiang Ding's gaze grew resolute as he turned to the spirit stones on the table, his heart ablaze with determination once more. These spirit stones, unexpectedly replenished upon his return from the external sect, even surprised him a bit. The outer sect stewards have undergone a complete transformation. The misunderstandings and provocations of the past seem to have dissipated like mist in the wind. This has granted Xiang Ding a fleeting sense of tranquility, yet his heart remains awash with perplexity. As the foremost sect of the current age, the sweeping changes among the outer sect stewards are undoubtedly significant. Yet they have stirred little turbulence within the sect. Rumors abound that many stewards were expelled for embezzling spirit stones and abusing their authority, leading to fervent discussions among the miscellaneous disciples. Making this transformation the most talked about topic within the sect, a faint smile graces Xiang Ding's lips. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. Since his return from Lingjian Mountain, the mysterious black scales have lain dormant. Yet the spiritual energy they exude is exceptionally rich, nourishing his cultivation system. He is both curious about and acutely aware of the importance of these enigmatic scales, for they are the key to his ascension to the foundation establishment stage within the next 30 days. The purity of this energy surpasses even that found in low-grade spirit stones. He muses quietly to himself. The crimson mist that was once absorbed has, through the scale's purification, transformed into a tribute-less spiritual energy. As if reborn, however, the secrets of these scales remain a mystery to him. He only vaguely senses that they harbor a more profound power. Just then, a sudden commotion erupts outside, causing Xiang Ding to furrow his brow as he strides toward the door. The last time such a clamor arose, it was when the seniors from the Law Enforcement Hall came to apprehend someone, delivering a harsh blow to his demonic arts, leaving a lingering resentment in his heart. It is said that for the upcoming sect competition, the sect leader has personally prepared treasures as rewards for the top 3 disciples in the foundation establishment stage. An excited voice emerges from the crowd, tightening Xiang Ding's heart in an instant. Is it true? The reward for first place is the long-lost 6th grade Dan medicine. Another voice responds eagerly. That is a treasure that can rival even the strength of a nascent soul or even a transformation stage expert. All of this leaves Xiang Ding astounded. He understands that the path ahead is fraught with challenges, yet his inner desire burns even more fervently. The goal of entering the inner sect is like a blazing flame, illuminating his path forward. His thoughts become increasingly clear. This is not only an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength, but also a pivotal moment to alter his destiny. Amidst the discussions, Xiang Ding realizes he must double his efforts. Meanwhile, Jiang Danxin also learns of this shocking news, feelings of anticipation and excitement surging within him. He silently vows that, in the face of this precious 6th-grade soul rejuvenation Dan, he will not only assist Elder Shao in restoring his soul power but also demonstrate the formidable potential of his Thunder Root in this competition. His mid-foundation establishment stage strength is too weak. He must strive to reach the late foundation establishment stage before the competition to increase his chances of success. Jiang Danxin gently caresses the thunder mark on his wrist, his determined gaze flickering with fighting spirit and courage. The disciples of the entire sect are also immersed in intense training and combat preparation, the training grounds bustling with activity. A grand feast for the young cultivators is about to commence. Chapter 10. Jade Emperor. Once one looks, the shock is indeed overwhelming. Even Chen Han himself had not anticipated that this outing with Xiang Ding would yield such astonishing results. Within a brief period, the merit points have accumulated to over 400. This exhilarating outcome undoubtedly signifies that Xiang Ding has nearly fully embraced the Shenshao sect, truly regarding this place as his home. The previously burdensome corruption value is gradually dissipating under subtle influences, and Xiang Ding is slowly emerging from that shadow, welcoming the light once more. Suddenly coming into such abundant wealth has banished the long-standing gloom from Chen Han's heart. Over 400 merit points is no trivial sum. Enough to accomplish numerous significant endeavors. At the very least, it will provide significant assistance in enhancing the overall strength of the sect. Chen Han understands that having gained such merit, it must be utilized wisely. After careful consideration, he believes that Xiang Ding has the potential to at least become the head of a peak within the sect and may even aspire to the position of Supreme Master of the Immortal Gate. This would not only bolster the sect's strength but also accumulate power and prestige for Xiang Ding himself. Although he has also contemplated Lu Wenjun's capabilities, he is aware that while Lu Wenjun possesses talent, his limitations in cultivation and charisma render him unfit for the weighty responsibility of the Supreme Master. Among the disciples of the Shenshao sect, including Lu Wenjun himself, it is widely believed that he is better suited to serve as a deputy master rather than the true master. For now, Xiang Ding's strength has yet to fully command respect. At least until he breaks through to the transformation stage, Lu Wenjun will remain the sect's leader. 2 days later, Lu Wenjun once again steps into the Zhixiao Palace. With a nervous demeanor, he approaches Chen Han and says, "Master, Wu Yi from the Great Ming has arrived, bearing the royal decree of the Great Ming." Upon hearing this news, Chen Han raises an eyebrow in surprise. So soon? The speed of this message's transmission is indeed astonishing. In Chen Han's estimation, within the complex machinery of the Great Ming, reaching a consensus and deciding on action would typically require at least 10 days to half a month. However, in less than 7 days, they have taken action, indicating that the new monarch of the Great Ming is a ruler of remarkable decisiveness. In that case, I shall meet him, Chen Han replies with a faint smile. His demeanor calm and self-assured. As he enters the grand hall, he sees a man clad in golden armor seated majestically, radiating an aura akin to a brilliant sun, instilling a sense of reverence in all who behold him. This man is none other than the legendary commander of the celestial soldiers, Wu Yi, the true undefeated war god of the Great Ming. His name resonates throughout the realm of cultivation, almost godlike in stature. 50 years ago, Wu Yi led a vast army to reclaim the 3 realms from the hands of the demon sect, laying an everlasting foundation for the prosperity of the Great Ming. As for his strength, he has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a mere step away from the divine realm. In true combat, he could likely rival those at the half-transformation stage. Wu Yi stands as the only contemporary cultivator who has attained mastery through martial prowess, excelling in both martial and immortal paths, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. However, had Chen Han's system not yet broken through, should Wu Yi reach the half-transformation stage, the outcome of their confrontation would be unpredictable. Perhaps even Chen Han would find it challenging to secure victory over Wu Yi. Greetings, Master Chen, and esteemed head elder. Wu Yi rises immediately upon Chen Han's entrance, his tone respectful, and no need for formalities. Chen Han replies, stepping forward to take his seat, his gaze exuding calmness and composure. I hear that you have brought the royal decree from the Great Ming regarding the matters of the Crimson Demon sect. What stance does the Great Ming take on this issue? Wu Yi responds earnestly. In response to the affairs of the Crimson Demon sect, the monarch believes that addressing the chaos caused by the demon sect is of utmost urgency. He has commanded me to personally lead an army of 100,000, fully equipped and ready to strike, determined to eradicate the Crimson Demon sect. His words ring with conviction, as though the order has been indelibly etched into the sands around him. An army of 100,000 is no mere rabble. They are seasoned warriors. The strength of 10,000 men can rival that of a nascent soul expert, and the might of 100,000 is equivalent to 10 such experts. Should they coalesce into a battle formation, their power would be comparable to that of the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Chen Han gazes intently at Wu Yi, contemplating before he speaks. The affairs of the Crimson Demon sect involve the Rakshasa clan. Does the Great Ming intend to declare war on the Rakshasa clan with such a strategy? Wu Yi nods resolutely. The Rakshasa clan belongs to the demon realm and should not interfere in our cultivation world. Should they insist on courting death, the Great Ming will not hesitate to declare war on the Blood Rakshasa clan. His words resonate like thunder, echoing through every corner of the Grand Hall. Showcasing the resolve and courage of the Great Ming in this moment, Chen Han begins to grasp the monarch's intentions. Although the Great Ming desires to confront the demon realm, its strength still appears insufficient. However, since the Blood Rakshasa clan has left the demon realm, attempting to extend its reach into the mortal realm and the world of cultivation, they are destined to face a formidable retaliation from the Great Ming. The Great Ming has enjoyed stability for many years, with little conflict, and a powerhouse like Wu Yi is undoubtedly waiting for an opportunity. The current situation with the Crimson Demon sect may be akin to a head delivered on a platter, presenting them with an exceptional chance. The Crimson Demon sect itself is merely a pretext. Regardless of their collusion with the Blood Rakshasa clan or their schemes, they will inevitably be eradicated. This strategy not only serves to intimidate the Rakshasa clan, but also to deter the Celestial Demon sect. Should the Celestial Demon sect show any signs of weakness, the army within the Red Sun realm will surge forth like a tide, further compressing the territory of the demon cultivators. Naturally, the demon sect will not remain idle. A battle is destined to erupt. From the moment the Shunshao sect issued a bounty, they have already declared their stance and must take action. Once they engage, the greatest benefit lies in the fact that they need not bear the pressure of the lower-tier battles. They only need to deploy their top-tier experts while the Great Ming provides the lower-tier combat strength. When the spoils of war are distributed, the Shunshao sect stands to gain without any losses. This is the royal decree of the Great Ming. Please review it, Master Qin. Wu Yi lowers his head, respectfully presenting a folded document with a golden cover. Lu Wenjun, standing nearby, takes the document and hands it to Chen Han. Yet, Chen Han does not examine it closely. He casually tosses it back to Lu Wenjun. You read it. Lu Wenjun glances at Chen Han seriously, and with his affirmation and encouragement, he opens the document and reads it carefully. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Wenjun sets the document down and solemnly states, "The monarch's intentions are clear to our Shunshao sect, but further deliberation is necessary. I ask General Wu Yi to stay in our Shunshao sect for half a day. Tomorrow, our sect will provide a formal response." Wu Yi raises his head slightly, surprised to hear Lu Wenjun speak, yet he replies earnestly, "In that case, I am grateful to Head Elder Shen." He keenly senses that this is, in fact, a subtle indication of the Shunshao sect's attitude toward him and the monarch of the Great Ming. Although Lu Wenjun currently serves as the acting head of the Shunshao sect, the authority he is gradually displaying in managing the sect may indeed lead to him taking full control. This matter pertains to the future of the sect. What are your thoughts? After the departure of Wu Yi and his companions, the atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Chen Han turned to Lu Wenjun, seeking his insights on the long-term development blueprint of the sect. Although Lu Wenjun had been immersed in the trivialities of sect affairs, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the situation's gravity. Since the arrival of the elder from the Ming dynasty, he had realized that solitary endeavors were far from a wise strategy, particularly at such a critical juncture for the sect's survival. Thus, he felt compelled to implore Chen Han to emerge from seclusion, a decision born of necessity. Based on their previous exchanges, Lu Wenjun's faith in Chen Han's judgment had never wavered. Grasping the Gilded State document tightly, his expression grew solemn. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Our Shunshao sect must dispatch our finest warriors. Only in this way can we confront the Heavenly Demon sect after dismantling the Red Demon sect and exert further pressure. However, should the Red Demon sect fall, it would merely serve as a test of waters, Chen Han replied, his brow furrowed slightly. The ambitions of the Ming dynasty extend far beyond that. Would they simply stand by and allow the heavenly demon sect to rampage within the realm of Cheery? His implication was thought-provoking. Qian Han nodded in agreement and continued to dissect the matter. In the past, Wu Yi was merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, yet the Ming dynasty could sweep through the three realms of the demon sect. Now that he has ascended to the peak of the nascent soul realm, a conflict is surely imminent. A palpable sense of crisis permeated his tone, as if foreshadowing an approaching storm. Lu Wenjun's mind raced as he swiftly analyzed the profound enmity between the Shanzhao sect and the heavenly demon sect. The entanglements between our Shanzhao sect and the heavenly demon sect will undoubtedly prevent us from remaining uninvolved. This shared sentiment is akin to a surging undercurrent, converging into a colossal wave. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Han nodded in acknowledgement, clearly aware of the repercussions of a reckless assault, which would significantly deplete the sect's cultivation resources. Nevertheless, he recognized the substantial threat the heavenly demon sect posed to the eastern domain. If it could be eradicated, any price paid would be worthwhile. Furthermore, the sect's strength had evolved significantly. The young disciples were poised for action, while the older generation remained stagnant. Qian Han even felt that the demise of several inept elders could be seen as a contribution to the sect. However, those elders and the master do not seem to regard you favorably. Will they lend their assistance? Lu Wenjun inquired anxiously, contemplating the complexities of the situation. This is merely temporary. They have yet to grasp the stakes involved. Qian Han scoffed lightly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. As long as there is an opportunity to enhance their cultivation, they would gladly sacrifice their lives. This statement revealed a chilling reality. While he could not fully comprehend the obsessions of these individuals, he understood that for the strong in the cultivation world, the yearning for life extension had become a matter of existential faith. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is but 500 years. If one can attain divine essence after reaching half-step transformation, an additional 300 years of life can be granted. True entry into the transformation realm could extend one's life to 1,000 years. For these transformation-level cultivators, dying in battle or during tribulations was commonplace, while dying of old age had become a luxury, a unique confidence of the strong and a paradox of the cultivation path. What the master says is indeed true. Their obsession with longevity is nearly pathological. Lu Wenjun respectfully concurred with Qian Han, feeling a surge of emotions. You shall handle this matter entirely at your discretion. This is the golden decree of the sect leader. You shall keep it temporarily. Qian Han's voice was resolute, his gaze fierce, as if conveying a sacred mission. He solemnly raised his hand, presenting a pouch containing breakthrough pills. Lu Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart surged with excitement. Breakthrough pills? He understood that this elixir should circulate within the sect, but upon glimpsing the shimmering aura on its surface, he felt a weight in his heart. This was undoubtedly a treasure of the 7th grade or above. Indeed, this breakthrough pill, specifically crafted for nascent soul cultivators, may not directly assist one at half-step transformation into the transformation realm, but it can certainly aid those in the late stages of the nascent soul realm, ensuring their smooth transition into half-step transformation. Qian Han elucidated. At that moment, Lu Wenjun's mind raced with the realization that this was a divine gift, capable of prompting those aged and ineffective strongholds to make critical decisions at the brink of life and death. Lu Wenjun felt an overwhelming excitement. Such a treasure was the key to guiding nascent soul cultivators toward the end of their lives. Contemplating those ineffectual strongholds who occupied the sect's resources yet failed to break through. Depleting the spiritual veins daily, Qian Han's scornful voice echoed in his ears like a tempest. For most, attaining the nascent soul realm was the pinnacle of glory, but for Qian Han, who had once reached the summit, it was hardly worth mentioning. With indomitable spirit, he propelled the young disciples' growth, transforming them from obscurity to standing atop the sect. All of the leading disciples were exceptionally gifted, with limitless futures ahead. Then I shall prepare immediately. Lu Wenjun grasped the golden decree, bowing respectfully, his emotions surging like tumultuous waves. In that moment, as he received the sect leader's command, he felt an unprecedented sense of passion and joy, followed closely by a heavy sense of responsibility. He sensed an unparalleled trust, a trust that left him momentarily indecisive. However, an undercurrent seemed to be stirring quietly. Why had the sect leader suddenly placed such trust in him? Was it to venture out for training? This thought struck a chord within Lu Wenjun. He knew the weight of the sect leader's presence within the sect, and if he were to withdraw from daily affairs, it would inevitably lead to new upheaval. Lu Wenjun felt both exhilarated and apprehensive, quickly reassuring himself, one step at a time. Rather than worry, it is better to act promptly. He respectfully bid farewell to Chen Han and turned toward the sect's rear mountain. The founder of the Shanjiao sect possessed the foresight to encompass the heavens and the earth, naturally choosing to establish the sect in a premier cave paradise. The source of the spiritual veins in this paradise lay precisely at the rear mountain, where the lingering echoes and the fresh air were suffused with the fragrance of spiritual energy. The spiritual veins at the rear mountain surged like rivers. If mined, they could yield at least 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Under the meticulous planning of the founders, supreme formations were laid, serving not only as a means for disciples to cultivate but also acting as an invisible shield, providing solid protection for the younger generation. Some exceptional disciples could even achieve a leap from mid-stage qi refinement to foundation establishment within a single day. Yet, much of the spiritual energy was consumed by the aging strongholds, all of which transpired silently. Lu Wenjun had heard Chen Han's complaints about those elders more than once, all of whom had been labeled as useless. They incessantly depleted the resources of the spiritual veins, yet struggled to make breakthroughs. A situation that left Lu Wenjun feeling utterly helpless. After all, these elders were the bedrock of the sect. If the opportunity arose to expel them, the sect would instantaneously lose its protection. Upon entering the Nine Xian Cave, Lu Wenjun was taken aback by the sight before him. This was a training chamber specifically constructed for the disciples, with hundreds of training rooms arranged in an orderly manner, serving both as a reward for the disciples and an opportunity for the prodigies to break through. Despite the potency of the spiritual veins, they were not immune to exhaustion. Every century, new spiritual veins needed to be sought out, or vast amounts of spiritual stones invested to ensure the continued flourishing of spiritual energy. Upon stepping into the cave, Lu Wenjun immediately spotted a colossal figure moving before him. Resembling a deity, it was an immaculate giant white cat, so large that it nearly obscured the entire cave, making it difficult for him to discern his surroundings. That moment, Lu Wenjun's heart tightened, and he dared not be negligent. After all, even the smallest misstep could lead to unforeseen troubles. Yu Huang, he quickly bowed in greeting. The massive white cat was none other than the cave's master, Yu Huang. Adorned with golden spectacles, it exuded an air of elegance. Its slightly plump body filled the entire cave. Disregarding its size, Yu Huang was undoubtedly a beautiful creature. Its pure white fur was free from any speck of dust, and its azure eyes sparkled with wisdom, while its unique markings added an otherworldly charm. Its enormous front paw cradled an ancient Buddhist scripture, and it chanted softly, seemingly engaged in a tranquil recitation. 9 Robust tails swayed gently within the cave, continuously stirring the surrounding formations, creating ripples that showcased its extraordinary power. This surreal scene filled Lu Wenjun with reverence. In the face of such a mysterious and formidable presence, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Chapter 11. Luring with benefits. Upon seeing Lu Wenjun, the massive white cat lazily removed its spectacles, a curious expression blooming on its round face. "Who might you be?" Its voice was akin to a mountain stream, imbued with a unique, youthful resonance, refreshing and warmed. "I am Lu Wenjun, the foremost disciple of Shenjiao Peak. Here to pay my respects to Senior Yu Huang." Lu Wenjun slightly bowed, his humility unmistakable. He understood that this seemingly ordinary white cat was, in truth, the previous foremost disciple of Jingxiao Peak and a renowned powerful being in the human realm. "Oh, so you are from Shenjiao Peak." The white cat languidly turned its head, squinting its eyes and casually meowing as if teasing. "And how fares Shenjiao Peak these days?" "Currently, Shenjiao Peak is managed by junior brother Tang Guangren, and we secured third place in the last grand competition." Lu Wenjun maintained a respectful tone, though inwardly he sighed. "Only third place, you say?" The white cat lightly shook its paw, displaying a hint of disdain. "During my tenure as the foremost disciple, I consistently claimed first place. None could challenge my position." Lu Wenjun's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Yu Huang was a legend of that era. A former leader of the demon clan, with immeasurable strength and a low-profile demeanor that concealed profound capabilities. Even Lu Wenjun could not fathom the extent of Yu Huang's power, but it was at least half-step transformation. Perhaps even stronger. "So, what brings you to the Nine Xian Cave today?" The white cat casually tossed the Buddhist scripture in its hand and turned its gaze towards Lu Wenjun, displaying a hint of intrigue. In these tumultuous times, where the demonic path runs rampant and the situation grows dire, I have come as a messenger of the sect leader, seeking to mobilize the 4 esteemed elders of the Shenxiao sect to confer with the sect master on the matter of annihilating the Red Demon sect. Lu Wenjun retrieved the shimmering feather of command from his bosom and presented it to the Jade Emperor for his perusal. Indeed, this was the feather of command belonging to the sect leader. However, could it be that Chen Han no longer intends to assume the role of sect master and has entrusted the feather to you? The voice of the Jade Emperor remained languid. Yet a flicker of interest glimmered in his eyes. I recall he once mentioned passing the mantle of sect master to me. Could it be that my wish has finally been fulfilled? The white cat appeared lost in a reverie of self-delight, while Lu Wenjun stood frozen, hesitant to interject, allowing the Jade Emperor to indulge in his own musings. After a considerable pause, the expression of the Jade Emperor darkened slightly. The seal of the Dreaming Sea is about to be lifted. I must take my leave, as I currently lack the leisure to serve as sect master, a great regret in my feline existence. You may proceed. The Jade Emperor stepped aside, revealing a passage where a faint mark could be discerned. Lu Wenjun nodded gratefully, performing a solemn bow before slowly entering the narrow entrance, as for the Jade Emperor. His massive feline head swayed gently in contemplation, eventually seeming to shrink, transforming into a dazzling white light that vanished instantaneously within the 9 mysterious caverns. Upon Lu Wenjun's entrance into the cavern, he stood resolutely at the threshold, brimming with spirit. He activated the feather of command, and in an instant, all the formidable practitioners of the Shenxiao sect sensed something amiss. Their minds jolted, and they collectively exited their meditative states. Within the training space, numerous faces emerged, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Some were incredibly aged, their gazes piercing. Others appeared middle-aged, embodying a composed demeanor. The energy fluctuations surged like a tidal wave, with as many as 10 presences of late-stage and even peak nascent soul practitioners, showcasing the true depth and strength of the Shenxiao sect. This was the Council of Elders of the Shenxiao sect in days gone by. Their power and opinions could easily overturn the sect master's decisions. However, with Chen Han's rise, this council had effectively become a mere facade. All members were imprisoned within the 9 mysterious caverns, none daring to challenge Chen Han, and the entire sect had, at one point, fallen under his absolute authority. Is it that brat Chen Han? An elderly voice echoed from the crowd. Junior Lu Wenjun, at the behest of the sect master, respectfully requests the 4 esteemed elders to venture to the Crimson Sun realm to eradicate demons. Lu Wenjun bowed respectfully, his gaze unwavering, his heart at ease. The 10 elders remained silent, seemingly communicating through their spiritual senses. After a moment, a middle-aged man spoke coldly, "Humph, that brat Chen Han has imprisoned us here. We no longer hold any significant positions within the sect. Sect affairs should be handled by the appropriate head. Lin, the feather of command is here. Do you wish to defy the supreme order of the sect master?" Lu Wenjun's demeanor suddenly hardened, exuding an undeniable aura. Lu Wenjun, do not attempt to intimidate us. From the moment we stepped foot in here, we resolved not to take action. Is that Chen Han not quite capable? Now he seeks our assistance, treating us as mere pawns? The middle-aged man scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Lu Wenjun's heart trembled. He thought to himself that he did not believe Chen Han's actions in the past warranted any reproach. Chen Han's challenges against the heads of the various peaks, defeating them one by one, were entirely justifiable. Yet, these individuals mistakenly believed Chen Han's strength was limited, contemplating that even if they were to lose, they could simply fight again in the future. The truth, however, was that many seniors, including Chen Han's master, had not managed to withstand even 10 strikes against him, illustrating the staggering gap in their capabilities. Consequently, all 10 heads of the 9 peaks of the Shenxiao sect had been replaced, and power was firmly held by the younger generation promoted by Chen Han. These former heads had subsequently been confined to the cavern for cultivation. Chen Han had informed them one by one that they could return to their positions once they were capable of defeating him. Thus, within the Shenxiao sect, there had been a significant gap in the number of nascent soul practitioners. Nevertheless, Chen Han upheld the sect with his own abilities, and the Shenxiao sect now flourished, no longer entangled with these old-timers from the outside world. I dare say that the esteemed elders are well aware that my visit is not a request, but a command from the sect master. Lu Wenjun reined in his inner agitation, his expression stern as he spoke. Despite the sect master's benevolence in sparing the esteemed elders from danger, he felt a sense of compassion. Hence, the sect master had specially bestowed 4 breakthrough pills, meant for the comprehension of divine nature by those at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He slowly retrieved the 4 pills from his bosom, and in an instant, the unique fragrance of 7th-grade pills filled the air, causing the expressions of the former heads to shift dramatically. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjun quietly awaited their response. Inside the 9 mysterious caverns, the atmosphere was so tranquil that it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. After a long while, a voice, ancient and deep, shattered the silence, resonating like the toll of a distant bell within the cavern. "I shall go." The succinct phrase was imbued with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjun immediately straightened his posture, bowing respectfully, his expression a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Thank you, Uncle Yan." He understood that this was not merely a simple expression of gratitude, but a profound respect and appreciation for the elder. In that moment, Lu Wenjun shed his previous reserve. He comprehended that if he could align his intentions with the sect master, they would be comrades in arms. However, should anyone dare to defame the sect master, then, I am sorry, there would be no camaraderie between you. At that moment, an ancient figure streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, adorned in the stars, as if stepping forth from the void. His murky gaze swept over Lu Wenjun before he spoke. "Where does that brat Chen Han intend to go this time? Is he planning to strike against the heavenly demon sect?" "Not at all." Lu Wenjun gently shook his head, responding earnestly, "Our target is the red demon sect." The elder furrowed his brows at this, seemingly plunged into deep recollection, and after a moment, he seemed to awaken from his reverie. "The red demon sect? Could it be the remnants of the ghostly Immortal S faction? I bore witness to the Immortal Demon War, having seen several of my seniors jointly subdue the ghostly Immortal." "Indeed, it is the Red Demon Sect," Lu Wenjun replied respectfully, his confidence unwavering. "The sect master believes they have inherited the legacy of the ghostly Immortal and have nurtured numerous blood demons. We should strike while they are still unprepared and eradicate them with overwhelming force." With that, he bowed once more to the elder. "I trouble you, Uncle Yan. The blood magic techniques of the ghostly Immortal are indeed treacherous and cunning, always managing to feign death and escape. The righteous path has paid a heavy price to deal with him, sacrificing countless brave souls before finally achieving justice. Now that the legacy of the ghostly Immortal has resurfaced, this undoubtedly poses a grave threat. I must promptly seek out that brat Chen Han." The elder's visage appeared even older in the flickering candlelight, his tone laden with both resignation and a sense of duty. At this moment, Lin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. After deep contemplation, he resolutely declared, "I shall go as well. Eradicating demons and upholding righteousness is our sacred duty as cultivators." His voice rang out powerfully, akin to the clarion call of battle, invigorating all who heard it. Lu Wenjun bowed deeply once more, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Lu Wenjun's demeanor remained entirely respectful. His earlier firmness was merely to maintain an air of authority in his exchanges with these elders. The individuals before him were the stalwarts of the sect, each bearing the weight of years and pride, a testament to the endurance and resilience bestowed by time. Subsequently, 2 more elderly figures emerged, their presence commanding. One elder's white hair cascaded like silver threads, almost touching the ground. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet steady. "Let us join as well if we can shed this frail body to contribute to the sect. It shall serve as a return for the sect's years of kindness." Though many came for the breakthrough pills, their shared commitment to the sect bound them in common purpose. "Lu Wenjun, should such matters arise again, I shall certainly lend my full support." The elder's voice resonated once more from within the cavern, imbued with the weight of history. The matter of the Red Demon Sect may indeed provoke interference from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lu Wenjun expressed his concerns. "The sect master has already decreed that should the Heavenly Demon Sect dare to meddle, our sect will spare no effort to obliterate them." The impending confrontation between the righteous and demonic forces loomed ominously, and he could not help but feel the weight of tremendous pressure. The atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly oppressive, silence enveloping them. Although eliminating the Red Demon sect still bore some risk, the potential for igniting a full-scale immortal demon war would yield catastrophic consequences. After a lengthy pause, the voice within the cavern let out a long sigh. Are we to confront the heavenly demon sect once more? Why fear it? Declared another elder, his eyes alight with anger and resolve. The demonic path has ravaged for far too long, claiming countless disciples of our Shenshao sect, including several heads who perished at the hands of the Rakshasa clan and the heavenly demon sect. If we can avenge their deaths and restore order to this chaotic world, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my very being. I fear not, but you tremble. What is the heavenly demon sect to be concerned about? Proclaimed yet another elder, his weathered visage betraying no weariness, his gaze resolute. In the past, I was able to slay their right protector. I remain capable of doing so now. Let us fight, let us fight. If necessary, I shall self-destruct my nascent soul, taking that demon Lord Yuan Guang down with me. It would be worth it. Lu Wenjun found himself at a loss for words, deep in contemplation. He finally grasped the rationale behind the current head's resolute stance. One that disregarded all consequences. Originally, this was a time-honored tradition of the Shenshao sect. The venerable elders before him included former heads of the Nine Peaks, intersect elders, and even true grand elders, all guardians of ancient lineage. These four individuals standing before him were all peak experts in the nascent soul stage, their illustrious pasts burdening them with an inescapable mission. At this moment, whether it was the esteemed seniors present or the ancient beings within the cave, they all carried the weight of profound history and grave responsibility, deeply stirring Lu Wenjun's soul. Even after Chen Han assumed leadership, they no longer held the authority of yore. Yet the mere mention of their names still sent shivers through the demon sect. Meanwhile, Chen Han was wholly absorbed in the process of reconstructing his nascent spirit avatar. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful wave effortlessly breach the prohibitions of the Zhixiao Palace, instantly interrupting his cultivation. Alert, he withdrew his avatar into his nascent spirit. His gaze piercing in the next moment, a lithe white figure dashed through the open hall of the Zhixiao Palace. It was a plump white cat, yet its speed remained utterly unaffected. Its azure eyes, shimmering with mystical patterns under the moonlight, sparkled with enigmatic waves, and its silvery long fur billowed gently in the breeze, adorned with a pair of golden-rimmed glasses resting upon its nose. Undoubtedly, this white cat was Yu Huang. Chen Han casually gestured towards the nearby meditation cushion, his demeanor exuding a casual friendliness. The white cat gracefully leapt onto the cushion, its forepaws supporting its body as it spoke in a leisurely youthful tone. I've heard you've handed over the Sect Master-S token to Lu Wenjun. I must see for myself if the leadership of the Shenshao sect has truly changed. Bestowing the Sect Master-S token upon Lu Wenjun was intended for more effective management of the sect, allowing for comprehensive oversight of sect affairs. Chen Han smiled faintly, responding with equanimity, in these tumultuous times, it is impossible for me to attend to every matter with utmost precision. As he spoke, he casually poured a bowl of spiritual tea from a nearby vessel and set it down for Yu Huang to enjoy. The cat extended its pink tongue to taste, its face instantly reflecting blissful delight. Subsequently, it tilted its head slightly, inquiring with an air of mystery. I've heard you are concerned about an impending invasion by the Demon Clan? It is not merely concern. The Demon Clan will indeed launch an assault. Chen Han chuckled softly, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. In the past, Jiang Wenda suppressed 10 formidable demons within the 10,000 Demon Tower. And now that he is gone, the Demon Clan will naturally seek retribution from our Shenshao sect. Though his words were delivered lightly, Yu Huang could genuinely sense the palpable killing intent lingering in the air. You are overthinking it. Demon Kings will not venture over so easily. Even if they do come, they would be severely injured, if not killed, by the backlash of the Dream Sea Barrier. At that time, it will not just be you who acts. Even those fellows from the southern region will seize the opportunity to hunt them down. The white cat licked its paw nonchalantly, adding, however, if the Demon Clan employs sacred artifacts, then matters become far more precarious. So you must exercise caution. Alas, Jiang Wenda. Why did he not simply slay those 10 great demons outright, but instead choose to suppress them? Was this not an open invitation for hatred from the Demon Clan? Yu Huang shook its head helplessly, filled with profound sentiment. Things are not so simple, Qian Han replied, shaking his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Had we acted directly back then, the powerful beings of the demon clan would have been enraged. And perhaps a few ancestral-level experts would have come forth, and no matter how strong Jiang Winda was, he might not have been able to handle them. The concept of unity within the demon clan was exceedingly strong. With virtually no internal strife, a single ancestor could command the entire clan's obedience. Killing one would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. His expression grew somewhat grave. Moreover, there do exist some ancient monsters within the demon realm. Were it not for the obstruction of the Dream Sea barrier, those beings capable of turning the tides would have long since dominated the entire cultivation world. Thus, if we provoke a demon clan, we must employ thunderous methods to eradicate them completely, thereby eliminating future troubles. He understood well that fostering good relations with certain races was essential to avoid becoming a target, while allowing the various demon clans to balance one another. There could be a moment to breathe and to seek out the true root of the problem. Merely suppressing them would only sow the seeds of endless future troubles. Chapter 12. The hidden threat of the demon clan. Yu Huang lay languidly upon the meditation cushion. Its voice as thin as a whisper, yet it could not conceal the melancholy and helplessness within. With the barrier loosening this time, I too shall take my leave. At that moment, Qian Han's heart trembled slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind, for he had not anticipated that this seemingly leisurely white cat bore not only deep concerns but also a portent of an early farewell. The barrier of the Dream Sea opened once every 50 years, and now only 5 years remained until the next opening. For Qian Han, this was both a rare opportunity and a bittersweet sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, silently acknowledging. Indeed, this is fate. Reflecting on 40 years past, when the demon army pressed upon the borders, it was a time of turmoil. That time, Qian Han was not yet the sect master, but already the head of Zixiao Peak, shouldering immense responsibilities. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Jiang Winda single-handedly subdued 10 formidable demons on the verge of becoming demon kings, his figure like lightning amidst the thunderous sea, shaking the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Yu Huang, battered and bruised, lay within a secret realm of the southern region, surrounded by the aura of demon kings, yet still emanating a fearsome presence that commanded respect. Unlike the rampaging great demons, Yu Huang had stealthily slipped out when the barrier of the Star Sea loosened. Yet, even he could not escape the backlash of the barrier, compounded by the merciless attacks of the secret realm's restrictions. Surviving against all odds, who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless white cat had once hovered on the brink of life and death? At that time, Qian Han was in his prime. Yet he resolutely extended his hand. Though he saved Yu Huang, the latter's self-healing abilities were astonishing. Just a few pills were sufficient for substantial recovery. After regaining his strength, Yu Huang chose to remain in the Shunshao sect. Relishing in this mysterious and warm sanctuary, faced with external doubts, Qian Han stood firm, even allowing him to temporarily assume the position of head of the Shunshao sect. This was not only an honor but a continuation of history. However, as time passed, the white cat, having enjoyed a period of novelty, requested to enter secluded cultivation. Qian Han did not dare to show any signs of neglect and offered the most spiritually abundant area within the sect. Yet, this aloof cat did not genuinely delve into deep meditation. Instead, it borrowed a few miscellaneous books from the scripture repository each year, immersing itself in human novels and Buddhist classics, even finding joy in content accessible to ordinary disciples. Qian Han understood well that this white cat, despite braving significant risks to enter the cultivation realm, must have ulterior motives. In that secret realm, he had already attained what he sought, as its nascent spirit injuries gradually healed. Perhaps it was merely awaiting the next loosening of the Dream Sea barrier to depart entirely. For Qian Han, there was little sorrow in this, since this esteemed cat had taken residence in the Shunshao sect. Whether for healing or cultivation, it had always seemed to act at its leisure. Only when the Dream Sea barrier was about to reopen did it finally restore its injuries. Perhaps the demon clan was, in its essence, so carefree. Throughout the long passage of time, they often sought not cultivation, but rather the exploration of extraordinary treasures. Not to mention, the demon clan's formations were exquisitely intricate, leaving one in awe. Go ahead, I am also aware of the matters concerning the demon clan. Qian Han stated calmly, devoid of much melancholy. Next, I shall dispatch someone to enter the demon realm to facilitate communication between the demon clan and the human clan. This was a grave responsibility. Do you have any candidates in mind? The white cat raised its paw, playfully giving a thumbs up, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Qianhan nodded confidently. To avoid harm from the demon clan. I have specifically sought out the child of destiny from the cultivation world. He felt a sense of pride, deeming this arrangement quite clever. Excellent. The white cat spoke candidly, brimming with confidence. Historically, we have only heard of the demon clan invading the human realm. There has never been a precedent for negotiating terms. Chunhan waved his hand dismissively. The human clan and the demon clan have coexisted since ancient times, often engaging in conflict. However, why not initiate trade and facilitate mutual exchanges? The demon clan's alchemical materials and formations are highly sought after by the human clan, while the spiritual stones of the human clan are precisely what the demon clan requires for cultivation. The numerous battles between the immortals and demons ultimately stem from an imbalance in supply and demand. Chun Han's reasoning was straightforward yet incisive. Why do the demon clan frequently invade? It is merely for spiritual stones, spiritual veins, and cultivation resources. Though the power of the stars in the demon realm is vast, it pales in comparison to the effectiveness of spiritual stones. This is also why the demon clan struggles to produce top-tier experts. If they were to acquire spiritual stones, the situation would be entirely different. Even if the demon clan consumes spiritual stones at an astonishing rate, the results would be evident. While their cultivation speed may not match that of the human clan, the gap could gradually narrow. Sometimes, I truly believe you are a sage, far surpassing those stubborn old fools. The white cat chuckled, its tone lighthearted. The Shanxiao sect of the past would never have acted this way. When the demon clan invaded, they would be filled with rage and seek to drive them away. Is that so? Chen Han smiled, shaking his head, hesitating to speak, seemingly recalling that they were not ignorant of the pros and cons. Rather, if they were to engage in trade with the demon clan, the southern region would surely rise, and the Shanxiao sect's position might be jeopardized. This was a latent danger. The white cat fell into deep thought. Its expression graved. I had never considered such complexity. The disputes among your kind are truly numerous. It has always been thus, driven by self-interest, with little regard for others. Qian Han spoke slowly, as if reminiscing with an old friend. The demon clan possesses ancestral beings to maintain unity, while the human clan is different, each with their own motives. Even when collaborating, there are always calculations at play. The heavenly demon sect is a prime example. If they were to strike with full force, the power of the eastern region would be sufficient to obliterate them. However, I have chosen to be indulgent. What lies behind this decision? Chun Han's words provoked deep contemplation. The white cat, upon hearing this, was taken aback, shaking its head in confusion, its face a canvas of bewilderment. It had lived for over a millennium. Yet only at this moment did it truly grasp the profound intellect of the leader of the Shanxiao sect before it. Far surpassing its OWN-AS calamity had not yet struck. No one could foresee the impending storm, focusing solely on the present. Everyone feared the chaos of the Tianma sect, and although the Shanxiao sect stood in their way, they had not considered that despite our strength, eradicating them would not be an easy feat then. Chun Han continued, thus, over the years, I have secretly supported the Ming dynasty, gathering talented disciples, intending to return them once they have matured. Although the objectives of the Ming dynasty and our Shanxiao sect differ, our philosophies are not at odds. Having laid the groundwork 30 years ago, the time has now come to reap the rewards. The white cat was momentarily stunned, shock evident on its face. Not far away, the four elderly figures who had just entered the hall also felt a chill, a shiver running down their spines. The rise of the Ming dynasty was unstoppable. Since consolidating the three realms of the demonic sect, it had become as steadfast as a mountain. Yet, what shocked them was the revelation that such a formidable Shanxiao sect lay behind the Ming dynasty. From the plan initiated 30 years prior to the gradual closing of the net today, how much had this young leader orchestrated, managing to command numerous forces like pieces on a chessboard? Achieving an invisible stratagem? The four elders, clad in long robes, with ancient and imposing visages, slowly stepped into the hall, as if the entire space were suddenly enveloped in an intangible pressure. They all bowed in unison, their voices resonant and sincere. Supreme Leader. Seeing this, Qian Han promptly rose to greet them, his tone gentle yet dignified. Esteemed elders need not be overly formal. It is indeed my great fortune that you have graced this place today. This endeavor will require your strong support. Upon finishing his words, his gaze drifted outside the window, where the stars twinkled, as if lost in thought. Please, guide us, leader. The elders exchanged glances, slightly clasping their hands, their expressions respectful and focused. Filled with anticipation, Qian Han turned his gaze back to the window. The sky darkened. He then asked Lu Wenjun, "Have the breakthrough pills for the elders been distributed?" His voice carried a hint of urgency. Lu Wenjun gently shook his head and bowed slightly. Not yet. He calculated in his mind that if the pills were distributed now, the elders might hold back during the imminent conflict, thereby affecting the entire plan. After all, there had been some past grievances between Qian Han and these elders, so caution was essential. Qian Han nodded slightly, a pensive expression crossing his face. Then let us distribute them all. However, time is of the essence today. Tomorrow, the elders must set out for the Ming dynasty, and it is not opportune to break through at this moment. A sudden breakthrough can lead to an uncontrollable surge of momentum. If noticed, it may provoke unnecessary suspicion, leading others to believe our sect possesses some extraordinary treasure. Upon hearing this, the elders present nodded in agreement, silently admiring the wisdom of the experienced leader, who increasingly exhibited restraint and subtlety in his actions. After distributing the pills, Qian Han arranged for the elders to rest in a side hall for the night, awaiting the morrow. Although cultivation post-foundation did not rely on rest, and the nascent soul stage was as natural as breathing, this expedition was of utmost importance, and true challenges loomed ahead. Qian Han understood the severity of the journey and resolved to ensure everyone was in optimal condition to face any potential resistance from the Tianma sect. After bidding farewell to the four elders, Qian Han, weighed down by a mix of heaviness and expectation, turned to the white cat beside him, a thought blossoming in his mind. "Yu Huang, would you care to accompany me?" The white cat lazily shook its head, eyes brimming with disdain. "No, what is the point of fighting? I have no interest in entangling myself with a mere mortal like you." Upon hearing this, Qian Han let out a faint sigh, feigning regret. What a pity. It seems I must go alone. Yet, a flicker of anticipation danced across his face, shining as brightly as the stars. The white cat's eyes suddenly brightened, maintaining an air of indifference, yet the corners of its mouth curled upward, exuding an undeniable charm. "Well then, I shall reluctantly accompany you on this journey." Its words were laced with playful mirth. Yu Huang was acutely aware of Qian Han's formidable prowess. He had once single-handedly faced a transformation stage powerhouse, and now, after years of honing and cultivation, Yu Huang's anticipation for Qian Han's strength grew, along with curiosity about the forthcoming adventure. "I am eager to discover the true nature of these demonic cultivators and their methods," Yu Huang mused, recalling the world's fear and misunderstanding toward the demon and monster races. However, few had the opportunity to truly engage with the Rakshasa clan, which were as scattered as stars, one hanging in the southern domain, another hidden in the depths of the extreme east, like the interplay of light and shadow. The Rakshasa clan had achieved remarkable cultivation feats, swiftly ascending in rank, but alas, their lifespans were fleeting. The monster race, on the other hand, enjoyed prolonged lives, yet their power accumulated at a sluggish pace. Qian Han felt deeply reflective, contemplating the varied paths of each race, so distinct and difficult to generalize. At this moment, the white cat yawned, lazily rolling over on the mat, its 9 silvery tails curling up swiftly, comfortably lying beside him, tilting its head to quietly observe Qian Han's cultivation. Seemingly curious about his every movement, witnessing this scene, Qian Han couldn't help but chuckle softly, then fully immersed himself in his practice. He recognized that even the white cat, the king of demons, displayed no wariness towards the human race. Such trust was indeed rare. As night deepened and time slipped away, the night swiftly passed. Qian Han, with a solemn expression, refined his nascent soul avatar once more, his power significantly enhanced, reaching the late nascent soul stage. The bottleneck of the nascent soul cutting technique seemed non-existent to him. The breakthrough came as easily as reaching into a pocket. At that moment, the white cat stirred awake from its slumber, tilting its head to glance at the focused Qian Han, inquiring, "Did this esteemed one sleepwalk last night?" Qian Han smiled slightly, internally finding the white cat endearing, teasingly replying, Actually, I nearly turned you into a spirit sword. If I could extract your nascent soul to create a sword spirit, the Zixiao sword would surely ascend to new heights. The white cat immediately bristled, leaping away in a flash, standing at the doorway with an indignant glare directed at Chen Han. Seemingly outraged. You, human, dare to covet this esteemed one's essence. Seeing this, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on how easily this millennium-old demon king could be teased. All right, let us depart. Today we must see them off. Chen Han rose, his voice calm yet resolute. The white cat paused, quickly correcting. Did you not say we were going as well? We are not on the same path as them, Chen Han stated coolly. His demeanor unyielding at this moment, the white cat appeared to lower its guard, realizing that if Chen Han truly intended harm, he could have skinned it and extracted its essence decades ago. Yet, who could say what the future held? Finally, the white cat gracefully leaped onto Chen Han's shoulder, the two of them welcoming the morning light together, proceeding toward the Zixiao Palace, appearing remarkably harmonious in the rising sun. Chapter 13. Sect Affairs within the Deliberation Hall of the sect. Light and shadow danced, the atmosphere palpably tense. This was the heart of the Shenxiao sect, with exquisitely crafted images of magical artifacts adorning the surrounding walls. In the center of the hall stood a massive spirit stone table. Radiating a faint spiritual glow, as if signaling some mysterious power, Wu Yi had been waiting here for some time, his heart a tumult of emotions. The moment he witnessed the four elders of the Shenxiao sect entering the hall, the shock within him was beyond words. For years, rumors within the cultivation world had depicted the Shenxiao sect as a sanctuary of formidable powerhouses, and seeing it today, he found the reputation well-deserved. The simultaneous appearance of four peak, nascent soul cultivators emanated an aura that was nearly blinding. He contemplated silently. Across the vast lands of the Ming dynasty, there existed no one else capable of reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. Aside from himself, yet within the Shenxiao sect, such figures were seemingly abundant, as if they were inexhaustible. Moreover, there were those unparalleled masters lurking in the shadows and the legendary figures of yore, which left Wu Yi in profound admiration of the sect's deep-rooted heritage. Since ancient times, the Shenxiao sect had been a top-tier sect in the cultivation world, and today, its power had reached unprecedented heights. Once, a transcendent powerhouse had emerged from the sect, whose legacy was still cherished by future generations. The current sect leader was dedicated to revitalizing the Shenxiao sect, breathing new life into it, establishing it as the unchallenged ruler of the Eastern Domain, a fact that was indisputable to that moment. Chen Han entered the hall with steady steps, exuding an extraordinary presence. He smiled slightly, softly saying, "Please, take your seats." Then, his tone turned resolute. "Today, I shall not elaborate on specific tactics. The Red Demon sect is now like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Many of their disciples have been eradicated by us, yet we must remain vigilant against the latent threats posed by the Tianma sect and the Blood Rakshasa clan." Wu Yi grew increasingly respectful, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. "We are already aware of this and will double our vigilance. With four esteemed elders present, they are unlikely to stir up much trouble." Chen Han nodded slightly, his gaze piercing. "Should we encounter demonic formations, refrain from a direct assault. The intricacies of demonic formations can greatly affect one's mental state. We must seek a method to break the formation." Wu Yi nodded eagerly, mentally noting this to as for the spoils of war after the battle, all shall belong to you. However, any treasures that contribute to the rise of the Red Demon sect must be suppressed by our Shenxiao sect. Chen Han asserted firmly, his gaze sharp, directly addressing the crux of the matter. The treasures that contributed to the rise of the Red Demon sect. Wu Yi almost instantly nodded in agreement. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. As the Xintian sect dispatched four venerable elders solely to suppress the demonic arts of the Red Demon sect. Such audacity was indeed awe-inspiring. Wu Yi felt a sense of inadequacy as he observed Chen Han deep in thought. He then rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I kindly ask the esteemed elders to exert themselves on our behalf." The four elders immediately returned the gesture, their hearts brimming with emotion. This was the respect Chen Han bestowed upon them in the presence of outsiders, a fact they were all too aware of. Though they often discussed Chen Han's past actions among themselves, they had never uttered a word of complaint in his presence. Within the entire sect, It was well understood that the Xintian sect was akin to a formidable commander. A single pronouncement from Chen Han dictated the sect's course of action. Among the 9 seated elders, no one dared voice dissent. Like a sharp sword, wherever it pointed, the others naturally followed. They recognized that the former glory had not faded under Chen Han's leadership. Rather, the Xintian sect had been revitalized under his guidance. The once proud figures found themselves unable to retort in the face of the current supreme leader. Chen Han casually retrieved a brush and ink, crafting a reply in accordance with the template of the Great Ming's official correspondence. Such formalities were effortless for him, and the clandestine dealings would remain undisclosed. The 5 made no prolonged stay in the Grand Hall and soon departed. They did not head directly to the Crimson Sun realm, but rather returned to the Great Ming to report to the sovereign, before mobilizing an army of 100,000 for their expedition. Such a brazen campaign would undoubtedly intimidate the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although ostensibly directed at the Red Demon Sect, the true aim remained ambiguous. After the departure of the 5, a sense of tranquility enveloped Chen Han. He understood that they would likely arrive in the Crimson Sun realm in about 5 days, during which time he ought to continue solidifying his avatar state. When shall we set out? Upon witnessing the hurried departure of the others, Yu Huang eagerly inquired, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Chen Han glanced at Yu Huang and replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for haste. We shall wait a few more days." Their journey was merely to show support, primarily to guard against the top-tier experts lurking in the shadows. Chen Han recognized that the Great Ming's strategy was remarkably astute. Only in this manner could the might of the Great Ming be demonstrated. "Very well, we shall bide our time for a few more days." Bai Mao yawned in boredom, a hint of weariness in his gaze. "Do you have any Buddhist scriptures? I would like to peruse them again." Chen Han, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved several volumes of Buddhist text from his storage ring and handed them to Yu Huang. "Can you comprehend these?" "I can. Indeed, I find their cultivation methods somewhat akin to our enchanting arts, both relying on the suppression of spiritual power, or divine consciousness," Yu Huang said, cradling the scriptures with care. His eyes alight with curiosity. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback. While it was true that Buddhist practices primarily focused on spiritual power, equating them with the enchanting arts of the demon race seemed somewhat inappropriate. In the western regions of the cultivation world, he had once witnessed Buddhist practitioners amidst the myriad Buddhist nations, surrounded by devout cultivators of the Buddha's path. Although there were Taoists present, they were not particularly prominent. Chen Han believed that the Buddhist influence in that region was certainly not inferior to that of the Xintian sect. What surprised him further was Yu Huang's profound interest in these Buddhist teachings. Even more astonishing was the fatal allure these Buddhist practices held for the demon race. Each time the demons invaded, they exhibited little fixation on the Western regions, as the Buddhist teachings inherently possessed a restraining effect on them. Both paths relied on the cultivation of spiritual power, yet the spiritual strength of Buddhism evidently surpassed that of the demon race, as Yu Huang explained patiently. Chen Han resonated deeply with this understanding. The intricacies and marvels of Buddhist teachings were not merely about refining spiritual power. They ventured closer to the domain of puppet techniques, which were undeniably sinister. The thought of treating mere mortals as puppets sent shivers down his spine. It was rumored that the rulers of the 10 directions Buddhist nations underwent enlightenment by formidable Buddhist masters beforehand. One might euphemistically call it enlightenment, yet unflatteringly, it could be deemed brainwashing. This was the prevailing practice there, and none dared to speak against it. Therefore, Chen Han instinctively harbored disdain for the powerful figures of Buddhism, perceiving them as hardly different from the demonic sections Buddhism preaches the 8 sufferings of the world. Yet the demonic practitioners also engage in the cultivation of these sufferings. Take, for instance, the right protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who specializes in the mastery of death energy. Though his strength may not be earth-shattering, his peculiar methods deter many celestial beings from provoking him. However, Buddhism does possess its merits worth emulating, most notably its profound mastery of spiritual power and the cycle of reincarnation. Although Chen Han himself could not cultivate these teachings, he still held a comprehensive understanding. Once, Zhang Wenda had conducted extensive research in this field. Though he did not reach the pinnacle, his techniques showcased an invincible spirit against 10 foes of the same level. Yet, Yu Huang's study of the scriptures was not merely for leisure. It was also an endeavor to enhance his own cultivation. His contemplation of the Buddhist texts might yield unexpected benefits in future battles. As Qian Han pondered, he led Yu Huang once more toward the Zixiao Palace. Deep down, he mused that the burdens of Lu Wenjun must be taken upon himself sooner rather than later. In the days that followed, Qian Han quietly monitored the fluctuations of the outer sect rankings. The Shuntian sect, this hallowed sanctuary of cultivation, even its outer sect resembled the starting point of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Brimming with sparks of opportunity and challenge in this vast universe of cultivation, the talents of every cultivator shone like the stars in the night sky, each distinct, varied, and complex. Yet, even the most unremarkable individuals would eventually encounter their own moment of fortune. The golden list of the outer sect served as a pathway for aspiring students, granting them the chance to illuminate their brilliance in this realm. However, the competition was fierce, akin to towering mountains that seemed insurmountable. Only those extraordinary talents who ranked at the forefront could step through the gates of the inner sect and glimpse the essence of cultivation. Within the inner sect, though the disciples numbered merely 300, each was a meticulously chosen top talent or a direct disciple of an elder, each brimming with potential. Each could aspire to attain the Yuaning stage and ascend to immortality within a century. At this moment, Qian Han's focus sharpened on the two cultivators, Xiang Ding and Jiang Danxin. Strictly speaking, they were not hidden gems of the outer sect. Rather, they were strategically placed there by Qian Han himself. Jiang Danxin, this young cultivator, could be regarded as a child of fortune, seemingly endowed with an immortal body, becoming the focal point wherever he went. His extraordinary luck was truly astonishing, nearing the pinnacle with a luck value of 99. That remaining point seemed to symbolize an unfulfilled completeness, a reflection of the inherent deficiencies of all beings in the world. Despite his exceptional fortune, he had once faltered in the contest for the blood demon against Xiang Ding. Proving that even a child of fate had his limitations, it was precisely for this reason that others still had opportunities to strive and seize their own fortunes. Qian Han could not help but recall that the previous Jiang Wenda did not seem so formidable. Numerous small fortunes had fallen into his hands, yet he remained indifferent to them. Only the significant opportunities that could alter the trajectory of fate were ones Qian Han chose to avoid. After all, those were gifts meant for the fortunate, and to touch them lightly could invite divine retribution. Though the cultivation world seldom spoke of destiny, Qian Han firmly believed in its existence. Out of gratitude towards Jiang Wenda, he took Jiang Danxin as his disciple, not shying away from the implications of the name. The karmic debts incurred in the past were now repaid to Jiang Wenda as son. This family was favored by the heavenly path and deserved protection. Though Qian Han felt no envy, a ripple of emotion inevitably stirred within him. As for Xiang Ding, there was little need for elaboration. This young man had transformed from a boy from a humble town into a master of the demonic path, embodying the most dazzling presence among the antagonists, perfectly exemplifying the trope of a tragic yet powerful villain. Now, as a servant disciple of the Shuntian sect, he still upheld that unwavering belief in self-improvement. Reporting to the sect master, since Xiang Ding's return, he has been in closed-door cultivation. During the last collection of spirit stone resources, he had already reached the 8th layer of chi refinement. A young steward, head bowed in deference, respectfully reported, lacking the courage to meet Qian Han's gaze. Has he challenged the outer sect rankings? Qian Han inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. The steward quickly lowered his head, fearful of being scrutinized. Not yet. There are still a few days before the outer sect rankings commence. His previous strength was insufficient, but he is likely to participate this time. The steward's voice was barely audible, like a whisper. Given his status, he had no right to face the sect master of the Shuntian sect, yet due to his keen awareness of information, he was often summoned at crucial moments. They diligently monitored the sect's dynamics, reporting all matters to Qian Han. Qian Han placed great importance on every piece of intelligence, regardless of its size, rewarding each accordingly. Thus, these stewards worked even harder to gather information for Qian Han, whether from the outer or inner sect, or even from other cultivation sects and the heavenly demon sect, ensuring that Qian Han was well informed. Since ascending to the position of sect master, Qian Han had increasingly realized the significance of information for the sect. Even the smallest figures possessed their own advantages. Even a mere gatekeeper could discern who arrived and who departed on any given day. A modest reward was all it took to instill immense gratitude in them. Should he promise to admit their children into the Shuntian sect, they would feel as if they had been reborn. In the 30 years of Qian Han's leadership, he gained profound insight into human nature. You may withdraw. Qian Han waved his hand, signaling the steward to depart, and then fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, the Jade Emperor, who was seated on a mat, suddenly spoke. Who is Xiang Ding? A disciple, though not particularly strong, possesses remarkable resilience, Qian Han replied succinctly. The Jade Emperor merely huffed, seemingly indifferent to this disciple, and continued to immerse himself in the study of Buddhist scriptures. After a considerable time, the Jade Emperor appeared to have an epiphany and leaned closer to inquire, is he a female disciple? With good resilience? Qian Han cast a helpless glance at the Jade Emperor, only to see a knowing expression manifest on the white cat's face, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Go read your scriptures, he murmured, secretly pondering that should he say another word, this cat might very well end up being used for artifact refinement. After the white cat's playful antics, Qian Han felt considerably lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. 3 days later, his avatar's cultivation had ascended to the threshold of the half-step transformation realm. Although there remained a gap compared to his true self, it was reasonable, considering this was merely an avatar and the time was still brief. At this moment, the external ranking competition of the sect was in full swing. This monthly event, particularly fierce in the lead-up to the year-end sect competition, was crucial, as the opportunities directly affected the disparity in treatment between inner and outer disciples. Outer disciples received merely 5 low-grade spirit stones each month, while inner disciples were granted 1 middle-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, an undeniable chasm. Naturally, this was just the base salary. Once admitted to the inner sect, all sect tasks would be fully accessible. Those who performed exceptionally well could earn enough from these tasks to support their cultivation needs. Most of these tasks originated from the villages surrounding the Ming dynasty and the Shunshao sect, while more distant matters fell under the category of sect affairs. For instance, dealing with vengeful spirits in villages or handling cases involving scattered demons or rakshasas in the cultivation world. Eliminating demons and slaying monsters would yield commissions and rewards. Most disciples were capable of fulfilling these tasks. The tasks were categorized into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, with A-grade tasks easily capable of earning more than 1 middle-grade spirit stone. However, these tasks were not for the faint-hearted. Should a disciple fail to resolve a task or go missing, the elders of the sect would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands. The demise of the Xinjian platform was a case in point. 2 inner disciples went missing, prompting the sect leader to personally investigate, searching through historical records without uncovering any sect capable of such decisive action. Qian Han had not personally attended the ranking competition for quite some time. At this moment, he smiled slightly and decided to take the Jade Emperor along. Come, accompany me to observe the disciples' duels, he said, raising an eyebrow, his tone filled with anticipation. However, the Jade Emperor lazily shook his head, continuing to immerse himself in the world of Buddhist scriptures. I won't go. I want to read the scriptures. A glint of cunning flashed in Qian Han's eyes as he thought to himself. I have a copy of the Binyuan Mahayana Sutra here, said to be authored by the medicine master Bodhisattva 3,000 years ago. Before he finished speaking, the Jade Emperor perked up, leaping to his feet. I'm going. Chapter 14. The results of the competition. The affairs of outer disciples have always been difficult to shake the higher echelons of the sect. After all, even the most prominent figures rarely take the time to pay attention to the minutiae of the outer sect. Although the outer sect holds a position within the Shunshao sect system, its brilliance is ultimately overshadowed by that of the inner sect. Within the outer sect, there exists a strict hierarchy, from elders and ordinary stewards down to the lowest-tier outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. With clear distinctions, to outsiders, they may all seem like illustrious, transcendent immortals, yet the disparities among them are far more pronounced. Miscellaneous disciples, though lacking in power, play an indispensable role, functioning almost as half-outer disciples, enjoying conveniences akin to those of outer disciples. However, this qualification and opportunity depend on personal fortune. Some, even if buried in obscurity, may one day blossom into resplendent brilliance. Xiang Ding and Jiang Danxin exemplify such outstanding individuals. Jiang Danxin has risen to the top 10 of the outer sect's golden list, and Qian Han is not the least bit surprised. Her strength is virtually unparalleled among her peers, at least at the current stage, allowing her to challenge those of a higher tier. Since birth, Jiang Danxin's attributes have been nearly perfect, leaving little room for improvement. In just 3 short months, she has entered the Foundation establishment realm, Such speed has already surpassed the limits of what an ordinary person can achieve. Chun Han couldn't help but recall the time he took to establish his own foundation, falling silent for a moment. Was it not nearly 2 years? In the cultivation world, that is considered quite respectable, but witnessing Jiang Danxin's achievements makes the gap between individuals all the more disheartening. The Outer Sect's Golden List competition takes place within a specially designated space, with the space automatically sensing rankings. Such formations are beyond Chun Han's current capabilities. Only those at the pinnacle of the transformation stage can wield the power of space, and it requires a certain level of formation mastery to deploy such a complex array. The seemingly insignificant Outer Sect possesses such a sophisticated trial ground, which speaks volumes of the Shenshao sect's profound heritage and long history. Beneath the arena, 50 platforms stand proudly, with the top 10 occupied by poised, formidable disciples awaiting challengers. Yet, their platforms are scarcely attended to, while the remaining dozens of platforms are fiercely contested. The observation platform looms high, capturing the intense battles between disciples, creating a scene of extraordinary excitement. On the observation platform, for Outer Sect elders sit, flanked by a group of solemn Outer Sect stewards, all filled with anticipation for the contest. Upon Chun Han's appearance, a wave of kneeling swept across the Outer Sect's observation platform. A spectacle to behold, he paid no mind to this, striding directly to the main seat. Although the crowd did not recognize him, they were undoubtedly familiar with the sect's treasure, the Zixiao sword. The Zixiao sword has existed since the founding of the Shenshao sect. Having been imbued with power by dozens of generations of sect leaders, nearly possessing a semblance of sentience, even able to communicate simply with cultivators, achieving the coveted state of mutual understanding sought by sword cultivators. Such a spiritual weapon has ascended to the status of a semi-Dao artifact, usable only by the sect leader of the Shenshao sect, passed down through generations as a symbol of leadership. At this moment, the White Cat, the Jade Emperor, began to relish this honor, softly stating, "Everyone, rise." Upon the Jade Emperor's command, the crowd awakened from their stupor, rising en masse. The ranking competition had officially commenced, with disciples seeking their challengers. Not daring to exhibit any signs of laxity, Chun Han noted that even Xiang Ding was intently focused on the Golden List rankings. "You, please explain the rules." Chun Han did not speak himself, but instead, the Jade Emperor pointed at an Outer Sect elder. The elder, taken aback, nervously began to explain the competition rules. This is the trial ground for outer disciples, with 10 defending disciples who have endured numerous challenges to attain their current status, rightfully earning the title of the strongest outer disciples. As for the remaining disciples, they must challenge the rankings, vying for the remaining 40 platforms. Each platform has a disciple occupying it, yet the rankings fluctuate frequently. Lower-tier platforms allow challenges across 10 ranks at a time, and if successful, the rankings are exchanged. The top 10, however, engage in sequential challenges, where challengers may only take on the 10th-ranked disciple, who can then challenge up to the 9th-ranked disciple. Should a challenger fail against one of the top 10, their ranking will be reset to 0, returning them to an unranked state. Faced with these complex rules, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating their deeper meaning. "So, the 10th rank is the easiest to attack?" he turned to ask. The elder nodded respectfully, affirming, "Indeed, esteemed one, your words are quite accurate. Thus, should a disciple fall to the 10th rank, they will face stronger opponents in order to secure their position. This arrangement aims to reduce challenges faced by the strong, as they no longer need to prove themselves." The Jade Emperor pondered silently, as if grasping some insight in the cultivation world. It is both cruel and simple. The strong rise above all obstacles, soaring to the heavens, transcending conflicts, and observing others in their struggles. Chun Han understood that the rules behind the arena held profound truths. Who currently holds the top rank? The Jade Emperor scanned the platforms, curiosity written across his face. Replying to the esteemed one, "It is the outer disciple Jiang Danxin." The elder pointed towards a distant figure. The Jade Emperor followed the elder's gesture with his gaze. With a resounding crash, the Jade Emperor instantly leaped from Chun Han's shoulder to stand on the table, staring in astonishment at that lively figure. "Is this Jiang Danxin? Is this little Jiang asking questions?" he murmured to himself. Chun Han smiled slightly, fully aware of the Jade Emperor's current astonishment. Jiang Wenda's past prowess, undefeated among peers, even now without a breakthrough method. His name continues to be recounted among the elder generation of cultivators. Moreover, the demon kings who witnessed his might have further validated his legendary status. "Do you see? This is the child of destiny I spoke of," Chen Han said with a smile, confidence radiating from him. The Jade Emperor nodded vigorously, exhilarated. "I see it. Indeed remarkable, however." He then asked, "Aren't you afraid the demon race will target her?" "Not at all," Chen Han replied nonchalantly. "Those old geezers of the demon race become increasingly timid with a G.I in the past. Jiang Wenda could contend with 10 major demons. Now, he can stand against 10 demon kings. How many demon kings are there in the entire demon realm?" Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are quite ruthless. It's a pity we shall never witness Jiang Wenda's splendor again. No, we shall see it again soon," Chen Han said, a smile on his face, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. "It's just that, by then, you may need to return to the demon realm." The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Chen Han paid no mind to this. Regardless of Jiang Wenda's strength, there would always be a limit. When the grand era unfolds, it will also be the time for the Shenshao sect to re-emerge. At that time, who among the stronger will prevail remains uncertain. At this moment, the foremost task remains to address the threats posed by the demon sect and the Rakshasa clan. The disciple at the peak of the mid-foundation stage exerts negligible influence over Xiangding. Indeed, one might say that every action of his appears effortless. In merely 3 exchanges, he descends upon his opponent like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable, forcefully hurling Xiangding from the arena, seemingly showcasing his unparalleled prowess to all present. The disciple stands frozen, gazing vacantly at Xiangding, as if struggling to fathom that he has indeed triumphed over a formidable adversary with boundless potential. Within the inner sect, while there are certainly prodigious talents capable of transcending their levels in combat, such individuals are often the elite among their peers. How could an ordinary disciple hope to compare? At this moment, a tinge of panic surges within him, yet having come this far, he can only grit his teeth and silently pray to swiftly reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to him. Time flits by like a fleeting shadow, and the competition within the sect intensifies, allowing no room for complacency. Xiangding scarcely pauses before launching an assault towards the 10th position. Each step he takes is resolute and powerful, as if unyielding. Following several fierce battles, Xiangding's realm appears to solidify even further, a transformation that astonishes Yu Huang, whose eyes are filled with disbelief. "This is simply astonishing," Yu Huang muses, recognizing that Xiangding has not only successfully broken through his realm but has also stabilized his strength amidst combat. Undoubtedly a miracle at this stage, rendering him virtually invincible. However, for Xiangding, this seems far from his limit. He is keenly aware that the potential of humanity is boundless, capable of achieving remarkable feats. Vitality and resilience are his greatest advantages. Indeed, his tenacity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yu Huang nods, feeling both surprised and, more importantly, a sense of acknowledgement for Xiangding. Even the defender in the 10th position has never faced a direct challenge. Yet Xiangding is the 3rd disciple to dare confront such a challenge. The previous 2 challengers both met with failure and began anew. Once the contest for the rankings commences, it surges forth like a tempest. Far from being an ordinary trial, the annual grand competition of the sect is about to commence, and none wish to become a stumbling block on another's path to success. This late-stage foundation disciple, powerful and agile, must not be underestimated. Between the 11th and 20th ranks, there are equally exceptional late-stage foundation disciples. To maintain a foothold on the arena necessitates extraordinary capabilities. Xiangding remains tense, fully focused on preparing for the challenge. He understands that he can no longer easily crush his opponents as before. This confrontation has placed him on equal footing with his adversary. Those opponents he previously dispatched with ease were but delicate blooms in a greenhouse. The young defender before him, however, embodies the ferocity of a true predator. "Xiangding, I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother." He bows slightly, his tone laced with respect and anticipation. The young defender reciprocates the gesture, and their gazes meet in the air, igniting sparks of intensity, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in that moment. After the formalities, neither is eager to initiate an attack. Instead, they meticulously search for each other's vulnerabilities. Time slips by, second by second, until a moment arrives when Xiang Ding's footfalls abruptly halt, akin to a tinder bud swaying in the wind. He hesitates momentarily before stepping forward again, precisely the opening his opponent has been waiting for. When the opportunity arises, that disciple launches forth like an arrow released from its bow. A gust of palm wind howls towards him, striking Xiang Ding's shoulder with near-perfect precision. He lets out a muffled grunt. His body nearly propelled to the edge of the arena, danger looming. In that critical instant, the blade in Xiang Ding's hand unsheathes with a resounding cry, carving a brilliant arc through the air. A lock of black hair drifts away in the wind, as if time has momentarily ceased. Although the Shenxiao sect is renowned for its swordsmanship, and the use of weapons is not prohibited on the arena, this marks Xiang Ding's first true unsheathing of his sword, as well as his first injury. Blood silently trickles down, and he stands upon the platform, his complexion as pale as parchment, his fragile figure appearing exceedingly solitary. Yet, his draw and subsequent injury plunge the entire arena into a profound silence. The elders and observing disciples hold their breath, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. Is this individual truly willing to risk it all? Even his opponent feels a chill descend upon him. Xiang Ding's sword edge is controlled with exquisite precision, merely brushing against the opponent's neck, eliciting a single strand of hair. However, his gaze, cold as that of death itself, sends shivers through his adversary, enveloped in an aura of impending doom, a strategy of exchanging injury for life. Yu Huang nearly leaps from his seat, his heart brimming with astonishment. He is unaware of who imparted such a tactic, only knowing that such individuals are ruthless towards themselves and even more so towards others, verging on being demonic. This is the nature of demonic cultivators. Once they identify a flaw, they strike with the swiftness of a viper, showing no mercy. Thus, few dare to provoke demon cultivators, who lurk like wolves in the shadows, both brutal and cunning. After a prolonged silence, that disciple finally caresses the faint trace of blood on his neck and murmurs, "I concede." As soon as the words escape his lips, the atmosphere shifts from silence to uproar. Nearly all spectators have witnessed this moment, incredulous. This not only marks the first admission of defeat among disciples, but also the first such concession among the top 10 on the gold list. Utterly astounding, Xiang Ding reclaims the title of defender, standing quietly upon the platform, his pallor reminiscent of a ghost, his slight form seemingly on the verge of being swept away by the wind. Despite his injuries, he remains akin to a wounded tiger. Although he has lost some strength, his ferocity is undiminished, instilling awe in all who gaze upon him. Though he still occupies the 10th rank, none dare challenge this madman at this moment. However, just as the crowd holds its breath in anticipation, another late-stage Foundation disciple stirs, seeking to seize the opportunity against this wounded contender. Xiang Ding takes a deep breath, pouring all his energy into the fray, easily achieving victory with a crushing force. Once again, all present are left in shock at his prowess. Such strength is truly terrifying. The relentless dominance displayed transcends 2 minor realms. Yu Huang cannot help but exclaim in wonder, his eyes filled with admiration. "Let us incorporate this individual into my Jingxiao Peak. I shall personally oversee his training." Why Yu Huang proposes to Chen Han. Jingxiao Peak, indeed a mysterious place. What precisely will they teach? Could it be the teachings of Buddhism? Perhaps Tang Guangren should be the one to instruct. That would suffice. Chen Han replies slowly, suggesting they temporarily arrange it thus. Inner sect disciples must be affiliated with one of the 9 peaks of the Xinmen Dai. In truth, after the harmonization of strengths, the disparities among the 9 peaks have become negligible, aside from the foremost members of each peak. The elders and stewards form a crucial part of the inner sect. Point 1 might say that the inner sect comprises the 9 peaks of the Xinmen. If it truly comes to arranging for Xiang Ding, it seems any peak would suffice. As for accepting him as a disciple, Chen Han believes it prudent to wait until this individual's strength genuinely meets the system's standards before making a decision. After all, the Shenxiao sect is the foremost sect of the current age, and every disciple of the sect master should be renowned across the world, bearing the mission of elevating the Shenxiao sect. Let us depart. There is little else of interest. Chen Han rises slowly, his mind already made up. It appears Xiang Ding has no intention of continuing to challenge higher ranks. After all, achieving the 10th position has been an extraordinary performance. Those above him are all peak Foundation stage powerhouses, and with his current strength, he would prefer to face formidable late-stage Foundation disciples. Ultimately, it's merely a matter of engaging in an additional bout. All right then, let's go. Yu Huang casts one last admiring glance at Xiang Ding, his gaze filled with praise. Truly, he is an exceptional talent. One wonders just how swiftly he might progress. If his advancement is rapid, he could very well be cultivated as the next sect master. Chen Han reflects on Yu Huang's words, which, though seemingly casual, leave a deep imprint on his heart. Indeed, the exceptionally gifted Xiang Ding cannot be overlooked. Yet whether his potential can be fully realized remains Chen Han's sole concern. After all, Xiang Ding possesses the unique constitution of the Rakshasa clan. He does not intend to interfere with Xiang Ding and Zhang Danxin's growth until they are capable of standing on their own. Just as Chen Han, who had only just risen, turns to leave, Xiang Ding, amidst fierce combat, seems to sense something, suddenly casting his gaze in Chen Han's direction. The Zixiao sword emits a faint, ethereal glow under the sunlight. As if a mysterious force flickers in the air, Xiang Ding merely glances briefly, yet he faintly perceives Chen Han's presence. Chen Han feels the weight of Xiang Ding's gaze and gives a slight nod before gently vanishing into the interplay of light and shadow. At this moment, Xiang Ding, momentarily distracted, finds the sword energy surging forth, causing him to retreat a step. A smile graces his lips, and in an instant, he immerses himself back into the battle. Chapter 15. A Hero's Rescue. This is the boon granted to you by the Exalted One. As Xiang Ding laboriously steps off the arena, he clings to a shred of tenacious will to remain upright. It is well known that combat on the arena is merciless, especially after enduring several rounds of fierce exchanges, leaving his body and spirit utterly exhausted. Though he vaguely senses that his injuries are severe, amid overwhelming pain and resilience, he grits his teeth, resolutely continuing on this thorny path. Xiang Ding is acutely aware of his own strength and knows precisely where his limits lie. This time, he refrains from recklessly challenging higher ranks, as he understands that the formidable figures before him represent insurmountable chasms at his current level. Even facing the 10th-ranked expert proves exceptionally strenuous for him. However, within his heart resided a resolute conviction. This year's opportunity was a singular one, and he must seize it with unwavering determination. As for what lay ahead in the following year, Xiang Ding had no time to ponder. He was wholly focused on triumphing in the present battle. With a clear objective set, he could only strive with all his might, daring not to entertain even a moment's complacency. After Chen Han departed, Xiang Ding engaged in 7 thrilling contests with his adversaries, until the surrounding onlookers cast him looks of reverence, no longer daring to provoke him lightly. At last, as the leaderboard of the arena gradually closed, he watched the crowd disperse, the awe they felt reverberating within him for a long time. At that moment, he looked up to see an elder from the outer sect approaching with measured steps. The elder appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, with flowing white hair and a kindly countenance, yet his eyes, brimming with wisdom, revealed his extraordinary status. For the outer sect disciples, the outer sect elders were akin to divine beings, wielding the power of promotion and punishment over the disciples, as if they could dictate their fates. Who might this esteemed figure be? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xiang Ding inquired as he reached for the item the elder extended. But his hand hesitated mid-air, as he silently weighed whether he possessed the right to ask such a question. This is something you need not concern yourself with at present. You will understand once you enter the inner sect. The elder replied, his expression turning stern, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He seemed to possess intimate knowledge of Chen Han's identity, yet he had no intention of revealing a shred of it. Having spoken, he gently placed a bottle of spiritual elixir into Xiang Ding's hands and turned to depart, a mysterious aura enveloping him as he did so. Eagerly, Xiang Ding uncapped the bottle, revealing a crystal-clear elixir that dazzled his eyes, its vibrant luster causing his heart to tremble. Though he could not ascertain its grade, its extraordinary rarity was evident from its appearance alone. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and an invigorating sensation surged through him like a tidal wave, reaching every extremity, as if it had infused him with newfound vitality. In an instant, his injuries healed by more than half, while the residual spiritual energy continued to mend his wounds. What caliber of elixir is this? It is truly formidable. Once again, Xiang Ding gazed with reverence at the towering arena, a faint understanding dawning within him. Those who possessed such elixirs must undoubtedly be rare masters of the Shenshao sect. Furthermore, this master's status was evidently of the highest order, requiring even the outer sect elders to tread carefully in their dealings with him. The outer sect elder had also alluded to matters of the inner sect. Contemplating this, Xiang Ding felt his earlier unease gradually replaced by a steadfast conviction. At this moment, none dared to underestimate him. The title of 10th on the golden list was rightfully his in 10 days. The great competition of the inner sect would commence. My true self must remain here, while you shall proceed in my stead to guard against any sudden assault from the demon sect. If you have no objections, we shall depart immediately, stated Chen Han straightforwardly upon returning to the Zixiao Palace. This plan is feasible, but to what extent can your avatar wield the strength of your true self? I fear you may be overwhelmed, voiced Yu Huang with evident concern. That demon lord Yuan Guang is no ordinary foe. He stands on par with Zhang Wentao, as for whether he has ascended to the transformation stage. It is truly difficult to gauge. If Yuan Guang has indeed broken through, coupled with the demon sect's resources, your avatar may struggle to withstand him. Yu Huang appeared rather nonchalant about this, as if he deemed it inconsequential as long as he could venture out. In truth, the abilities of an avatar and its true self are not vastly different. Only the strength varies. I estimate it can manifest about 10% of my true power, Chen Han speculated. Yet he felt there was little cause for concern regarding Yuan Guang. The likelihood of his breakthrough seemed slim. Regarding Yuan Guang being on par with Zhang Wentao, Chen Han felt it was somewhat of an overestimation. If Yuan Guang had truly made significant advancements, the Tianma Gate would have already launched a counteroffensive. No amount of cunning schemes would suffice, and ultimately, strength would prevail. Thus, he resolved to take a cautious approach. After all, even with his unique physique and abundant spiritual energy, one must never underestimate the power of a sect. It appears, then, that my involvement may not be necessary. Yu Huang sighed in relief, seemingly free of further worries. Chen Han shook his head in resignation at his companion's mindset. The sect was not lacking in spiritual stones. What harm would there be in offering assistance? Nonetheless, he would not press the issue. As this was inherently a matter for the Shenshao sect, he understood Yu Huang's concerns. Should he intervene, the existence of a demon king would inevitably position the Tianma Gate against the entire demon race. Their unity was far beyond what outsiders could imagine. As for provisions, Chen Han felt there was no need for excessive preparation. He need only summon his avatar, wield the Zixiao sword, and carry the cat upon his shoulder to continue onward. This time, their pace quickened significantly, and upon reaching the Qiri realm, the sky remained as bright as ever. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared before Chen Han, the sight causing him to gasp in shock. He beheld several disciples of the Red Demon sect in peril, their bodies marred with wounds, pursued relentlessly by a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance and a bushy beard. The man's gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding a fierce killing intent, fixated on the disciples before him, as if his rising fury cast an oppressive shroud over the surroundings. The disciples of the Red Demon sect still dared to wander about? I had thought you all had been exterminated. It seems the heavens have bestowed upon me a bounty of spiritual stones, he bellowed, seemingly viewing them not as humans but merely as stones ripe for harvesting. Who is this person? Yu Huang inquired with curiosity, leaning in for a closer look. Red Demon sect disciples, Chen Han replied with a smile. What do you think of the woman leading them? What, do you wish to play the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Yu Huang frowned, casting a dismissive glance at the woman, her expression reflecting disdain. Though the woman's appearance was unremarkable, a closer inspection revealed a tenacious spirit in her eyes, a rare quality among cultivators. Even if she lacked striking beauty, her presence was undeniably strong. Indeed, Chen Han responded with a bright smile. I do wish to be a hero saving a beauty. Let us go. Chen Han's voice was as gentle as a whispering breeze. Yet it carried an undeniable resolve. His figure flickered through the dense forest, vanishing as if he had melded into the very air itself. The atmosphere in the area was exceptionally heavy, a pungent metallic scent permeating the air like an invisible gloom. Yu Huang furrowed his brow slightly, his face etched with distaste, as if that intangible stench had invaded his senses. Is this the territory of the Red Demon sect? The scent of human blood is truly nauseating. He remarked with a hint of sarcasm, filled with disdain for this place. Yet, Chen Han merely cast a calm glance at his companion, contemplating silently in the depths of the demon race's bloodline. Humans were indeed regarded as sustenance, a natural delicacy for the beasts. Their craving for human blood was almost instinctual, especially the pure spiritual energy contained within human blood, which proved to be an irresistible temptation for demons and monsters alike. Furthermore, the uses of human blood extended beyond mere sustenance. Both the demon and Rakshasa races conducted anti-human rituals, employing human blood as a medium to summon malevolent forces from the beyond, fulfilling their dark ceremonies. However, the relationship between the human and demon races was delicately maintained in a symbiotic state. They became ensnared in a web of utilization and exploitation, akin to a complex emotional entanglement of love and hatred. Chan Han had heard numerous tales of unions between demons and humans, producing half-demons with extraordinary talents, their cultivation speed surpassing that of ordinary folk, inheriting the legacies of both bloodlines, thus advancing their strength at an accelerated pace. Yet, such instances were not held in high regard by either race, as an insurmountable chasm persisted between them. The Red Demon sect was not far from this location. Should a Golden Core cultivator exert themselves fully in sword flight, they could arrive within 2 hours. However, the sounds of battle that now echoed had shattered the tranquility of the night. Chan Han took 2 steps forward, then paused once more. "Should we intervene?" Yu Huang whispered, his heart racing with anxiety. From their vantage point, they could clearly observe the entirety of the conflict. Approximately 6 individuals were engaged, for disciples of the Red Demon sect clad in crimson robes. Their auras heavy, alongside the alluring young woman and the rugged middle-aged man. Faced with the middle-aged man's oppression, the disciples of the Red Demon sect appeared utterly powerless, the malice and derision in his gaze instilling an unprecedented sense of defeat within them. "I am aware that your Red Demon sect possesses the secret technique of blood escape, allowing for a swift retreat over great distances. Unfortunately, I shall not afford you that opportunity," the middle-aged man cruelly smirked, toying with his prey as a cat does with a mouse. For the young woman, a typical late-stage Golden Core cultivator posed no absolute threat. Yet, this middle-aged man emanated an unprecedented sense of pressure. Confused, she felt as though she were mired in quicksand, unable to escape. "Pray tell, who might you be, elder, and how do you possess such familiarity with the techniques of my Red Demon sect?" The woman's voice trembled with pain as the middle-aged man struck her shoulder, causing anguish to surge through her. In that moment of retreat, disbelief and fury flickered in her eyes. "I am but a discarded waste, expelled from the sect by your father," the middle-aged man sneered, his tone laced with contempt. "Now you blood cultivators are akin to rats in the street, reviled by all. I have come merely to partake in a share of the spoils, to earn a few spiritual stones." The woman's expression shifted slightly, as if a realization dawned upon her. "Blood blade." Her voice turned incredulous, filled with terror. "You did not perish." In this fleeting moment of emotional turmoil, her psychological defenses were utterly shattered. "Cursed be that old scoundrel of your father. I have come to claim your life." A mere 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a Golden Core cultivator, and even a mere 10 for a peak foundation establishment. "I wonder how you managed to provoke the people of the Shanshao sect. This thunderous wrath. How could your Red Demon sect possibly withstand it?" Bloodsword continued to deride her, mercilessly assaulting the woman's pride and will. "Is there more to the plot?" The white cat inquired curiously, its eyes twinkling with intrigue as it fixated on the unfolding drama. "Perhaps," Chan Han replied with a slight shake of his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Red Demon sect had offended numerous individuals, and these adversaries were like the final straw that toppled the camel, leading the Red Demon sect toward its abyss. However, such games did not apply to the Heavenly Demon sect. The foundation of the Heavenly Demon sect was not inferior to that of the Shenshao sect. Had it not been for the previous demon lord's blood magic failing to break through its bottleneck, it is likely that half of the eastern region's territory would have already fallen into the hands of the demon sect. This statement was by no means alarmist. The Heavenly Demon sect undoubtedly possessed such strength. In this battle of spells, the choice between life and death was fleeting. 4 Peak Foundation establishment disciples were swiftly dispatched by Bloodsword, lying on the ground with their fates uncertain. Yet, Bloodsword appeared ensnared by hatred. Hesitating to strike at the woman, she was battered and bloodied, her heart filled with despair. It was time to fight to the death. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Yu Huang's eyes as he keenly observed the situation. Although he could not fully fathom Chen Han's thoughts, he understood that Chen Han would not be overly concerned with the fates of these individuals. Even if this woman were to perish at that moment, Chen Han's mind was already calculating how to utilize her against the Red Demon sect, his thoughts intricate and profound. Almost there, she is on the brink of despair. At that moment, the woman gritted her teeth. Her eyes flashing with resolute light, a surge of energy welled up, vivid crimson mist emanated from her, her aura seemingly being gradually siphoned away, her complexion resembling that of a blank sheet of paper. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of blood-red light, vanishing from sight. However, Blood Sword merely snorted coldly, sending forth a gust of wind from his palm, creating an imperceptible shockwave that tore the blood light to shreds. The woman crashed heavily to the ground, despair swirling within her heart. She was acutely aware that, in the face of this middle-aged man's overwhelming power, she had no retreat, even if she exerted her utmost effort. Hope was non-existent. Her life hung by a thread. "Are you not going to take action?" The white cat continued to transmit its thoughts, its tone laced with urgency. "If you do not act soon, this woman will be doomed." Its voice was like a whisper of temptation, slicing through the heavy atmosphere. Yet, Chen Han remained unfazed, composed and unperturbed. "Let us wait a little longer. She has not yet completely succumbed to despair. Only by completely breaching her psychological defenses can I ensure she believes every word I say." His logic was distinctly different, leaving Yu Huang silently contemplative, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. "What did he say his name was?" Chen Han suddenly inquired. "Blood Sword, I believe, though my memory is not particularly sharp," the white cat casually replied. The name Blood Sword stirred ripples within Chen Han's mind, clearly indicating that this character held significant importance within the narrative. His anticipation for future developments grew ever more fervent. Chapter 16. Infiltrating the Blood Demon sect. Blood Sword steps drew ever closer, each one seeming heavier than 1,000 pounds, further destabilizing Chu Ting's psychological defenses. Her heart was overwhelmed with fear and unease, as though she faced a ravenous beast, with no escape in sight. Despite Blood Sword being empty-handed, his piercing gaze was sharp enough to instill terror, as if he could see into the very depths of one's soul, unearthing their fears and despondency. Chu Ting understood that her foe harbored a seething fury and an insatiable hatred. Biding his time to unleash his wrath, Chu Ting knew little of the truth behind past events, but every time her father mentioned Blood Sword, the impatience and anger on his face hinted at a complex, unspeakable secret lurking beneath. She struggled valiantly, her instinct for survival driving her to resist. Yet, upon realizing that her internal energy was ensnared by an invisible shackle, she felt despair wash over her like a tidal wave. She understood that Blood Sword had employed some means to bind her tightly. She felt like an innocent lamb caught in a hunter's trap, powerless to struggle, awaiting the judgment of fate. The demon cultivators were notoriously ruthless, their methods cruel and insidious, much like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ever poised to deliver a fatal blow without leaving a trace of mercy. "Kill me if you must," Chu Ting managed to keep her voice steady, though the tremor within was unmistakable. "No, I shall not allow you to die just yet," Blood Sword replied coldly, his words dripping with a chilling malice. "I intend to keep you alive, so that old fool can witness the excruciating price his foolishness exacts on the daughter he cherished and nurtured." As he spoke, his voice was laced with a venomous rage, as though relishing the impending taste of revenge. "And you presume to achieve that?" Chu Ting's voice carried a hint of barely concealed mockery. Though her heart blazed with anger, she knew such taunting was mere scratching at Blood Sword's indifference. "Storm the Red Demon sect?" Blood Sword retorted gruffly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I do not yet possess the audacity for that. However, exchanging a few Red Demon sect disciples for some spirit stones is certainly worth considering." He paid no mind to Chu Ting's derision, confidence glinting in his eyes, as if he had already claimed her as his OW. "And oh, not forget, you were once of the blood cultivation lineage. Should the Shenshao sect learn of your attempt to barter our lives for spirit stones, they will not spare you." Chu Ting shot back defiantly. "You shall hardly witness that," Blood Sword replied with a more sinister smile. Just then, time slipped by unnoticed, and Chen Han calmly interjected, "The time has come." No sooner had he spoken than he appeared between the two, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Despite Bloodsword's superior cultivation, he failed to perceive Qian Han's arrival, nor did he sense an ounce of his aura. This caused his heart to shudder, and his brow furrowed slightly. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? His tone grew cautious, for this was the territory of the Red Demon sect, a place where he could not afford to act recklessly. You may be a capable rogue cultivator, but before such a grand sect, you are likely insignificant. Bloodsword thought, his heart tightening as he endeavored to maintain his composure. He had heard of the Red Demon sect's foundation. Though it was not widely renowned, it was nonetheless the legacy of the previous demon lord, its depth unfathomable. Qian Han, however, appeared utterly unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon Chu Ting. At that moment, she cast him a look of confusion. A flicker of vague memories flashing through her mind. This was the young prodigy from the Shenshao sect, who had achieved the late Golden Core stage. Was he friend or foe? A sense of turmoil stirred within Chu Ting's heart. Bloodsword, is it? I offer you an opportunity. Relinquish this woman to me, Qian Han stated, his voice calm and resolute, radiating an undeniable authority. Is your opportunity worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Bloodsword scrutinized him, calculating in his mind. Perhaps it is not. It all depends on your choice. However, should you wish to make a move, I am more than willing to engage. Qian Han's tone remained steady, showing no signs of agitation. At that moment, Bloodsword noticed the purple longsword in Qian Han's grasp, and his expression shifted dramatically. The purple cloud sword was rumored to be the sacred artifact of the Shenshao sect's leader. No wonder this individual dared to be so brazen. You are a disciple of the Shenshao sect? Bloodsword's heart trembled, and his aura involuntarily diminished. He understood that the Shenshao sect stood like a towering peak on the continent, a force to be reckoned with. A misstep could lead to utter annihilation. What that opportunity entails, I shall not disclose. You will understand when the time comes, Qian Han replied, his tone serene and detached, as if everything lay within his grasp. Do you take me for a child to be easily deceived? Bloodsword's countenance darkened, clearly displeased with such an answer. I have stated that opportunities require patience. But if you wish to act, I will be ready. Qian Han's gaze remained unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. I know who you are. Bloodsword sneered coldly, his energy beginning to boil, as if prepared to explode at any moment. You may certainly try, but I cannot guarantee you will survive to claim those 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Qian Han mocked, his scornful tone deeply piercing Bloodsword's pride. After a fierce internal struggle, Bloodsword ultimately restrained his impulse to strike. He inhaled deeply, hesitantly inquiring, what opportunity? Soon, within 4 or 5 years, Qian Han replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. Very well, based on your possession of the purple cloud sword. I shall grant you this one chance. Bloodsword regarded him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze before he turned to depart. But should you deceive me, even if you are of the Shenshao sect, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Following Bloodsword's departure, Chu Ting's sense of crisis did not dissipate. Instead, it grew heavier. She gazed at this young man, who seemed to harbor countless secrets, an inexplicable unease swirling within her heart. Clenching her teeth, she gripped the hilt of her sword, as if it could provide her with a modicum of courage and strength. Speak. What do you wish me to do? Her voice, remarkably calm in this life-and-death moment, resembled a sturdy umbrella on a rainy night, resilient and unyielding. Your courage is indeed astonishing. Qian Han smiled faintly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. All I seek is your assistance in gaining entry into the Blood Demon sect. Is that all? She furrowed her brow, inquiring tentatively. Precisely so. Qian Han replied with a smile, though his gaze hinted at deeper implications. Merely entering under a different identity would suffice. Very well, then you shall enter as him. Chu Ting's eyes fell upon the fallen disciple nearby, bloodied and motionless, swiftly calculating various possibilities in her mind. Yet she understood well that the sword was far too conspicuous. Without proper concealment, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. However, your sword is exceedingly eye-catching. It must be dimmed, I comprehend. Qian Han maintained an air of ease. Seemingly unperturbed, he gently patted the Zixiao sword in his hand, and in an instant, its brilliance dimmed. an ancient aura emanating forth, as if time itself had shifted, obscuring its sharp radiance into the intangible. This transformation sent a jolt through Chu Ting's heart. Although she did not inquire about his true intentions for infiltrating the Blood Demon sect, she had already begun to grasp the answer. Undoubtedly, he was drawn by the concealed secrets of the sect. Recalling their first encounter, when he sought to explore the summit of Lingjian Mountain, perhaps he had already glimpsed secrets that should remain hidden. Subsequently, the sudden disaster had summoned numerous top-tier powerhouses, leading to the Blood Demon sect's defeat and the tragic loss of a Yuanying stage elder. For a major sect that governed the heavens and earth, Yuanying stage cultivators might not be rare, yet within the Blood Demon sect, only 3 had ever attained such heights. She too had once ascended the summit of Lingjian Mountain, only to find it a desolate wasteland, shrouded in dust and neglect. The scene seemed as if an unparalleled powerhouse had smoothed it over, the sword intent still lingering like an invisible wall, forever impassable. This time, they had indeed miscalculated, underestimating the tenacity of the Shenshao sect. Nor had they anticipated a peak Yuanying stage expert would take action personally. Even if they had foreseen it, they would have fought with all their might. The thirst for power and strength had long transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In Chu Ting's eyes, these people had lost their sanity, completely immersed in madness. Even her father, once a decisive and astute sect leader, had become indifferent and ruthless under the corrosive influence of power. A stark contrast to his former self. We cultivate blood demons, shaping them into machines of slaughter, colluding with the Blood Rakshasa tribe, and even daring to challenge the heavenly demon sect. The weight in her heart intensified. The Blood Demon sect's insanity filled her with dread, and if this continued, destruction was merely a matter of time. Yet, did this young man possess the strength to alter this fate? She remained in the dark. The only action she could take was to bring him into the sect. As for what followed, it was beyond her control. She felt lost, filled with confusion over whether her choice was correct. But she also recognized that if she did not lead him into the sect, death might await her at any moment. In this life and death balance, who would willingly step toward the abyss? The selfishness of the demonic cultivators sent a shiver through her. Even among the lofty righteous, how many could truly free themselves from the shackles of self-interest? When they finally arrived at the sect, night had fallen. Chu Ting, weary from her injuries and the encroaching spiritual energy, felt utterly exhausted. Sister Chu Ting, the gatekeeper disciple, recognized her, concern evident in his tone. You're injured? It's nothing, merely a minor wound. Chu Ting waved her hand, attempting to mask the pallor on her face. But to no avail. Quickly, inform my father. The blood blade has appeared, and his strength has reached the late golden core stage. The gatekeeper disciple's expression shifted dramatically, fear spilling over his features, before he hurried away. Clearly, the entire Blood Demon sect was acutely sensitive to that name. He was the prodigy of yesteryears, expelled for stealing sect scriptures, but who truly knew the real reason. Follow me. Chu Ting guided Chen Han into the sect. Here, the hierarchical structure starkly contrasted with that of the Shenshao sect. The demonic sect was as rigorously fortified as a copper wall or iron bastion. Outer disciples were treated as mere servants, devoid of rights, forced to survive in this brutal environment through ruthless means. Inner disciples, however, held lofty status, enjoying privileges unimaginable to outsiders. The inner disciples' quarters, nestled above the blood pool, surged with spiritual energy, though the stench was nauseating. It was a veritable boon for blood cultivators. The white cat surveyed the surroundings, delicately covering its nose with its pink paw, its face twisted in disdain. We can't possibly be staying here, can we? Perhaps, at least until I gather all the necessary information. Chen Han remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the foul atmosphere. Such are the methods of demonic cultivators, perpetually cycling through the consumption of human blood or essence to amp after lingering in the disciples' abode for a brief moment. Chen Han's voice emerged, low and resolute. All right, I too sense 2 exceedingly subtle yet formidable auras. It is truly hard to fathom how a sect with merely 2 Yuanying stage cultivators can possess such profound depth. Yu Huang responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly brimming with anticipation for the unknown adventure ahead. Although the Hongma sect boasted only 2 Yuanying stage experts, it was, after all, a legacy of the ancient demon lord. And for Chen Han, Such depth was entirely expected. I am confident, he asserted. Deep within, he understood that the first aura lay hidden at the bottom of this blood pool, drawing ever closer to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Chan Han and the white cat leaped down into the blood pool. The water was far deeper than it appeared from above, the darkness within resembling an unfathomable abyss. Instilling an irresistible sense of oppression, the two rushed forward with all their might, and after a quarter of an hour, they finally caught a hazy glimpse of the bottom. They enveloped themselves in spiritual energy. Yet within the thick crimson, they still sensed an almost corrosive aura capable of penetrating their defenses. This blood pool is truly strange, Chan Han remarked, reinforcing his spiritual shield, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes glimmering with intrigue as he continued to descend. Initially, nothing particularly noteworthy was discovered, but as his feet touched the bottom of the blood pool, a grand underground palace came into view. An ancient, imposing, and savage aura permeated the palace, as if recounting countless years of the past. This space was isolated from the blood pool above by formations, creating an independent domain. The presence of powerful beings was palpable here. Undoubtedly the handiwork of a top-tier Huashan stage expert. Ordinary Huashan stage cultivators could hardly hope to access such spatial forces. A dense pressure emanated from the palace, suffocating in its intensity. This pressure felt eerily familiar. Chan Han involuntarily paused, a sense of recognition welling up within him. The demon lord, Yuzongxian? Yu Huang's voice resonated, low and filled with awe, clearly shaken by the legendary demon lord of yore. Even though they had never encountered the true Yuzongxian, an individual possessing such immense aura amidst heaven and earth was indeed a rare find. He must have been at least a late-stage Huashan expert in life. Chan Han could not help but feel a surge of reverence. Reflecting inwardly, a late-stage Huashan expert would have transcended into a saintly being, nearly immortal. Cultivators of the Huashan realm arrive alongside the tribulations of heaven and earth. Those who can achieve such mastery in demonic cultivation are indeed few and far between. In the bygone days, the continent basked in unparalleled glory, yet those memories now felt distant. Decades ago, when the demon race invaded, the legend of the demon lord Yuzongxian was buried in the annals of history. Numerous demon kings surged into the continent, and top-tier experts stepped forth to resist the demonic onslaught, resulting in brutal battles. Hurry, hurry, let us go inside and take a look, Yu Huang urged, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. At this moment, she could hardly contain herself. For them, the secret treasures of a Huashan expert were undoubtedly a source of madness for the entire cultivation world. Despite being in the realm of demonic cultivation, she could push the powers of her lineage to the utmost, truly experiencing the marvels of strength. This was an ancient and mysterious underground palace, its exterior adorned with blood-colored murals. Each mural depicted a figure bathed in crimson light, resembling an ancient demon god, as if one could hear the cries echoing through millennia. A powerful pressure radiated from the murals, evoking a sensation of reaching into those lost epochs. For the strong, respect was never lacking. Even if their names had long turned to dust amidst the passage of time, dissipating into the vast sky, one could still feel the essence of their strength at this moment. Chan Han and Yu Huang stepped into the world of demonic cultivation, embarking on an unknown journey. It was evident that someone had ventured here before. No, it was clear that someone had indeed been here. The white cat gazed at the intricate formations, a rare clarity flashing through its mind as if its intelligence had returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, the formations bore the marks of human tampering. As if someone had employed their skills here, leaving traces behind. Bloodblade once lingered here. Chan Han's tone held an undeniable firmness, as if he had grasped a crucial clue. Although the formations before them showed no apparent damage, those subtle changes and delicate signs spoke volumes of the footprints left by someone whose strength seemed not particularly formidable. Chan Han combined the narrative from the book with reality, a thought flashing through his mind. Bloodblade had likely visited this place and perhaps acquired some form of inheritance. However, under the immense pressure of the sect, he had been compelled to relinquish that inheritance, ultimately leading to his expulsion. Bloodblade, a character tinged with a hint of tragedy, yet the fate of demonic cultivators often unfolded in such a manner. As an antagonist, lacking even a shred of tragic embellishment, seemed ill-fitting for such a role. In fact, as the plot progressed, Blood Blade's demonstrated talent for blood cultivation was indeed astonishing, ultimately becoming an indispensable pillar within the Tianma sect. At this moment, Yu Huang appeared to recall something, her thoughts drifting back to the vengeful past of Bloodblade. Yet, according to the nature of demonic cultivators, shouldn't they have directly slain their opponents? A wave of confusion washed over Yu Huang. It's quite simple, Qian Han speculated. The inheritance may harbor treasures such as the Great Spatial Talisman. With just a slight activation, escaping the sect would not be particularly difficult. Though his conjecture still bore flaws, it was not far from the truth. Let us go, let us see inside. My heart is filled with questions. Qian Han spoke little, feeling a slight pressure in the face of this complex formation. Yet with Yu Huang, a master of formations, by his side, he felt no need to exert himself excessively. The demon race's proficiency in formations often surpassed that of cultivators in the immortal realm. As a demon king-level expert, Yu Huang's mastery in the art of formations had likely surpassed the understanding within the cultivation world. I shall take a look. Yu Huang gracefully leaped, circling around the nearby restrictions while deep in thought. Her small paw shimmered with light, and then a milky white radiance rippled forth, resembling a layer of crimson ripples emerging in the AI or die in an instant. Those energy fluctuations seemed to lose their vitality. Rendered utterly ineffective, Wei Yu Huang withdrew her paw, a hint of regret in her tone. Had this formation been in place a century ago, its power would have rivaled that of a Huashan stage cultivator. Even they would not have easily breached these restrictions. However, these formations have suffered over a century, and their efficacy has significantly diminished. She shook her head, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to a distant past. I could have destroyed it directly, but to preserve the spatial formations above, I refrained from such actions. The previous demon lord possessed considerable expertise in formations, perhaps second only to me. Qian Han pondered silently, offering no response. Demonic cultivators indeed held unique insights into these esoteric fields of knowledge. As they stepped into the heart of the formation, the air suddenly thickened with an intense blood aura. Blood mist billowed like smoke, rising languidly, akin to a flowing river of crimson. Is this the blood domain formation of the human demonic cultivators? Yu Huang glanced over, surprise flashing across her face. Is this formation supposed to be lost to history? Could it truly be related to Yuzongxian? Though this ancient underground palace could not be compared to the splendor of its former glory, it exuded an air of intricate formations, each interlocking with the next, evoking a sense of mystery and dread. I'm not sure. Perhaps, Qian Han replied with a faint smile, his spirit stirred with eagerness as he stepped into the grand formation. Despite the formidable reputation of the blood domain formation, its power had waned significantly due to the absence of four swords as its focal points. In its current state, the formation could only be regarded as a mere fade, even when compared to the formations laid by Blood Lao in the past. It paled in comparison. Who would have thought that even the Yuanying stage experts of the Hongma sect would find it challenging to breach it? Upon entering the grand formation, the same layers of blood mist enveloped them. Be cautious, there may be blood demons lurking within. I have witnessed the foundation of this grand formation. We should use blood demons as our guides. Qian Han's voice carried a note of seriousness, wary of any complacency. While Yu Huang feared no danger, caution was never misplaced. Wei Yu Huang's expression turned grave, sensing the secret yet powerful aura enveloping the blood domain formation, at least the presence of a Huashan stage being. As they stepped into the grand formation, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. With the passage of time, the vicissitudes of a century had transformed everything here beyond recognition. One person and one cat effortlessly made their way to the center of the formation. Yet the scene before them momentarily stunned them. They beheld a grotesque creature, its form barely humanoid, ensnared by massive chains, its blood continuously feeding the entire formation, conjuring the term blood slave in Qian Han's mind. This blood slave had once served as a vessel for the demon lord Yuzongxian to extract blood, appearing superficially as a formidable entity, yet a Huashan stage blood slave was simply unheard of. The existence of a Huashan stage being, a pinnacle of strength in the world, now reduced to a sacrificial pawn of the blood domain formation, was no wonder the formation's power had diminished. This entity had likely reached the end of its endurance. Amidst the hazy blood mist, it was discernible that the creature was a human covered in red fur. its features indistinct. Only the piercing cries akin to a wailing ghost could be heard. Suffering immense torment, the chains clanked ominously, the figure struggled desperately, seemingly enduring unspeakable agony. The impact of this scene seemed to shake Yu Huang's worldview to its core. Who is he? Why has he been imprisoned here? Chen Han felt an indescribable sense of panic as the sharp, piercing sound echoed in his ears. He could not help but ponder. If one were to endure such torment, what fate would await them a century hence? Perhaps madness would truly be the only outcome. The chains were tainted with dark, congealed blood, a product of years of suffering and despair. What a pitiable soul he was. After a prolonged silence, Chen Han finally exhaled softly. Members of the Shenshao sect? The figure did not raise its head but inquired with a hoarse voice, filled with struggle that I, the disciple Chen Han of the Shenshao sect, pay my respects to you. Senior. Chen Han offered a slight bow, feeling a surge of reverence despite being in a foreign land. An incarnation of the primordial spirit, indeed. The figure seemed to express a flicker of solace. Who is Guangqing Daoist to you? Guangqing Daoist is the title of my master. Chen Han was about to explain, but suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind. When he looked at the figure, disbelief filled his eyes. The figure appeared somewhat melancholic, and after a long moment, it finally spoke. I am called Chu Shang, BY lineage. You should address me as your great-uncle. This revelation struck Chen Han like thunder, for he realized that this figure was a venerable elder of the Shenshao sect, who had presumably endured untold torment in this place, now reduced to a wretched state, neither human nor ghost. His heart surged with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and sympathy for the past. Chapter 18. Painful memories. The visage of the blood demon appeared exceptionally aged and grotesque, as the passage of time had etched merciless marks upon its face, making it nearly unrecognizable from its former human form. Its body was tightly enveloped in a layer of sinister, blood-red runes, resembling an evil robe, while the red hair covering its body symbolized decay, as though it were the remnant of a long-corroded relic. Wounds marred its entire form, with every thick vein mercilessly pierced by robust chains, evoking involuntary compassion. How could I possibly rescue you? Chen Han remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply before finally asking. He gazed at this once peak power, his heart awash with boundless sentiment. In years past, this elder commanded the winds and rains. Now, however, he was trapped in this lightless underground palace, forced to sustain this forbidden formation with his own flesh and blood. The cruelty of fate was truly lamentable. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in the elder's eyes, only to dim again, as if that brief light had never existed. Swallowed by unending darkness. Useless, the elder replied, unless your strength surpasses that of the former demon Lord Yu Zhongxian. His words fell like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited in Chen Han's heart. Must it truly be so? Is there no other way? Chen Han felt a tinge of reluctance. He had an inkling that this blood domain formation might not be as insurmountable as it seemed. Yet, from the elder's demeanor, he realized that the situation was likely far more complex than he had imagined. The elder was evidently not merely confined by the formation. He bore other curses or powers within him. Chen Han observed the ancient blood-red runes swirling around the elder, transforming him into a helpless puppet, forever ensnared in this dismal underground palace. His flesh and spirit not only nourished the formation but also sustained the life force of the entire gloomy palace. The special chains appeared to be forged from sturdy iron, heavy and resilient. There is no other way. The blood curse upon me was set by him personally. Even the elder brothers from back then could do nothing about it. The elder's voice brimmed with profound helplessness and despair. That former elder brother was, of course, the previous leader of the Shenshao sect, the only one capable of contending with the demon lord. Yet, even he was powerless to alleviate the elder's plight, leaving him with bitterness and self-contempt. Did the ancestral master ever mention a method of breaking it? Chen Han inquired tentatively, hoping for even the slightest assistance from the elder. The elder's gaze seemed to drift into memories, and for a moment, his gaze tightened Chen Han's heart. There indeed exists a method to break it, albeit exceedingly arduous. The elder finally spoke, his voice laden with resignation. Unless someone can cultivate the blood scripture created by Yu Zhongxian to the 6th level, achieving the strength of the Yuanying stage. He then furrowed his brow, sighing deeply. Let alone whether anyone possesses the innate talent to cultivate the Demon Lord's legacy to such a realm, even if they could. What magic cultivator would be willing to save me? At this moment, Chun Han exchanged a glance with the white cat beside him, both sharing a flicker of understanding. They realized that the current situation was not as hopeless as the elder had claimed. Where is the blood scripture now? Chun Han no longer hesitated and directly inquired, having secretly resolved to rescue this elder, no matter how arduous the process. The elder raised his crimson eyes in slight confusion, gazing intently at Chun Han. Our Shunshao sect is an orthodox sect of immortals. Do not cultivate such heretical paths merely to rescue me, he said sternly, then sighed complexly, his eyes reflecting helplessness and melancholy. If I endure for another 2 years, my essence will be fully drained, and at that point, I will be free from this torment. Chun Han remained silent, his heart heavy with the elder's despondency and despair. 2 years seemed a long time, yet it could also pass like a fleeting moment. The elder's words conveyed a sense of near-desperate relief. I have my own methods. Senior need only tell me the whereabouts of the blood scripture. Chun Han reiterated, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. After a period of silence, the elder finally spoke slowly. Very well, take it. His tone revealed a sense of resignation, yet also a hint of hesitation, as if he were deciding to take a final gamble. A radiant bloodlight appeared before Chun Han, resembling a long-forgotten treasure, ancient and mysterious. It is indeed in your hands. Chun Han was slightly taken aback, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. The elder continued. A century ago, I was defeated and trapped here, used as nourishment by Yu Zhongxian to sustain this underground palace, which conceals his long-dead remains. It was here that he attained enlightenment. His tone was calm yet imbued with profound sorrow. As if this all had become a distant memory, too much pain and torment rendering his heart numb. 50 years ago, I finally managed to separate a wisp of my consciousness, yet I could only carry away half of the blood scripture. Everything else, no matter how precious, had lost its significance to me, and of course, those treasures were beyond my reach. The elder's words seemed tinged with regret, his voice abruptly halting as though hinting at a turning point. 40 years ago, a young man stumbled upon this place. He was an inner disciple of the Red Demon sect. Although he possessed decent talent, he ultimately could not change the outcome. The elder paused. A flicker of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Go escape. I entrusted him with half of the blood scripture I had imprinted with my consciousness and 4 demon swords from this formation. He smiled faintly, yet that smile carried an undercurrent of helplessness and unwillingness. Regrettably, he never returned. After that, I occasionally sensed the presence of several Yuanying stage consciousnesses passing through here, but they could not even break the external formation. This exchange seemed to lay bare the weight of time and helplessness, as the elder's tale spanned a century, and that disciple was none other than the embodiment of the blood blade. Chun Han gained a deeper understanding of this history, and coupled with the various information he had gathered over the past few days and the fragmented records in the texts, he finally unraveled the main thread of the entire narrative. Is this the blood scripture? Chun Han grasped the blood light in his hands, and with his movement, an ancient tome slowly emerged. As he gently opened the tome, a pungent and violent odor of blood instantly assailed him, reminiscent of a shadow trapped in an abyss, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Indeed, this is the complete blood scripture. As for the other divine treasures of Yu Zhongxian, if you possess the capability, feel free to explore. The elder's voice echoed softly, tinged with a sense of resignation and anticipation. However, the dangers within are extreme. You have come with your primordial spirit. If harmed, you may never return. Moreover, you have not practiced the blood scripture. Should you recklessly enter, your powers may differ in origin, so do not blame me for not warning you. The elder cautioned, a flicker of unspoken worry crossing his face. Chun Han shook his head, exuding an air of unwavering steadiness. The 4 swords are already in my possession, and with this complete blood scripture, I have obtained what I seek. He spoke no more, his gaze resolute, as if he had already formulated a deeper plan. As for the other treasures within, others would naturally seek them out. The killing immortal sword is also in your hands. The elder's voice suddenly faltered, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. A fleeting, inscrutable feeling crossed the elder's aged and grotesque face. If he could not even perceive such a trivial matter, then had his hundreds of years been for naught? He must have been exposed. This opportunity had been snatched away, however, with only half of the blood scripture. They would not be able to stir up any great waves, the elder murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Chun Han, however, slowly remarked, they have made a deal with the Blood Rakshasa clan, using the blood domain formation to nurture blood demons, nearly resulting in the demise of the foremost leader of our Shenshao sect. Although his tone was somewhat grave, it was predominantly imbued with an unwavering resolve and fearlessness towards the impending challenges. This was something I had not anticipated, yet I acknowledge it is my own shortcoming and I shall not shirk responsibility. The old man sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Before his expression subtly shifted, seemingly birthed from a perplexity. The blood demon, a creature of the Rakshasa clan, would find its power capped at the threshold of half-step transformation into divinity, even at such a level. It hardly seemed capable of posing a threat to the might of the foremost master of the Divine Sky sect, did it? He was eager to unravel the truth of the matter. Chen Han paused for a moment, a bitter smile forming within as he thought, perhaps, oh, you believe this is the Divine Sky sect of a century ago. Back then, the foremost master was indeed one who had reached the half-step transformation into divinity. The white cat languidly interjected. The current Divine Sky sect is no longer what it was a century ago. The present leadership has dwindled to mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, as he spoke. His tone carried a hint of mockery, seemingly reminiscing about past glories while also harboring a tinge of sarcasm. To say they are merely mid-stage nascent soul cultivators is, in fact, an overestimation. His voice bore a touch of resignation. Before he continued, noting that several among them had yet to fully step into this realm, a flicker of disdain crossed the white cat's eyes, as if to express its powerlessness and dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. Lamenting a harrowing history, however, this was also a result of Chen Han's deliberate suppression. Had those old-timers been allowed to emerge and bolster the situation, the prowess of the foremost master of the Divine Sky sect would not have been so feeble. At the very least, each peak would have a nascent soul pinnacle cultivator. The old man remained silent for a long while, a trace of desolation etched upon his face. Has the Divine Sky sect truly fallen? He muttered to himself, his heart heavy with disappointment. In a mere century, a mere 2 generations have passed, yet it has deteriorated to such a state that a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator can ascend to the position of a branch master. This reality is difficult for him to accept, as for the reasons behind the sect's decline. Chun Han refrained from further elaboration. After all, once he began to speak, it would only under his own impotence. And the old man would inevitably have much to say. Their cohort of peak experts had once led with distinction, committing no error. Why should they be replaced without cause? A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator cannot fathom the complexities of the sect's overall situation, which is indeed frustrating. Can you attempt to decipher it? Chen Han, unwilling to linger any longer, finally cast his gaze towards the great white cat, the Jade Emperor. Unexpectedly, the great white cat shook its head instantly, its head bobbing like a rattle, clearly in jest. Impossible. The great white cat mused inwardly, though its expression remained impassive. The power of the ghostly immortal has at least reached the stage of transformation into divinity. And I am only slightly stronger than you. My primary focus is not on sorcery, rendering me incapable of proceeding. Upon hearing the great white cat's response, Chen Han sighed softly, inwardly lamenting that even the great white cat had begun to prove unreliable. The resources he had expended to raise it to such a corpulent state seemed to be in vain. If it were a tad stronger, he could lessen his reliance on others. Nevertheless, the current circumstances had left him quite satisfied, and he preferred not to delve further into his thoughts. This is a 7th-grade elixir. It will aid you for another 5 years. After 5 years, someone will surely come to seek you. Chun Han flicked his finger, and a strand of spiritual light gracefully settled into the old man's mouth. This 5-year estimate was already the most conservative. By that time, even if Xiang Ding had not mastered the blood scripture to perfection, his strength would certainly surpass that of the ghostly immortal from years past. He mused that a top-tier physique could yield visible results in a matter of months. Now that his cultivation level was exceedingly stable, he estimated he would soon reach the pinnacle of the knowledge and action realm, subsequently advancing to even higher echelons. Despite having only perused a few pages of the blood scripture, he found it not particularly difficult to comprehend. If need be, he could also attempt to cultivate it. After all, this was a former peak expert from a century ago, a predecessor of the Divine Sky sect. Out of sentiment or obligation, he ought to rescue him. Such a formidable being could undoubtedly serve as his trump card. Yet, at present, he lacked the strength to effectuate that rescue and could only plot methodically. Thus, I take my leave, esteemed elder. Chen Han offered a slight bow. His heart laden with helplessness, yet his countenance remained composed. Very well, be on your way. The old man, Chu Shang, seemed to harbor little hope, merely lifting his gaze to quietly watch Chen Han depart. Soon, the great formation appeared to shift once more. Spiritual energy being incessantly siphoned away, while chains were deeply embedded within the old man's flesh, eliciting his pained wails. Chen Han's gaze drifted towards the depths of the underground palace, sensing an unfathomable terror lurking within, shrouded in secrets yet to be unveiled. The old man might know a thing or two, but he was unwilling to venture in. Understanding would yield no benefit. Upon returning to the surface, the surreal experiences of the underground palace echoed in his mind, leaving him with an ethereal sensation. Go acquire a peak expert of transformation into divinity and a venerable elder of the Divine Sky sect was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Yet, thinking of the torment the old man endured, Chen Han could not help but sigh with a heavy heart. He had not even attempted to break the seal, fearing that any misstep might inflict even greater suffering upon the old man. The Jade Emperor regarded Chen Han thoughtfully, his eyes betraying a hint of contemplation. Whom are you scheming against now? Am I not perpetually ensnared in schemes? Chen Han smiled bitterly. Could it be that the Jade Emperor perceived him solely as a schemer? His earnest dedication to cultivation and diligence had seemingly gone unnoticed. He turned his gaze towards the bubbling blood pool, infused with spiritual energy, and mused. With this blood pool present, everything becomes explicable. This statement, devoid of context, perhaps only he could comprehend. Given the Jade Emperor's intellect, there was no need to concern himself with his ramblings. Xiang Ding and the Bloodblade could seize this opportunity for two reasons. First, their extraordinary aptitude, and second, their proximity to the source. Provided luck is on their side, other disciples might also discover this place, yet few could penetrate to the pool's depths. This is also why, since the establishment of the Red Demon sect, only two individuals have managed to inherit its legacy. However, you are correct in one regard. Even if this old man were to break free, his strength would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. To maintain his status at the level of transformation into divinity would be a stroke of luck. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Han spoke. Thus, I have conceived a new strategy to contend with the demon sect. The Jade Emperor shot Chen Han a sidelong glance, naturally uninterested in his thoughts. Although Chen Han was consumed with schemes, as long as it would elevate the strength of the Divine Sky sect, it was a goal worth pursuing. In other words, he may be a commendable leader, yet not necessarily a good person. Shall we proceed to explore another location? The Jade Emperor inquired directly, glancing at the sky, which was gradually brightening. Let us wait until nightfall. We should rest for now. The Jade Emperor found himself at a loss for words, pondering when even peak cultivators of transformation into divinity required rest. However, rest was indeed necessary, for the desire for sleep did not pale in comparison to Chen Han's. Even the cat requires slumber. A voice jolted both man and cat awake. We will head to the sect square shortly. Do not forget. Chu Ting's voice pierced the morning tranquility like the dawn itself. The sect square? Chen Han arose in confusion. Stretching lazily. Get up. Do not linger in slumber. Let us go see. He patted the sizable, curled-up white cat beside him. What are we doing now? The white cat, eyes heavy with sleep, nevertheless complied and rose obediently. Uncertain, perhaps the Red Demon sect is about to make a move. Chen Han furrowed his brow slightly. Chu Ting's message was unequivocal, and she likely did not know the specifics either. Then let us proceed. The Jade Emperor's eyes brimmed with interest. Though they were unaware of the location of the sect square, they needed only to follow those aloof figures. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs and had yet to notice that Chen Han had been replaced. Accompanied by the white cat, he arrived at a vast square, exclaiming, "Truly, to tread upon iron shoes in vain, only to have it come effortlessly. I intended to seek the elusive aura from that night. Yet it has come directly to my doorstep. Standing in the square, one could distinctly feel the fluctuations of a transformation into divinity. Be cautious. It appears to be the Rakshasa clan, Cheon Han warned. The Rakshasa clan is so formidable, the Jade Emperor exclaimed in surprise. While they may seem formidable, their strength is likely only at the initial stage of transformation into divinity. The true might of the Rakshasa clan on the continent remains to be seen. It is not expected to be excessively overwhelming, Cheon Han communicated through thought. Then shall we engage them? The Jade Emperor was eager. Let us wait a moment. Chapter 19. The Conspiracy of the Rakshasa Clan. Just as they steadied themselves, Cheon Han's gaze involuntarily fixated on the forefront, where a tall, thin old man was passionately rallying his disciples. The old man exuded an undeniable aura of leadership, an air of authority that commanded respect. He was Chu Ji, the sect leader of the Red Demon sect. Beside Chu Ji, Chu Ting listened attentively, the shadows on her face having dissipated, her eyes sparkling with vitality, clearly indicating her improved condition. Noticing Cheon Han's gaze, Chu Ting offered a faint smile. The two exchanged a brief nod before instinctively diverting their eyes, as though the fleeting exchange contained a myriad of complex, unspoken emotions. The name of Chu Ji was indelibly etched in Cheon Han's memory. He understood well that although this sect leader had only attained the mid-stage of nascent soul, through the Red Demon sect's secret arts, he was more than capable of being a formidable force not to be underestimated. Moreover, the bloodline heritage of the Red Demon sect, originating from the ghostly immortal, bore intricate connections to the cultivation methods Cheon Han practiced, as if unveiling a broader expanse of possibilities before him. You are all disciples of the Red Demon sect, destined to share its fate. Now, the Divine Sky sect, disregarding righteousness, openly provokes the Red Demon sect. Can we allow them to act with such arrogance? Chu Ji's voice soared like an eagle in flight, resonating across the square, striking the hearts of every disciple present. However, in response, there was an awkward silence that enveloped the gathering. The once vibrant square fell into an eerie silence as his words resonated. As if doused with a bucket of cold water, the atmosphere of the mobilization meeting turned palpably awkward. What should have been a rallying cry transformed into a damp squib. All the disciples understood that facing the Divine Sky sect was not an opportune moment for self-destruction. After all, even the demonic Lord Yuan Guang had yet to conquer this formidable opponent. So how could they, mere inner disciples, dare to tread lightly? The bounty issued by the Divine Sky sect loomed over them like a sharp blade, driving them into a corner, while the sect effortlessly claimed the lives of hundreds from the Red Demon sect for a mere handful of spirit stones. Confronted with such overwhelming oppression, all that remained in their hearts was boundless dread and despair. Chu Ji cleared his throat, striving to mask his inner embarrassment. Although he had not anticipated such a lack of respect from his disciples, he was acutely aware that surrender was not an option. You fear the Divine Sky sect. His voice gradually rose, finally summoning the courage to declare, yet they have pushed us to the brink. As long as you are still blood cultivators, your names will be inscribed on the Dark Organization's kill list. The Divine Sky sect will not spare you. At these words, the emotions of the crowd ignited instantaneously, their furious gazes directed toward the Divine Sky sect, as if seeking to transform their indignation into tangible action. Beside him, Cheon Han shook his head in resignation. Had these disciples never pondered their own misfortune in falling into the abyss of blood cultivation? Were these bounties not of your own doing? Now, the Red Demon sect resembled a stray dog. Was there truly no innocence to be found? Yu Huang sighed softly, his eyes filled with pity for these disciples. Innocence? The great white cat retorted coldly. If you truly cared, you should have intervened long before the sect made the decision that led to its own demise. Why initial intention was merely to instill fear in the Blood Rakshasa clan and the Heavenly Demon sect. Cheon Han's voice was calm and resolute, akin to the stars in the night sky. Even this seemingly cruel proposal was within his foresight. With every battle, countless lives would be lost. All demonic cultivators and even the Rakshasa clan posed immense threats. If we cannot eradicate them completely, it will be our end, he asserted firmly. What Jiang Wenda could not accomplish, I shall undertake. Without a ruthless heart, how can we suppress the four realms of Xuanzhen and compel the demon sect to submit? While careful planning is undoubtedly important, our foremost task is to cripple these demonic sections. Chu Ji continued his fervent mobilization. while Chen Han's thoughts shifted to another pressing matter. This is my first encounter with the Rakshasa clan. Their strength should not be underestimated. Wei Yu Huang leisurely gazed upward, seemingly lost in contemplation. The Rakshasa clan cannot give their all. Chen Han nodded slightly, sensing a shared understanding with Yu Huang. A solitary top-tier powerhouse had already attained the transformation into a divine being. Just how formidable could their strength truly be, no one could say. The demonic realm was shrouded in fear, the abyss's darkness isolating everything. Unlike the demon clan, they had no barrier like the dreaming sea obstructing them. Crossing the abyss led directly to the world of cultivation. Historically, the Rakshasa clan had only occasionally invaded, coexisting peacefully with the cultivation world, even engaging in trade from time to time. The reason was simple. The treasures of the cultivation world were far less beneficial to them than the cultivation methods found in the abyss. Furthermore, the continent was teeming with powerful beings, and the Rakshasa clan had little desire to court trouble, especially since their internal strife had already drained considerable vitality. However, the current situation diverged from the past. If the Rakshasa clan truly had multiple strong individuals infiltrating the cultivation world, it would lead to a scenario of unrestrained chaos. 50 years ago, the older generation of powerhouses had entered their twilight years. The records concerning the Rakshasa clan in ancient texts were scant, only gaining some clarity after the onset of a great era, culminating in a demon lord unifying the demonic realm in an attempt to invade the cultivation world. In the absence of sufficient demonic energy to replenish their strength, the Rakshasa clan's agility would inevitably be constrained. Thus, monitoring their movements was of little necessity. As for whether the current demon lord was a young prodigy of the Rakshasa clan, no one could ascertain. The blood demon lineage held a prestigious position in the demonic realm, yet was not without rivals. At least 3 other lineages were equally matched. Now, we must ascertain whether the release of the blood demon was the Rakshasa clan's intent or merely the personal design of this blood demon. Chen Han stated, if it is the former, we can exert pressure on the Rakshasa clan, potentially securing a decade of relative peace. You are so confident. Don't expect me to intervene. Once those old geezers from the Rakshasa clan arrive, I won't be able to withstand it. The great white cat quickly distanced itself from the situation, fearing to be ensnared in an endless quagmire. We may not prevail, but our human race has always stood united against a common foe. Someone will surely devise a strategy, Chen Han declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Can you reach Zhang Wenda? The great white cat suddenly expressed interest. I cannot. But someone can, Chen Han replied with a slight smile. A glimmer of cunning in his gaze, Zhang Danxin, perhaps? The great white cat recalled the individual Chen Han had mentioned earlier. This fellow dared to scheme even against that person's son. Truly audacious. Nevertheless, the great white cat was quite in agreement with this notion. As they conversed, Chu Ji's mobilization meeting drew to a close. The inner disciples were now brimming with eagerness, itching to confront the Divine Sky sect at once. Observing this scene, Chen Han couldn't help but marvel at the old man's remarkable mobilization skills. After all, he had never witnessed such a large-scale mobilization meeting in the Divine Sky sect. Regardless, he believed that anyone capable of achieving this must possess considerable strength and wisdom. Once Chen Han molded the Divine Sky sect into a singular voice, he found himself almost entirely free from interacting with ordinary disciples, yet his reputation remained undiminished. The ordinary disciples naturally regarded him as a mythic figure, fearful of showing the slightest disrespect. This is a formation that we have meticulously devised. All disciples must familiarize themselves with the array diagram within 3 days and master the combined attack's secret technique. Only in this way can we stand against the army of the Great Ming. Chu Ji proclaimed, surveying the surroundings with piercing eyes, before speaking with a serious and resolute tone that conveyed undeniable authority. Combined attack's secret techniques? Chen Han pondered, regarding Chu Ji with newfound respect. It is rare to find a formation capable of harnessing the collective strength of many. Even in the Great Ming realm, executing such a formation would require at least 10,000 soldiers of unified intent and comparable cultivation levels. Yet, the reality is that there are few ordinary individuals who meet the standards of cultivators. And reaching that level necessitates a significant reliance on elixirs to unlock latent potential. Moreover, the Great Ming's combined attack formation is merely foundational. Chen Han mused, a hint of concern surfacing in his heart. Such secret techniques exist in most sects, but how many factions can truly assemble such a multitude? The master of the formation is this man beside me, Chuji said, slightly turning his head and pointing to a man beside him. His tone brimming with confidence. He is the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa clan, having already broken through to the transformation into a divine being. Upon this declaration, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Quickly erupting into murmurs of astonishment, it was widely known that even the leaders of the Divine Sky sect and the Heavenly Demon sect had reached the pinnacle of power, yet none had heard of anyone among them breaking through to the divine transformation. Now, witnessing a true powerhouse in the divine transformation phase left them utterly shaken. In this moment, they finally comprehended that the Red Demon sect was not merely courting disaster. Whether it was that enigmatic blood demon or their so-called grand sacrifice, both sought powerful allies. Should the Red Demon sect successfully navigate this trial, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, ultimately establishing a firm foothold in this land. Capable of contending with those formidable powers, their confidence surged like a tide, and they began to silently chant, "Even if the army is formidable, what of it?" A divine transformation powerhouse could already soar through the skies or delve into the earth. The power of a single warrior could rival that of 1,000 troops. The Rakshasa clan, hidden from view, could withstand the combined assault of the Great Ming and the Divine Sky sect with just one elder, making it evident that victory in this battle was within reach. That moment, a disciple distributed copies of the array diagram and secret techniques to everyone present. Each of you must thoroughly comprehend these techniques upon returning. The formation is not complicated. I believe in your potential. You will surely master it before the arrival of the Great Ming forces. Chu Ji's words resonated with authority, inspiring every disciple in attendance. Yes, the disciples responded, their voices ringing with conviction. After confirming that there were no further matters to address, Chan Han returned to the disciples' dormitory. He casually flipped through the array diagrams, yet a sense of melancholy welled within him. This combined attack formation resembled a grand trap. It was clearly designed to sacrifice all disciples of the sect, but who the intended sacrificial target was remained utterly inscrutable. Perhaps it was that Grand Elder. Or perhaps the blood demons nurtured by the Red Demon sect. Think they would resort to such ruthless means against their own disciples. It seemed the Rakshasa clan had truly lost their way, their nature irreversibly altered. Look at this formation. They are indeed going all out, Chan Han remarked with a note of sarcasm, tinged with a mix of resignation and sympathy. Wai Yu Huang leaped onto the table. Using his tiny paws to sift through the scattered scrolls, his expression graved, a living sacrifice. This is undoubtedly an act against the heavens, forcibly channeling the entire sect's power into a single individual. Yu Huang's tone conveyed a palpable fear of such sorcery. Even in the demon realm, such formations were considered taboos. Despite being a demon cat, Yu Huang couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for such extreme measures. The followers of the demonic sect were fervent and unyielding, viewing the lives of disciples as utterly expendable. As long as they could preserve their legacy, they would go to any lengths. I suspect they still harbor the existence of blood demons. Chan Han's thoughts drifted as he silently formulated a plan. As for the whereabouts of the blood demon, he remained uncertain. However, he was confident that its strength would not reach the threshold of half-step transformation, rendering it inconsequential. Our immediate concern lies with that blood demon. His voice remained calm, but within, he had already mapped out his strategy, choosing to bide his time until their final push. The Jade Emperor nodded solemnly. Aware that the blood demon surely harbored ulterior motives, it appeared the Rakshasa clan had long plotted against the continent, possibly seeking to install a puppet to gradually oppose the Celestial sect and the Heavenly Demon Gate in their bid for dominance over the eastern region. Chan Han was taken aback by the Jade Emperor's insight. This feline had surprisingly learned to analyze the situation, which filled him with a sense of admiration for the cat's intellect. Indeed, Chan Han felt a sense of agreement swell within him. The invasion by the Rakshasa clan would inevitably herald the arrival of a true demon lord to govern the entire clan. A recurrence not unprecedented in the history of the Rakshas's tribulations. He spoke slowly, as though his gaze pierced through the intricate formations before him, glimpsing the mists of the future. The Heavenly Demon Gate had learned of these developments before us, which explained their decision to hold back, waiting for us to deal with the Rakshasa clan. His voice resonated once more, laden with contemplation. Yet, how could the world harbor such fortuitous circumstances? They wished to remain aloof. But I shall draw them. Do not act so impulsively. The Celestial Sect currently lacks the strength to confront both the Demon Sect and the Rakshasa clan directly, the Jade Emperor exclaimed. Alarm apparent in his tone, I am well aware of my limits. Should the Rakshasa clan feel cornered, they too will lash out. We must proceed with caution, Qian Han replied softly, his mind already brimming with comprehensive strategies. As night deepened, the duo, one man and one cat, found themselves enveloped in a realm akin to a paradise, lost in sweet dreams. In stark contrast, others were not so tranquil. Elder, the fate of our sect rests upon this moment. Should we fail, I would have no face to show the previous sect master, Chu Ji lamented, his brow furrowed with worry and despair. Indeed, this was an immense burden. The lives of hundreds within the sect hung precariously in this game of strategy. With 4 blood demons at the nascent soul stage, alongside myself, what cause for concern remains? The elder declared confidently, a hint of disdain for the human race evident in his words. The human race had long since declined. Now was the opportune moment for our Rakshasa clan to seize control of the continent. Given sufficient blood and sustenance, the blood demons would swiftly grow powerful, sweeping across the land. Chu Ji's furrowed brow began to ease, a newfound confidence dawning within him. Indeed, what was there to fear? The human race lacked even a single transformation expert, having nearly vanished from sight over the past 30 years. The figure before him was virtually invincible. With this realization, Chu Ji's spirits lifted, his face alight with joy as he repeatedly offered apologies, his tone earnest. Elder, I was in the wrong. I should not have doubted our Rakshasa clan's strength. Once my Red Demon sect replaces the Heavenly Demon Gate, we shall surely aid the Rakshasa clan in unifying the realm. Very well, during this time, you must bolster defenses and ensure they master the formation swiftly. The elder's voice turned cold. Once the Supreme Master of the Celestial Sect arrives, we must eliminate him here. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Chu Ji replied without hesitation, turning to depart. Once he was gone, the elder revealed a look of disdain, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. After this grand ritual concludes, your value will cease to exist. The Demon Lord had spoken true. The human race was insatiably greedy, and even a glimmer of hope could compel them to expend their utmost efforts. Chapter 20. The first celestial sect. In the quiet passage of 2 days, Qian Han felt as though his body and mind had melded with the surrounding environment. Despite not having made a remarkable impression within the hellish confines of the Red Demon sect, he lived like an ordinary disciple, availing himself of the basic provisions afforded by the sect, with no concerns regarding food or shelter. It must be noted, however, that while the Red Demon sect often regarded its disciples as expendable, it maintained a degree of care in the treatment of inner disciples, clearly favoring those promising young cultivators. During these past few days, Qian Han had acquired 4 low-grade spirit stones. Though these stones were but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast celestial sect, they represented a significant resource for a sect suppressed to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the bubbling blood pool beneath him continued to gurgle ominously, as countless sect powerhouses relentlessly poured blood into it. The ghastly cries of slain low-tier demon beasts mingled with the blood of unknown origin, painting a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. In truth, this practice bore a striking resemblance to the celestial sect's maintenance of spiritual veins. To sustain the vitality of these veins, sect powerhouses would likewise continuously invest spirit stones and small spiritual veins, ensuring the perpetuation of this power. After all, spiritual veins were nearly non-renewable resources. Constructing a small spiritual vein required an accumulation of several millennia. Truly reflecting the sect's profound heritage, I have just received word that the Daming forces have mobilized. Tonight presents our final opportunity to strike. Qian Han slowly opened his eyes, his expression solemn and resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. This intelligence was derived from his true self, guaranteed to be reliable. With Daming's 100,000-strong army now deployed, it was inevitable that they would clear obstacles along their path. Beside him, the white cat lazily rubbed its drowsy eyes, yawning nonchalantly. Tonight, you say? I shall indulge in a brief nap first. Qian Han regarded the feline with exasperation, secretly lamenting. Very well, sleep as you wish. I too must prepare myself, replenishing my energy in anticipation of the impending battle. This confrontation is of great significance. We must secure victory in one decisive strike. for any delay would only invite calamity. Before long, the night descended quietly. The heavens cloaked in darkness, enveloping the entire eastern region of the cultivation world. Beneath the pitch-black sky, Qian Han and the Black Cat had reached their peak state, Qian Han's eyes glimmering with intensity, as the shadow of purple lightning flickered faintly. "Let us go," he commanded, and the two figures raced through the night like bolts of lightning, akin to ethereal spirits. Soon, Qian Han arrived at a hilltop. Suddenly halting his steps in the distance, a graceful silhouette stood like a blossoming flower bathed in moonlight, quietly poised atop the heights, her garments billowing in the wind, as if she had anticipated his arrival. She was Chu Ting, clad in a pale blue gown that seemed to merge with the night sky. She gripped a silver longsword, gazing intently at him. Their eyes met in the dim light of the night, and Qian Han offered a slight nod, preparing to depart. Chu Ting's gaze reflected an indescribable tranquility, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. Her emotions at this moment intertwined disappointment toward the sect and complex feelings regarding her father. However, she had found peace. The demon sect was a place devoid of kinship, where only unending power and profit reigned. "I hope you remain safe," she murmured softly, casting one last glance at the sect before vanishing into the night. "What is that young girl doing here?" the Jade Emperor inquired, his tone laced with curiosity, as if grappling with a profound mystery. "Perhaps it is merely coincidence." Qian Han shook his head, pondering the possibilities. "I believe it is more than coincidence. She must have learned of our plans and come specifically to see you." The Jade Emperor's voice resonated with a newfound clarity. Qian Han looked at the White Cat, unable to suppress a chuckle. If only this fellow could exhibit such intelligence regularly, he wouldn't struggle to understand his own intentions. Nevertheless, regardless of how slow-witted the White Cat's reasoning might be, its intuition remained remarkably sharp. The demon sect is merely a congregation of pitiful souls. If she can break free, I believe we will meet again. However, should she fail in this endeavor and become ensnared in this calamity, it can only be said that fate is cruel. Qian Han reflected, harboring a glimmer of sympathy for Chu Ting. "It has always been the Rakshasa clan that is ruthlessly savage. I have never heard of their pity." The Jade Emperor scoffed, his disdain for demon cultivators surging like a flood, uncontrollable. Although he belonged to the demon race, he felt an inexplicable superiority over demon cultivators, as if it were a badge of honor. Demon and monster alike devoured sentient beings. Even powerful cultivators could not escape death. Yet, the world was not so simple. While Qian Han firmly believed that the demonic path deserved eradication, he could not generalize all within it. Each individual was born of their parents. Who could dare claim they were inherently demon cultivators? For Chu Ting, a woman of complex emotions, Qian Han still harbored a sliver of hope, believing she might yet be saved. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The aura emanating from within sent alarms ringing in their minds. "Is there a formation?" Qian Han inquired. "None," the White Cat responded telepathically, indicating that this formidable being was rather audacious, having left itself unguarded. As they stepped into the cave, a thunderous roar erupted like thunder. "Who goes there? Attack!" Without waiting for a response, Qian Han's purple spirit sword sliced through the void in an instant, channeling the might of thunder towards the blood-colored figure. "Humph! Half-step transformation?" The figure exhibited no fear, a cold smile playing on its lips. A mere grain of sand dares to shine, with a casual wave. It unleashed a blood-colored attack toward the approaching sword. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the purple sword had already connected with the power of the heavens' thunder. When the Grand Elder became aware, it was already too late. He exerted every effort to resist, yet all he accomplished was the detonation of the blood-red lotus, unleashing a crimson light that engulfed the heavens. The long sword surged forth with unstoppable force. As purple thunder seemed to consume all, a tremendous power descending in an instant, the cavern shattered, and the explosive sound resonated through the forest like thunder. Under the overwhelming might, the Grand Elder's body was forced back like a kite severed from its string. Struck heavily by the thunder at his chest, a streak of blood appearing instantaneously, accompanied by the gushing of his lifeblood, his face contorted in despair. "You are not merely at the half-step transformation stage." "No, could it be the manifestation of the primordial spirit?" An expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes, But after the shock, he swiftly reacted, the blood energy swirling around him transforming into radiant light. Preparing for a hasty escape, thinking of fleeing? The youthful voice dripped with amusement, akin to a glimmer of light amidst the gloom. A mere wave of his hand sent forth a silvery brilliance that collided fiercely with the blood-red light. A demon clan's transformation? The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with astonishment, and before he could ponder further, the long sword pierced his back, a furious white light gradually enveloping him, plunging him into true despair. I want to live. Chun Han's voice was cold and chilling, as dark currents surged, seemingly solidifying into form. Good. This battle has only just begun. That night, the darkness was as profound as thick ink, an oppressive unease permeating the tranquil air. Chu Ji suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if calamity were imminent. He stepped out of his chamber, instantly enveloped by the chilling air of the outside world, the atmosphere weighing heavily upon him. The sky deepened further, and on the pitch-black canopy, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the darkness, followed by a bolt that struck down like a massive purple dragon, carving a breathtaking trajectory across the night sky. Soon, black clouds began to churn ominously, resembling a purple thunder serpent dancing wildly in the air, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to engulf the heavens and the earth. With the thunder's roar, the surrounding world dimmed instantaneously, and Chu Ji felt an invisible sense of oppression, as if an unseen hand were tightening around his heart, nearly suffocating him, a wave of intense nausea surging within. Is the sky truly about to change? Chu Ji pondered silently. Despite his ignorance of what was about to transpire, he could distinctly sense an unusual power gathering quietly around him. This power was none other than the might of the heavens and the earth, a force even the strongest at the transformation stage would not dare to provoke, let alone this cataclysmic thunder tribulation capable of annihilating all. On the path of cultivation, practitioners inevitably face various phenomena from the heavens and the earth, often accompanied by terrifying tribulations. The tribulations of wind and thunder, and those of wind and fire, are tests that can corrode the very soul. A slight misstep could render years of cultivation to naught. Cultivation itself is a quest for resources from the heavens, and the heavenly path responds with tribulations. Those who fail to transcend them may even lose the opportunity for reincarnation. Amidst the intertwining lightning and the relentless thunder, Chu Ji's inner panic intensified. He was acutely aware that thunder techniques have always been the nemesis of demonic cultivators, with countless high-ranking demonic practitioners perishing in battles, many more meeting their demise beneath this thunder tribulation. And the current demon lord, Yuan Guang, hesitated to break through to the transformation stage, not due to insufficient cultivation, but because he had reached the brink of breakthrough a decade ago and has since been cautiously preparing. This only proves how profoundly demonic cultivators fear the thunder tribulation. Over there, in the direction of the cavern, Chu Ji suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Beneath that earth-shattering thunder, it was impossible for someone to be undergoing tribulation. It seemed more likely that someone was attempting to harness the power of the heavens and the earth. A tightening in his chest made him frown, his form shooting towards the cavern like an arrow released from its bow. However, when he hastily approached the vicinity of the cavern, before he could even get close, he witnessed two beams of light, one white and one red, clashing violently in the AT that moment. It was as if the radiant moonlight was converging with the blood-red remnants of the sun. The shockwave from their collision caused the surrounding landscape to tremble as if heralding the end of days. Though no sound accompanied the clash, that silent collision was far more ferocious than the assault of any nascent soul stage cultivator. It was clear to see that the white light held absolute dominance, continuously forcing back the figure shrouded in blood light. In an instant, the middle-aged man's complexion turned as pale as paper, as if the recent struggle had drained him of all vitality. Yet, the events did not conclude there. In the blink of an eye, two figures descended like lightning. One was imbued with a rich purple-golden, thunderous power, the light of the sword flashing, causing the very heavens and earth to shift. The other was nearly transparent, a silvery radiance that complemented the first, forming an unbeatable suppressive force. As the blood-red light gradually faded, an ancient Bagua diagram materialized from thin air, ensnaring the middle-aged man within, utterly sealing him beneath the swirling clear light. Seemingly sensing Chu Ji's arrival, Chun Han cast a fleeting glance, yet did not regard him as a threat. and soon vanished into the night, accompanied by the captured figure of the Rakshasa clan's Grand Elder. Chu Ji stood frozen, his mind blank. He could scarcely fathom that, amidst this realm, there existed beings capable of contending with transformation stage powers. And even two of them at that. The Rakshasa clan's transformation stage cultivator appeared as helpless as a pawn, manipulated at will. All of this transpired so swiftly, as if in a flash of lightning, leaving him no time to react. Indeed, it was chilling. This realm was rife with formidable experts, and he never anticipated the sudden emergence of such powerful entities. He lacked the courage to pursue them, even remaining oblivious to their identities. Yet, he understood that a being capable of commanding the power of the heavens, and another who effortlessly battled the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa clan, was not someone he could provoke lightly. The only thought that filled his mind was, "It's over. The Red Demon sect is utterly finished. No, there is still the Blood Demon. We will fight to the bitter end." Chu Ji suddenly recalled something, his gaze turning fervent, nearly losing his sanity as he shouted, "The Shenshao sect! No matter how powerful you are." Though he could not identify the two transformation stage experts, he was incensed by their lofty, disdainful glances. The contemptuous expressions that seemed to look down upon ants were unbearable for him. He knew that if he did not struggle now, all hope would truly be lost. However, he also recognized that this was merely a desperate struggle. The odds were already slim. The shock he had just experienced still lingered, and it took a long time for his mind to regain its calm. Yet, after a moment, he began to sense that perhaps not all hope was lost. There was still the inheritance of the Yuzhong immortal demon lord. As long as we can survive this crisis, dominating the eastern region is still within reach. He fixed his gaze upon the cavern. A fierce determination flashing in his eyes, his fighting spirit rekindled. Since the adversaries were pressing forward, then the Red Demon sect would not be a lamb to slaughter, if a battle were to ensue. Then let it be an all-out effort. He must prepare for the worst, leaving a sliver of hope for the Red Demon sect. As for whether he could escape this place, he had never entertained such thoughts. In this continent's 4 regions, blood cultivators were being hunted. As long as one could procure a valuable head, verification of their blood cultivation practices would allow them to exchange it for spirit stones at the Shenshao sect. Unless one were to flee into the remote and desolate lands. He himself did not wish to flee, but he could pass down the sect's heritage to his direct disciples, allowing them to adopt new identities and preserve a glimmer of hope for the sect. While the older generation of cultivators would share the fate of the sect. Until this moment, he firmly believed he had not erred. He held the inheritance of the Yuzhong immortal, backed by the support of the Rakshasa clan. Given 3 years, he would surely stir up a storm in the eastern region. However, he also understood that time seemed not to wait for anyone. A black crow took flight from his hand, soaring towards the deeper reaches of the Crimson Sun realm, seemingly conveying some urgent message. The 4 pinnacle nascent soul experts of the Shenshao sect, after meeting with the sovereign of the Great Ming, swiftly relayed the message to the Supreme Master. The next day, a clarion call resonated, and the army prepared for departure. 100,000 lions marched forth with great momentum, their pace rapid. At this rate, they would reach the Crimson Sun realm in merely 3 days. News spread like wildfire across the land, drawing countless gazes. Even the ancient sacred families turned their attention to this grandiose force. The Shenshao sect, as the leader of the immortal sects, was the culmination of decades of collective effort. Since Chan Han took over, he had been dedicated to recuperation, yet none had forgotten that the Shenshao sect remained the foremost immortal sect in the world. Its status unassailable. After years of accumulation, the losses of yesteryears had nearly been fully restored. The turmoil of over a decade prior had not only decimated most immortal sect forces, but had also swept away the top experts. Now, even the deeply rooted sacred families could scarcely produce a few pinnacle nascent soul experts. In the eastern region, only 2 individuals had reached the half-step transformation stage. Chapter 21. Thunder strikes that night. Chu Ji stepped out of his chamber, an indescribable sense of unease emanating from him, as if he sensed an ominous shadow about to engulf him. The cold air outside pierced to the bone, each breath feeling like a silent contest against the biting wind. The once pitch-black canopy of the heavens now thickens ominously, as if brewing a tempest capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. At this moment, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly cleaves the night sky, tearing a gaping rift in the firmament. Immediately thereafter, a purple bolt of lightning descends like a rampaging dragon, slithering and coiling through the darkness. Unleashing a wave of heart-stopping awe, the clouds churn violently, as if being mercilessly tugged by an unseen hand. The black mist swirling wildly in the air, while the violet lightning snakes writhe in the sky, instilling a profound sense of dread that is hard to shake off. Instantly, a shroud of darkness envelopes the world, the atmosphere thick with a weighty oppression that renders breathing a daunting task. Provoking a nameless nausea within, a foreboding sensation tinges the air, hinting at the arrival of something dreadful. As a change in the heavens imminent, Chuji pondered silently, though oblivious to what was to come. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary force rampaging, a force of nature, one that even a cultivator at the transformation stage would dare not confront lightly. Furthermore, the impending tribulation bore an aura of annihilation, an omen of terrifying calamity for any practitioner. The tribulations of wind and thunder, of wind and fire, are trials that can erode one's very essence. Failing to withstand them would result in the obliteration of one's cultivation. Cultivation itself is a quest for understanding and harnessing the laws of heaven and earth, while the punishment from the heavens is unyielding. Those who cannot pass their tribulations may even be stripped of the chance for reincarnation. Amidst this dense tempest of thunder, Chuji was engulfed by profound fear. He understood well that lightning was the nemesis of demonic cultivators. Countless high-ranking demons had not perished in battle but had fallen victim to the merciless lightning tribulations. Why, then, did the current demon lord Yuan Guang hesitate to break through to the transformation stage? It was certainly not due to a lack of cultivation. A decade ago, he had possessed ample foundation. Yet even now, he remained cautiously preparing, a testament to the trepidation and dread that demons harbored towards the lightning tribulations. There, in the direction of the cave, Chuji suddenly sensed something amiss. The thunder above seemed imbued with sentience, wrathfully manifesting its destructive power. Clearly, this was not a case of someone undergoing tribulation, but rather someone audaciously commandeering the forces of heaven and earth. His heart tightened, brow furrowed, as he dashed towards the cave like an arrow released from the bow. However, just as he was about to arrive, the sight before him widened his eyes in astonishment. A white and a red halo collided violently in midair, akin to silvery moonlight entwined with the bloody remnants of the setting sun, creating a shockwave that reverberated across a 100-mile radius, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Silence reigned, eerily profound, yet the force exuded was 100-fold greater than that of any nascent soul cultivator's assault. The white light held an unequivocal advantage. While the figure shrouded in blood was forced to retreat repeatedly, his breath swiftly drained, face as pale as paper, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, this was not the end. In an instant, two powerful figures surged down like a tide. One was enveloped in a dense aura of purple-gold lightning, and with a single swing of a sword, the heavens and earth instantly morphed, as if space itself were being torn apart. The other radiated an almost pure silvery power. Together, they descended in concert, akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth. The crimson light dimmed, like a river running dry. And in the next moment, an ancient diagram of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the air, ensnaring the middle-aged man within, firmly locking away his essence. As if sensing Chuji's presence, Qian Han cast a fleeting glance in his direction but dismissed him entirely. Vanishing slowly into the void with the captured elder of the Rakshasa clan, Chuji stood, utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom how, amidst this realm, there could exist individuals capable of contending with transformation stage cultivators. Let alone 2 of them. Moreover, the Rakshasa clan's transformation stage expert was utterly defenseless, at their mercy. Everything transpired with such swiftness that there was no time to react, only an overwhelming sense of suffocating terror. It is well known that this realm conceals formidable talents, yet who could have anticipated the emergence of 2 such powerful entities? Chuji's mind churned, yet he lacked the audacity to pursue them. The identities of these 2 powerful beings remained a mystery. Whether they were those who commanded the forces of heaven or entities capable of standing against the Rakshasa clan, both left him feeling utterly powerless. One thought consumed him. It is over. The Red Demon sect is utterly doomed. No, there are still the blood demons. We shall fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, a frenzied look crossed Chu Ji's face as he thought of something. Shenshao sect? What if you are strong? Even if he could not discern the identities of those two powerful figures, the scornful gaze they cast upon him was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Those eyes bore down upon him like deities surveying insignificant ants, suffocating him that he knew that if he did not strive with all his might, the Red Demon sect would indeed be lost. However, he also recognized that such a desperate struggle was merely a final gasp. Though unwilling, the odds were undeniably slim. The earlier shock had been so intense that it took him a considerable while to regain his composure. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself not entirely devoid of hope. There remained the legacy of the ghostly immortal demon lord. If they could endure this time, the complete domination of the eastern region might not be impossible. Chu Ji gazed at the cave for a long while before resolutely turning to depart. He thought to himself, since he had been driven to the brink, the Red Demon sect was not to be trifled with. They could drag them down and fight together. In the face of crisis, he must prepare for the worst, and the Red Demon sect must not perish. As for his own departure, he had never entertained such thoughts. Now, the entire continent's 4 regions were hunting down blood cultivators. The situation was dire. He could not leave in peace, but he could bequeath the sect's foundation to his disciples, allowing them to conceal their identities and preserve a glimmer of hope for the sect. The elders would share the fate of the sect. At this moment, deep within him, he could not believe he was in the wrong. With the legacy of the ghostly immortal and the support of the Rakshasa clan in hand, given 3 years, he would certainly stir a tempest in the eastern region. Alas, time waits for no man. He sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of release. A black raven flew from his hand, hastening deep into the Crimson Sun territory, bearing his sole hope to seek further opportunities. The 4-peak nascent soul experts of the Shenshao sect, after meeting with the sovereign of the Great Ming, swiftly communicated with the Supreme Master. The following day, an imposing army promptly set forth. 100,000 troops marched swiftly. At this pace, they could reach the Crimson Sun territory in merely 3 days. Instantly, the world trembled in response. Even those ancient sanctuaries and illustrious families cast their gaze toward this formidable force. As the leader of the immortal sects, the Shenshao sect, a culmination of decades of effort, had not allowed the world to forget its unassailable position since Chan Han took charge, even while recuperating. As the years passed, previous losses had nearly been replenished. The tumultuous times of decades prior had not only weakened many immortal sect powers, but had also seen waves of top-tier experts expelled. Now, even the most deeply rooted sanctuaries and families could hardly muster a few peak nascent soul experts, let alone those on the brink of transformation. Such beings, touching upon divinity, were few and far between among humanity. In the eastern region, only 2 individuals had ostensibly achieved the half-step transformation stage. Even so, it was no wonder the world was stirred. This time, the Shenshao sect had dispatched 4 peak nascent soul experts merely for a subordinate sect of the Heavenly Demon sect. The peak nascent soul stage, a mere step away from divinity, compelled other sects to regard this decisive move with respect. Just how much foundation does the Shenshao sect possess? How many more powerful beings lie hidden within? Even if these 4 are on the cusp of half-step transformation, surely within the sect, there must be a significant number of true half-step transformation experts. What level of strength has the Shenshao sect truly attained? As for the terrifying Supreme Master, who had not intervened for decades, whether he still stood at the pinnacle remained an enigma. Various sects speculated on all of this, their hearts filled with awe towards the Shenshao sect. The Taiching sect, the sacred land of immortality in the eastern region. The previous sect leader perished in battle against the ghostly immortal. Anyone capable of contending with the demon lord is not to be underestimated. As one of the significant sacred lands in the eastern region, the Taiching sect's status is not a matter of chance. It ranks just below the Shenshao sect. Elder, what are your thoughts on these 4 peak nascent soul experts? The middle-aged sect leader sat in his chair, scrutinizing the elderly figure beside him in green robes, his expression revealing a hint of inquiry. Not worth fearing, the elder replied, his tone casually serious. These 4 are merely a fraction of the Shenshao sect's foundation. What we truly need to be wary of is that exceedingly formidable Supreme Master. It is indeed that Supreme Master of the Shenshao sect, who has not acted for 30 years, a truly terrifying entity. In his early years, he single-handedly defended the cities of the southern region with a single sword, instilling fear in the demon race, earning a legendary reputation among many. However, what is even more suffocating is the presence that continues to overshadow the entire continent like a lingering shadow. I have heard that during the last recruitment of disciples by the Shenxiao sect, a disciple named Jiang Danxin, possessing an exceptional thunder spirit root, was cast aside by the sect leader. The head of the outer sect continued speaking, his gaze flickering with profound meaning. The Grand Elder was stirred. He had long been acutely sensitive to the name of Thunder Spirit Root, especially since this disciple bore the surname Jiang. Should we consider making contact? He inquired, weighing the potential advantages and disadvantages. The middle-aged sect leader shook his head, asserting, "No, our course of action should not involve direct contact, but rather dispatch a disciple to infiltrate and thoroughly investigate his background, assessing whether he can be of use to us. If the Shenxiao sect fails to cherish this opportunity, it could very well become our chance." The Grand Elder tentatively suggested, "It seems the Saintess is about to emerge from her seclusion, and the next secret realm will open in 3 months. Perhaps we could allow her to attempt contact with that disciple. Indeed, the imminent clash between celestial and demonic forces necessitates our early preparations." The sect leader replied gravely, "I am well aware of the sect leader's nature. He never engages in battles without certainty. This time, it is clear he is ready to provoke conflict, transformation into divinity." The Grand Elder's expression suddenly shifted, his lips trembling slightly. Could he have already broken through to the transformation stage? Just how formidable must his power be now, back when he was merely on the verge of transformation? He had already compelled the pinnacle powers of the world to yield to him. If he has indeed entered the transformation stage, his strength would undoubtedly be terrifying. At a time when the Shenxiao sect was on the brink of decline, it had suddenly given rise to multiple youthful supremes, solidifying its position. One sought higher realms, his whereabouts unknown, while the other remained an undeniable force, stifling all sects and sacred grounds. "I do not know," the middle-aged sect leader replied, shaking his head. "However, the competition with the Shenxiao sect is merely a struggle among celestial sections. If the demonic sect dares to act, a great battle is inevitable. I shall proceed to prepare." With that, the Grand Elder hurriedly departed. Not only the Taiqing sect, but other sects, sacred grounds, and prominent families convened high-level meetings upon receiving the news. The actions of the Shenxiao sect were manifestly clear, revealing a startling revelation. Their engagement in war against the demon sect was resolute, willing to pay any price. Not only had they issued bounties, but they were also collaborating with the Daming to deploy troops, intent on total annihilation. Reports indicated that the Hongma sect had merely captured a few Golden Core disciples and elders of the Shenxiao sect. Consequently, the Shenxiao sect issued a sect-wide bounty. Hundreds of blood cultivators, guilty or innocent, were all implicated, and various powers sent the remains to the Shenxiao sect. However, Tang Guangren, the sect's foremost elder, returned severely injured after investigating. The Shenxiao sect, enraged, dispatched 4 top-tier experts, vowing to pursue until death. If there were a ranking of sects that protect their own, the Shenxiao sect would undoubtedly be on par with any other sect. What status does the Hongma sect currently hold? Even the blood cultivators left by the demon lord Yuzongxian cannot compare to their former glory. After the fall of the previous generation's Hongma sect leader during the Celestial Demonic War, the sect fell into total decline, now merely a minor sect under the Tianma sect. Within the sect, there were only 3 Yuanying period cultivators. Not to mention the formidable Shenxiao sect. Even an ordinary powerful sect could obliterate the Hongma sect in an instant. And what had the Shenxiao sect done? 4 peak Yuanying cultivators. Those aware of the situation speculated that the Shenxiao sect was targeting the Hongma sect, while the uninformed believed they aimed to eradicate the entire Tianma sect. The entire eastern region trembled for 3 days. Subsequently, all eyes turned toward the Qiri realm. After all, no matter how the Hongma sect fared, it remained a subordinate of the Tianma sect, and it was likely to be embroiled in the Celestial Demonic War once more. The tragic events of a century ago remained vivid in memory. After the death of Demon Lord Yuzongxian, most of the Celestial sect's power was lost. Thus, while the current Demon Lord may not be as powerful as Yuzongxian, eliminating him remains an arduous task. Beyond the capabilities of many on the 3rd day, 100,000 troops dramatically captured the attention of all factions, and countless cultivators gathered around the Hongma sect, hailing from various sects, including the demon sect. Under the pressure from both sides, the originally anticipated effortless conquest became increasingly nebulous. This time, the Daming undoubtedly sought to seize the Chiri realm and enhance their reputation. 18 noon. The 100,000 troops arrived at the foot of the Hongma sect's mountain, and Wu Yi ordered a half-day rest for the entire army, tightly encircling the Hongma sect. Lin Lao, I must trouble you all once more, Wu Yi said, bowing in sincere respect. You're too polite. The four responded with slight nods. Soon after, the four formidable peak Yuanian cultivators unleashed their vast spiritual senses, enveloping a radius of 100 miles, conducting a carpet search to ensure no Hongma sect members escaped. Though such actions may lack substantial significance from a certain perspective, they served as a powerful deterrent to those secretly seeking information. The spiritual senses descended like an invisible curtain, causing any cultivators attempting to probe within that 100-mile radius to retreat in fear. The entire space, under the dominion of this formidable spiritual sense, felt utterly isolated. Any disturbance here would result in the aftermath of a great battle. Chapter 22. The Battle of the Sects in a hidden and dim corner of the sect. The white cat raised its head, its gaze sharp as it scrutinized the tightly bound representative of the Rakshasa clan. Resembling a massive rice dumpling, confusion and curiosity etched on its face. So, what exactly are your intentions regarding this envoy from the Rakshasa clan? At this moment, the formidable being of the Rakshasa clan had completely lost the power to resist, entangled in intricate black runes, appearing helpless and despairing. Qian Han smiled faintly and replied, "This is a crucial bargaining chip for us. An indispensable tool in negotiations with the Rakshasa clan." He gently shook his head, his expression imbued with a sense of calm and profound contemplation. Now was not the time for rash actions. The white cat rolled its eyes, incredulous. Did you not previously state that eliminating the root of the problem is the safest approach? Clearly, it could not comprehend this sudden hesitation, and its brow furrowed slightly. Qian Han cast a fleeting glance at it, inwardly lamenting that killing this Rakshasa expert would undoubtedly be a foolish act. Strategy and timing must complement each other. If he were to execute a hasty execution, it might force the demon sect and the demon realm to unite, ultimately igniting a celestial demonic war, plunging the eastern region's celestial sects into an abyss of no return, mercilessly consumed by the flames of war. You make a valid point, but our true adversary at present is the Tianma sect. We must proceed steadily, taking one step at a time. This should be our strategic approach. Qian Han appeared contemplative, his gaze drifting through the window toward the distant sky, as if concocting a grander scheme. It seemed that the Rakshasa clan had not yet perceived the truth, which provided us with an excellent opportunity to deal with the Tianma sect. The white cat redirected its gaze toward the sealed Rakshasa expert, harboring increasing doubts. I feel he does not appear as powerful as he seems. What could be the reason? It pondered, striving to gain a deeper understanding of this Rakshasa expert's true capabilities. The Rakshasa clan's influence on the continent had long since waned, and coupled with their lack of vigilance, they may have become complacent, no longer considering the eastern region's powers as threats. Qian Han scoffed derisively, his tone brimming with disdain. Perhaps, but should we simply ignore them? That seems rather hasty, does it not? The white cat sensed an undercurrent of unease, and its expression grew serious. I will personally handle this matter. And my avatar will be unable to intervene further, Qian Han replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression complex. He understood that the avatar's successful ambush was due in part to the Rakshasa clan's unpreparedness, and also because of the formidable power of the Bagua diagram. Even if the opponent's strength had not fully manifested, the Bagua diagram was sufficient to suppress him, preventing the exertion of his full potential. The power of the Bagua diagram had long surpassed the confines of this world. Although the Zixiao sword had undergone numerous refinements by generations of sect leaders and had entered the realm of semi-Dao artifacts, even a true Dao artifact could not easily overpower a transformation stage expert. Thus, it was evident that the true potential of the Bagua diagram remained largely untapped. The avatar's strength was limited. Should it encounter a being of the caliber of the Demon Lord, it would likely be annihilated in an instant. He ultimately concluded that taking action personally would be the most prudent choice. Of course, if the Tianma sect had no intentions of covertly intervening, then that would be even better. It would merely be a matter of passing through. However, the ideal scenario is often elusive. Although the demon sect appeared dormant at this moment, it did not imply they would remain uninvolved. They'll maintain their own prestige. they would certainly take action. The sect competition is approaching. Leaving the avatar to observe could be seen as a sign of our seriousness regarding this competition. Chun Han suddenly chuckled, his eyes gleaming with cunning light. Just 2 days prior, Chun Han's avatar and the White Cat had returned to the Shenshao sect, while his true self arrived at the Hongma sect almost simultaneously with Wu Yi's army. However, had it not been for the intervention of that Rakshasa expert, Chun Han had no intention of intervening at this moment. The current state of the Red Demon sect is insufficient to warrant his personal intervention. From a broader perspective, he must cast a long line to catch a great fish. Upon his arrival at this place, a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing! If you truly dare to act, then let it be you who draws the curtain on this battle between immortals and demons. Within the temple of the Red Demon sect, all preparations are in place. Disciples assigned to gather intelligence on the enemy have been positioned 100 miles away, and the battle formations are set, merely awaiting the opportune moment. After half a day's meticulous preparation, tens of thousands of troops have assembled in perfect unison. Their imposing presence akin to a slumbering giant beast, biding its time for the moment of awakening. This moment, the army comprises not only 100,000 soldiers, but also the elder from the heavenly soldier tower and the war god of the great Ming, Wu Yi. Although this assembly may not appear particularly extravagant, it's sufficiently the importance that the great Ming places on this campaign. As long as Wu Yi is present, the morale of the troops will surge like a tide, unleashing 120% of their combat prowess. The army stands ready, a formidable force brimming with battle intent. The blood-soaked protective formation of the Red Demon sect looms obscured in the mist. Bolstered by the geographical features and the sect's profound heritage, whether it can withstand the onslaught of the great Ming's fierce warriors remains uncertain. Attack! Wu Yi's command echoes, and the colossal war drums thunder, their deafening sound reverberating through the valley. The combined strike of 100,000 men unleashes a force akin to a thunderclap, crashing down upon the protective formation, producing a resounding roar that shakes the very heavens, startling even cultivators 100 miles away into expressions of shock and fear. The continuous thunderous booms resonate, mountains sway, and the ground trembles. The assembled ranks of ordinary soldiers wield a power that rivals the full force of a peak, nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, the essence and spirit of each individual merge in a heightened synergy, their power condensing into the form of a massive obsidian tiger, roaring ferociously as its enormous claws come crashing down upon the protective formation. The resounding crash seems to reverberate through the very fabric of existence, causing the disciples managing the formation to spout blood, their faces pallid and utterly drained. The shadow of the black tiger, in a furious rampage, strikes again and again, causing the formation to shatter under the violent tremors. After an hour of relentless bombardment, the formation is reduced to ashes. In that instant, cultivators 100 miles away each entertain a fleeting thought. This marks the beginning of the complete annihilation of the Red Demon sect. And from this point forward, the lineage of blood cultivators passed down from the immortal realm may be irrevocably severed. Kill! The great Ming's battle standard waves continuously in the air, commands raining down like a torrential downpour. Each 1,000 soldiers is capable of exhibiting strength comparable to that of a typical Golden Core cultivator. The collective might of hundreds of Golden Core experts is sufficient to obliterate any minor sect. The esteemed elders above observe silently, patiently awaiting the emergence of the Red Demon sect's top-tier cultivators. The army, like a relentless tide, crushes all obstacles in its path. The ground is stained with blood, adding a mysterious yet mournful hue to the Red Demon sect. Yet, who could perceive that the blood on the ground is quietly drying up, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if dissipating into the void? Flowing toward an unknown destination? Within the grand hall of the Red Demon sect, two figures at the nascent soul stage are rapidly gesturing intricate hand seals, summoning hundreds of disciples within the sect to form a heavy array. This formation, composed of cultivators, wields a power far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. However, at the moment their formations collide, several thousand-man formations instantly crumble, as fragile as paper. Change formation. Elder Yang, beside Wu Yi, barks a command, swiftly leading hundreds towards the opposing formation. Even though there are Golden Core experts among them, the fusion of their powers allows them to match the combat strength of nascent soul cultivators. Despite both sides brimming with momentum, their lack of practical experience results in a stalemate. However, with the overwhelming support of 100,000 troops, the momentum bestowed upon Elder Yang propels both formations into a colossal clash. The reverberations echoing loudly. This battle transcends mere skirmishes between cultivators. It evolves into a wild melee between two battle arrays. This is a true sect-altering war, smoke rising, blood surging. Above the battle array of the Red Demon Sect, a blood-red bat phantom emerges, resembling an ancient and profound guardian, its form entwined with flickering ancient runes that dance like stars traversing the night sky, adding an ethereal and mysterious quality to the scene. In this atmosphere thick with oppression, the bat phantom suddenly lashes out with its sharp claws, striking fiercely at the forehead of the black tiger. Instantly, a deafening roar pierces the heavens, as the black tiger ignites in a chilling black flame. Swinging its tail, as thick as an iron rod, with a fierce gust, crashing toward the bat phantom. The tiger's tail strikes like a blade against the bat phantom, emitting a sharp and mournful shriek. As if narrating endless pain and despair, as the battle intensifies, the disciples within the array shift from initial fervor to unease and fear. Signs of collapse begin to manifest on their faces. And suddenly, a disciple in the front line, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, explodes violently, transforming into a mist of blood that scatters into the air. This scene strikes like a bolt from the blue. Soon after, a second and third disciple follow suit, and the morale of the array dwindles further. After all, facing a formidable nascent soul expert while their strongest member is merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage, the harsh reality renders them powerless to resist. Disciples of the Red Demon Sect continue to explode into blood mist, the resulting fog thick and suffocating in the air. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the momentum of the Great Ming's array not only remains undiminished but surges like a blooming flower, voraciously consuming the disciples of the Red Demon Sect. Once at a disadvantage, they now grow increasingly arrogant, suppressing the Great Ming's forces as if turning the tides of fate itself. The blood-red bat, nourished by the blood, appears ever more ferocious, its gaze flickering with a near-human cruelty and cunning, akin to a famished predator quietly awaiting its final prey. This moment, Wu Yi's long spear begins to dance. Its dark hue akin to a bolt of lightning from the abyss, swiftly traversing space without pause, carrying immeasurable power as it crashes heavily onto the battle beast of the Red Demon Sect. This strike is as fierce as a tempest, and the blood-red bat instantly feels panic and fear, letting out a shrill cry before becoming weak and feeble. The attack just unleashed by Elder Yang collapses under the weight of this blow, shattering the entire battle array into disarray. The Red Demon Sect, under such immense pressure, appears exceedingly fragile, like a cloud of paper, with nowhere to flee. After centuries of accumulation and honing, the battle array of the Great Ming has forged an unparalleled foundation and majesty. In contrast, the combined formation of the Red Demon Sect seems exceedingly juvenile, with a power disparity that is worlds apart. Wu Yi, as the divine general of this battle, undoubtedly resembles a hero from myth. His formidable strength rendering all tactics utterly feeble, dissolving into mere veils devoid of deterrent power. Not only the nascent soul experts, but even they, upon witnessing Wu Yi's assault, cannot help but feel a twinge of apprehension, their brows furrowing in concern. Once regarded as the weaker party, Wu Yi now displays a prowess that has reached a level of crushing superiority. They even believe that this level of power is sufficient to rival that of a half-step transformation realm expert. As the battle array collapses, the remaining disciples are etched with terror upon their faces. Only half of them survive. Yet this segment suddenly realizes their bodies are ensnared by an indescribable force. As if engulfed by a colossal tide, every nerve in their bodies screams in despair, yet to no avail. Wu Yi's gaze narrows. Is this a blood sacrifice? A flicker of vigilance and astonishment crosses his eyes. The blood-red ritual descends once more. Follow an elder from the Shenshao sect solemnly analyzed. Within lies several formidable auras. Their true forms remain elusive. A flicker of coldness flashed in Wu Yi's eyes as he continued to strike. With a mighty roar, his momentum surged like a rainbow, as if forged from gold and iron, penetrating every corner. Boom! As five forces converged, a powerful shockwave once again slammed into the blood pool, causing the blood to evaporate to a height of 2 zhong. Yet the depths remained unseen. Just as everyone prepared to strike once more, an unusual disturbance suddenly erupted on the surface of the blood pool, bubbling like boiling water and emitting a gurgling sound. Accompanying this was the last disciple of the Scarlet Demon sect being devoured by the Grand Priest, their legacy obliterated in that very moment, vanishing without a trace. 4 pillars of bloodlight shot up into the sky from the blood pool, seemingly heralding the arrival of some ominous portent. Late-stage Yuanying? A chill crept into the hearts of every spiritual practitioner. The entire Scarlet Demon sect had become a desolate wasteland, with only these 4 pillars continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual blood. Former consciousnesses within gradually awakened, growing ever more powerful. Just as astonishment swept through the crowd, 2 beams of bloodlight flashed, as if leaping from beneath the blood pool, instantly merging into the 2 pillars. The 2 pillars swelled with blood energy, rapidly reviving and unleashing a terrifying power that swept across the surroundings like a tempest. Accompanying this was the sound that tore through the air. Resonating in everyone's ears, Peak Yuanying, Wu Yi's expression turned grave in an instant. The originally late-stage Yuanying aura transformed into that of Peak Yuanying due to the combination of these 2 formidable entities. He understood that these 2 beams of bloodlight represented the last 2 Peak Yuanying powerhouses of the Scarlet Demon sect, who had taken their lifeblood as offerings, transforming into the terrifying beings within these pillars. At this moment, they were utterly unconcerned, willing to morph into aberrations for a fleeting moment of immense power. The price? A century of relentless cultivation evaporated in an instant. Their past efforts and beliefs dissolved into nothingness. At this juncture, a sense of urgency surged within Wu Yi. He retracted his dark long spear, his expression grave and frosty, vigilantly observing the tumultuous battlefield ahead. Chapter 23. A display of divine might. Wu Yi's voice rang out like the clash of gold and iron, resounding with power, each word imbued with an unmistakably clear and resolute command, piercing the heart like a keen blade, requiring no superfluous explanation. His grasp of the battle was precise to an extreme. Every arrangement seemed as if it had been etched in his mind, the entire situation firmly under his control. Merely a quarter of an hour later, accompanied by dazzling bloodlight, the figures of 2 Peak Yuanying blood demons appeared before the crowd. Causing their hearts to tighten, these blood demons resembled monsters that had broken free from nightmares, grotesque and hideous. Though their forms bore some resemblance to humanity, they were emaciated, akin to withered trees. Only their bloodthirsty eyes remained to attest to their monstrous identity, further emphasizing their monstrous existence. Descriptions of blood demons in ancient texts had long instilled fear, depicting them as ugly, gaunt creatures with claws as sharp as blades and bones harder than steel, feeding on blood like savage beasts awaiting their prey. Upon maturity, blood demons develop a peculiar substance known as blood crystal within their minds, the essence of their entire existence, worth a fortune in the realm of cultivation. This is undoubtedly an exceedingly precious resource. For physical cultivators, blood crystals are a rare treasure, also ideal materials for forging spiritual weapons. However, these blood crystals typically grow in the darkest corners of the demon realm, always being the contractual beasts of the Rakshasa clan. Now, they had silently breached the boundaries, entering the human realm, an unforeseen catastrophe. Among these blood demons, those capable of continuous growth are exceedingly rare, with few knowing their upper limits. Yet it is undoubtedly certain that, below the transformation stage, the growth of blood demons is virtually limitless. As long as there is sufficient human blood, they can rapidly advance and grow. Were it not for the extraordinary resolve of the great Ming's monarch and the supreme master of the Shenshao sect, these blood demons, as offerings, could very well evolve into terrifying entities at the half-step transformation stage in the near future. The blood demons that had invaded the human realm had already demonstrated their terrifying nature. If allowed to rampage further, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You have forced my hand," one of the blood demons spoke, its voice ancient and heavy. "Ha, for Peak Yuanying, the Shenshao sect truly possesses formidable ambition. But even if you manage to slay us today, I fear you won't know how many of you will leave alive." "Thank you, everyone." Wu Yi, unwilling to engage in further discourse, gripped his long spear and charged toward one of the Peak Yuanying blood demons like a tiger descending a mountain. In an instant, the battle erupted. The 4 exchanged glances, a seriousness reflected in their eyes, and nodded slightly, each rushing toward their corresponding blood demon. The strength of the blood demons proved to be as formidable as rumored. Their movements agile and attacks swift, seemingly nourished by some secret technique, exhibiting a complete lack of pain, charging fearlessly like a horde of reckless berserkers. Each blood demon was immensely powerful, posing an unimaginable threat to ordinary mortals. As the battle raged on, the group could not help but lament internally that this conflict was far from easy. The elder facing the peak Yuanying blood demon found himself caught off guard. Each of the 4 blood demons possessed strength rivaling that of peak Yuanying human practitioners, their innate ferocity rendering them lethal. A moment's carelessness could lead to being torn apart, becoming nourishment for their growth. As expected, the elder confronting the peak Yuanying blood demon quickly found himself at a disadvantage, nearly being completely overwhelmed. The others were not surprised, having anticipated the situation. The elder remained mentally prepared, fighting valiantly to entangle the enemy, aiming to buy time for the others. Meanwhile, the combat prowess of the other 2 practitioners could barely match the blood demons. The situation was even more precarious for Wu Yi and another peak Yuanying powerhouse facing a blood demon. Wu Yi's might was unparalleled. Even in danger, he held nothing back. His long spear moved through the air like a black dragon, its soft whispers reverberating, the overwhelming aura causing the very space of the scarlet demon sect to tremble. Such a level of combat was beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. Even the elder Yang Lu beside him could only assist from the sidelines, occasionally distracting the blood demon to divert its attention. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yi's long spear pierced the blood demon's forehead, an immense force shattering the blood crystal within its mind. The sky seemed to be instantly stained crimson. Resembling a cataclysmic end in this fierce confrontation, a peak Yuanying blood demon fell with a resounding crash. Wu Yi wasted no time, swiftly redirecting his spear toward another peak Yuanying blood demon, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically, heightening everyone's tension to the utmost. A slight misstep could mean losing the chance to escape. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from one of the elders of the Shenshao sect, his figure retreating violently, revealing a massive gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth, having lost all combat capability. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been torn apart by this blood demon. Even so, his situation was far from optimistic. The formidable recovery ability of the Yuanying stage had failed to mend his wound swiftly, rendering him powerless in the face of this crisis. The strength of the blood demons was indeed terrifying. Their individual might posed a challenge even for late-stage Yuanying powerhouses, starkly revealing the disadvantages of humanity. In the distant void, the hidden Chen Han slightly furrowed his brow, although the pressure from the battlefield outside had increased. Wu Yi's strength was evident, requiring no further elaboration. That kind of power, capable of rivaling half-step transformation stage entities, could at any moment overturn the tide of battle, causing the situation to shift dramatically. Go entangle the other one, Wu Yi's voice boomed, clear and resolute. Seeing one elder rendered ineffective, he quickly called another powerhouse to substitute in, swiftly adjusting the dynamics. The elder beside him acted without hesitation. Understanding that stalling the blood demons was crucial. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a 4-against-3 scenario. Wu Yi and an elder from the Shenshao sect exerted their utmost effort against the peak Yuanying blood demon, while the other 2 resolutely blocked the remaining blood demons. And no matter how powerful the blood demons were, they could not withstand the combined assault of 2 peak Yuanying powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, the blood demons began to show signs of decline. As the battle approached its climax, Wu Yi suddenly withdrew, accelerating his spear to send the blood demon flying, the long spear striking its heart with a resonant clang, pinning it heavily to the ground. Even as the blood demon struggled desperately, the elder struck again, and as strong as the blood demon was, it could not resist. Ultimately losing its breath, Wu Yi swept his spear, extracting the blood crystal from the blood demon. The translucent blood-red crystal continued to drip with fresh blood, resembling the manifestation of pure, untainted blood. Wu Yi understood that this was the condensation of the blood demon's lifeblood. One of those world-shattering treasures capable of startling all. It was unimaginable how much life essence had been consumed to forge such a sight. As Wu Yi swiftly stowed it away, time slipped away second by second, and the opportunity for victory dwindled. In that moment, the 4 blood demons stood no chance of survival beneath Wu Yi's long spear. After the battle, Wu Yi stood silently in the void, his long spear still stained with droplets of blood, reflecting the dimming sunset as if the entire world had been dyed in crimson. The fall of a peak Yuanying powerhouse was accompanied by a brief, celestial phenomenon. Standing amidst the blood-red twilight, Wu Yi resembled a deity within this sanguine realm, both a Shura and a god of war. Four formidable warriors of equal standing were each vanquished by him, and even in the presence of 4 elders. His brilliance overshadowed them all. The battle god of the Ming dynasty is truly a force to be reckoned with. Chun Han couldn't help but exclaim, as he sensed the urgency of time slipping away. A wave of anxiety gripped his heart. He hastily transmitted a message to one of the elders, his voice resonating with exceptional clarity amidst the tense atmosphere, echoing like a tolling bell. You must swiftly venture into the main hall and seek out any scripture inscribed with divine consciousness. Remember, once you find it, do not hastily conceal it. His words carried an undeniable authority, each syllable seemingly imbued with immense weight. Upon hearing this, Elder Yin paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his gaze, as if taken aback by the suddenness of the command. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he realized that this young sect leader had been meticulously observing their every action, with no detail escaping his discerning eye. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling within him, Elder Yin did not hesitate to bow in compliance, fully aware that the leader's command was paramount, especially in such perilous times. He forced down the tumultuous energy within and turned to Wu Yi, saying, "Let us hasten to search for any other artifacts of the demonic path concealed within the Red Demon sect. We must not allow these crucial items to be lost. Indeed, we should act without delay." Wu Yi nodded slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes, as if he were prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. The 4 elders exchanged knowing glances, their mutual understanding evident, and they all shared a common goal in their hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly made their way toward the sect's grand hall. As they drew nearer, Chun Han's divine consciousness swept gently across the area, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge as if responding to a summons. Nothing imbued with spiritual energy could evade his scrutiny, let alone the spell inscribed with divine consciousness, whose fluctuations were bound to be extraordinary. Moments later, they discovered a glimmering jade slip concealed within a secret compartment. This slip, translucent and radiant, bore intricate and ancient engravings, resembling a work of exquisite art, emanating an alluring glow. More importantly, it contained formidable power, a force only a cultivator at the transformation stage could command. This jade slip was indeed the precious treasure Chun Han sought. Elder Yin cautiously lifted the jade slip, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared to exit the grand hall. However, as he took 2 steps forward, he felt a chilling gust of wind brush against him, followed by the sudden appearance of a dark figure, akin to a dragon bursting forth from the sea, lunging directly for the jade slip. In that instant, Elder Yin's heart ignited with fury, and instinctively, he struck out with his palm. The 2 forces collided, and Elder Yin felt an overwhelming force descend upon him like a mountain, nearly robbing him of breath. The shock within him snapped him to attention. This figure clad in black was no ordinary foe, and he realized he could not contend with such power. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated swiftly, seeking to escape this treacherous battlefield. Meanwhile, the jade slip was propelled skyward by the shockwaves of their confrontation, akin to an arrow released from its bow. The dark figure paid no heed, reaching out to grasp the jade slip. A glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, he then cast a glance at the blood pool of the Red Demon sect, transforming into a streak of light as he sought to flee this perilous location. Yet, just as he was about to revel in his success, a blade of sword energy suddenly descended, leaving a deep scar on the ground before him. In that moment, a wave of chilling terror surged within him. Transformation. He looked up into the void, his expression grave, peering through the black mist at an unknown point, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. He understood that at this moment, the jade slip had become a taboo object he could not take with him. Without hesitation, he hurled the jade slip into the void, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. However, unexpectedly, a long sword accompanied by its sheath descended instantly, striking him down from the air. The sword appeared before him like a comet streaking across the sky, too swift for him to discern its form. Though this strike bore no intent to kill, it instilled a profound sense of dread within the dark figure. "Why are you so aggressive?" he finally spoke. His tone laced with an ancient and sinister edge, dripping with disdain. That moment, the four elders and Wu Yi wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently upon the shadowy figure, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease. From the beginning, they had failed to detect the presence of this aura. Should this individual truly stir up trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Eldarine felt a surge of relief. It was evident that this dark figure had not come seeking a life. For otherwise, after enduring a fierce battle, he would have likely faced utter annihilation from a surprise attack. They internally speculated that this dark figure's strength was undoubtedly at the cusp of transformation. And moreover, he was likely a seasoned veteran, cunning and shrewd. Just then, a voice echoed from the void, imbued with a chilling energy that seemed capable of freezing all. "It is not I who presses you, but rather you have harmed an elder of my sect, and a resolution is required." As the voice faded, a figure slowly emerged, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of elegance and grace, his eyes shimmering like brilliant stars, and his long black hair flowing like silk behind him. Clad in a resplendent purple and gold robe, he seemed to transcend time and space. Radiating an innate tranquility and poise with every gesture, a calming power enveloped him, and as he moved, golden ladders of clouds appeared beneath his feet, as if in response to the grand principles of nature. As a cultivator at the transformation stage, he had already attained a divine essence, capable of influencing the world's very fabric with a mere thought. Beside him, a long sword hovered silently, its purple and gold aura encircling him like a tangible force. The four elders promptly knelt, their voices filled with utmost reverence. "We pay our respects to the supreme sect leader." Even Wu Yi found himself involuntarily bowing slightly, filled with admiration and trepidation for this leader. "Greetings, sect leader Qian." In the midst of the mysterious and imposing aura, Qian Han merely nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening like a blade as it fixed upon the figure in black. The black-clad figure was shrouded in a veil of darkness, his aura exuding a suffocating chill and sinister presence, creating an invisible pressure upon those present. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. "So, what does sect leader Qian intend?" His voice remained cold, as if he were utterly indifferent to his precarious situation. "Very well," Qian Han replied with a faint smile, yet within that smile lay an unmistakable threat. "If you can withstand a single strike from me without perishing, I shall allow you to depart." "What say you?" The black figure's face flickered with hesitation. He understood that the individual before him was no ordinary foe, and he realized he had no room for resistance. Not even the courage to meet the sect leader's gaze. Though he had heard tales of the sect leader's might, he never imagined he would face such overwhelming power, rendering any thoughts of defiance utterly futile. Escape was an unattainable hope. A profound sense of despair engulfed him. He had never felt such a degree of hopelessness, even in the presence of the demon lord. Yet, a question began to form in his mind. Was Qian Han truly offering him a chance? If this leader truly wished to kill him, why go to such lengths? Had that sword energy struck him, he would have surely met his demise. What, then, could this sect leader's intentions be? He dared not dwell on it further. His thoughts flickered like lightning, but in that very moment, he had to block this strike to have any hope of survival. "Very well, I accept your challenge," he responded in a low voice, tinged with resignation and indifference. Qian Han smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed by the acceptance, displaying an air of calmness as he refrained from launching an immediate attack. The figure in black retreated swiftly, and in an instant, the skies darkened ominously. As if he were enveloped within a colossal energy field, currents swirling ominously, suffocatingly. Yet, this was far from sufficient. He summoned a small black banner, a supreme demonic weapon. Empowered by his spiritual incantations, he finally stilled his movements. A glimmer of caution crossing his eyes. "Are you ready?" Qian Han inquired coolly, his voice resonating like thunder in the void, radiating an undeniable pressure. The figure in black remained silent, his heart a whirlpool of conflict. In truth, the moment he produced the banner, those present had already deduced his identity as Ouyang Ming, the left guardian of the heavenly demon sect. This renowned figure in the demonic path embodied power and fear. Holding a position of reverence, second only to none, a century ago, during the war between immortals and demons, he had caused countless cultivators to meet their demise. Yet today, before this sect leader, he could not even muster the thought of escape. Resigned to accept the challenge of this sword strike, In-01 questioned Chen Han's might. The chasm between half-step transformation and the transformation stage was akin to a vast chasm. After a single strike, this guardian of the demon sect would likely be irrevocably eliminated. From that moment forth, the hidden pursuits and conflicts would dissipate into mere memories. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder of the Three Supreme Ones. At first, Chen Han had not anticipated that the demon lord Yuan Guang would fail to arrive on time, only to encounter the left guardian of the demon sect first. He gradually felt the pressure emanating from this guardian, akin to dark clouds looming overhead, casting a faint veil of unease over his heart. Soon, he came to realize that this ominous presence was evidently drawn by the half-volume of the Blood Scripture. With its intentions glaringly apparent, the fall and disappearance of the immortal from the abyss had remained an enigma throughout the years. Who would have thought that a century later, his legacy would resurface in the world? As if orchestrated by fate itself, attracting the attention of mighty warriors, as an elder of the immortal from the abyss lineage, Ouyang Ming, who had once fought alongside the immortal, was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable figure regarding the immortal in the present day. His emergence following the fall of the Red Demon sect was hardly surprising. Therefore, Chen Han remained exceptionally composed, fully aware that he merely needed to draw him out. However, upon learning that this individual was Ouyang Ming, Elder Yin could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine, a wave of trepidation crashing over him. Fortunately, Ouyang Ming chose not to engage them, for had he done so, Elder Yin would likely have become one of the souls trapped within that small banner. Shortly thereafter, upon witnessing the demeanor of the sect leader, Elder Yin's unease gradually subsided. He suddenly realized that the sect leader's repeated admonitions not to hastily stow away the jade slip must have contained profound significance. Could it be that the sect leader had long been aware of this formidable presence, intentionally using the jade slip as bait merely to draw him out? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. And Elder Yin marveled at the sect leader's meticulousness, which was truly awe-inspiring, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Could it be that the sect leader intended to incite a war between immortals and demons? The more he pondered, the more terrifying it seemed. If that were the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Reflecting on the previous war between immortals and demons, which had transpired a century ago, that ancient battlefield had become a forbidden zone. Scarred and desolate, he speculated that perhaps the sect leader had amassed sufficient strength, preparing to annihilate the heavenly demon sect in one fell swoop. Though this notion seemed mad, it was not entirely implausible. Regardless, to force Ouyang Ming into such a predicament, Chen Han was likely the first person in many years to achieve this. Although it was rumored that the sect leader of the Divine Sky sect had not employed his abilities in 30 years and had already transcended to the transformation stage, there is always a gap between legend and reality. The scene before them left everyone in shock. Ouyang Ming's appearance, as if facing imminent doom, brought a sense of exhilaration to the four elders. The Divine Sky sect had undoubtedly transformed. The sect leader's coldness and severity were the best means of controlling the situation. Chen Han refrained from saying more, not drawing his sword, but elegantly flicked his fingers. In an instant, a purple sword aura, like a flash of lightning, tore through the air, carrying a chilling intent that sent a wave of deadly cold through the back of the figure in black robes. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and a long unfelt sensation of death surged within him. Years had passed since he had experienced such fear. At that moment, his heart nearly ceased to beat, no longer hesitating. He immediately unleashed all his life-preserving techniques. However, the sword aura, swift as lightning, penetrated the defenses of the figure in black robes. Though it did not tear him apart, its strength remained undiminished, bearing down upon him relentlessly. With a thunderous crash, akin to a colossal drumbeat, the sword aura surged into his body after a brief pause, followed by excruciating pain as his internal organs were instantaneously shattered, causing him to spew blood. His visage contorted like that of a malevolent spirit. His body swayed precariously, ultimately managing to half-kneel in the void, despair flooding his heart. A dark energy entity, adorned with golden patterns, escaped from his shattered form. The nascent soul departing, signifying the complete destruction of his body, rendering him unable to fight any longer. Before Chen Han, This nascent soul was as fragile as an ant, and Sikongji no longer harbored any thoughts of escape, let alone confronting the terrifying pressure of the sect leader of the Divine Sky sect. The scene fell into an instant silence, as if time itself had frozen. The 4E Lu Wenjun's voice carried a slight timbre of profundity. Chen Han nodded before issuing a command. Summon the 3 elders and elevate the sect's defensive arrangements to a state of emergency. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjun's gaze momentarily faltered, and it took him a while to regain his composure. After a brief hesitation, he inquired of Chen Han for the first time, "Is there any movement from the Heavenly Demon Sect?" "Not yet, but it should be imminent. Furthermore, with the secret realm set to open soon, it is prudent to make preparations in advance," Chen Han responded with calm assurance. "The secret realm will not open for another 3 months, and by that time, the talented disciples from the various sects will congregate. Consequently, our own disciples available for deployment may be few." Lu Wenjun sighed lightly, shaking his head in concern. Typically, it is the next generation of disciples who partake in the secret realm trials, yet the younger disciples of the Shenshao sect are all exceptional prodigies, possessing unparalleled strength and top-tier talents among humanity. However, they have all been promoted by Chen Han to serve as the head of their respective peaks. If the heads were to participate in the expedition, it would inevitably appear as an act of bullying the lesser disciples, while the third-generation disciples have yet to mature. This would likely result in a significant loss of opportunities during the secret realm trials. "What do you mean there aren't many disciples for the expedition?" Chen Han pondered, furrowing his brow. "Isn't it the case that all disciples under 100 years old and at least at the golden core stage can go? I will send a message to Luoqing. There will be 30 slots allocated, and those within the sect will be ranked by strength to determine who may attend." He continued, "In my own experiences within the secret realm, I have traversed it 4 or 5 times, each time garnering results that would make the entire sect envious. What issue could there possibly be with your participation?" Noticing Lu Wenjun's hesitance, Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. "My only concern is the impact on the sect's operations once you depart." Lu Wenjun let out a resigned sigh, contemplating inwardly that while other sects send their holy sons, daughters, and elite members into battle, the Shenshao sect is preparing to deploy all disciples under 100 years old. This situation seemed rather reckless and unseemly. "I will make the arrangements immediately." Lu Wenjun ceased further discussion, respectfully clasping his hands together before turning to leave. "Very well," Chen Han nodded, reflecting on Lu Wenjun's meticulous consideration of matters, recognizing that while he sometimes lacked assertiveness, this was not necessarily a flaw. The development of the sect relies upon such decision-makers who can stabilize the situation during critical junctures. Before long, 3 elderly men, their hair as white as snow and exuding an air of otherworldliness, entered the Zixiao Hall. Chen Han promptly rose, respectfully stating, "Elders, I pay my respects." These 3 individuals represent the true foundation of the sect, each standing on the precipice of breaking through to the transformation stage. They were Ma Jizu, the former sect leader of the Shenshao sect, Lu Zidao, the previous head of Zixiao Peak, who was also his ancestral master, and Lin Xiaoyun, an unparalleled powerhouse hailing from Danshao Peak. Tio the sect. These 3 are as vital as a stabilizing anchor. Ma Jizu casually found a seat and, with a flick of his hand, summoned a bunch of delectable grapes to his grasp, peeling them as he spoke with a smile. "Xiao Han, what brings us here?" Lu Zidao, who had initially maintained a serene expression, interjected upon hearing Ma Jizu's jest. "Indeed, is the Rakshasa clan stirring up trouble again? Fear not, we old bones are still very much alive. Let them know what true might is." The formidable figure from Danshao Peak remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with eagerness for battle, clearly yearning for confrontation. Chen Han felt somewhat exasperated, contemplating that this band of warriors seldom practiced within the Shenshao sect, instead often honing their skills in the secret realms established by the sect. "I summoned the 3 elders to share some promising news," Chen Han began, his tone grave. "Do not keep us in suspense. Speak swiftly. We have games to attend to." Ma Jizu waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in the topic. Chen Han shook his head in resignation, reflecting that this was indeed a significant matter, yet it was treated as mere banter. Although he had anticipated this reaction, he recognized that these 3 had already reached their peak talents, with little chance of breaking through to the transformation stage. Therefore, seeking enjoyment was within reason. However, it was surprising how grounded they were, as if the cultivation realm could be approached with such ease. He internally sighed, contemplating that perhaps life is ultimately about seeking that rare joy amidst arduous cultivation. To be frank, I possess a golden core that can assist the three elders in breaking through the barriers to the transformation stage. Chen Han's voice reverberated through the silent hall, each word resonating with gravity and solemnity. Transformation stage? Is that so easily attainable? Lu Zidao initially dismissed the claim with a shake of his head, a hint of disdain on his face. Yet, in an instant, his expression solidified, and his voice involuntarily rose. Xiao Han, are you truly speaking the truth? Chen Han did not repeat himself, but simply smiled slightly, his deep eyes glimmering with a rare blend of mystery and conviction that spoke of undeniable truth. Master Lu Zidao clearly found it hard to believe, not due to any auditory misperception, but rather the difficulty in accepting such sudden news. Even the other two elders, Zhu Zhixiao and the formidable figure from Danshao Peak, gazed at him in astonishment. A golden core capable of aiding another in attaining the transformation stage, a legendary item that is exceedingly rare in today's cultivation world. Even if such a legacy were hidden within ancient ruins, the chance of encountering it is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Could this young man have truly obtained some extraordinary opportunity? Yet, it seemed unlikely, for while the secret realm is filled with wondrous treasures, it does not open for another 3 months, making it improbable that it is a product of the secret realm. The mighty figure from Danshao Peak pondered inwardly. If such a golden core truly exists, it would undoubtedly incite frenzied competition among the major sects, a treasure of immense worth. As a master alchemist, he understood that even at the transformation stage, it may take 50 years to concoct such a pill. The quality of the golden core is evident, especially for cultivators like them. It represents a divine object of life extension. If obtained, the future achievements would be incalculable. The two elders furrowed their brows, deep in thought. It is not that we lack the courage to propose conditions, but rather we wish to know what you seek in return. Ma Jizu remarked, popping another grape into his mouth with curiosity and anticipation. This is merely a humble tribute from a junior to the esteemed elders, and I would not dare to speak of conditions. Chen Han maintained his serene smile, his tone calm yet respectful. The two elders exchanged glances, each acutely aware of the young man's character, both harboring reservations, fearing he had ulterior motives. If you do not propose conditions, we cannot easily accept, Lu Zidao replied with a mix of amusement and irritation. In truth, the sect has encountered some troubles recently. Chen Han feigned hesitation, yet the determination in his eyes remained unwavering, as if silently awaiting the elders' inquiries. The formidable figure from Danshao Peak found this peculiar, contemplating why the disciples of Zixiao Peak hesitated over the free golden core. Was it truly excessive caution? He broke the silence. What troubles? Is this something we old bones need to intervene in? His words carried a hint of jest, but also a serious undertone. Emma Jizu's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Reflecting, are you aware of the young man's true intentions? He has summoned us for a reason, seemingly aiming to compel us to create brilliance amid crisis. Just days ago, the left protector of the demon sect, Ouyang Ming, severely injured one of our sect's elders. Chen Han paused before continuing, and then impudence. Lu Zidao's fury erupted, his booming voice resonating like thunder. Even the former demon lord would not dare to act so brazenly against the Shenshao sect. Let alone Ouyang Ming, a mere clown. I shall destroy his physical form and seal his demonic infant. Chen Han took a sip of tea, a hint of mischief playing on his lips. To be honest, I have already done so and even returned the demonic infant to the demon lord, Yuan Guang. The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Lu Zidao stared at Chen Han, seemingly encountering him for the first time. He wrestled with his thoughts, reflecting, this fellow truly possesses audacity, daring to undertake such earth-shattering actions at this moment. They all knew that the Protector was undoubtedly a half-step transformation stage powerhouse. Such individuals, without extraordinary opportunities, could not hope to enter the transformation stage, destined only to age and die. Tio have subdued such an extraordinary being. However, should the demonic infant be separated from its host without timely possession, its cultivation would gradually dissipate until it ultimately perished, effectively severing its path to advancement. Did you truly succeed in subduing him? After a lengthy pause, Yuan Fu asked with curiosity. Indeed, I have successfully subdued him. Chen Han replied, his demeanor calm, as if everything was well within his grasp. Lu Zidao's hand trembled slightly, his mind racing with thoughts, echoing. What are the consequences of such actions? You have subdued a person and boldly provoked the demon lord. Are you intending to wage war against the heavenly demon sect, and a war to the death at that? The protector of the demon sect is no trivial matter for the heavenly demon sect. Have you broken through to the transformation stage? Yuan Fu suddenly felt a jolt of realization, hastily pressing for details. If he had not breached the barriers of the transformation stage, even with a successful subjugation, there would surely be a heavy price to pay. Yet at this moment, Qian Han's relaxed demeanor suggested that achieving such a lofty realm was merely a task of little effort, exuding a confidence that seemed effortless. Indeed, I have successfully broken through to the transformation stage. Qian Han nodded in affirmation, revealing no concealment, brimming with confidence. He was acutely aware that all of this would soon reverberate throughout the entire world. Are you intending to incite a war between celestial beings and demons? A flicker of doubt shone in Ma Jizu's eyes as he immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Qian Han replied, not only that, but a high elder from the blood demon is now also under my control, suppressed beneath my Zixiao peak. I also wish to ensure that the members of the Raksha clan behave themselves. The elder of the Raksha clan has likely already entered the realm of transformation, has he not? How dare you? Yuan Fu's mind was in turmoil, as if foreseeing an ominous fate in that instant. The Shunshao sect appeared to become the target of public ire, with the very air around them seemingly solidifying. If the Shunshao sect were indeed to suffer as a result, becoming the pariahs of millennia, then all the glory and wealth they had amassed in their lifetimes would be accompanied by eternal infamy, rendering their existence worse than death. Jizu furrowed his brow in private, contemplating how they had not only offended the heavenly demon sect, but also captured an elder from the Raksha clan. Did this young man truly possess methods beyond comprehension? Yet, despite the turmoil within, he could not fathom the source of Qian Han's confidence. Our sect already has 5 transformation-level experts. What do we have to fear from the Raksha clan? And how could we possibly be unable to suppress the heavenly demon sect? Qian Han spoke slowly, his words imbued with an intangible deterrent that sent a shiver through the hearts of everyone present in the grand hall. His voice echoed in the air, filled with vigor, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Although everyone was shocked, they could hardly suppress the thrill burgeoning within their hearts at this very moment. A grand storm was on the verge of sweeping in 0.5 transformation-level experts. This was an utterly astonishing claim. Did such beings truly exist in this world? Tang Jizu raised an eyebrow slightly, caught between contemplation and skepticism. He was acutely aware that if the 3 of them could indeed step into the realm of transformation, then the strength of the Shunshao sect would be comparable to that of a century ago. Perhaps even indicating a resurgence, a revival of its former unparalleled glory. Moreover, with the addition of a transformation-level sect leader, the Shunshao sect would possess a total of 4 transformation-level experts, a force to be reckoned with. Unstoppable in their advance, then, who might this other transformation-level being be? He inquired, his tone laced with anticipation and curiosity. At that moment, a figure nestled into a silvery white ball on the nearby mat lazily raised a small paw. Its voice soft and feeble. There's also meow. Its tone carried a hint of lethargy, as if it had just awakened from slumber, eliciting involuntary chuckles from those present, their eyes glimmering with a touch of disdain. Yet, everyone understood that amidst this crowd, its power was not to be underestimated. Tang Jizu pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, the Jade Emperor, after all, will eventually depart. He cannot be counted as our sect's true strength. It was evident that he had long anticipated the departure of the Jade Emperor, and a tinge of sentimentality welled up within him. Qian Han smiled faintly and added, our sect still has a transformation-level elder from a century ago. Though he is currently sealed away and cannot return for the time being. As his words fell, the gazes of the 3 men involuntarily converged, their expressions a tapestry of shock, confusion, and anticipation. A powerful being from a century ago? They echoed this phrase in unison, the topic akin to a bombshell that ignited the atmosphere with fervor. It was an era of flourishing immortality, when the Shunshao sect basked in its zenith. A veritable force sweeping across the land, at that time. Every peak was home to transformation-level practitioners, with many more on the cusp of entering that realm. However, the former splendor was irrevocably altered by the rise of their sworn enemy. The Yuzhong Immortal, who had toppled the Shenshao sect from its pedestal, shaking the very foundations of the continent. After years of fierce battles, the Shenshao sect had seen no transformation-level experts emerge, a rarity even in the realm of cultivation. Though the Shenshao sect still retained its awe-inspiring name, its standing had long since diminished when compared to those ancient sects that had not suffered significant losses. At this moment, upon hearing that a former elder of the Shenshao sect still survived, the hearts of the three were unable to contain their excitement, their bodies trembling as if they had glimpsed the light of hope. A peerless powerhouse from a century ago could undoubtedly inject new life and vigor into the sect, providing a sliver of opportunity for reinvigoration. Well, let us act. Tang Jizu suddenly laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a bell, as if he sought to fully express the exhilaration surging within him. If our Shenshao sect can indeed manifest such numerous transformation-level experts, sweeping through the eastern region will be but a matter of days, he continued. As long as the heavenly demon sect remains, I shall know no peace. Lu Zhaidao also voiced his agreement, his gaze resolute as he declared, As for the Raksha clan, I refuse to believe they would dare leap from the abyss to confront our Shenshao sect. As long as we do not push them to desperation, they are hardly a concern. An unparalleled expert from Danxia Peak nodded in agreement, stating, So long as the sect thrives, I seek nothing more. Ma Jizu smiled with satisfaction, looking toward Chen Han, and praised, Young Chen Han, I entrusted the sect to you back in the day, hoping for a resurgence of glory. I never expected that today, this opportunity would present itself before us. A warm current surged through Chen Han's heart as he smiled faintly and replied, This is the golden elixir. The three esteemed elders may attempt to break through in the secret realm, and we shall decide later. With that, he rose and bowed respectfully, The future of our sect, I hope to rely on the strength of the esteemed elders. The three exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts aligned, leaving no need for further words. Jizu solemnly held the jade box in his hands and gently opened it, instantly sensing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Enveloped in a rich fragrance of herbs, when he fully opened the box, 3 golden elixirs, round and plump, exuding an intoxicating spiritual essence, filled the grand hall, leaving everyone in awe. These were indeed golden elixirs capable of aiding one in breaking through to the realm of transformation. The divine nature contained within exceeding all imagination. The formidable figures present chose to remain silent, refraining from inquiring about the origins of the golden elixirs, fully aware that it was a sensitive topic. Even the unparalleled expert from Danxia Peak restrained his eagerness, feeling a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Although the 2 elder figures appeared quite casual in his presence, they understood that the crux of the matter ultimately lay with Chen Han. He scrutinized this young sect leader once more, having existed in the same era as Jiang Wenda, yet possessing a demeanor vastly different from Jiang Wenda's ostentatious brilliance. This leader's restraint and composure evoked a sense of reverence. His abilities and strategies were truly remarkable, especially as his youthful prowess had not been as otherworldly as Jiang Wenda's. Entering the inner sect from the outer sect had taken considerable time. Now, after 30 years of accumulation, he was finally poised to shoulder the banner of the celestial demon conflict. Emma Jizu couldn't help but reflect on the multitude of events that had transpired during this period. Tell us everything. I doubt you would provoke the Raksha clan without reason. Upon hearing this, Chen Han pondered for a moment before detailing the rise of the blood demon sect, the stance of the heavenly demon sect, and the elder trapped for years, among various other matters. The others listened intently, unable to tear their gazes away. They all felt the heavy pressure stemming from the peak Yuanying blood demon, the close ties with the Raksha clan, and the numerous upheavals surrounding the heavenly demon sect, all of which stirred tumultuous waves within them. Although Chen Han could have chosen to conceal certain details, he understood that these elders, as the true foundation of the Shenshao sect, would naturally be more concerned about the sect's future, and thus revealing the information was prudent. Of course, he omitted some particulars. Given the recent turmoil, it was sufficient to clarify who the enemy was. It was unexpected that Jiang Wenda's son had also arrived at the Shenshao sect, Jizu sighed softly, and a flood of memories surged forth. In those days, Jiang Wenda was extraordinarily gifted, his strength unparalleled, effortlessly eclipsing others, and now Jiang Danxin mirrored him closely. Yet, He could not help but ponder how Jiang Danxin would grow under Chen Han's guidance. In a few days, the sect would hold a grand competition, and Chen Han extended a sincere invitation, saying, "The three esteemed elders are welcome to observe at any time." Imejizu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "This time, we shall abstain. The three of us need to retreat and strive for breakthroughs. The impending calamity looms, and the sect's strength must be fortified for every bit of hope." They were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Although the new generation of demon lords may not possess the ferocity of their predecessor from a century ago, none would dare underestimate his strength. In their memories, they had successfully evaded peril thrice at Jiang Wenda's hands. Though reliant on strategy, it was sufficient to highlight his extraordinary abilities. Chapter 26. The counterattack of the Heavenly Demon Sect. As the three elders gradually exited the Grand Hall, Chen Han's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to brilliant stars, heralding the onset of a tempest. He mused inwardly. Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect boasts formidable strength across this vast continent, it ultimately cannot escape its destined demise. Come forth, let me witness just how extraordinary your capabilities are, and how many nefarious individuals are willing to stand alongside you in defiance of the majesty of my Shanshao sect. In this expansive continent, true transformation-level practitioners among the human race are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even those on the brink of transformation are exceptional elites, exceedingly rare. Now, faced with such a stark disparity in power, he held high expectations for those sects foolish enough to attempt a bloodbath against the Shanshao sect. Should you make even the slightest move, I shall strike back with a force as formidable as thunder. Merely 3 days later, Ouyang Ming's demon infant was escorted to the mysterious and terrifying Heavenly Demon Sect. This place is perpetually shrouded in a dense magical formation, suffocating to the senses, littered with desiccated bones. And few dare to tread upon this forbidden ground. It is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect, an indomitable sovereign within the realm of Crimson Sun, unmatched by any other force in the days of yore. When the demon lord Yu Zhongxian reigned, the entirety of Crimson Sun and the surrounding 3 realms lay beneath the iron hooves of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Here, it serves as a paradise for demonic cultivators, yet also stands as an unassailable slaughterhouse, akin to a chaotic wilderness. Even the formidable Rakshasa clan, the Divine Sky Sect, and the Titans of the Great Ming dare not act recklessly here, opting instead to lurk in the shadows and whisper among themselves. At this moment, within a hall as dark as an abyss, the fury of Demon Lord Yuan Guang erupted like a volcano. He slammed his palm upon the table, sending wood chips flying, splintering the surface with a thunderous crash that resonated like a clap of thunder. The right protector beside him, though outwardly trembling with fear, internally held a sense of disdain and contempt for this once mighty demon lord, now diminished in strength. Yuan Guang had long been cowed by the former Jiang Wenda, and now, in the face of true battle, he appeared to be utterly feeble. You, as demonic cultivators, ought to revel in slaughter and chaos, feeding upon human blood. Why then do you treat us like benevolent monks? Though none dared to voice their discontent, a simmering dissatisfaction churned within them like molten lava, ready to erupt at any moment. Impudence! How dare the Divine Sky Sect provoke a war between the celestial and the demonic? Can they withstand the wrath of my Heavenly Demon Sect? Yuan Guang bellowed, his voice reverberating through the hall like a mighty bell. Seizing the opportunity, the right protector stoked the flames of discord. Indeed, ever since the leader of the Divine Sky Sect achieved the transformation realm, they likely no longer regard you with any respect. Yuan Guang's deep-set, sinister gaze swept over the right protector, recognizing the truth in his words. If he failed to act, he would become a subject of ridicule. Thus, he hesitated no longer, a resolute killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Though he is in the transformation realm, I too am in the transformation realm. The true test shall be on the battlefield. Go and gather the demonic soldiers. In 3 days, I shall seize complete control of Crimson Sun. Upon hearing this, the right protector felt a surge of excitement. Nodding in affirmation. Yes, what further preparations must we make? He could hardly contain his eagerness to confront those so-called righteous sects, the pent-up fury within him threatening to spill over. Reach out to those factions. Perhaps we can garner unexpected support in this war between the celestial and the demonic, just as they once aided us. When will grudges be repaid? A strange smile crept across Yuan Guang's face, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. This time, I shall grant them a grand surprise. The Right Protector's eyes sparkled with excitement, invigorated as though he were reliving the fervent days of battle. Could he be too hasty? Yuan Guang coldly retorted. What is there to rush? Today, the Divine Sky sect can ally with the Great Ming to threaten my Heavenly Demon sect. Tomorrow, they may even join forces with the Ta Ching sect. Should they unite to drive us to our doom, there would be no turning back. And what of Ouyang Ming? How shall we deal with him? The Right Protector inquired cautiously, his heart secretly yearning for more bloodshed. Ouyang Ming defied orders and shall reap the consequences, Yuan Guang mused, a complex expression crossing his face. Yet, our sect still relies on him. We shall find one of his disciples and seize their soul for rebirth. Understood. At first glance, Qian Han's return of Ouyang Ming's nascent soul appeared to show leniency. However, for the Heavenly Demon sect, it was a profound insult. Although Ouyang Ming's actions did not represent the entirety of the Heavenly Demon sect, his very identity embodied the sect's honor. Retrieving his nascent soul meant the sect chose to take the initiative amid this turmoil. While Qian Han could not intervene in Ouyang Ming's fate, he understood that ignoring such insubordination would inevitably destabilize the morale of the sect and deliver a fatal blow to the Demon Lord's authority. Even restoring the nascent soul was merely discarding a pawn. Meanwhile, Yuan Guang was acutely aware of Qian Han's schemes, yet this was a time for utilizing talents. Within the sect, established powers largely took orders from the Left Protector, and he needed to suppress them swiftly. This move would undoubtedly deliver a precise blow to the sect's confidence. Furthermore, this demonic infant was a gift from the Great Ming, complicating and deepening the relationship between the two factions. The benefits accrued by the Great Ming in this conflict might render them a mere vassal of the Divine Sky sect. At the Ta Ching sect, the sect master gazed at the ceaselessly cascading waterfall before him, an uneasy sensation creeping into his heart. Recently, he had heard that the leader of the Divine Sky sect had broken through to the Transformation Realm. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, responding, to slay a protector of the Heavenly Demon sect in one strike. He must indeed have entered the Transformation Realm, without a doubt. Then, what are our chances in this battle? The sect master's voice was low and fraught with concern. I have heard that several sects have recently grown close to the Heavenly Demon sect. That depends on how many Transformation Realm cultivators the Divine Sky sect can mobilize. The Grand Elder replied with a wry smile, his tone tinged with resignation. One Transformation Realm cultivator, in the chaos of battle, may struggle to secure victory. Even if that leader wields immense power, should their spiritual energy be exhausted, they might not be able to vanquish all foes. The sect master murmured, at least two are needed. One to intimidate the Heavenly Demon sect, and another to deter other celestial sections. The Grand Elder nodded gravely. Indeed? But since the turmoil caused by the demon race, Transformation Realm cultivators have become a rare sight. Currently, Demon Lord Yuan Guang also hovers on the brink of the Transformation Realm. If the Divine Sky sect lacks a foundation of additional Transformation Realm cultivators, they may find themselves at a disadvantage. The threshold to the Transformation Realm is exceedingly arduous. The two exchanged glances, both displaying bitter smiles. Within the sect, there was indeed a half-step Transformation Realm expert. Yet the distance to true transformation was still great. This sense of urgency loomed over them like an invisible crisis, quietly enveloping their minds. In this vast and boundless realm of cultivation, the existence of the Transformation Realm is akin to radiant stars. Few and far between, to break through the myriad constraints and step into the sacred hall of transformation is akin to scaling treacherous peaks, fraught with peril that incites trepidation. Transformation Realm cultivators have transcended the mundane. Each is a pinnacle figure of their era, possessing extraordinary talents akin to masters, deserving of reverence. Such talents, even after hundreds of years, remain a rare sight, able to instill awe in generations, as if they were divine beings existing only in legends. However, not all can forge the extraordinary through the crucible of time. Many expend their utmost efforts until they are utterly spent, ultimately yielding only heart-wrenching outcomes, their vitality extinguished, leaving them to fall into obscurity. Talents like Jiang Wenda, a prodigy of infrequent occurrence, may only arise once every few centuries, akin to a shining genius in the river of history and the face of the surging demonic tide. The command of the sect Master Ling Yu is undoubtedly our final hope, his eyes reflecting deep expectations and resignation. May the Divine Sky sect bring forth favorable news. Within this celestial sect, countless disciples and powerful figures have perished at the hands of the heavenly demon sect. Should a war between the celestial and the demonic eradicate the heavenly demon sect, the remaining scattered cultivators and demonic practitioners would pose little threat, and the troubles of the demon sect would be easily resolved. The supreme leader of the sect is extraordinary. His strength is sufficient to intimidate the eastern domain, yet whether he is fully prepared remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the principle of mutual support between the Ta Ching sect and the Divine Sky sect has been a long-standing tradition. The Grand Elder felt a wave of nostalgia. 30 years prior, he had the fortune to witness the supreme leader's grandeur. That transcendent demeanor and bearing, undoubtedly the hallmark of a contemporary master. It was then that I realized the celestial visage is not to be trifled with. News spread swiftly, and other sects quickly learned of this development. Such tidings are difficult to conceal. Sects endowed with great powers can always reconstruct the scene through secret methods or acquire information via mercenary networks. The intelligence web of mercenaries is like an invisible net. As long as one is willing to pay the price, they can unveil secrets hidden from the masses. Although most mercenaries possess average strength, they are willing to risk their lives for information. Thus, sacred lands, noble families, and even scattered cultivator factions swiftly grasped all that transpired. On one hand, they marveled at the might of the Divine Sky sect. On the other, they gained a deeper understanding of the legendary Supreme Leader. He is the first unparalleled powerhouse to enter the transformation realm in decades. The brilliance that once illuminated the cultivation world a century ago has finally given rise to another transformation realm cultivator, signifying not only the birth of a new sovereign but also heralding the dawn of a tumultuous new era. The major powers of the Eastern Domain began to feel an undercurrent of unease. At the moment the leader of the Divine Sky sect decisively vanquished a protector of the heavenly demon sect, the enmity between the two sects was poised to erupt like an arrow drawn taut. In truth, the animosity between the two sects had long been simmering, merely awaiting an opportunity for explosion. Although both sides exhibited restraint, Qian Han's patience stemmed from the fact that the Divine Sky sect had yet to possess the strength to annihilate the heavenly demon sect. Even if they could expel the heavenly demon sect, the Divine Sky sect would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, falling from the ranks of the Eastern Domain's top sections. Conversely, the heavenly demon sect's restraint was due to Yuan Guang's genuine fear of Jiang Wenda. Now, with the Divine Sky sect suddenly taking action, it resembled the calm before a storm, the air thick with anticipation. The Great Ming, which the Divine Sky sect had covertly supported over the years, acted discreetly, yet signs of its burgeoning strength had become unmistakable. Coupled with the Ta Ching sect, which stood with the Divine Sky sect, the three major forces, once united, could nearly crush the heavenly demon sect into dust. Yet, the nature of the heavenly demon sect's hidden cards remained a mystery. However, the response from the demon sect was swifter than anticipated. Had the governor of Crimson Sun met his demise? Wu Yi suppressed his fury within the heavenly soldier tower. His voice trembling, indeed, according to reports from his subordinates, the governor of the Red Sun realm had fallen, along with the entire city, where hundreds of thousands of cultivators and commoners had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the celestial demon sect. Li Lu, the elder, sighed helplessly, as the rapid and thorough development of events had taken everyone by surprise. While the cultivators adhered to the principle of not harming ordinary people, the demon cultivators had always acted without restraint. The tragic deaths of countless cultivators and commoners had created an unimaginable burden of karma. Did they truly fear the consequences of their actions? They were utterly deranged. Did they really intend to become enemies of the Great Ming? Wu Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy for response. However, if war was to commence, this might only be the beginning. Subsequent actions must be guarded against with utmost vigilance. He swiftly made a decision. I must seek an audience with the monarch. This matter must be resolved promptly by the monarch, or the consequences could be dire. Elder Chen's brow was tightly furrowed, and his words revealed a sense of unease. Wu Yi nodded and departed the heavenly soldier tower with resolute intent flashing in his eyes. At the long steps outside the imperial palace, Wu Yi respectfully knelt halfway, fixing his gaze upon the inner chamber. Wu Yi of the heavenly soldier tower seeks an audience with the monarch. The waiting seemed extraordinarily prolonged, and at last, a voice, slightly youthful yet filled with authority, emanated from within. Enter. Before him appeared a strikingly handsome young man, his long hair neatly tied back, his complexion as pale as congealed fat. Only his eyes revealed an undeniable gravity and solemnity, sparkling like morning stars and hinting at the aura of a youthful sovereign. At merely 17 years of age, he was the youngest emperor in the history of the Great Ming. The current ruler, the supreme dominator of the Nine Realms. Every movement he made resonated like the roar of a dragon or the roar of a tiger, shaking the surroundings. My lord, the celestial demon sect has begun to take action. The governor of the Red Sun Realm and the cultivators and commoners of the entire city have been slaughtered by them, Wu Wei reported gravely, lowering his head slightly. The youth's expression remained as calm as water, steady as Mount Tai. Before he inquired, General Wu, what are your thoughts on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Wei firmly responded. The Red Sun Realm is now under the iron grip of the celestial demon sect. Yet this suppression is but temporary. I request permission to lead 500,000 troops to restore our lands and defend the Great Ming's 10 realms. Granted. The youth's expression turned severe, his tone resonating with authority. Our Great Ming shall mobilize its national strength to support General Lin's eastern expedition. Furthermore, I shall personally visit the Divine Cloud sect to discuss an alliance. Wu, he was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply. Thank you for your support, my lord. Human strength has its limits, the youth continued, his voice softening. General Wu may break through first. Once our Great Ming is fully prepared, I shall allow you to lead the charge. The youth's decisiveness inspired confidence. Given your strength, I am not concerned. Breaking through the celestial demon sect is merely a matter of time. However, the demon lord Yuan Guang can only be dealt with by the supreme master of the Divine Cloud sect, personally. Understood, Wu Wei bowed respectfully, recognizing that even with his reservations, retreat was not an option. The celestial demon sect had stood unyielding for so long, with profound roots, and now they were slaughtering the common people of the Great Ming with cruelty. This battle was unavoidable. Chapter 27. The monarch of the Great Ming. In just 3 short days, the celestial demon sect had forged the Red Sun Realm into an impregnable stronghold, as if everything lay within their grasp. No one had ever experienced such rapid and brutal governance. All discontent and rebellious forces fell silent in fear, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of resistance. For those who dared to defy orders, the celestial demon sect had established a simple yet merciless rule: kill without mercy. Such violent measures swept through the various demonic sects, solidifying their control, and the entire sect system now exhibited unprecedented strength. At this moment, Qian Han could not help but feel a deep sense of pride in his affiliation with the Divine Cloud sect. Though they were currently under immense pressure from the Great Ming, he was acutely aware that the intelligence network of the Divine Cloud sect had already surpassed that of the Great Ming, having constructed a broader and more intricate web. The spies he had meticulously trained, including some mercenaries, were scattered across various corners, gathering intelligence and reporting significant information to him at the earliest opportunity in his mind. The value of information was immeasurable, especially with the news of the celestial demon sect's intention to seize control of the Red Sun Realm becoming increasingly critical. As he contemplated the fierce onslaught the celestial demon sect would launch against the Great Ming, a sense of unease washed over him. Yet he also understood that the losses for the Great Ming might serve as an opportunity to propel them forward, particularly as the conflict between the two sides would deepen, compelling the Great Ming to spare no effort in eradicating this adversary. The sins of the celestial demon sect extended far beyond this. The innocents who had perished at their hands were countless. However, the enmity the Great Ming harbored for the celestial demon sect paled in comparison to the fundamental conflict with the Divine Cloud sect. Qian Han knew that if the sacrifice of a few could secure the unwavering resolve of a powerful force, it would be a choice worth making. Nonetheless, when the staggering death toll lay before him, he could not help but sigh deeply, astonished that the demonic sect would indeed resort to city slaughter. He imagined that the burgeoning karma would likely turn those involved in the massacre into ashes on some future day, even if such a punishment might only come after reaching the nascent soul stage. Upon learning of the city slaughter by the celestial demon sect, the white cat was so shocked that it leaped up, incredulously asking, "Are they out of their minds?" the daily lives of cultivators and ordinary people were starkly different, existing in two entirely separate worlds. Yet now, due to this sudden event, everything appeared so fragile. Even the heavens possess compassion. To prevent innocent civilians from suffering slaughter, the laws of the world are laden with numerous restrictions. While it may be easy to eliminate ordinary people, the ensuing karma is something even the heavens cannot easily bear. Killing one or two may be inconsequential, but once an entire city is slaughtered, it inevitably triggers a cataclysm of divine wrath and human resentment. Thus, regardless of the cost, they must be completely eradicated. Qian Han spoke solemnly, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Today they may act with impunity, but tomorrow they could rampage throughout the once glorious Shunshao sect, which had flourished for a millennium, has now met its demise through the collusion of the Tianma sect and the clandestine Xianmen. This revelation instilled a profound sense of vigilance within him. Undoubtedly, the Shunshao sect occupied a paramount position in the world, boasting the most formidable spiritual veins, making it a coveted target for other factions. In truth, their ambitions extended far beyond mere territorial control in the eastern domain. To them, it was merely a pawn to be manipulated at will. Upon recognizing the true intentions of these holy lands, Qian Han resolved to support the Daming at the earliest opportunity, transforming the conflict into a game between the Shunshao sect and the various sacred lands. With Daming and the Tianma sect merely as puppets thrust into the limelight in the annals of history, the Shunshao sect is but a fleeting and merciless victim, having faltered before it could truly prosper. Only a singular figure from Luoqing remains etched in history, who, despite the trials of the subsequent competition among prodigies, proved to be the sole flicker of hope for the Shunshao sect. Now, under his dominion, the Shunshao sect would not permit such latent threats to persist. Faced with the impending upheaval, Qian Han discerned that to endure in this realm, one must possess commensurate strength. He gazed upon his own hands. Realizing that he too wielded immense power, he harbored no desire to become a tyrannical despot, nor did he seek to contend against the world. Yet, in this ruthless era, it is universally acknowledged that sometimes one must strive to attain what they desire. The notion of equality among cultivators is a mere illusion, often more savage than the laws of the jungle during the age of beasts. To endure in this world, one must possess absolute strength. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, the identity of their adversary becomes inconsequential. Lu Wenjun's performance at work was nothing short of exemplary, even as he privately pondered what celestial being the Supreme Master had summoned him to greet. Necessitating such grandiose arrangements, without hesitation, he mobilized all available resources to prepare a magnificent welcome ceremony, the scale of which was truly breathtaking. The pinnacle of the 9 peaks, all 4 elders were present, along with 7 esteemed elders at the nascent soul stage, rendering the scene utterly astonishing. Which eminent figure could command such an elaborate reception from the acting sect master? Ma Binchi could not help but exclaim in disbelief. His tone brimming with incredulity, he held no grievance. Rather, the spectacle surpassed all expectations. Surely even the leader of the Taiching sect would not warrant such fanfare. Lu Wenjun shook his head gently, a grave expression upon his face. I too am uncertain. The Supreme Master merely instructed me to receive our guest. This is the first time such a directive has been issued, and I naturally dare not show any negligence. Such a statement only heightens my curiosity, remarked another peak elder with a smile. It was well known that the Supreme Master's commands were not to be disobeyed, yet in compliance, one could not help but feel a swell of curiosity and anticipation. Who could this guest be, to warrant Lu Wenjun's personal welcome? Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a youth clad in white appeared before them. Although none knew the identity of the young man, the accompanying elder was well known to all. It was none other than Elder Yang of the Tianbing Tower, a powerful figure at the nascent soul stage, who commanded the inner court and intelligence network of Daming. Behind him stood 5 tower elders, each with their designated roles, among whom Wu Yi was responsible for war affairs. Elder Yang was not only the overseer of internal matters, but also the imperial tutor of Daming, a trusted minister of the late emperor. Thus, it was evident that the youth's status was of the utmost nobility in Daming. The only individual who could inspire such reverence in Elder Yang was none other than the young sovereign. The legendary supreme ruler of Daming was, in fact, a mere youth of 16 or 17 years. Now, it was clear that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Lu Wenjun recalled the Supreme Master's words, stating that a distinguished guest would be arriving, and to his astonishment, it was none other than the sovereign of Daming. I regret not having extended a proper welcome. I hope the sovereign can forgive my oversight. Lu Wenjun said with a slight bow, his tone filled with respect and honor. At this moment, the attitudes of the peak elders shifted to one of reverence as they all bowed in unison. After all, this was the new sovereign, and even these deeply accomplished cultivators had to accord the necessary respect to such a figure of authority. Furthermore, this sovereign was the master of the 8 wastelands of the Eastern Domain, the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. Despite the sovereign's youth and seemingly unfulfilled potential, his aura commanded undeniable respect. Greetings to all esteemed elders, the youth addressed them, performing each greeting with grace and poise. I have long heard of the sovereign's extraordinary demeanor. Now that I behold it, it is indeed that of a remarkable youth. Please, come inside, Lu Wenjun said with a smile, extending a sincere invitation. Thank you. Everyone, the youth replied, his voice melodious and imbued with an innate charm. Following this, Elder Yang began introducing the formidable figures of the Shenshao sect to the young sovereign. For every elder at the nascent soul stage, Elder Yang accurately recited their names and their titles in the outside world, inciting admiration and pride among the members of the Shenshao sect. He was indeed worthy of being Daming's imperial tutor. With impeccable etiquette, Lu Wenjun had welcomed 2 distinguished guests, but the matter was urgent, and time was of the essence. The moment the youth settled into his seat, after exchanging pleasantries, he directly requested an audience with the Supreme Master. Lu Wenjun's gaze flickered momentarily. This was indeed a delicate situation. Holding the sect master's command token, he was acting on behalf of the Supreme Master and was currently the leader of the Shenshao sect. However, the Supreme Master was in seclusion and, evidently, could not receive guests, a rationale that was quite sufficient. Yet, he understood that since the Supreme Master was aware of the Daming Sovereign's arrival but chose not to appear, there must be some hidden circumstances at play. The youth clearly grasped this as well. This was not the manner of hospitality one would expect. However, such was the etiquette of the Shenshao sect. And this discrepancy left him perplexed. Why would this enigmatic Supreme Master refuse even to meet? Now that Daming had resolved to combat the Tianma sect with all its might, without the support of the Shenshao sect, they would not be able to gain the upper hand. No formidable force could withstand the threat posed by the demon Lord Yuanguang. Even if Daming were powerful, it would avail them nothing. I have dispatched someone to summon the Supreme Master. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, Lu Wenjun contemplated, striving to maintain his composure, though internally he was fraught with anxiety. Very well, Elder Yang began to speak but hesitated, while the youth maintained an unperturbed demeanor, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the sound of hearty laughter from an elder outside the door suddenly infused the somber ambience with a breath of fresh air. The youth immediately stood, and Elder Yang frowned slightly but also rose. I apologize for my tardiness. Chun Han specifically summoned me, saying that a distinguished guest had arrived, and I must personally engage with you all. The voice remained bright and amiable as the words fell. An elder with a beaming countenance strode into the room. Clad in purple robes, his jet-black hair contrasted sharply with his aged visage. His eyes were particularly striking, as if they could peer into the depths of one's soul and unravel the turmoil of the world with a single glance. Even more captivating was the scroll he held, which shimmered with a purifying light, seemingly emanating a force capable of cleansing the world, compelling one to draw near. Father! Ma Binchi was caught between surprise and delight, nearly speechless with excitement. Salutations, Elder Taishong. The assembled peak masters and elders rose, bowing deeply to the elder, their respect palpable. Please, no need for such formalities. Ma Jiju directed his gaze towards Ma Binchi, smiling as he nodded at so. You've entered the mid-stage of the nascent soul. You have not disappointed me. Ma Binchi's heart stirred. Beneath his father's head of black hair lay seemingly more secrets. Sensing the focus of the crowd upon him, the elder appeared to notice something amiss. I arrived in haste and have yet to restore my golden body. The elder explained with a smile, then waved his hand lightly. A golden radiance flashed, and the visitor's visage instantaneously transformed to that of a man in his 30s, as if time had reversed, leaving the youth astonished. Come now, weren't we just discussing about The elder's voice was light-hearted and humorous, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who could not help but feel a sense of awe. This scene captivated the youth, igniting his imagination. In the eyes of the many formidable figures around, the elder's presence was increasingly formidable, inspiring reverence, especially for Elder Yang, whose astonishment far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Spirit power? Elder Yang marveled inwardly, recognizing it as spirit power. Only spirit power could alter the natural decline of one's essence and facilitate transformation. He leaned closer to the youth, whispering, "This is the previous sect master of the Shenshao sect, Ma Jizhu, who has now ascended to the transformation realm." The two transformation realm powerhouses could nearly sweep across the entire eastern domain. Moreover, the sect master of the Shenshao sect was already an extraordinary figure. Now having entered the transformation realm, his strength was unfathomable, evoking fear in all who beheld him. Upon hearing Elder Yang's words, the youth looked at the newcomer with elation and immediately bowed respectfully. "In that case, I shall rely on your esteemed guidance." "Indeed," Ma Jizhu nodded slightly, his expression warm and amiable. "Chen Han has entrusted me with his life's treasure, within which lies a fragment of his divine consciousness. When the treasure unfolds, it will be as if he were present himself, so the sovereign need not worry." Jizhu's words were resolute and powerful, laying a solid foundation for the matters to come. The youth turned, his gaze landing upon the scroll, and lightly nodded before requesting a spatial artifact from Elder Yang, which he then handed to Lu Wenjun. "Please convey my gratitude to Sect Master Chen." This time, his tone was even more sincere. Chapter 28. The Blood Goddess Avatar. Has the young emperor already departed? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Han's eyes, and a relaxed, contented smile graced his lips. "He has indeed departed. This is what he entrusted me to convey to you." Lu Wenjun slightly bowed, his hand firmly clutching an elegant storage bracelet, which he slowly extended forward, as though the act of delivering it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Chen Han's consciousness swept gently over it, his brows lifting slightly in satisfaction as he nodded in approval. "Acceptable," he remarked, noting that the contents were predominantly mundane items, with few spiritual roots or materials of worth to me. "Thus, I bestow it upon you." With that, he casually tossed the bracelet towards Lu Wenjun, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Wenjun, swiftly followed by a surge of joy as he hastily caught the bracelet without a moment's hesitation. He understood well that though the Supreme Master spoke in a tone of casual indifference, this was indeed a tremendous gift. In this age of scarce spiritual roots, acquiring such a magical artifact was exceedingly rare. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed, striving to suppress his inner elation while maintaining a facade of composure. While he may not have prized the spiritual materials, storage artifacts were a rarity in the cultivation world. Immensely valuable. Even within the Shenshao sect, they were seldom seen. The crafting of storage artifacts, though not particularly intricate, relied heavily on the skill of a refiner capable of manipulating spatial powers, a feat that required one to reach at least the pinnacle of the transformation stage. To Lu Wenjun, this was a realm that even ordinary transformational practitioners dared not venture into, a level that common folk could scarcely comprehend. Contemplating this, Lu Wenjun felt an increasing weight upon his heart. He recognized that the currently circulating storage artifacts were mostly relics from a millennium past, precious enough to induce trepidation. In his possession, he had but a few decent spatial artifacts. Should these treasured relics be lost to time? The repercussions would be dire. "What should we do next?" Lu Wenjun inquired cautiously, tucking the bracelet away, his voice tinged with both anticipation and apprehension as he constantly pondered the future landscape. "What do you think?" Chen Han did not respond directly, instead offering a faint smile and a gaze imbued with a hint of mystery. "I believe I have grasped the master's intentions." Lu Wenjun's voice gradually rose, his thoughts appearing to crystallize. The top-tier strengths of the Great Ming and the Heavenly Demon sect were relatively comparable. Thus, it would be prudent to observe the unfolding events. However, should the Great Ming find itself unable to withstand the pressures exerted by the Heavenly Demon sect, we would ultimately need to extend our aid. Chen Han nodded earnestly, continuing, "I propose we dispatch some powerful individuals to guard critical locations, to prevent the Heavenly Demon sect from wreaking havoc. After all, the tribulations of war invariably fall upon the ordinary folk at the bottom." Lu Wenjun analyzed the situation with calm resolve. Having chosen to adopt a wait-and-see approach, it was all the more essential to remain vigilant. Chen Han, his expression grave, nodded in approval. What you say is indeed correct. I shall entrust this matter to you. If we can maintain balance, the Great Ming's efforts to consolidate the Crimson Sun realm will not be an overnight endeavor. Yet, now that the heavenly demon sect suppresses it with their overwhelming might, the Great Ming has lost control over the Crimson Sun realm, and reclaiming it will be no small feat. A sense of helplessness and resignation tinged Chen Han's tone. Lu Wenjun listened attentively, aware that this was a rare opportunity for learning, signifying the Supreme Master's profound insight into the situation in the eastern region. His mind was alight with sparks of understanding and contemplation. The pinnacle combat strength of the Great Ming was not significantly inferior to that of the heavenly demon sect, and on a foundational level, it even surpassed it. What was lacking was merely a formidable figure capable of withstanding the demon lord Yuan Guang. Chen Han spoke softly, his tone imbued with seriousness and determination. Thus, I have invited the Grand Elder to bring a treasured artifact to the Crimson Sun realm. Our goal is not to bully the weak, but at the very least, to restrain them, achieving a certain equilibrium. A subtle smile played at the corners of Chen Han's mouth, radiating confidence and anticipation. In this manner, the Great Ming's progress would surely accelerate. And when the time came, the true nature of the heavenly demon sect would be revealed. At that juncture, the initiative would no longer rest with us, but rather with them. The heavenly demon sect has stood unyielding on this land for many years. Not merely by virtue of its own strength. There must be more intricate factors at play behind the scenes. Before Chen Han's words had settled, Lu Wenjun sensed a wave of unease washing over him. As if the implications hinted at deeper secrets, this discourse fundamentally upended Lu Wenjun's understanding of the broader picture. What the Supreme Master referred to was simply the concept of balance. However, achieving such balance would require prolonged deliberation and foresight. The current strength of the Great Ming, even the heavenly demon sect, could not afford to overlook. He had initially believed that the sect's substantial investment in recruiting members from the imperial family of the Great Ming was merely due to familial ties. Considering the deep-rooted connections between the imperial family and the sect. Yet now, it appeared that this was merely a strategy to bolster the Great Ming, enabling a more effective constraint on the heavenly demon sect. The game pieces were finally being set in motion. Lu Wenjun mused internally. Should another top-tier combatant be deployed, a delicate equilibrium could essentially be maintained between the two sides. Moreover, with the Great Ming still holding 1 million heavenly soldiers, the advantage was already evident. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the nebulous and mysterious forces lurking behind the heavenly demon sect, and a sense of unease took root in his heart. Should he delve deeper into this matter, it could spiral into a complexity that would be increasingly difficult to untangle. The heavenly demon sect had always been domineering. Why had no other sects come forth to aid them? Were only the Shunshao sect and the Taching sect acting out of righteousness? Were the other sects and holy places turning a blind eye, or did they harbor ulterior motives? In that moment, Lu Wenjun felt as if he were on the precipice of a grand game being played in silence. A balance that was both elusive and fraught with undercurrents. Those who have cultivated to this level and wield power over a faction are invariably astute individuals, and the situation in the eastern region is undoubtedly a part of a broader strategy. The Supreme Master has long seen through it all, and he is meticulously plotting to gradually unveil the true face of the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjun sighed inwardly, reflecting on the depth and wisdom of the Supreme Master. Only to realize his own mundane limitations, having failed to perceive such an apparent truth. These principles may seem simple when articulated, yet to truly see through them requires experience and enlightenment. Lu Wenjun garnered numerous insights, but lamented his inability to attain that level of profound understanding. Though he stood atop the pinnacle of the eastern region, appearing to be above it all, the unique perspective of the Supreme Master clearly afforded him a far more comprehensive and lucid view. It is not particularly complicated. In fact, it is quite straightforward, Chen Han said softly. Our intelligence system at the Shunshao sect is remarkably efficient. The information I have obtained is derived from a series of logical deductions based on layered clues. And I now pass this on to you. He handed Lu Wenjun a detailed list, smiling as he pointed out. It contains annotations regarding their backgrounds, personality weaknesses, and secret methods of contact. In the future, you may consult me on matters big and small within the eastern region. Am I truly permitted to do so? Lu Wenjun's heart raced. Such a weighty responsibility and trust filled him with both pressure and exhilaration. This intelligence system represented the Supreme Master's recognition of him. He would gradually become involved in the internal affairs of the sect and the broader dynamics of the Eastern region, a golden opportunity he had longed for. As he carefully unfolded the list, Lu Wenjun's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rooted to the spot. Many of the names listed were those of formidable individuals he recognized, some even being those he had encountered personally, rendering it almost unbelievable. The upper echelons of the heavenly demon sect also have our people. Lu Wenjun questioned incredulously, furrowing his brow. It is merely a matter of exchanging interests. By exploiting human weaknesses, you can easily manipulate these individuals, Qian Han explained with a knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Rest assured in your actions. Just remember, the Shunshao sect is the foremost celestial gate in the eastern region, a top-tier force on the continent, requiring no concern for anyone else. Master, will you be present to witness the sect's grand competition taking place in 3 days? Lu Wenjun inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. His eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and tension, his voice infused with the youthful mixture of innocence and unyielding determination. On this path of cultivation, fraught with unpredictable changes akin to a tempest, he yearned deeply for the master's encouragement and support. Of course, I shall attend, Qian Han replied, nodding gently, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. The affairs here had progressed smoothly, and his return had been expedited. Moreover, I harbor greater expectations for this competition. The inner disciples who perform exceptionally well will have the opportunity to enter the cave for further cultivation, continuing their ascent towards the peak of their abilities. His voice was steady and powerful, as if laying down a path to brilliance for his disciples. Then I shall take my leave to prepare. Lu Wenjun resolutely nodded, his eyes shimmering with boundless aspirations for the future. Before turning and departing the hall with a sense of urgency, as if he could hardly wait to embrace the challenges ahead, go forth. Watching Lu Wenjun's retreating figure, Qian Han felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation rising within him, accompanied by a glimmer of hope for the future landscape. Once Lu Wenjun had departed, Qian Han's gaze fell upon the languid white cat lounging nearby. He murmured to himself, entrusting him with such a heavy burden. I wonder if it is the right decision. The white cat lazily lifted its head, scratching its ear nonchalantly, emitting a soft meow, seemingly indifferent to Qian Han's concerns, more preoccupied with its own repose. Unwilling to become entangled in the convoluted affairs of humanity, he could have achieved even greater heights on the path of cultivation, even while managing the myriad trivial matters of the inner and outer sects. His cultivation remained on par with the other foremost leaders. Yet now, I have placed the weight of the sect's responsibilities upon his shoulders. Qian Han pondered to himself, a twinge of unease creeping in. He was indeed a rare genius among humanity, yet at present, all I can do is entrust the entire sect to him, and once this period has passed, I will make amends for it. As this thought crossed his mind, Qian Han's gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if sketching a grand blueprint for the future of his disciples. The hall fell into a brief silence, with Yu Huang remaining quietly observant. Fully aware that Qian Han did not require his response, the plump cat merely retracted its neck slightly, embodying a sense of both helplessness and ennui, as the intricacies of the human world momentarily eluded its comprehension. Qian Han cast a fleeting glance at the large white cat resting upon the cushion, feeling as if he were a world apart. He refrained from uttering much, instead retrieving the precious blood scripture from his bosom. This tome, the sole treasure he had acquired during recent battles, emanated a profound aura, as a legacy of a late-stage transformation master. Its contents inspired a deep sense of reverence, though the terror of the inheritance eluded precise verbal depiction. Every word ensnared Qian Han's thoughts, as if beckoning him to unveil deeper mysteries. The hall lay desolate, with only Qian Han, clad in purple, seated gracefully on the cushion, his sleeves gently swaying with the breeze. Resembling a captivating painting, he meticulously turned the pages of the crimson tome, his expression focused, intent on grasping more profound truths from its depths. Meanwhile, the white cat, having indulged in a brief respite, also began to feel a twinge of boredom. Donning a pair of spectacles, it resumed perusing the Buddhist scriptures gifted by Qian Han, a look of rapt contemplation gracing its features. I in the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped away unnoticed. This blood scripture, a legacy left behind by the demon lord Yuzongxian, contained far richer content than Qian Han had anticipated, elaborating extensively on the art of blood refining, adhering to a legitimate path of blood cultivation. While it did mention methods of extracting the blood of living beings, it was not merely a means of slaughter, descending into the realm of bloodthirsty savagery, but rather an orthodox and intricate technique of blood refinement. The prowess of Yuzongxian, who rose from an ordinary disciple of the demon sect to become the blood ancestor, was evident in his extraordinary talent and keen insight into the path of blood cultivation. Within these 3 days, Qian Han had nearly comprehended the essence of this blood refining technique, as if a radiant light flickered within his mind. Amid his reflections, the section on formations garnered his utmost attention. The exquisite intricacies of these formations compelled him to marvel at how Yuzongxian had dominated his contemporaries for centuries, undoubtedly supported by extraordinary strength. Yet, fate ultimately led him astray. From the moment he declared war against the righteous path, his demise was sealed. The various sacred lands of heaven and earth would never permit him to expand his influence further. In the present day, aside from Yuzongxian, no one within the heavenly demon sect could rival my strength. Qian Han felt a surge of emotion regarding this historical narrative. Although the art of blood refinement is often regarded with disdain, even perceived as a nefarious path by society, Qian Han found the recorded techniques within it to be nothing short of breathtaking. He was acutely aware that his comprehension was on par with Yuzongxian's. After all, how else could he have traversed the bridge of divinity and attained the transformation realm within a mere century? Despite possessing the most ordinary of spiritual roots, he gently shook his head, seemingly pondering deeper truths. As his thoughts ebbed and flowed, a sanguine glow manifested from his hands, only to be instantaneously engulfed by a verdant radiance. Qian Han couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This blood refinement truly does not suit me." Though not disheartened, a hint of frustration welled up within him. It seemed that the conflict between the technique and his physique rendered him incapable of its execution. He pondered privately, recognizing that his longevity body belonged to the wood element, while blood refinement had no relation to the 5 elements, yet also contradicted them. Perhaps, he mused, it would be prudent to seek out a few ordinary individuals for experimentation. If they achieve success, it would validate the technique's viability, allowing for the mass cultivation of low-level blood soldiers. After all, the advancement of demonic cultivation techniques was indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this, Yu Huang was taken aback. Her eyes filled with panic. "You are being exceedingly reckless. While demonic techniques progress swiftly without limitations, should these individuals ultimately become a scourge upon the living, how will you resolve the aftermath? It is merely in the initial stages, requiring a substantial amount of living blood for cultivation. This method is intended for the mass training of ordinary people." Qian Han replied gently, yet with an unmistakable resolve. "Of course, this is not the act of one who upholds the righteous path." A complex glimmer flickered in his gaze, as if he were grappling with some internal conflict. "Are you recalling your status as a righteous practitioner?" The white cat rolled its eyes at him, appearing somewhat exasperated, silently reflecting. "Such peculiar ideas truly astonish me." The records of blood slaves and blood demons were meticulously detailed. Qian Han pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Yet, what intrigued him most was the mention of the blood divine sun, whose effects were simply too powerful to fathom. He mused, then quietly remarked, "This Yuzongxian is an absolute genius. The method of creating blood divine sun avatars is truly a stroke of brilliance." The white cat glanced over casually, immediately losing interest. What use could an avatar at the Qi refinement stage possibly have? Its tone dripped with sarcasm, as if dismissing the notion entirely. However, the blood divine sun bore some resemblance to the spirit severing technique. Yet its application fell short of the latter's efficacy. By using one's own blood as a catalyst, one could refine a spirit avatar, infusing it with a fragment of one's essence to grant it rudimentary intelligence. This was a common technique among most transformation realm cultivators. Yet, the spirit severing technique was unique, allowing the avatar to possess complete intelligence, capable of thought akin to that of its original form. Nonetheless, the blood divine sun produced by this method would not be particularly strong, as it was merely a drop of blood. He sighed, reflecting on the whispering winds around him. Yet, under Yuzongxian's design, boundless malevolent energies were incorporated. rendering the refined blood divine sun devoid of its original body, much like a wraith, capable of absorbing the essence of living beings to continue its growth. Despite the dark nature of this technique, Qian Han couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the demon lord. As he delved deeper into the intricacies, Qian Han realized that while the descriptions were not overly elaborate, they were sufficiently profound, akin to a clever mathematical conundrum, providing immense enjoyment. He found himself contemplating, though he did not intend to continue the derivation. Half of his hesitation stemmed from the belief that this divine ability could likely only be grasped by a peak transformation master, while the other half was due to his own insufficient mastery and blood refinement, making it difficult to predict how it might evolve further. Perhaps I should leave some tasks for Xiaoxiang, he thought to himself, yet in that moment, he also reassessed the prowess of this formidable figure. Those who could attain the transformation realm were undoubtedly not simple individuals. They were unparalleled powerhouses of their generation, possessing both talent and comprehension that reached their zenith. If this individual were to live for another century, he might indeed step into an entirely new realm. Chapter 29. The grand spectacle of the Immortal Gate today marked the day of the sect's grand competition. The white cat gently swished its tail, brushing against Qian Han's cheek with a soft touch, tenderly reminding him, lest he overlook this significant moment amidst the flurry of activity. After all, the sect's celebration was of utmost importance. Missing it would not only signify a lack of responsibility to oneself, but also a desecration of the sect's honor. Then let us set forth, Qian Han replied, a smile curving his lips, excitement evident in his demeanor. You should accompany me to witness the splendor of my immortal sect. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to immerse himself in the grand celebration. Meow, I think I'll pass. This is your sect's secret, the white cat hastily gestured, a hint of unease in its expression. Besides, I still have books to read. However, despite its verbal reluctance, its heart was already aflame with eagerness, eyes glimmering with a desire to partake. What books? Exploring outside is also a form of relaxation, Qian Han patiently encouraged, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Moreover, I possess numerous tomes regarding demon cultivation, including what seems to be a memoir from the ancestors of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. Why don't we appreciate it together? His words carried a touch of humor, as if wishing to share this precious treasure with her. Meow, I'm in. The white cat could no longer contain itself, its eyes igniting with fervor. It felt a profound admiration for this youthful captain, recognizing the brilliance of someone hailing from the foremost immortal sect, capable of amassing such comprehensive tomes on demon cultivation. Truly a sight to behold. I in the demon realm. Such memoirs could stir up tremendous waves, with one human and one cat slowly stepping out the door. They fortuitously encountered the hurried Lu Wenjun, whose face was etched with anxiety and anticipation. Are you ready? The sect's grand competition will undoubtedly attract countless gazes. A slight misstep could lead to ridicule. Qian Han jested, a smile gracing his lips. We must awe them with our strength. The sect's grand competition was not merely a contest among disciples. It was a vital stage to showcase the formidable prowess of the Shenshao sect to the outside world. Affecting the sect's reputation within the cultivation realm in the shadows, spies from various sacred lands had already taken position, yet Qian Han did not intend to drive them away. Rather, he felt that allowing them to witness certain matters, such as this grand competition, was of no consequence. Greetings, Master. Everything is prepared. We await your arrival. Lu Wenjun bowed respectfully, his anticipation unmistakable. Qian Han nodded slightly, exuding confidence. Let us depart. Before them lay a vast expanse, with grand arenas arranged in an orderly manner, each surrounded by protective formations, housing simple yet functional platforms capable of hosting intense confrontations between two cultivators. Each arena had a clear surrender mechanism, for this was a sect competition, not a life-and-death arena. There would be no concerns for lives lost. Standing atop the highest point, Qian Han surveyed the entire scene, a swell of pride rising within him. At each arena stood either an elder at the peak of the Golden Core stage or a formidable Yuaning master from the sect, maintaining order, an authentic reflection of the Shenshao sect's formidable strength. The records of Yuaning masters within the inner sanctum of the Shenshao sect numbered 35, and today, 20 of them were present. Among the esteemed elders at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, There are a total of 94 distinguished individuals, of whom 80 have gathered today. These formidable beings are on the cusp of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, which is indeed persuasive. 100 arenas are perfectly aligned with the 100 most powerful golden core experts and above within the sect, not to mention the hidden ancient beings residing in the back mountains. As for the true extent of the sect's hidden heritage in those mountains, only those in possession of the sect master's command can comprehend. Such a foundation is sufficient to astonish the entire realm of cultivation. Although this is not a life-and-death battleground, the sect has prepared top-tier physicians, always on standby. Should any disciple sustain an injury, they can be treated immediately, a plan meticulously crafted by Lu Wenjun to end this fierce competition. There are always disciples who refuse to concede, even to the point of injury. The talented disciples, driven by pride, are unwilling to bow their heads, which is utterly natural. Qian Han ascended to the grand observation platform, flanked by the heads of the 8 peaks and several seasoned elders. The Elder Council from the back mountains seldom makes appearances, yet at such a momentous sect event, they naturally step forth to showcase the sect's formidable strength. The members of the Elder Council present today are the very 4 who ventured to the Red Demon sect. Astonishingly, they have now comprehended divine essence, their strength advancing rapidly to the threshold of transformation. This is the golden generation of our sect. If they can carry forward the legacy, I will have done justice to the ancestors of the Shenshao sect spanning countless generations, Qian Han remarked quietly, pride swelling within him as he surveyed the participating disciples below. Under the leadership of the sect master, our Shenshao sect is destined to safeguard the eastern region for a millennium. Elder Yin beside him wore a broad smile, his tone resolute. Qian Han shook his head slightly, a determined glimmer in his eyes. While I appreciate your words, our ambition extends beyond a millennium. For the Shenshao sect to endure, we must remove all obstacles and propagate our doctrine across the 4 regions and into the boundless seas. The sect master, with unparalleled wisdom and might, will undoubtedly attract myriad sects to pay homage. Elder Lin enthusiastically concurred. This sentiment elicited nods of agreement from the heads of the peaks, who firmly believed in their conviction, not perceiving it as mere flattery. This is no idle talk. They have all witnessed the sect master's might firsthand. When he was appointed as head, there were dissenting voices within the sect, yet those dissenters could not withstand a single strike from the sect master and were easily subdued. Day by day, no one dared question his power. This is absolute strength, a formidable confidence that suppresses all rivals. In other words, he is the one leading the entire Shenshao sect forward. How many inner disciples at the Golden Core stage does our sect currently possess? Qian Han inquired curiously, as the disciples continued to enter, leaving only half an hour until the competition commenced. There are 300 inner disciples at the Golden Core stage, distributed across the 9 peaks. With each peak possessing comparable strength, Lu Wenjun stepped forward, her expression serious yet proud, to respond. The disciples across the 9 peaks of the Xinmen possess similar overall qualities. Most are descendants of powerful lineages, endowed with superior genetics and exceptional talents, rapidly advancing in strength. Such disciples are the backbone of our sect. Beyond them, there are also those with special physiques selected through confidential evaluations. Indeed, there exists a cadre of recruiters traversing various locales, who enlist disciples based on assessments of their potential using specialized artifacts. After rigorous examinations, they may smoothly enter the inner sect. Additionally, there are those who come seeking the sect's reputation. Each time the sect holds trials, throngs of people compete fiercely for a chance at transcendent fortune. However, acquiring such fortune is no simple feat despite the multitude. Only a scant few are accepted as disciples. Even the miscellaneous disciples are stringently regulated. Coveted positions are not easily attained. Is this process fair? Perhaps it could be deemed fair. Yet, if one were to argue otherwise, there indeed appears to be some semblance of inequity. This reflects the rules of the cultivation world, where the strong dictate the narrative, and those with greater talents inherently possess the potential to become formidable. Some, like Qian Han, persistently challenge fate with patience and immense willpower, breaking through their limitations. The strong remain strong. Even those with slightly lesser talents who manage to enter the inner sect are by no means ordinary individuals. Gradually, they begin to garner the attention of the sect's powerful members, perhaps because Qian Han's journey has illuminated the immense potential of the outer disciples. Even without extraordinary talents, an ordinary person in his orbit can witness the growth of a legend. Standing at the pinnacle of the eastern region, he gazes down upon the masses, becoming a legend in the hearts of many. Today marks the day of the grand sect competition. The white cat gently tapped its paw, reminding Chen Han, its eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, as if fearing he might forget this pivotal day. This grand event of the sect is far from an ordinary gathering. It concerns the futures of countless demon cultivators and disciples. Then let us embark. Chen Han smiled faintly, his tone imbued with a touch of composure. You shall accompany me to witness the splendor of our celestial gate. This is an event of global significance. Meow, I think I shall pass. This is a confidential matter for your sect. The white cat hastily waved its paw, seemingly reluctant, adding, besides, I have numerous books to study. Chen Han raised an eyebrow and smiled, encouraging, what books? A stroll outside would be a fine way to balance work and rest. He leaned in conspiratorially, adding, by the way, I have quite a few tomes regarding demon cultivators, including a memoir of the ancestors of the nine-tailed spirit cat clan. Meow, I must go. The white cat could no longer contain its excitement, its eyes sparkling with interest, particularly at the mention of the memoir. One cannot help but admire Chen Han's erudition and knowledge. As the leader of the foremost celestial gate in the world, he not only bears the weight of stabilizing the sect, but also manages to gather notes from demon cultivators, which is truly remarkable. Such a memoir, should it circulate in the demon realm, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. The man and the cat made their way outside. Just as they stepped beyond the palace doors, they encountered the hurried Lu Wenjun. She appeared tense, seemingly preoccupied with final preparations. Is everything ready? The sect competition is under the watchful eyes of the masses. Any misstep could render us a laughingstock. Chen Han's tone was light, yet carried an undertone of seriousness as he chuckled. After all, these individuals need to demonstrate sufficient strength to instill awe. The sect competition is not only an internal contest, but also an exceptional opportunity to showcase the sect's might to the outside world. The internal circumstances are well known, and the eyes of various sacred lands have already infiltrated quietly. Chen Han did not intend to drive these spies away. Some matters are best left for them to know. Greetings, Master. Everything is prepared and awaits your presence. Lu Wenjun respectfully bowed. Chen Han nodded slightly, gesturing for her to rise. Let us depart. Within a vast expanse, endless arenas lay arranged in an orderly fashion. Almost every area cloaked in protective formations has erected simple platforms. While these platforms are not extravagant, they are more than adequate for the duels between two cultivators. Moreover, each platform is equipped with a surrender mechanism, for this is not a coliseum where disciples fight for their lives. At this moment, Chen Han stood atop the highest platform, surveying the entire scene, able to discern the conditions of each arena with clarity. More importantly, beside each platform sat a peak elder at the Golden Core pinnacle or a sect powerhouse at the nascent soul stage. Their presence maintained order throughout the event. The might of the Shanshao sect is embodied in these formidable beings. There are 35 recorded nascent soul experts within the inner sect, yet only 20 are present today. Among the Golden Core elders, 94 are renowned, with 80 of them attending, all of whom possess extraordinary strength, any of whom could break through to the nascent soul stage at any moment. This unparalleled combat power, coupled with the heritage of those ancient beings in the back mountains, is enough to astound any sect in a sense. This is the supreme foundation of the Shanshao sect, the foremost celestial gate today, sufficient to instill fear in any adversary in this setting where lives are not at stake. The sect's top physicians are already on standby, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Many disciples, driven by their refusal to concede, act impulsively, even at the cost of injury. This is a common occurrence. After all, each disciple is a genius, each unwilling to accept defeat. Chen Han stood upon the observation platform, flanked by the heads of the 8 peaks and several members of the Elder Council. This group seldom ventures out, yet during such a grand sect event, they ought to show themselves, allowing all to witness the sect's strength. The 4 elders who had journeyed to the Red Demon sect have now comprehended divine essence, their strength reaching the threshold of transformation. This is the golden generation of our sect. If they can carry forward the legacy, I will have done justice to the ancestors of the Shanshao sect spanning countless generations. Chen Han gazed at the disciples below, a gentle anticipation shining in his eyes. Under the guidance of the sect master, our Shanshao sect will undoubtedly continue to safeguard the eastern region for a millennium. Elder Yin's face was brimming with confidence as he proclaimed, "I relish hearing such words." Qian Han replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. "However, our ambitions extend beyond mere millennia. For the Shenshao sect to endure, we must fearlessly overcome all obstacles, spreading our doctrine to distant lands, where expansive continents and boundless seas await. The sect master, with unmatched wisdom and might, will inevitably draw countless sects to pay homage." Elder Lin enthusiastically echoed this sentiment, and the heads of the surrounding peaks nodded in agreement, firmly convinced of its truth. In their eyes, this was no mere flattery, but an undeniable fact. They have all borne witness to the might of the sect leader. When he was first appointed as the head, there were indeed dissenters within the sect, yet those individuals could not withstand even a single move before him. Over time, none dared to challenge him again. Such formidable strength undeniably commands respect from all quarters. "How many inner disciples are at the gold core stage in our sect?" Qian Han casually inquired, as disciples began to enter the arena, with only half an hour remaining before the competition commenced. "There are 300 disciples at the gold core stage, dispersed across 9 peaks, with each peak possessing relatively equivalent strength," Lu Wenjun respectfully replied, stepping forward. "The quality of disciples at each peak is quite uniform. They are primarily the progeny of powerful figures, endowed with remarkable talents and rapid progress. Such disciples constitute our backbone," she added with a slight smile, pride evident in her voice. Lu Wenjun then mentioned the exceptional talents. Those who had undergone secret selection, including some elites gathered from various regions. Each time the sect held trials, thousands flocked to test their luck, yet how many could truly remain within the sect? A multitude of aspirants but scarce opportunities, indeed. Listening to her description, Qian Han could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. He understood that this was the nature of the cultivation world. The words of the strong held weight, and those with high innate talent were naturally poised to become powerhouses. However, Qian Han was acutely aware that no amount of talent could substitute for diligent cultivation and experience. Every disciple here was growing in their own way, and even the outer disciples harbored the potential for a turnaround, much like his own journey to prominence. Over 300 disciples at the gold core stage? Qian Han nodded slightly, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. When he first took charge of the Divine Celestial Sect, the number of gold core disciples was significantly higher. However, as the affairs of the sect grew increasingly burdensome, he had to streamline operations, assigning some disciples to manage sect matters or participate in the intelligence network's formation. An endeavor he gradually refined through exploration. At this moment, standing atop the arena and observing the spirited expressions and unwavering confidence of the disciples, even the ordinary gold core disciples displayed no signs of trepidation. Clearly, in the face of such an opportunity, none wished to retreat. After all, they were all exceptionally gifted, the elite of humanity, and it was only natural for them to possess such confidence in their ability to learn and cultivate within this esteemed sect. "Where is Jiang Danxin?" Qian Han casually asked, seeking to break the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. "Over there," Lu Wenjun gestured toward a direction. Qian Han looked and was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Danxin, a figure known for his brilliance, appeared unusually low-key among the crowd, quietly standing at the back like a hidden master. "Learning to conceal one's prowess, are we, young man?" Qian Han silently praised, genuinely admiring Jiang Danxin's demeanor. This young man was indeed endowed with both character and talent. Gold will inevitably shine, and he would surely illuminate the world in the near future. At the same time, Jiang Danxin noticed Qian Han's gaze and was momentarily startled. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for him, as an ordinary disciple, to feel a sense of caution. The formation above obscured much of the view, making it difficult for them to discern the happenings above. "This individual is formidable." The elder beside Jiang Danxin felt a jolt of shock. Nearly gasping, "I had only seen his primordial spirit avatar before. I did not anticipate his true form to be so powerful. Is there a hierarchy even within the transformation stage?" Jiang Danxin mused. Curiosity bubbling within him. "Do you also find the sect leader exceptionally remarkable?" The 5th realm of transformation is fraught with tribulations. The tribulation does not lie in the external world, but within one's heart. If one cannot overcome it, they face death and annihilation, the elder explained, his tone imbued with rare seriousness. Cultivating the heart is akin to cultivating one's nature. The reason several powerful figures from the demonic sect can survive the transformation tribulation, whereas cultivators cannot, is that their minds are as unyielding as steel. I believe his realm is on the verge of facing the first heavy transformation tribulation. The elder paused, evidently feeling a modicum of awe at Qian Han's strength. If he truly traverses through a heavy transformation tribulation, even if my true form is not extinguished, I may not be able to contend with him. Jiang Danxin's expression grew solemn. He could sense the overwhelming power behind the elder, as if it created an insurmountable chasm between him and any adversary. Can one at the transformation stage truly engage in combat beyond their level? He could not help but wonder, struggling to fathom whether such a scenario could exist for someone of Qian Han's caliber. It is merely my intuition, but the intuition of one at the transformation stage is remarkably accurate. I believe he undoubtedly possesses such strength, and dealing with him will not be easy. The elder's voice emerged slowly. Moreover, I sensed he could almost perceive my presence, aware of the frailty of my spirit, which is why he bestowed such generous rewards for soul recovery. Such a formidable being is indeed terrifying. Be sure to exercise caution. The elder's tone turned grave. Jiang Danxin contemplated silently. He understood. Why should he be cautious? After all, this was a mentor of their sect. He could not help but ponder if Elder Xiao's respect and wariness towards the sect leader stemmed from their profound connection. Elder Xiao, I wish to join the Zixiao Peak. What do you think? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Danxin finally voiced his thought. He knew this decision would alter his destiny. Elder Xiao was taken aback, seemingly grasping Jiang Danxin's intent in an instant, also realizing why he felt such intense animosity toward this sect leader. A flicker of hope surged within him, yet he felt somewhat naive. Zixiao Peak is not easily accessible. With your potential, it should have been a natural progression. But have you considered why you were unable to directly enter the inner sect upon your arrival at the Divine Celestial Sect? Elder Xiao explained patiently. Your exceptional lightning spiritual root is a unique existence in the world. Even your father is but of high quality, Elder Xiao continued. Logically, with your qualifications, you should have been accepted long ago. Jiang Danxin was taken aback, confusion blossoming in his heart. Does the sect leader wish for me to undergo trials in the outer sect? What merit is there in the outer sect for training? Look at the strength of those outer disciples. Who could possibly compare to you? Elder Xiao's words grew heavier, plunging him into contemplation. Jiang Danxin's thoughts raced, and he finally recalled the boy who, despite his extraordinary talent, had been relegated to menial tasks. That boy had not received the respect he deserved. What could be the deeper significance behind such arrangements? Elder Xiao sighed, reflecting on the past, and spoke helplessly. If the sect leader truly wished for you to enter Zixiao Peak, you should have been able to do so effortlessly. Yet, he has left you in the outer sect. I too am uncertain of his intentions. On the stone platform above, I can sense the presence of 2 transformation stage and 4 half-step transformation stage powerhouses. It seems the foundation of your divine celestial sect is far more profound than I had imagined. Elder Xiao mused anxiously, speaking softly to himself. Having endured several great calamities, the divine celestial sect, which should have fallen, has instead risen against the odds. It seems that with this sect leader, suppressing the eastern region for 1,000 years will not be a daunting task. The elder's voice gradually faded. At this moment, Jiang Danxin furrowed his brow, his heart filled with complex emotions. A formidable sect indeed commands respect, yet he still felt confused regarding Qian Han's arrangements. Despite his bewilderment, deep down, Jiang Danxin chose to trust Qian Han, firmly believing that he would pave a bright path for him. He understood that although he had not been immediately entrusted with significant responsibilities, it appeared that Qian Han had not disregarded him either. The sect competition was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase himself. As long as he made a successful appearance, his strength would undoubtedly earn him the respect and admiration he rightly deserved among the strong. Qian Han's gaze leisurely shifted, ultimately settling upon an exceptionally tranquil and inconspicuous corner. There, a young man clad in black sat alone, his austere countenance exuding an aura that discouraged any from approaching him lightly. The young man was currently engrossed in his breathing exercises, the spiritual energy within him flowing like a gentle stream, quietly circulating. His brow hinted at a profound steadiness, as if the external chaos could not disturb his inner peace. This unwavering dedication to cultivation was perhaps deeply intertwined with the storms he had weathered in the past, allowing him to persist unwaveringly on the path of cultivation, deeply immersed and unable to extricate himself. In truth, this young man had already successfully crossed the threshold of mid-foundation establishment, and his current strength was as solid as a rock, devoid of any sense of superficiality. Even more astonishing was that the side effects he had incurred during his forceful breakthrough were gradually dissipating through his continuous practice, as if he could skillfully channel the power of heaven and earth, ensuring that the process of his breakthrough remained untroubled. All of this attested to the stability of his current strength. Chen Han nodded slightly, his heart filled with genuine delight at the progress of this young man. Indeed, he has not let down the precious gold core I bestowed upon him in that moment. Chen Han could not help but marvel at the miraculous nature of the Tai Ling it. Not only aided him in rectifying his unstable foundation, but even smoothed out the traces left by his forceful breakthrough. Jiang observed that this friend, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him through countless storms, might no longer be practicing the methods of immortality. Yet, as the order of the cultivation world gradually unraveled, the day of his return seemed to be imminent. With the laws of heaven and earth on the verge of collapse, new protagonists would inevitably emerge, and Jiang Danxin's return would undoubtedly be a dazzling highlight. However, Chen Han could not help but ponder the legendary return of the old protagonist. He mused that, if calculated along the timeline, Jiang Danxin's current realm would likely be at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Having endured the trials of the transformation tribulations 4 times and drawing upon the strengths of various sects, his power was truly beyond imagination. At that moment, the boundary between the realms of demons and the world of cultivation had become increasingly blurred. With countless demons stirring restlessly, Chen Han was filled with anticipation, for he had not participated in the conflicts among the various factions in the previous epoch. He had merely safeguarded the cities of the southern region with a single sword, feeling somewhat powerless. Yet now, with the support of the Shanjiao sect, the foremost power in the world, he felt no fear but rather a surge of indomitable fighting spirit. The mention of Jiang Wenda's return was undoubtedly a positive development. After all, he was a prodigy who had emerged from the Shanjiao sect, possessing a profound emotional bond with it. Not to mention, the mere thought of his respected master, Ma Jizu, stirred deep sentiments within him. Just as he prepared to converse with his fellow disciples, Xiang Ding had already risen. He stood alone, seemingly accustomed to solitude, his aloof demeanor creating a palpable distance between him and those around. Chen Han understood that demon cultivators often bore such traits. However, this young man's aura evoked a sense of pity, hinting at the hardships he had endured to cultivate such wariness. In truth, Chen Han barely recalled when Jiang Danxin had approached Xiang Ding. He only vaguely noticed Xiang Ding glancing sideways, yet he did not immediately dismiss him. Although their connections were not particularly deep, there was no need for deliberate estrangement at this moment, Brother Yan. Jiang Danxin slightly cupped his hands, a warm smile gracing his features. I heard you have made remarkable progress recently. Xiang Ding nodded gently, acknowledging the greeting. Though his tone was subdued, he did not exhibit any overt rejection. Since the entrance trial, Jiang Danxin had been keenly aware of this rival, who was undoubtedly the only one capable of contending with him at that time. The others were simply incomparable. He had long heard that Xiang Ding's strength had once been crippled by a senior brother in the sect, and he considered this entirely natural. After all, cultivating demonic techniques was not tolerated within the sect, and ultimately being crippled was a form of relief for both parties. Yet, the youth thereafter, despite raising doubts about his intention to leave the sect, chose instead to diligently cultivate. Shortly thereafter, the external sect competition arrived, and Xiang Ding's demeanor and unwavering confidence were indelibly etched in Jiang Danxin's memory. Whether it was his superior ice spirit root, extraordinary talent, or relentless determination, he was not to be underestimated. Upon learning from Elder Shao that Xiang Ding had successfully broken through the foundation establishment stage, surpassing the 9th level of qi refinement, Jiang Danxin was astounded and secretly lamented. Such a miracle exists? He felt a profound admiration for Xiang Ding and firmly believed that this young man would achieve great things on the path of cultivation. At this point, Xiang Ding's strength was beyond question, having firmly established himself, with the shadows of forced breakthroughs long vanished. His confidence exuded a sense of great fortune. Elder Shao had also mentioned that the blood demon from Lingjian Mountain had been subdued by Xiang Ding. Although he initially held doubts, various signs indicated that Xiang Ding was not as simple as he appeared. As we enter the inner sect, we must look out for one another. May I inquire which peak you have chosen? Brother Xiang, Jiang Danxin asked tentatively, hoping to foster their communication. Which peak? Xiang Ding's expression slightly tightened, and after a moment's silence, he shook his head. I have yet to decide. I have heard that among the 9 peaks of the Shenzhou sect, Zhixiao Peak is particularly renowned, with generations of sect leaders and esteemed elders hailing from its ranks. I wonder if Brother Yin has any interest in Zhixiao Peak? Jiang Danxin said with a smile, a hint of expectation in his tone. Zhixiao Peak was undoubtedly a sacred mountain for all outer sect disciples. Not only did it house the youth known as the strongest, Luo Cheng, but it also sheltered the supreme leader of the world. Xiang Ding too harbored admiration for it, yet the silence between them lingered as if extending indefinitely. Let us speak of it later. He understood that this arrangement was entirely at the sect's directive. And as a disciple of the demonic lineage, he perhaps lacked the qualifications to choose, feeling somewhat inferior. Jiang Danxin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Xiang Ding's dismissive demeanor, which was clearly the result of his deep contemplation. The words he heard evoked unexpected emotions within him. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Jiang Danxin understood that Xiang Ding's entry into the inner sect was a foregone conclusion. Even if that supreme leader assigned him to the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples, being able to follow the leader into the Crimson Sun realm already indicated the sect's regard for him. Yet, he could not help but wonder why he was placed in the miscellaneous area. With such exceptional talent and strength, he should have been given more attention, but perhaps it was due to his heritage from the Rakshasa lineage that being assigned to the miscellaneous category was not entirely unreasonable. Perhaps all of this was indeed meant for their tempering. Jiang Danxin silently contemplated, considering that perhaps his fate was akin to Xiang Ding's, both predetermined by a single word from the leader. His trust in Elder Shao allowed him to see more clearly, yet how much could he truly comprehend? Perhaps this was all there was. Chapter 31. Special physique. That supreme leader was indeed an unfathomable existence. Even the most astute disciples would find it difficult to glimpse even a fraction of his inner thoughts. He could not help but compare this supreme leader with the father mentioned by Elder Shao. Concluding that while his father's mysterious aura was indeed perplexing, his manner of operation was far less elusive than that of the supreme leader. Most of the time, his father relied on extraordinary strength to effortlessly resolve all difficulties, providing an unyielding sense of security. Conversely, this supreme leader, despite his overwhelming power capable of easily obliterating any obstruction, never imposed his strength upon others. Instead, he employed intricate schemes and intangible methods, ensuring that every disciple willingly submitted to him. Those seemingly casual arrangements were, in truth, laden with hidden meanings. Only upon careful reflection did one realize their own limited cultivation and the inability to grasp his profound thoughts. At this moment, Qian Han's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Danxin, who was slowly approaching Xiang Ding. Although Xiang Ding was cold in demeanor, he did not exhibit any hint of rejection, prompting Qian Han to reflect. Indeed, there is a common language among the youth. His words carried a subtle hint of envy, as if he too yearned to return to those fearless days of youth. With everyone gathered, let us begin. Ring the bell, Qian Han decisively commanded. Lu Wenjun slightly nodded. Having already meticulously planned the entire process and promptly conveyed the order, the sound of the bell echoed from afar, like a celestial melody, summoning every disciple present, marking the official commencement of the inner sect competition. The rules of the inner sect competition were straightforward. First, the contest of golden core cultivators, followed by the battles among foundation establishment disciples. Despite being inner sect disciples enjoying the richest resources and guidance from peak experts, there were only a scant few foundation establishment disciples, numbering around 100, and after all, if one could not swiftly break through to the golden core stage under such favorable conditions, it would be truly difficult to establish oneself within the sect. Though there was no cruel elimination system, the defenders occupied the 100 platforms based on their strength rankings, all thoroughly vetted by the sect. Following that, every inner sect disciple had the opportunity to challenge others. Challengers could confront opponents up to 10 ranks above them, while the top 10 could challenge in succession, leading to a pinnacle showdown among the experts. According to the rules, if a challenger lacked a suitable opponent, They could challenge the one ranked 90. If they were ranked 11th, they could only challenge the 10th, and so forth, leading to the natural elimination of the weaker participants. Ultimately, those who could stand atop the platform, receiving the gaze and applause of all, would undoubtedly be the true champions. After each disciple fought a match, they would have half an hour to recuperate, allowing them to fully restore their condition and gather their strength, which was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for preparation. To maintain a leading position throughout this process, one would need to endure at least 10 fierce battles to secure their footing. Although this seemed somewhat unfair to the weaker disciples, the rules were, in fact, quite reasonable. As 100 figures leaped onto the platforms, Qian Han's gaze swept across them, and he mused, "Are these all young disciples under 100 years old?" he casually inquired. Ma Binchi beside him replied, "In fact, there are quite a few disciples over 100 years old. It is not unusual for ordinary inner sect disciples to be stuck at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary talent to break through to the nascent soul stage. Oh, it seems we truly need to inject fresh blood." Qian Han murmured, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Disciples over 100 years old at the pinnacle of the golden core could manage sect enterprises, venture out for training, or assume sect responsibilities. He had evidently been plotting this for quite some time. "Yes, after the competition, I will immediately formulate relevant regulations." Lu Wenjun followed closely, his eyes sparkling with determination. Qian Han pondered briefly and continued, "However, we must not underestimate them. We should double their disciple allowances and provide a certain share to the sect each year. This undoubtedly offered them a safeguard for their future, instilling a sense of hope in those stagnant disciples. Disciples who broke through to the nascent soul stage could directly join the council of elders within the inner sect. His voice was resolute and powerful, akin to a decree. Lu Wenjun silently noted these words, fully aware that the practical implementation was far from as simple as Qian Han had casually suggested. It required a comprehensive set of detailed systems to support it. Although the several head elders did not exhibit any discontent upon hearing these proposals, they instead expressed their agreement. The realm of cultivation is inherently a dual test of innate talent and diligent effort. If one has yet to break through to the nascent soul stage by the age of 100, it reflects not only a matter of aptitude, but also a trial of perseverance. Perhaps, embarking on a journey beyond the confines of the sect, returning only after achieving the nascent soul breakthrough, would be the most prudent course of action. After all, once one ascends to the position of elder, it becomes akin to a guaranteed position, where one merely needs to hone their qualifications to potentially join the esteemed council of elders, a revered status within the sect that allows for cultivation at the spiritual pulse. An enticing prospect that stirs the hearts of all. Qian Han nodded, deep in thought about the future of the sect. He yearned to cultivate a few exceptional young talents capable of standing independently as candidates for the next generation of head elders. After this grand competition, each peak would recommend an outstanding disciple, and he would personally mentor them for a period of time, he declared with resolute determination. He sought to select those with pure hearts and unyielding spirit, as long as their aptitude was acceptable. The crowd was taken aback, yet they readily acquiesced, secretly speculating that this was a signal to groom the next generation of leaders. They were in the prime of their lives, particularly a few who had yet to reach 50. In the face of the 500-year lifespan of the nascent soul period, this was indeed the zenith of youth. However, they were also pleased to witness such a scenario, as they too had thrived in similar environments, and having a late-stage nascent soul ancestor personally instructing the disciples would undoubtedly lead to remarkable progress. They harbored high hopes for the future disciples, who must possess the ability to withstand pressure, and their talent must surpass that of their own youth. Only then could they confidently hand over leadership of a peak to these successors. As for what they would do after the transition, they were still young. Why not venture out to explore the renowned mountains and rivers? Why confine themselves to arduous seclusion? Perhaps the outside world held even more splendid opportunities awaiting them. To speak candidly, although I am currently the head elder, most affairs are handled by the elders. They are well aware of this reality, sometimes granting significant authority to the inner sect elders, effectively allowing them to act with near full autonomy. Only personally intervening in major matters, often remaining in seclusion or embarking on journeys, returning swiftly via various teleportation formations upon receiving news from the sect, busy to the point of exhilaration. Naturally, the enhancement of their cultivation is also rapid. And even Lu Wenjun is no exception. He managed Qian Han's directives with remarkable efficiency, each management measure of the sect meticulously detailed, with no room for negligence. Even under such high-pressure conditions, he still found time to cultivate. And his progress had not faltered, earning him much admiration. The Divine Mist sect indeed lives up to its reputation. The title of King of Scrolls is well-deserved. Below, on the 100 platforms, challenges were unceasing. And the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Someone brought a chair for Qian Han, and as he sat down, he admired the impressive figures of the Divine Mist sect disciples before him, filled with anticipation. He pointed to a young woman surrounded by a halo of ethereal light and inquired, "That one possesses a special physique, does she not? How old is she?" "Her name is Piao Rui, a special physique of the wind attribute." "And she is 24, replied Li Ailing, the head elder of Yuxiao Peak, with a smile. The cultivation speed of those with special physiques indeed far surpasses that of ordinary disciples. Upon hearing this, Qian Han nodded, exclaiming, "A late-stage golden core at the age of 24, truly formidable." The rarity of special physiques inherently elevates their innate talent beyond that of ordinary spiritual roots, particularly those with unique attributes, which are exceedingly rare in a century. It is no wonder this young woman has captured his attention. After a brief contemplation, he asked, "Is she from the Piao family?" "Indeed," Li Ailing confirmed with a nod. Qian Han sighed softly. It is quite a feat for the Piao family to produce a disciple with such a special physique. Over the past century, the Piao family has gradually declined, which forced them to send their children to the Divine Mist sect in search of better prospects. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, a coexistence of opportunities and challenges. The road ahead has quietly unfurled before them in the long and mysterious years of the cultivation world. Various prominent families have guarded their unique and ancient nurturing methods passed down through generations. However, as the Piao family waned, these invaluable wisdoms gradually faded into obscurity, transforming into little-known secrets. Qian Han gazed at this young individual, still in the bloom of youth yet possessing extraordinary strength, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. He then declared with a hearty laugh, "With such astonishing prowess at such a tender age, perhaps she could be considered to take on the significant responsibility of revitalizing the Piao family." He firmly believed this youth was no mere ordinary being, but someone worthy of being nurtured as an ally. Although the sect's rules are stringent, they do not completely fetter the disciples. Upon completion of their training, they may return to their families to inherit their legacies. Qian Han expressed that he would never impede this, for every individual's aspirations are unique and cannot be forcibly dictated. Yet, the identity of a sect disciple leaves an indelible mark upon the soul. Difficult to relinquish. Since the inception of the Divine Mist sect, the number of disciples who have truly severed their ties with the sect is exceedingly few. Were one not to delve deeply, it would be hard to comprehend that among the inner sect disciples, possessing a mid-grade single spiritual root is already the entry threshold, in the cultivation world. Those endowed with special physiques are regarded as infinitely promising geniuses. The uniqueness of a special physique lies in its distinctiveness, as if there exists an ineffable rapport with the grand principles of heaven and earth, allowing for a swift and unimpeded cultivation journey. Within the realm of special physiques, there are further distinctions among spiritual roots, such as the roots of thunder, wind, ice, and other elemental variations. The finest special spiritual roots, along with special physiques, are akin to the most cherished entities between heaven and earth, enjoying unparalleled advantages. Yet, the mystery of how these special spiritual roots come into being remains unknown. Tracing the origins of special bloodlines brings us back to the era of ancient ancestors, when humanity subsisted on raw flesh and blood, combating the forces of nature, ultimately evolving their spiritual roots to adapt to the changes of the natural world. Following special spiritual roots are the 5 elemental roots. Among these, single spiritual roots are the most conducive to cultivation. While 5-element roots pose significant challenges due to the difficulty in balancing the 5 attributes, making it arduous for most cultivators to advance to the golden core stage. However, once one breaks through the golden core stage, the disparities in strength are primarily a matter of cultivation speed. Reflecting on the past, Qian Han too was once a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, ascending from the outer sect step by step to his current position as the sect leader. An arduous journey fraught with trials that is difficult to articulate. While special physiques are rare, there remain a few radiant figures among the many disciples. On the platforms, the most captivating presence is undoubtedly the eldest senior brother of Yu Xiao Peak, who sits firmly atop the platform, radiating brilliance. With his exceptional gold attribute spiritual root, he is undoubtedly a prodigy of sword cultivation, his talents surpassing even those of the previously mentioned wind attribute special physique. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Eldarine couldn't help but squint his eyes, a broad smile illuminating his face. Our sect truly boasts a plethora of talented individuals, which greatly pleases me. In his heart, the extraordinary performances of the disciples foreshadowed a future of even greater prosperity for the sect in the coming decades. Regarding the top 10 Golden Core disciples, their strengths are remarkably close. All at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with 3 possessing singular top-tier spiritual roots and 4 endowed with special physiques. These 7 are undoubtedly the backbone of the sect's future development. Among these talented disciples, should they encounter great opportunities, they could almost certainly step into the transformation realm. Although these young individuals have yet to truly enter the nascent soul stage, just a few years' time would suffice for them to achieve this milestone. Becoming the mainstay of the sect. Among the elite geniuses of the Eastern region's human race, the Divine Mist sect occupies a significant share, which is a testament to its standing as the foremost sect in the world. If they are to venture out for training, it is necessary to dispatch powerful nascent soul cultivators to protect them in secret. Qianhan pondered for a moment before saying earnestly, "You may utilize the sect leader's feather to make arrangements." Lu Wenjun responded eagerly, "I understand." His expression was filled with seriousness, evidently having already devised a plan in his mind. Indeed, should these young disciples successfully break through to the nascent soul or transformation stages, protectors can head to the sect's treasury to collect a magical weapon. This remark, softly uttered, stirred ripples of excitement in everyone's hearts. Tang Guangren quickly interjected, "Master, do you think I am capable?" He evidently saw this as a surefire venture. For with their qualifications, it seemed they could break through to the nascent soul stage in just a few short years. Qianhan did not respond immediately, and Tang Guangren merely chuckled, well aware that his intentions were not genuinely altruistic, but rather attracted by the alluring reward. Despite the considerable strength of these young powerhouses, unforeseen circumstances are always unpredictable. Until they truly step into the nascent soul realm, they cannot truly be regarded as the pinnacle of strength in the world. And risks abound. Once they enter the nascent soul realm, they need not fear anything, able to traverse freely between heaven and earth. As these novel thoughts flashed through Qianhan's mind, he realized that even the most exceptionally gifted disciples have never had the precedent of the sect dispatching strong protectors. Nascent soul cultivators should be revered at every sect, yet in the Divine Mist sect, there seems to be an even greater emphasis on the future of the younger generation. However, even the older generation of cultivators receive generous treatment from Qianhan. They too are required to contribute to the sect. He gazed at the young practitioner with the exceptional gold spiritual root. The figure of Luo Cheng involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The talent of Luo Cheng surpasses even his own abilities. As a unique constitution in the sword arts, he is regarded as one of the most gifted youths of the current generation in the Shenshao sect, making him the prime candidate to inherit the ancestral sword techniques of the sect. During the internal competition, Luo Cheng shone brightly, and has now matured into a top-tier powerhouse within the sect. Qianhan has entrusted him with the management of the situation in the southern region. While this area may not be the most critical checkpoint, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Any anomalies from the Demon Clan would undoubtedly result in significant upheaval. Qianhan even believes that Luo Cheng's talent is on par with that of Jiang Wenda and Jiang Danqin, with his future achievements being incalculable. Most importantly, Luo Cheng, being young and accomplished, has already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm after merely 20 years of cultivation, promising a bright future that even surpasses the smooth trajectory of Jiang Wenda in his earlier days. Youth signifies limitless potential. This young cultivator, who has established a benchmark image within the Shenshao sect, harbors lofty ambitions and a sunny disposition, occasionally acting as a chivalrous hero, defending the oppressed and vanquishing demons, embodying the quintessential image of a seeker of the Tao. Unfortunately, as the narrative progresses towards the downfall of the Shenshao sect, his state of mind undergoes a profound transformation. Time swiftly passes, and as the day wanes, the rankings on the list begin to stabilize. Among the top 10, 6 are extraordinary talents, while the others possess strengths that should not be underestimated. Notably, one disciple, who previously participated in an external competition, despite lacking exceptional talent, has displayed formidable strength, astonishingly securing the 9th position. The rankings of the top 10 have become nearly fixed, and as Qian Han glances at the time, he realizes that the competition is drawing to a close. Thus, he shifts his focus to the disciples at the back of the list, where the competition is even more fierce. Each disciple is a genius, with comparable strengths. If you displace me, I will certainly resort to any means to pull you down. Consequently, the list is in a constant state of flux, stirring excitement among the audience. Fortunately, the arena is spacious, and the protective measures are in place, preventing any significant turmoil. To the onlookers, all of this merely appears to be an intriguing contest. In the blink of an eye, a day has quietly elapsed, as the sex formation activates, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight with the consumption of countless precious spirit stones. The time has come for the Foundation Establishment disciples to take the stage. On this platform brimming with infinite potential, they appear particularly diminutive compared to the resplendent Golden Core disciples from within the sect. Akin to specks of dust beneath the vast starry sky, scarcely drawing attention in the stands, even the prominent figures of the sect seem somewhat disengaged, lacking enthusiasm. This is not to say that the Foundation Establishment disciples lack capability. In fact, many of them are yet to unleash their potential, remaining in a dormant state. Most of the Foundation Establishment disciples are either newcomers or have been honing their skills within the inner sect for a considerable time. Yet they still struggle to cross the threshold into the Golden Core stage. Only those exceptional talents can capture their fleeting attention, but even so, it is merely a brief glance before they are forgotten. Just as the audience's attention wanes, Lu Wenjun announces the rewards with a loud voice, akin to a heavy bombshell, instantly stirring a great commotion among the spectators. The reward for first place is a 6th-grade soul refining pill. The second-place prize is the Tai Order Foundation Establishment Technique. The third-place reward is a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. These rewards flashed across the sky like lightning, leaving all the prominent figures in a state of shock. Their mouths agape in disbelief. Brother Shin, did you just say a mid-grade spiritual weapon? Is that true? Tang Guangren inquired, incredulity lacing his voice. Indeed, the 6th-grade pill and the Foundation Establishment Technique. This is hardly about nurturing Foundation Establishment disciples, but rather paving the way for the future leaders of the sect. Ma Benqi also expressed disbelief, his tone filled with helplessness and astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the rewards for the top 10 in the Golden Core stage were merely the right to enter the Zhoushuan Cave for a month of cultivation, with not even an additional prize? In stark contrast, the luxurious offerings for the Foundation Establishment disciples undoubtedly shatter the conventional boundaries. A 6th-grade soul refining pill is a coveted elixir for Foundation Establishment disciples, crucial even for the restoration of their souls. As for the Tai Order Foundation Establishment Technique, it left everyone in a state of utter amazement. The Tai Order is a legacy left behind by an extraordinary powerhouse of the Shenshao sect, symbolizing the foundation of the sect, and only those recognized as future leaders are qualified to study it. Yet now, they are bestowing such rare resources upon Foundation Establishment disciples, undeniably reflecting the sect's bold stance. The remarkable reward of a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword further astonished the elders, prompting them to contemplate whether to lower their own cultivation levels to seize this rare opportunity. Spiritual weapons are a symbol of power. An exceptional spiritual weapon can not only enhance one's cultivation but also turn the tide in battles, aiding them in navigating perilous situations. Mid-grade spiritual weapons are rare finds, often only possessed by the sect's leaders. With each of their swords being merely mid-grade, the generosity displayed is indeed astonishing. The crowd turned their gazes toward Lu Wenjun, filled with admiration for sect leader Chen Han. Faced with such intense scrutiny, Lu Wenjun shrugged helplessly, stating calmly, "This is the decision of the master. I am merely executing it. The first 2 rewards are specific, but I am not entirely sure about the intention behind the spiritual weapon." Lu Wenjun appeared utterly candid, unequivocally revealing Chen Han's decisions. The Shenshao sect is, after all, a tightly knit collective, with everyone well acquainted with one another, and there are no outsiders present. Lu Wenjun understood that these elders merely sought an explanation. Upon realizing that this monumental decision came directly from the sect leader, none dared to voice any objections. Nearby, The white cat lounged lazily, its eyes revealing a hint of boredom, and suddenly spoke. This mid-grade spiritual weapon is prepared for the talented Foundation establishment disciples. Its voice flowed like a clear spring, its 9 enormous tails swaying gently, adding an air of mystery. Upon hearing the white cat speak, the onlookers all inclined their heads slightly in respect. This esteemed elder, particularly revered by Tang Guangren, commanded great respect, as he alone knew that this white cat was, in fact, a genuine transformation stage demon king with profound origins. While others may not fully comprehend the true strength of the white cat, they all expressed their reverence. That Jiang Danxin requires a 6th-grade pill, though I know not the reason for his need, and Xiang Ding requires the Tai order to harmonize his demonic vein. The first 2 items are prepared for them, the white cat continued, its demeanor unflappable, as if fully aware of the situation. As for the 3rd item, I surmise it is due to the first 2 being too extraordinary. Otherwise, it would seem the sect lacks sufficient strength. The audience finally understood, having observed these 2 individuals since their entry into the sect. Jiang Danxin, as a genius with an exceptional thunder spirit root, possesses undeniable qualifications. Although his current strength cannot be determined, his background alone inspires admiration. On the other hand, Xiang Ding, while possessing a superior ice attribute spirit root, also bears a demonic vein, indicating an equally limitless future. Had it not been for the presence of the demonic vein, he would undoubtedly attract the eager competition of many senior brothers, becoming a sought-after disciple. However, what the audience could scarcely imagine was that this demonic vein contained an inherent special constitution. Moreover, a superior ice spirit root is also rare among cultivators. Combined with a special constitution, this young man, barring unforeseen circumstances, will likely break through to the transformation stage effortlessly in the near future. With a promising path ahead. Reflecting on the past, Qian Han had once harbored reservations about demonic cultivators. Although they are part of the cultivation community, surviving within this realm, many have strayed from the right path, choosing the wrong road. However, Xiang Ding, being born of a top-tier demonic bloodline, presents a rare opportunity that he cannot refuse. The Shenshao sect's records have indicated that demonic cultivators have been part of the cultivation world since ancient times. Although that was countless ages ago, evidence remains in a distant era. They refine the world's malevolent energies to amass strength, forming a unique cultivation system. Thus, we are indeed eager to witness these 2, Ma Binchi remarked, with other elders expressing their agreement. Although they were not particularly interested in the Foundation establishment disciples, the nature of the rewards truly struck a chord with them. Such rare resources now allocated to sect disciples undeniably piqued their curiosity. What extraordinary qualities do these 2 possess that warrant such attention from the sect leader? In their time, the treatment they received seemed far more generous, with the sect nearly exhausting its resources to cultivate them. Even the places for cultivation, such as the sect's library, were unconditionally accessible to them, and those rare elixirs once unattainable are now readily available. Yet now, they seem to have lost the qualification to criticize others. Before long, the ranking list of the Foundation establishment disciples within the sect arrived quietly, like the first breeze of autumn morning, resonating with the hearts of every disciple. 1st place, Jiang Danxin. 2nd place, Xiang Ding. 3rd place, Han Feng. Though the hearts of several elders surged with emotion, their faces remained unperturbed, as they had long grown accustomed to the discerning eye of the sect leader. Upon careful contemplation, it is indisputable that this has been meticulously orchestrated with profound forethought. However, the inner disciples below are in an uproar, for as the elite of the inner sect, they possess the most superior cultivation resources of the sect, guided directly by the venerable elders. Yet, astonishingly, this ranking has been firmly claimed by 2 outer disciples, a situation that is simply beyond belief. Could it be that the sect has erred? The disciples murmur to themselves. And had it not been for the thorough vetting of this list, they would genuinely question whether the sect had made a mistake. Nevertheless, at this moment, the supreme leader and several esteemed elders sit high above. And since they have yet to voice an opinion, the ordinary disciples dare not rashly cast doubt. The true contest shall unfold on the arena. In their hearts, they engage in a silent competition, vowing to outshine one another in the impending contest. Jiang Danxin does not appear overly surprised by the top position. Rather, he feels a sense of confusion, repeatedly questioning himself. Why am I ranked first? He is acutely aware that his foundational cultivation has reached its zenith, and his strength is sufficient to stand out in this grand event. Yet he still harbors a tinge of uncertainty and perplexity. He understands that the sect's arrangements harbor profound intentions, yet this list continues to shroud him in a veil of mystery. This moment, Xiang Ding is engulfed in bewilderment and helplessness, fully aware of his yearning for the second position. Particularly for the Taiji Ling, revered as the foremost mystical artifact in the realm. However, surveying the formidable opponents around him, Xiang Ding's confidence in securing second place begins to waver. After all, the strong contenders before him are all paragons of the inner sect, and to emerge victorious among them is no trivial task. The Taiji Ling is undoubtedly significant, but my safety is paramount, Xiang Ding muses. He lacks the reckless fervor to pursue a technique at any cost. He has experienced the brutal nature of battles among peak foundational cultivators firsthand. Although he considers his own strength commendable, his goal is merely to break into the top 10 and successfully enter the inner sect. Confusion envelopes him like a dense fog, and with each step forward, he feels increasingly insignificant, like a speck of dust. Each harbors their own thoughts as they quietly approach their respective arenas. Although they may not take much joy in their identities beneath the stage, the moment they set foot on the platform, an invisible aura surges forth like a tide, as if they are the sovereigns of this contest. The gentle breeze caresses their faces, and their garments billow gracefully, seemingly elevating their morale further. Adorned in disciples' robes embroidered with the insignia of the Shenshao sect, 9 long swords of varying colors gleam brightly, with purple being the most esteemed, closely followed by the radiant black metal energy. Chen Han's gaze rests upon the two, filled with commendation, before he turns to Lu Wenjun, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he inquires. Was this your suggestion? Indeed, since the master believes he deserves the Taiji Ling, he should demonstrate his worth through strength. Lu Wenjun nods slightly, yet a flicker of concern flashes in her eyes as she continues. However, during the pre-competition evaluations, Xiang Ding did indeed exhibit the strength of second place. The evaluations prior to the competition were comprehensive and meticulous, encompassing aspects such as strength, techniques, combat skills, and innate talent, culminating in a ranking of disciple strengths. While not entirely reflective of the final standings, they generally do not diverge significantly. Lu Wenjun is acutely aware that although comprehensive data indicates Xiang Ding's second place, there are at least 10 other disciples whose strengths are comparable to his. Nevertheless, Lu Wenjun resolutely thrust him into the spotlight. She understands that the challenges the young men are about to face will be unprecedented, and Xiang Ding, with his mid-foundational cultivation, will be pitted against numerous peak foundational cultivators, making his potential victory a monumental uncertainty. Yet, this challenge represents both trial and opportunity, allowing him to rise in prominence within the inner sect. For the disciples of the demonic lineage, to step into the inner sect and become true disciples of the sect, they must undergo rigorous trials. Otherwise, gaining recognition among peers would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for whether he can maintain this position, that is a matter for another time. At the very least, entering the inner sect is a foregone conclusion. Lu Wenjun muses within herself, fully aware that this path will not be smooth sailing, yet she harbors unwavering confidence in Xiang Ding's abilities. Chen Han refrains from interference, placing complete trust in Lu Wenjun's arrangements, even in entrusting her with the authority of the sect leader, allowing her to stir the Shenshao sect into a whirlwind. He remains untroubled by any potential mishaps. The children are beginning to mature, learning to think and arrange matters independently, filling him with pride and anticipation as their master. At that moment, a melodious chime reverberates from afar, gradually echoing in the air, signifying the official commencement of the competition. In the arena, Xiang Ding's visage is as cold as frost, his gaze sharp as lightning. He grips the hilt of his sword tightly, fingers lightly entwined around a strip of cloth, a resolute conviction surging within him. Though he remains unaware of the underlying intentions behind the arrangements, he is acutely aware that he cannot afford to lose. He does not believe that being a disciple of the demonic lineage renders him inferior. On the contrary, he considers his presence here the finest testament to his worth. Among the top 10 disciples, all but Xiang Ding are peak foundational cultivators, each a prodigious disciple meticulously nurtured by the sect. Furthermore, 2 possess unique physiques hailed as treasure bodies, while 3 hold superior spiritual roots, known as celestial roots. both rare and exceptional cultivation qualities, with only a handful appearing in each opening of the sect's trials. Nearly every disciple is regarded as a future beacon of hope for the sect, with talent and strength beyond reproach. Capable of challenging higher tiers. Under such immense pressure, whether Xiang Ding can maintain his second position undoubtedly plunges him into deep contemplation and struggle. As the grand competition commences, Xiang Ding swiftly adjusts himself to optimal condition. However, an unusual scene soon unfolds before him. The disciple in third place remains utterly unmoved, evidently lacking any intention to challenge. What is the meaning of this? Xiang Ding furrows his brow, momentarily startled, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward the defender of the next arena. That disciple's countenance is as tranquil as water, seemingly oblivious to Xiang Ding, who is set to face him, completely fixated on the fourth place, as if fearing that his position might be usurped. Xiang Ding is taken aback. Has the competition not already begun? I am fully prepared to give my all, yet you choose not to challenge. Do you wish to alleviate my burden? In the audience, even Lu Wenjun is taken aback. Is this truly a prearranged script? Chan Han sighs with a hint of helplessness, while the other 7 esteemed elders are equally astounded. After a prolonged silence, Tang Guangren slowly articulates, "If I were in your position, I too would refrain from rashly challenging, instead exerting every effort to safeguard the third position. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to charge forward?" Lu Wenjun realizes that it seems no one is willing to disrupt this delicate balance easily. Since the sect has deemed Xiang Ding worthy of the second place, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Although he appears to be merely of mid-foundational cultivation, the fighting spirit burning in his eyes is not something easily shaken. With the challengers hesitant to step forward, Xiang Ding secretly revels in the situation. Such a scenario is undoubtedly optimal for him. Yet, despite the calmness surrounding him, he remains vigilant. He quietly regulates his breathing, taking a deep breath and channeling his spiritual energy to ensure that he maintains a state of fullness and peak readiness. For he understands that strength must be consistently prepared. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance could result in dire consequences at a critical moment. He ponders whether the third-ranked opponent will continue to remain absent. After all, in recent times, the third position has changed hands multiple times, indicating that the disparities among these disciples are not stark. All 10 of the disciples are formidable, their strengths indistinguishable. The struggle for victory can often stretch into despairing lengths, with half an hour elapsing without a resolution. Yet, sometimes, a shift in circumstances occurs in the blink of an eye. Such fluctuations imbue the competition with dramatic flair, rendering the suspense increasingly captivating. In the absence of challengers, Xiang Ding's position becomes particularly delicate. Though he is not entirely prepared, he remains optimistic. He firmly believes that regardless of who currently occupies the third place, they are unlikely to wrest victory from him. This confidence is not blind. He can discern that those who strive for the title of the foremost celestial technique will not yield easily. In truth, Jiang Danxin harbors little concern for Xiang Ding. Their strengths and talents are well-matched and evenly balanced. However, Xiang Ding's shorter cultivation time compared to his own instills a sense of pride in him. Coupled with an unspoken competitive pressure, the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Stagnation equates to regression. Despite his unwavering dedication to training over the years, Xiang Ding's potential leaves him wary. This cohort of disciples is lacking. Chan Han sighs softly, his tone laden with resignation. In his view, while mid-grade spiritual weapons are rare in the realm of cultivation, the true core lies in the value of the spiritual techniques. Just as constructing a skyscraper requires a solid foundation, had he been fortunate enough to encounter superior techniques in his youth, he would not have been swayed by superficial trappings. Though they are all peak foundational cultivators, in their eyes, foundational techniques are hardly worthy of mention. Lu Wenjun shakes her head slightly, expressing dissatisfaction with these disciples' choices. They have forsaken the basics, focusing instead on inconsequential externalities, losing their way. Yet, even though spiritual weapons are merely external possessions, their value cannot be overlooked. In the eyes of these young disciples, the allure of spiritual weapons often far surpasses that of cultivation techniques. Even the unparalleled Taiji Ling is merely a foundational technique. In the eyes of the inner disciples, this may be regarded as a premier path, yet for the majority, the significance of spiritual weapons is unmistakably evident upon overhearing the discussion between the two. The other esteemed members fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, Even those in elevated positions may not fully grasp the thoughts of their disciples, while the two leaders approach the matter from the disciples' perspective. For those in the foundation-building stage, the value of the Tai talisman far surpasses that of any medium-grade spiritual weapon. The intent of the leaders is abundantly clear. The disciple who acquires this celestial technique will reshape the foundation-building realm, establishing a solid groundwork. Even should it take 1 or 2 years of refinement, it is a worthy endeavor. Eventually, some will come to realize this, yet there are always those who hesitate to take risks. Ma Binchi mused, remarking that in this world, there are rarely perfect solutions. To obtain even one aspect is already a remarkable feat. He understands that if certain disciples are content with their current state, clinging to minor gains, they are bound to miss out on golden opportunities, with no one obliged to leave chances for them. Qianhan chuckled lightly, a glimmer of teasing shining in his eyes. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically, as fierce battles erupted on nearly all 100 platforms. Even among the top 10 disciples, several platforms stood vacant, as they eagerly challenged loftier goals. After an intense competition, the disciples surged forward, with only the injured being forced to withdraw, awaiting the aid of the sect's healers, whether to recover and rejoin the fray or to depart in disappointment. One was willing to remain in a subordinate position. Each was striving with utmost effort for their ranking. This ranking would accompany them for an entire year until the next grand competition of the sect. Although the other rewards were relatively modest, the disciples ranked within the top 100 would receive a medium-grade spirit stone, equivalent to a month's earnings during their foundation-building phase. There would still be challengers, Li Ailing's gaze fixed upon a disciple making his way to the second platform. With the third platform now vacant, the disciples behind could naturally seize the opportunity to fill the gap. Once they stepped onto the platform, they were compelled to either advance further or start anew. After 2 changes of combatants on the third platform, someone finally launched an assault on the second place. "Come forth!" Xiang Ding's eyes burned with intensity, immediately mobilizing his entire aura. He knew that victory in this battle was not guaranteed. Thus he must exert himself to the fullest. In his heart, he silently vowed, "I shall fight for my honor." Before him stood a striking youth with purple hair, his gaze revealing a hint of unruliness, accompanied by overwhelming confidence. Though of the same age as Xiang Ding, he was nearly invincible among this generation of disciples. "Is that not Brother Jiang He?" A female disciple exclaimed in shock, her face alight with astonishment. Indeed, Brother Jiang He could easily have ranked within the top 2, yet unexpectedly, his position has been claimed by an outer disciple. The surrounding disciples voiced their sentiments, acknowledging Brother Jiang He's immense popularity within the inner sect. Approaching the Golden Core stage, which earned him the esteemed regard of the sect's mentors. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak and possessed a unique physique. Among this cohort, he was indisputably the most outstanding. Brother Jiang Lu's formidable prowess would undoubtedly make him a fierce rival for Xiang Ding. The crowd gathered, engaging in animated discussions. Yet, looking at him, he appears merely to be in the mid-foundation stage. However, the sect's ranking of him here must indicate extraordinary qualities. One wonders if he can truly contend with Brother Jiang He, a disciple remarked, evidently filled with anticipation for the impending duel. Consider, Brother Jiang Lu is a disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, possessing exceptional strength. Even if this outer disciple is formidable, he may struggle to withstand such brilliance. The crowd's focus intensified on the forthcoming confrontation. Witnessing this, the disciples converged, eager to witness this pinnacle match firsthand. In their estimation, an outer disciple entering the top 10 must possess at least peak foundation-building cultivation to rival inner disciples. This moment, various rumors and evaluations intertwined, painting a vivid tableau. Although Xiang Ding had previously held the 10th rank, he had only recently embarked upon his foundation-building journey. Such a record was nothing short of astonishing. Battling beyond 1's tier during the foundation-building phase naturally elicited disbelief. Yet, what was truly commendable was that even as a novice in foundation building, he had managed to fend off several peak foundation stage opponents, maintaining his position on the platform, a feat that was indeed a source of pride. Even Jiang Danxin could not resist casting a glance, reflecting on the remarkable talents emerging among the inner disciples. The purple-haired youth, in particular, commanded his utmost caution. A flicker of anticipation surged within him, pondering just how far Xiang Ding's strength could reach. This individual is Jiang He of Purple Cloud Peak. Lu Wenjun remarked with a subtle smile, her tone laced with an unmistakable pride, as if introducing her most esteemed disciple. Even without elaboration, the crowd collectively turned their attention to this youthful cultivator. Their gazes brimming with deep respect and an insatiable curiosity. I am indeed familiar with him, boomed a robust figure from Jade Cloud Peak, his eyes alight with intensity. He nearly became a member of our Jade Cloud Peak. Alas, he was ultimately claimed by Purple Cloud Peak. A sigh of regret escaped him. Indeed, I too participated in that contest. However, aspirations differ, and in the end, one cannot impose their will. The head of Langshao Peak sighed gently, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and resignation. Purple Cloud Peak, renowned as a paragon among the various sects, has always been celebrated for nurturing countless exceptional cultivators. Although the 9 peaks possess comparable strengths, it may be attributed to the fortuitous fate of the Shenshao sect, or perhaps other factors, that Purple Cloud Peak consistently births 1 or 2 extraordinary talents each generation, rendering the other sects envious. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Jiang He remained poised under the scrutiny of all. As a prodigious disciple of the previous generation, he had ascended to the peak foundation building stage in merely a few short years, a feat that would be revered by any cultivator. However, what drew even greater admiration was that his peak foundation building prowess was a league apart from that of an ordinary cultivator. Disciples of large sects generally exhibit astonishing cultivation speeds, with many talented individuals reaching the peak foundation stage within a single year. A testament to both their unique physiques and the diligent cultivation by their sections. Nevertheless, amidst this fervor of cultivation, there are those who steadfastly adhere to their foundational practices, eschewing hasty breakthroughs to golden core or nascent soul stages. Fully aware that a solid foundation is paramount for a cultivator's future, Jiang He stands as a prime exemplar of this ideal. His physique, known as the innate star body, is a singular existence within the cosmos. This unique constitution, rooted in the ancient ancestral visions of celestial bodies, entwined him with the cosmic constellations from birth, with his innate acupoints resonating harmoniously with the power of the stars. Such a formidable constitution should have propelled him to rapid ascension. Yet he lingered in the foundation stage for a full 5 years. This does not imply a lack of progress. On the contrary, his strength has been steadily increasing, and he has swiftly mastered the techniques of cultivation. However, he devoted the majority of his time to refining his acupoints with the power of the stars, striving to fortify his foundation. Jiang He of Purple Cloud Peak, he is indeed a distinguished disciple of Luo Cheng. I wonder how his strength stands now. Having remained in the foundation stage for several years, inquired one of the esteemed elders, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. He has spent years honing his foundation, and thus his strength undoubtedly exceeds that of his peers, Ma Binchi remarked, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but he also exhibits remarkable perseverance, managing to resist the allure of spiritual weapons. Truly commendable. Such a disciple, endowed with both unparalleled talent and resilient will, is poised to become the next Luo Cheng. Reflecting on the past, while Luo Cheng may have been the last to join the sect, his extraordinary abilities have long since placed him far ahead of his contemporaries. Despite his youth, he has already attained the rank of esteemed elder, his strength unfathomable among the present elders, even with their utmost efforts in cultivation. They find it challenging to keep pace with this emerging prodigy. Jiang He exemplifies the potential of a future Luo Cheng, brimming with boundless promise. Qian Han quietly observed the 2 young powerhouses on the platform, his demeanor calm as water, seemingly contemplating deeper matters. The disciples of Shenshao sect are indeed a treasure trove of talent, with some possessing traits that rival the protagonists or antagonists of legendary tales. Yet, they remain young, their time for growth still ahead of them, at present. Qian Han is more than willing to lend a hand to these promising individuals, hastening their development. When the great era arrives, they will serve as the robust backbone of Shenshao sect in the world. One understands, better than him, how to nurture brilliance, enabling them to rise swiftly. He recalls with vivid clarity when he boldly appointed 9 exceptionally gifted disciples as the leaders of the 9 peaks. Now, they have flourished, their strength rivaling the pinnacle powers of the world. Given a few more decades, they will undoubtedly elevate Shenshao sect to unprecedented heights. What is his name? Jiang He, is it? A voice, clear and youthful, rang out lightly. Qian Han turned his head slightly, his expression composed and unfazed. "What is it?" "Oh, nothing, merely a passing interest," came the reply. The youth responded with a smile, as soon as the words left his lips. The previously languid white cat suddenly appeared invigorated, its gaze fixated on the purple-haired boy with an intensity akin to that of a blazing torch. Its rounded form straightened gracefully, and its 9 silvery tails swayed gently, exuding an air of profound curiosity towards Jiang He. Qian Han chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was already well aware of Yu Huang's reaction. Jiang He's innate special physique, the celestial body, was a perfect match for the power of the stars, as a member of the demon race. Yu Huang excelled in cultivating stellar energy, and this connection evidently captured Yu Huang's keen interest. As for whether Yu Huang harbored any other thoughts, Qian Han preferred not to speculate. The plump cat's thoughts were typically straightforward. Perhaps it was merely fascinated by Jiang He's ability to summon stellar power at will. On the arena, a formidable Yuanying stage cultivator hovered silently in the air, his sharp gaze fixated on the unfolding events below. Should any misfortune befall the talented disciples, the sect would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. These powerful beings, while ensuring the safety of the disciples, would not intervene lightly, for an intervention would immediately determine the failure of one side. Xiang Ding gripped the gleaming long sword that shimmered with a frosty light, lightly caressing the black scales on his chest, his mind swirling with thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately tucked the scales away. He indeed desired to harness their power, yet the rules of the arena, though not explicitly prohibitive, did not warrant such a hasty action. Previously, he had only resorted to using that power in life-and-death scenarios. Now, in a mere contest, there was no need for such drastic measures. He longed to rely on his own strength and engage in a fair battle. Even if he were to lose, he would harbor no regrets. Defeating just one inner sect disciple would grant me entry into the inner sect. I would willingly endure any disadvantage in this arena match, Xiang Ding murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with determination. Senior brother, please. Xiang Ding initiated the attack, his long sword slicing through the night like a cold beam of light. In an instant, his figure flickered as he charged towards Jiang He, his power akin to a ferocious tempest. Jiang He, however, remained unfazed. A faint smile gracing his lips, he raised a hand, and a dazzling violet light curtain materialized. With the brilliance of the stars flowing like a stream, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly blocked Xiang Ding's fierce onslaught, the rebound force causing Xiang Ding to retreat 3 steps. Though this strike was merely a test, both parties had gained a deeper understanding of each other's strength. Xiang Ding had never anticipated being able to defeat his opponent in a single strike, even if the opponent were caught off guard. Yet, Jiang He's prowess was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated. He was truly a top-tier inner sect disciple. The sheer power was astonishingly overwhelming, making Xiang Ding feel as though he were not contending with a mere foundation establishment cultivator, but rather a formidable golden core expert, whose strength was exceptionally profound among his peers. Jiang He, too, experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. Despite maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he recognized that he was not as unfazed as he appeared. Even he had exerted at least 50% of his strength to barely withstand that blow. He had never underestimated this young adversary, yet the opponent's strength still caught him off guard. Chapter 34. Narrow victory. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew unusually oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Jiang Danxin was filled with surprise at the display of power from both combatants. Initially believing their levels were within his grasp, he found the fierce confrontation exceeded his expectations, igniting a flicker of concern within him. While Xiang Ding's performance was commendable, Jiang Danxin had gleaned much about him after the outer sect ranking competition. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the disparities in strength were often glaringly apparent. On the other hand, Jiang He presented an unprecedented challenge. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Even with all his strength, Jiang Danxin knew he might struggle to counter that previous move, whereas Jiang He seemed to execute it effortlessly. At that moment, Jiang Danxin keenly understood that this was a prodigious talent meticulously nurtured by the sect, seemingly destined for an extraordinary fate. Despite his confidence in Xiang Ding, he was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm in strength between the two. Contemplating this, anxiety crept into his heart, Impressive, the white cat exclaimed, issuing a note of admiration. Though it was a demon king of noble stature, it couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence when faced with Jiang He's formidable celestial body. Offering a high appraisal, Qian Han nodded lightly beside it, equally filled with awe. Indeed, such strength was truly remarkable. It turned out that this young prodigy possessed enough power to rival an average mid-golden core cultivator. This capacity to battle beyond 1S level was a hallmark of disciples cultivated by the sect, showcasing extraordinary abilities. That moment, the white cat's voice suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts, announcing that the turmoil of the Dream Sea was imminent. Its words, though abrupt, instantly captured Qian Han's full attention. The white cat offered no further explanation, merely conveying through thought. Remember, he must not fall into the hands of the demon race. A flicker of understanding crossed Qian Han's eyes as he pondered the importance of the celestial body to the demon race. He envisioned a terrifying scenario. A fully realized celestial body cultivator, harboring boundless stellar energy within, would undoubtedly be an irresistible temptation for the demon race. Should they set their sights on Jiang He with ill intentions, his fate would be perilously precarious. The might of the celestial body was unquestionable. Jiang Danxin contemplated deeply, nodding as he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. I understand, he replied softly, yet the atmosphere in the arena remained suffocatingly tense. Despite Xiang Ding's relentless assaults, a sense of trepidation enveloped the audience. Clearly, Xiang Ding had recognized the disparity in strength, yet he did not falter. Instead, he pressed on with even greater ferocity. His long sword unleashed icy sword qi, resembling an invisible ribbon, launching a relentless barrage towards Jiang He from all directions. Even fully aware that this was a contest with a stark difference in power, his fighting spirit remained undaunted. The sword qi surged like a rainbow, vividly showcasing the characteristics of the ice spirit root. It was as if a fierce winter storm unfolded upon the arena, with snowflakes swirling in the air. Infused with a chilling intent to kill Dai in the face of the oncoming sword qi, Jiang He maintained his composure, effortlessly countering with a gentle wave of his sleeve, using the immense power of the stars to easily repel the attacks. His graceful yet effortless demeanor left the spectators in awe. His steadiness and poise seemed to proclaim to the world, "Before my defense, all assaults shall be rendered null." Moreover, Jiang He had yet to unleash his own offensive. Adding a layer of complexity and tension to this duel, Xiang Ding continued to bombard the barrier formed by stellar energy with his sword qi. However, no matter how ferociously he attacked, he struggled to shake Jiang He's seemingly invulnerable defense. Qian Han observed calmly from the sidelines, unperturbed. He understood that Jiang He was merely employing the power of his spirit root and had yet to tap into the unique strength of his celestial body. Even so, it was sufficient for an intense contest. Should I lend him the Shenshao sword for a moment? Lu Wenjun jested suddenly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I suspect he might find it a bit challenging without using the demonic veins. Qian Han shot him a glance, inwardly grumbling. Is he mocking me for not having a sword on Zixiao Peak? The Zixiao sword was a treasured artifact of his peak, not to be easily lent out. Only the sect leader had the privilege to wield it. Although Jiang He had yet to reveal his offensive capabilities, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The other sect leaders expressed their doubts about whether Xiang Ding truly deserved the second rank assigned to him by the sect, suggesting that it remained a matter for discussion. Yet, everyone understood that Jiang He's potential was not something they could easily gauge in that moment. Xiang Ding's figure suddenly accelerated, becoming a blur, the sword qi radiating violently as he pressed towards Jiang He. However, the starlit barrier remained steadfast and unyielding. As the sword qi surged more ferociously, a bone-chilling cold began to permeate the air. Jiang He's gaze sharpened, his instincts alerting him that the true contest was about to commence. A wave of oppressive energy surged towards him, igniting a fierce battle spirit within. He felt both eager and anxious. Come, let me see just how strong you truly are. The presence of the Rakshasa clan thickened in the surroundings, casting a heavy gloom that caused all the sect leaders to furrow their brows involuntarily, a suffocating sense of pressure arising that heightened their vigilance. When they turned to glance at Lu Wenjun and the sect leader, they found both maintaining their composure, even exuding an air of having foreseen everything, which deterred anyone from speaking further. After all, in their eyes, The calm demeanor of these two powerful figures seemed to conceal some profound meaning. However, within Lu Wenjun's heart, a tumultuous storm of emotions raged. He feigned calmness, appearing tranquil outwardly, yet internally he was in disarray. Did the sect leader truly know of this young man's unique physique? Such a multitude of enigmas left him feeling anxious. Reflecting on the earlier report, he had merely mentioned the young man possessing the bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, neglecting the enormous peril it concealed. In the present day, the identity of this young man has been unveiled. He not only possesses the bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, but also harbors an extraordinary physique that ranks among the pinnacle of demonic cultivators. Could this truly be the fabled demonic vein? One would assume that such a constitution is innate, yet he astonishingly possesses such formidable abilities, rendering it almost inconceivable. He cannot help but ponder the origins of this young man's parents. Who might they be? If this remains an unresolved mystery, an inexplicable dread wells up within him. He silently resolves to delve deeper into this matter once it concludes. Moreover, the superior ice spirit root is undoubtedly a rare gift. Imagine, out of these three extraordinary entities, two are taboos that lead to immediate death upon discovery in the celestial sects, while this ice spirit root alone could allow this young man to shine brilliantly. Its talent truly astonishing. Thus, he begins to contemplate how best to accommodate this disciple. Most sects would likely choose to eliminate such an existence to prevent potential future troubles. Although, technically speaking, there is no essential distinction between the demonic vein and the demonic body. They are situated within the esteemed Shenshao sect, the foremost among celestial sects, where every action garners significant attention. The intertwining factors leave Lu Wenjun feeling helpless. He can only silently pray that this unique physique of the demonic cultivator has not attracted excessive scrutiny and remains unknown. He strives to appear nonchalant, yet at that moment, a figure hidden in the shadowy recesses at the base of Zixiao Peak suddenly awakens. The arcane runes that envelop him flicker with a dazzling brilliance, and his face betrays an expression of astonishment. The primordial demonic embryo, he exclaims softly, his voice brimming with excitement and disbelief. Could the ultimate physique of a demonic cultivator truly have manifested? This news must be relayed to the demon lord without delay. At that instant, the luminous runes grant him a sudden clarity. It turns out Chen Han has been fully aware of this all along. Perhaps it is better not to awaken him. Chen Han deftly weaves a spell with his fingertips, and in an instant, a beam of light coalesced from the formation tears through the air, crashing down. The figure is tightly bound, helplessly watching the beam approach, unable to sound an alarm before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. At this moment, the true demonic body awakens, and Xiang Ding's power surges dramatically, transforming him into an indomitable presence. This transformation captures the attention of all. The dark spiritual energy that envelopes him induces discomfort, prompting some experienced disciples to immediately perceive its uniqueness. Meanwhile, the sect leaders and masters present merely observe in silence, contemplating. Could he still be considered a member of the human race? Is this indeed the demonic vein? It surpasses certain special physiques in strength. Not far away, Jiang He begins to scrutinize Xiang Ding's strength earnestly. The fully realized stellar body is undoubtedly a standout among its peers, and the primordial demonic embryo is no less impressive. The clash between these two unique physiques, if occurring during the god transformation stage, would undoubtedly constitute a spectacle that reverberates throughout the cultivation world. However, at present, they are merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Yet this is already sufficient to garner widespread attention. The black scales in Xiang Ding's possession seem to invigorate the bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, propelling his strength to new heights, causing him to radiate a brilliant glow on the battlefield. Although his techniques are unrefined, the overwhelming pressure of his formidable presence forces Jiang He, representing the stellar body, to shift from defense to offense. The two are evenly matched, their clash exuding a palpable tension that is almost suffocating. Above the arena, the power of the stars cascades like raindrops, while below lies a dark, icy barrier, dividing the two combatants. After several rounds of intense exchanges, the momentum has peaked. Jiang He's eyes blaze with fervor. He has finally encountered an opponent who can exert pressure upon him, and he exclaims excitedly, "All right, let's go again." Just then, a young swordsman steps forward, unleashing a torrent of sword chi from his hands, bombarding the ancient stars in the heavens. Though this is merely a contest at the foundation establishment stage, It already displays an astounding quality of sword energy, leaving some golden core disciples present in awe. The thunderous sounds resonate endlessly, as if the entire arena were under siege by a celestial sea, momentarily engulfing Xiang Ding. Anxiety grips the onlookers. Could he possibly be defeated? Indeed, the disparity in strength seems insurmountable. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the violet figure bursts forth from the sea of stars, gently coughing up blood-tainted saliva. This revelation shocks Jiang He. He had not anticipated that his opponent would not be utterly powerless against his onslaught. Although Xiang Ding's black robes are tattered and his body is covered in wounds, he still manages to smile, a faint curve gracing his lips as he expresses, "Thank you for the guidance." Senior brother, at this moment, Jiang He has already half stepped off the stage. By all accounts, it seems Xiang Ding has emerged victorious. Cough. Are you courting death? Jiang He coughs lightly, staring incredulously at Xiang Ding. This marks the first time he has sustained injuries in a confrontation of this level, leaving him feeling as if he is in a dream. Had I not held back, you would have surely been battered to a pulp. The sheer intensity of his all-out attack leaves him dumbfounded. Yet Xiang Ding responds with a smile, albeit fatigued, revealing his resolve. I still have a bit of spiritual energy left. If senior brother had not held back, I would merely have sustained more grievous injuries. Chapter 35. The quota for the secret realm. Jiang He raises his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, "You truly are audacious. Such reckless determination. I no longer wish to entangle with you. The unfolding situation now lies in your hands." Having said this, he swiftly leaps down from the stage, preparing to recalibrate and start anew, clearly not yet satisfied with this contest. Engaging with an opponent of such caliber, each move appears extraordinarily enigmatic, as if every technique defies common sense. Jiang He's reckless style of fighting resembles a beast in a tempest, exuding a formidable aura that is suffocating. Xiang Ding, standing nearby, cannot help but chuckle and clasp his hands in acknowledgement. But he exerts too much force, inadvertently aggravating his injuries, eliciting a soft wince as pain washes over him. He has actually defeated senior brother Jiang He? A gasp escapes, igniting a flurry of discussions among the surrounding disciples. Moreover, he has even managed to injure Jiang He. At this moment, the numerous disciples realize the gravity of the situation. Jiang He is regarded as invincible at the Foundation establishment stage. If someone can genuinely injure him, that individual is surely not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. This is widely acknowledged knowledge. At this instant, the crowd's thoughts swirl as they struggle to comprehend that senior brother Jiang He has been wounded at the Foundation establishment stage. Xiang Ding's tactics have not only propelled him to thrust Jiang He out of the arena, but have also ignited a significant upheaval. In truth, Jiang He's so-called injury is merely a minor consequence of the shock, which does not imply that Xiang Ding's strength has surpassed Jiang He's. Rather, it indicates that he fought with greater ferocity and decisiveness. As for Xiang Ding, despite being riddled with wounds, he remains seated on the arena, propped up by his long sword. Though his breath is weak, it is sustained by his indomitable will, allowing him to stand resilient. Xiang Ding is acutely aware that he has half an hour to recuperate, and perhaps new challenges await him thereafter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he chooses to meditate quietly on the arena, striving to regulate his breath. At this moment, the spectators regard this hero of reversal with eyes filled with reverence. They collectively admire his courage and strength. Although Xiang Ding is at the end of his tether, his spirit remains undaunted. After half an hour of intense recuperation, Xiang Ding has restored a substantial portion of his vitality. Yet no one dares to challenge him again. The disciple in third place is evidently not dull-witted. Although Xiang Ding appears not to have fully recovered, none dare to strike at him lightly. For who knows what hidden trump cards he may possess? Furthermore, the rewards for first and second place clearly pale in comparison to the mid-grade spiritual weapon worth 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thus, even in defending his position, Xiang Ding has exerted all his effort. When Jiang He re-enters the arena, he appears to have activated some hidden power, effortlessly defeating opponents with nearly every strike, his speed astonishing. In the battles for the top 20, he swiftly advances with just 2 moves, and upon entering the top 10, he exerts minimal effort, causing the rankings to shift rapidly. Even when confronted by the current top 5, Jiang He remains poised and unhurried, carefully advancing, ultimately reclaiming the third position. Xiang Ding gazes at Jiang He, who has ascended the arena once more, feeling a surge of emotions. With such formidable strength, why did he not reveal it earlier? It is truly unbelievable that Jiang He's level of attack. Xiang Ding understands, even with preparation, he would be unable to withstand it. That single strike would undoubtedly send him tumbling from the arena. Jiang He, in response, offers a faint smile. Shall we engage in another match? Facing this powerful opponent, Xiang Ding has now completed his recuperation. He grips his long sword tightly, despite his body being marred by wounds. He still emits a resounding laughter. All right. Just then, the distant bell tolls, signaling that time has indeed run out. This battle has come to a definitive close. Jiang He, slightly dejected, remarks, I have yet to face that first-place contender. He appears even stronger. Jiang Danxin furrows his brow, suggesting, perhaps it is best to let it be. He understands all too well that he is far from being that opponent. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him feels akin to a scorching flame. Suffocating in its intensity. In less than an hour, Jiang Danxin ascends to the third rank amid unprecedented difficulty, emerging as a standout among his peers. Rather than viewing Xiang Ding's earlier battle as an opportunity, it would be more accurate to regard it as a moment of carelessness, compounded by his decision to hold back during the confrontation, ultimately leading to a backlash. Why, you may ask? Because he did not wish to eliminate Xiang Ding on the spot. Jiang Danxin muses that he requires at least another 6 months of training to suppress his cultivation level before he can be deemed worthy to engage with this disciple of Zixiao Peak on equal footing. This is not self-deprecation. Rather, he knows full well the immense prowess of this disciple. Even possessing a unique constitution, he still suppresses his realm. Such perseverance is beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals, in the eyes of the crowd. He is undoubtedly the most formidable cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, without a shadow of a doubt. Chen Han surveyed the surroundings with a satisfied smile upon his face. Lu Wenjun followed closely behind, transforming the rewards for the Foundation establishment stage into 3 beams of spiritual light, distributing them among all disciples. Jiang Danxin held the spiritual pill in his hand, his eyes reflecting evident satisfaction. He was undoubtedly the most fortunate recipient of the rewards this time, effortlessly acquiring a practical treasure without any confrontation. Although the value of this reward pales in comparison to mid-grade spiritual weapons or the Tai Order, for him, it undoubtedly represents the most significant existence at this moment. This moment, Xiang Ding acquired the spiritual technique, and as he delicately explored it, his gaze slightly sharpened. Indeed, the cultivation method he once practiced was the qi refining technique of the Tai Order, allowing for a seamless connection between the two, which secretly thrilled him, yet he also felt a sense of being manipulated. He meticulously compared it with the techniques of other miscellaneous disciples, his conviction growing stronger. Everything was undoubtedly arranged by someone with intent. Who could it be? This senior behind the scenes? His gaze gradually shifted towards the high green stone platform, where a faint mist seemed to linger, obscuring his view. As for Jiang He, he now held a spiritual sword worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Gently sighing, lamenting the inability to engage in battle with Jiang Danxin, which was indeed a significant regret. Jiang Danxin bit his lip, choosing not to speak, quietly awaiting the final judgment of the sect. He constantly speculated within whether he could enter the inner sect, whether he could ascend to the pinnacle of Zixiao Peak. The mere sight of Zixiao Peak ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him upon seeing Jiang He. Is this truly a disciple of Zixiao Peak? He had Xiao Lao as his backing and some precious resources left by his father, yet these seemed utterly trivial in comparison to this prodigious talent. Despite Jiang He having trained for a longer period than him, that was no excuse. What would it matter to sell a spot in a secret realm to Daming, allowing him to join? The big white cat chuckled, for this individual's constitution should allow for a swift breakthrough to the golden core stage. Chen Han fell into contemplation, pondering for a long time before addressing the several seated elders beside him. What are your thoughts? I think it feasible, as Jiang He's strength is not to be underestimated. If he gains something in the secret realm, the safety of acquiring those treasures is far more reliable than selling a spot to Daming. Ma Bunshui spoke directly to no sooner had he finished speaking than others remained silent. Chen Han had already clapped the armrest of his chair and stood up. Very well, since Elder Ma agrees, let it be your responsibility to escort him. Should I see a single hair missing from him within the secret realm, I will hold you accountable. Ban Shuai's face turned to one of astonishment. He initially should not have spoken. Though he thought this, he felt helpless, as his recently proposed demand had now become a thorn in his heart, increasingly rendering him powerless. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet could not utter a word. Partly because he had made the proposal, he must bear the potential consequences. Partly because he genuinely believed that if this individual could smoothly enter the secret realm, he might encounter some extraordinary treasures. Laying a solid foundation for his cultivation, Chen Han naturally had his considerations. Aware of this individual's unique constitution, he initially had no intention of granting him a spot, partly due to his somewhat insufficient strength, partly because this individual's fortune appeared decidedly lacking. The disciples he selected, such as Xiang Ding and Jiang Danxin, evidently had far more robust fortunes. This individual, possessing a star body, was merely mentioned in passing in the original plot, indicating an unfavorable state of fortune. Such disciples were precisely the ones in need of protection. Chen Han scanned the surroundings, his gaze piercing, taking in everything within the venue, secretly devising plans in the world of cultivation. Opportunities are rare, yet as long as one remains steadfast and diligent, nothing is unattainable. He deeply understood that, on the thorny path of cultivation, both the star body and the demon body were indispensable formidable forces within the sect. Although the sect's law enforcement elders often regarded talents like Xiang Ding with a condescending demeanor, they were nonetheless genuinely impressed by his strength and tenacity, viewing him as a new star of the sect. With a promising future, faced with such a flourishing scene, Chen Han felt a sense of relief, as if responding to the expectations of the sect's ancestors. Let today's matters conclude here. The remaining trivialities? You shall deliberate and handle on your own. With that, he turned to leave, vanishing like a wisp of smoke in the mountains, suddenly dissipating into the air. Lu Wenjun, realizing Chen Han intended to depart, hurriedly inquired in a low voice, regarding the matter of the 10 outer disciples entering the peak. Do you believe Zixiao Peak? He hesitated in his speech, feeling a wave of emptiness arise within. In truth, Chen Han had long perceived Lu Wenjun's unvoiced intentions, yet these intricate arrangements seemed ill-suited for his interference. He also harbored some doubts about Jiang Danxin's situation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han's expression hardened as he resolutely stated, Xiang Ding shall enter Jingxiao Peak. As per the will of the Jade Emperor, as for the other disciples, you shall deliberate for yourselves. Matters of the sect rest in your hands. Master Lu, whatever course you choose, it is entirely at your discretion. No need to consult me further. Master Lu Wenjun was eager to speak again, yet Chen Han had already transformed into a beam of light, instantaneously disappearing without a trace, leaving him with a sense of confusion. At this moment, he felt helpless and anxious. The entire sect relied upon the authority of the sect master, yet although he held the sect master's decree, he possessed little actual power. He yearned to arrange matters properly, yet the uncertainty of the future instilled fear within him. Remembering Zhang Wenda, the senior who had once rendered great service to the sect, he now had to arrange a future for his son, Jiang Danxin, which weighed heavily on his heart. The pressure of acting on behalf of the sect master was immense. He was not inclined to linger. The sect master's intentions seemed to be one of observation, and if Zhang Wenda were truly to return, all responsibility would fall solely upon his shoulders, causing a bitterness that was difficult to articulate. He silently gazed toward the direction Chen Han had vanished, then turned to look at the equally bewildered elders, ultimately taking a deep breath and deciding to remove the array on the green stone platform. Softly stating, everyone, begin selecting disciples. I believe that disciple is quite outstanding. Having risen from the outer sect with remarkable perseverance, Ma Banshui spoke first, pointing to a disciple on the arena. Though this individual ranked 13th in the competition and possessed considerable strength, there remained a significant gap when compared to Xiang Ding and Jiang Danxin. The others echoed in agreement, eagerly selecting, each choosing 1 or 2 disciples, while avoiding Jiang Danxin entirely. After all, no one was a fool. This was clearly a conundrum posed by the sect master to Lu Wenjun, better left for him to worry about. Should there be a misstep in the selection concerning peak assignment, inciting the sect master's ire would yield dire consequences. Moreover, Jiang Danxin's background was evident, and his identity as a top-grade Thunder spiritual root inspired a measure of awe. considering Lu Wenjun's unimpeded journey in the competition, winning effortlessly without a single battle, was enough to suggest his extraordinary origin. Far from ordinary, it seemed everyone harbored reservations about Jiang Danxin. Lu Wenjun murmured to himself, feeling a deeper sense of helplessness. The disciples were equally perplexed. Clearly, both Jiang Danxin and Xiang Ding possessed exceptional strength. Yet no one dared to select them. Xiang Ding appeared grave, his brow furrowed, unable to conceal his anxiety. At this moment, Jiang He quietly transmitted his thoughts. Brother Xiang, do not worry. If no peak takes you in, how about I bring you to Zixiao Peak? I see that even in your demonic form, your reason remains intact. I will plead your case to the elders. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ding felt warmth in his heart. Silently expressing gratitude, at this juncture, Master Tang Guangren finally spoke up. The sect master has decreed that Xiang Ding shall enter our Jingxiao Peak. Upon this declaration, Xiang Ding was unable to contain his excitement. Entering the inner sect had always been his greatest aspiration. Ultimately, all eyes converged on Jiang Danxin. Though he had not fought, his identity as a top-grade Thunder spiritual root still commanded respect. Lu Wenjun scrutinized Jiang Danxin for a moment, hesitating before finally stating, among the 9 peaks of the Xinmin, you may choose one. Jiang Danxin was somewhat taken aback, yet still respectfully bowed. Disciple wishes to enter Zixiao Peak. Lu Wenjun slightly nodded, as if he had anticipated this choice. This matter requires further discussion. The decision regarding Zixiao Peak rests with the elders of Zixiao Peak. You may return for now and come find me in 3 days. Jiang Danxin again bowed deeply, his voice respectful yet resolute. Thank you, Master Lu. With everything settled, this grand competition came to a close. However, Lu Wenjun understood well that the ensuing trivial matters would undoubtedly cause him considerable headaches. After all, the sect master's word was law, and the disciples could only serve diligently. Moreover, he remained acutely aware of Chen Han's instructions. Perhaps for Chen Han, these were mere words spoken in passing. Yet when it came to actual implementation, the complex interests among the peaks required careful consideration. Lu Wenjun gazed toward the direction of Zixiao Palace, silently contemplating. At this moment, the big white cat lazily stretched, curling up Jiang He before transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. Chapter 36. The arrangements of 3 individuals. Why did you bring him here? Chen Han looked helplessly at the Jade Emperor before him, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly expressing discontent with this sudden arrangement. You possess the 9 Xian Cave. Cultivating alone is sufficient. Why go through the trouble? The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth curled into a faint smile. Seemingly indifferent to Chen Han's confusion, responding lightly, you cultivate your path, and I pursue my understanding. Let us not disturb one another. Isn't that splendid? Having spoken, he effortlessly found a cushion in the grand hall. Gracefully moving to a corner, resembling a fearless youth, exuding an air of nonchalance, at that moment, Jiang He hesitated nearby, his gaze flickering between the Master Chen Han and the Jade Emperor, filled with confusion over this sudden master-disciple arrangement. Appearing somewhat at a loss, just as he pondered, the Jade Emperor beckoned to him with a smile, urging, come here. Upon witnessing this, Chen Han could not help but clear his throat lightly, teasingly remarking, go on. See what profound insights he may have. Perhaps you'll uncover something novel. Jiang He, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately nodded in acquiescence and followed the Jade Emperor out of the grand hall. Subsequently, the elegant white cat gracefully lay down, meticulously grooming its fur, yet did not forget to say, I shall first teach you some rudimentary star techniques. This is a traditional method of our demon realm, able to resonate with the stars of the 9 heavens. Though not particularly rare, it is likely unfamiliar to your human race. His words carried a hint of pride from the demon clan, and no sooner had he spoken than a mysterious consciousness swept into Jiang He's mind like a gentle breeze. Upon a brief examination, astonishment spread across Jiang He's face. Humans can learn this? It turned out that this star technique described the demon clan's method of breath and energy cultivation, aimed at condensing the demon clan's essence elixir, which he found difficult to digest. The distinction between humans and demons was not as clear-cut as one might think. The Jade Emperor replied earnestly, our demon clan's essence elixir is condensed from the power of the stars. Akin in essence to the human clan's golden elixir, differing only in that one is for the demon body and the other for the human body. His voice remained as crisp as that of a youth. Yet it bore a hint of sophistication, brimming with confidence in this theory. Although doubts lingered in Jiang He's heart, he found it challenging to determine its suitability. He looked helplessly toward Chen Han in the hall, yearning for some guidance from the sect. Chen Han frowned slightly, feeling perplexed by the demon clan's cultivation system as well. While he had considerable knowledge of the demon clan from battles, he ultimately lacked the expertise of the White Cat in matters of cultivation. Nevertheless, he vaguely sensed that the White Cat might not be entirely trustworthy. If not for some concerns, there would have been no need to bring Jiang He to the Purple Cloud Palace. Well, since you are here, I shall offer you some references. Chen Han rummaged through his storage space and eventually produced a jade slip, tossing it casually. I know little about the demon clan's cultivation methods, but I once encountered some demon cultivators in the southern region who were remarkably powerful, leaving a deep impression. Their blood flows with the demon lineage, and the star techniques they cultivate can rival the golden elixir. He explained while observing Jiang He's expression. The star technique can be learned, but ultimately, you lack the demon bloodline. It is best to focus on human cultivation methods. Chen Han continued, his tone imbued with care. You may study what the Jade Emperor teaches, but remember, prioritize this method above all else. His tone softened gradually. You may refer to it for cultivation, but do not stray from the righteous path. Upon hearing the words Tai Ling, a flash of astonishment crossed Jiang He's eyes, and he hurriedly bowed, filled with excitement. Thank you, Master. His heart brimmed with joy, gratitude evident in his demeanor. Chen Han smiled slightly, contemplating silently. This was a simplified version of the Tai Ling, though it was a version of a cultivation method. With this celestial decree, Jiang He would not lose his way. Given Jiang He's talent, accessing such high-level spiritual decrees far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the Jade Emperor said little, filled with anticipation for Jiang He's star body, especially since this young man possessed the potential to cultivate demon clan methods, gaining a unique experience of spiritual veins from it. The star treasure body within him was akin to a secret realm, with acupoints corresponding to the stars of the 9 heavens, unlocking the hidden treasures of his body. Harboring boundless power, such a physique, while not entirely unique, was indeed a rare find in a millennium. He saw hope for the future in Jiang He and couldn't help but ponder how to guide him. With the Tai Ling in his hand, Jiang He's confidence grew, eagerly preparing to learn under the guidance of the Jade Emperor, looking forward to a deeper understanding. This opportunity was rare. He resolved to cherish it. For with the Master present, even should he stray into madness, the Master's strength could rescue him in time. Chen Han's gaze swept over the man and the cat, a faint smile dancing in his heart. He understood that these two required careful contemplation. Star body cultivation methods were scarce within the sect, while the Jiuxiao sect's 9 peaks methods were among the finest, generally not necessitating a shift to other methods. One could simply cultivate with peace of mind. Just then, Lu Wenjun strode into the Purple Cloud Palace, her face flushed with urgency. Master, you cannot ignore this. Zhang Danxin wishes to join the Purple Cloud Peak, and I find it hard to refuse, for he possesses the qualifications. Chen Han chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. Then let him come. It is sufficient to leave it to the elders of Purple Cloud Peak to handle. No need for me to fret. Are you suggesting that the sect should nurture him? Lu Wenjun inquired cautiously. Chen Han nodded slightly, responding slowly. He has his own opportunities. Simply cultivate him as a regular inner disciple, without excessive nurturing. His tone was gentle, his words earnest. A person bearing such great fortune cannot be easily cultivated by the sect. He must forge his own path step by step. What about Xiang Ding? He is of the Rakshasa bloodline, a top-tier demon body. Lu Wenjun asked with concern. I have my arrangements. We shall discuss it when he reaches the golden elixir stage. Chen Han waved his hand. His tone resolute. Demon cultivators are not to be feared. For the sect, it is also an experiment. Lu Wenjun felt a slight relief upon hearing this. Though she knew there were powerful protectors within the sect, she still felt pressure. Yet, the various holy places would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exert pressure. She spoke softly, her eyes gleaming with worry. Well, let them exert pressure. It is not the first time. Chen Han shrugged. Unperturbed, once I have the time, I shall deal with them. The immediate priority is the heavenly demon sect. Lu Wenjun nodded firmly. I shall arrange for the various elders to handle sect affairs and then report the list of selected disciples to you. Very well. Chen Han nodded decisively, his gaze drifting toward the window as if contemplating significant matters. He understood well that the future was fraught with change, and he was quietly laying the groundwork for it all. Lu Wenjun finally grasped Chen Han's attitude, a wave of indescribable satisfaction washing over her, dissipating all her worries and hesitations in that moment. The problems that had once entangled her deep within now seemed trivial in the presence of the master. As if they had been transformed into a serene smile, the previously unspoken difficulties now appeared as mere wisps of cloud, easily resolved and exceedingly clear. Chen Han's magnanimity and openness took Lu Wenjun by surprise. He had never imposed any pressure on her, always allowing her the freedom to arrange matters. Recalling Jiang Danxin, she could not help but marvel at how this seemingly casual arrangement was imbued with profound meaning. However, upon deeper reflection, the real challenge lay in the placement of Xiang Ding. He cast a sidelong glance at the large cat and Jiang He, who were engrossed in their cultivation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "It seems I need not concern myself too much with the selection of disciples for Purple Cloud Peak." His voice conveyed a sense of ease and relief. "Indeed," Chen Han replied with a smile. Nodding, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, he had always hoped that these young disciples could avoid straying from the path under the guidance of powerful mentors. Not to mention the experiences of these seasoned elders, having survived for hundreds of years, if successfully passed down, would surely illuminate a hopeful and promising future. Lu Wenjun pondered quietly. It was precisely such ideals that had driven many elders to the pinnacle. It appeared that the powerful beings surrounding Jiang He and others were indeed a solid backing for his progress, their strength beyond reproach. Furthermore, with only a few direct disciples at Purple Cloud Peak's Luo City, it was undoubtedly the most fitting choice to have Jiang He join. "Then I shall take my leave for now." She offered a slight bow, her tone resolute and confident, turning to depart, her heart already set with clear intentions. On the way to Jingshao Peak with Tang Guangren, a gentle breeze brushed by. Yet Xiang Ding hesitated, his voice low as he gazed at Tang Guangren, unable to resist asking, "Elder, having successfully joined the inner sect, may I inquire about the true identity of Brother Chen?" His heart brimmed with anticipation. Though this speculation had lingered in his mind for some time, he had yet to receive a concrete answer. Tang Guangren appeared somewhat surprised, momentarily at a loss for words. "Which Brother Chen?" "The one I mentioned earlier," Xiang Ding reminded in a hushed voice, feeling anxious, not expecting Tang Guangren to have forgotten so soon. "Oh, you mean the master," Tang Guangren exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, before explaining, "He has his reasons for concealing his identity. After all, the heavenly demon sect has eyes everywhere, and once his identity is exposed, it will immediately attract the demon lords. This Crimson Sun realm is hardly a safe place." However, Xiang Ding failed to catch all of this, for the name master resonated in his mind like a thunderclap, shaking his thoughts. The master of the Shanshao sect. Undoubtedly a paragon among the celestial sects, the pinnacle of power in this in the realm of immortality. There was scarcely anyone who did not know his illustrious name, yet none dared to call it directly. Although he had harbored some guesses before, receiving such confirmation at this moment made him question whether his prior speculations had been overly redundant. Since the moment he laid eyes on the purple cloud sword, he had deeply realized that he was indeed facing an unparalleled powerhouse of the heavens and earth. Reflecting on his past experiences, a smile involuntarily crept onto Xiang Ding's lips. It turned out the master was so approachable. Perhaps, from the moment he entered this sect, the master had been quietly watching over him. Despite being placed in the Chores district, Xiang Ding bore no resentment, for the demon lineage was inherently not accepted by the celestial sect. Yet as long as he was given a place to belong, what did it matter whether it was in the inner or outer sect? He has always firmly believed that as long as he exerts himself diligently, one day someone will recognize his potential and bestow upon him the respect and honor he rightfully deserves. Now, everything is progressing towards the realization of his ideals. He has ascended to one of the 9 supreme peaks of the celestial sect. Though not the strongest, the sense of fulfillment within him is palpable. The sect leader's arrangements have granted him the Tai Order, a profound and inclusive celestial technique that possesses the miraculous ability to transform decay into the extraordinary. Chen Han has informed him that this is the most formidable celestial technique within the sect, unparalleled in its might. He cannot fathom the identity of its creator, only sensing that the author possesses an extraordinarily deep understanding and insight into the paths of celestial beings. Demons and spirits in the world. At last, he has the opportunity to journey to Lingjin Mountain, and after inflicting a crushing blow on the blood demon, he is unexpectedly placed under the care of the sect leader. Even now, despite his demonic lineage being revealed, he is seamlessly accommodated at Jingshao Peak. All of this seems intricately linked to the sect leader's arrangements, yet he has never laid eyes on the true visage of this great being. You are correct. The master is indeed gentle, but as the globally acknowledged foremost powerhouse, he must uphold the vast affairs of the Shenshao sect, which often renders him formidable and domineering in the eyes of outsiders. However, as you spend more time with him, you will naturally discover that he exemplifies a standard of strict self-discipline while being lenient towards others. Tang Guangren, noticing Xiang Ding's absent-minded expression, takes the initiative to clarify his doubts. He reflects on the sect leader's every action and cannot help but marvel at the true essence of a cultivator. Although he may not possess the carefree and unrestrained demeanor of Jiang Wenda, it is evident that the sect leader has always lived a life of ease and freedom. He tirelessly considers the well-being of the sect's disciples, arranging for powerful seniors to serve as mentors. However, wait a moment, why does the master allow you to refer to him as senior brother? Tang Guangren suddenly turns his head, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Xiang Ding, taken aback, responds, I am not sure either. He scratches his head in helplessness. The sect leader stated that he is of similar age to us, so it is appropriate to call him senior brother. At this moment, he seems utterly oblivious to the astonishing nature of such a designation. The sect leader, being merely over 200 years old, is indeed not too old. However, the term of endearment seems somewhat inappropriate. Tang Guangren ponders this, letting out a gentle sigh. From now on, you shall learn the spells of Jingshao Peak from me, and I will personally instruct you. However, regarding your demonic body and lineage, it would be wise to refrain from making frequent use of them within the sect. Tang Guangren's tone conveys concern and care. This disciple, possessing superior ice spiritual roots, has indeed been personally recommended by the Great Cat, and Tang Guangren is keen on not missing this exceptional opportunity. The disciple acknowledges solemnly, filled with gratitude and respect. Yet this time, it seems likely to provoke quite a stir. If the major sacred grounds were to learn of our sect harboring the bloodline of the Rakshasa, they would undoubtedly exert pressure. Tang Guangren helplessly rubs his forehead, appearing somewhat fatigued. Since the sect leader has never concerned himself with such matters, it seems you have caused trouble for Lu Wenjun. Have I troubled the sect leader? Xiang Ding softly inquires, his heart filled with unease. That is not the case. Lu Wenjun possesses considerable capability in handling such affairs, so you need not worry. Tang Guangren reassures him with a smile. Very well. Xiang Ding nods in agreement, committing this matter to memory. The relationship between the two grows increasingly harmonious. Tang Guangren, with his lively personality, embodies rationality and resolve as a member of the Shenshao sect. He is unyielding when confronting the demon path, yet he maintains a consistently gentle attitude towards the disciples within his own sect. Many of the heads of the sect display similar exuberance, save for a few who carry an air of authority. Take, for instance, the son of a former sect leader, who entered Chen Han's tutelage decades ago and now addresses him as master, while Chen Han reciprocates with the title of junior brother, reflecting their mutual understanding and camaraderie. When Ma Benqi instructs his disciples, he spares no mercy. However, the other heads, due to their similar ages, find it quite challenging to maintain an appearance of maturity. In summary, this is a sect brimming with youthful vigor and enthusiasm, where both disciples and heads, even the sect leader, collectively embrace the unknown opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. The future promises an even more splendid and intricate path of cultivation. Chapter 37. Crafting the strongest sacred ground. Xiang Ding's progress has been remarkably smooth. He has successfully risen to the ranks of the direct disciples of Jingshao Peak, his status elevated in an instant to a realm incomparably different from before. Although the road ahead remains fraught with challenges, he is entirely unconcerned, for at this moment, those around him have transcended trivialities and are united in facing a grander situation. After all, the Shenshao sect has always been undaunted by difficulties. Forging ahead with courage, Zhang Danxin returns to the outer disciples' quarters, and the soul of Elder Shao materializes quietly, swirling like ethereal smoke. Here is a 6th grade elixir. Please take a look. Jiang Danxin presents the vial with both hands. Filled with anticipation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The elder's eyes gleam with excitement, his hands trembling slightly, astonished that the Shenshao sect harbors such treasures. Truly, heaven has not forsaken me. Though the 6th grade elixir cannot immediately grant him a physical form, it can aid him in refining his soul power, and with time, he may reshape his primordial spirit and be reborn. After countless years, this remnant of a soul can unexpectedly reignite the flame of hope. A delightful surprise indeed. I mentioned my desire to join Zixiao Peak, but the sect leader said it requires discussion with the elders of Zixiao Peak. Why is that? Jiang Danxin's face reveals confusion as he seeks clarification from Elder Xiao. Perhaps it is because their head is not present. The elder smiles lightly, his tone relaxed. As for the discussion, it may be due to your unique identity and extraordinary constitution. When you entered the sect, your background may have already been scrutinized by them. Jiang Danxin realizes his prior concerns seem unwarranted. He has heard that the head of Zixiao Peak is currently away on a journey, and this matter is not a secret. Sensing Jiang Danxin's doubts, Elder Xiao decides to delve deeper into the conversation. In truth, regardless of which peak, all are starting points on the path of cultivation. The entire realm of immortality is, for you, a new beginning. You should cast your gaze far and wide, gradually advancing towards the realm of transformation. This is merely a small step on the road of cultivation. Elder Zhao's voice is gentle yet resolute, guiding Jiang Danxin towards the right direction. The fog within Jiang Danxin's heart begins to dissipate, prompting introspection. He has always sought the very best in everything, yet he forgets that these must be earned through hard work. The sect's cultivation is merely a support. His father had resolutely left the sect years ago in pursuit of a higher realm, precisely to break free from constraints. However, he still harbors doubts. Teacher, why do you think the sect leader does not leave the sect to seek a higher realm elsewhere? Perhaps he is averse to external conflicts. Elder Zhao's response is somewhat vague. Yet Jiang Danxin has his own insights. Since entering the sect, he has frequently heard of the sect leader's legends. Within the sect, the leader is revered as a deity. He once single-handedly faced the formidable beings of the demon race, safeguarding countless cities in the southern region. If he truly lacked ambition, why would he persist in striking against the Tianma sect? Perhaps it is a matter of differing paths. The sect leader is fundamentally different from his father. His father seeks personal strength, confident in his invincibility. In contrast, the sect leader relies on the sect's power, capable of mobilizing all resources, which, while saving time, also limits his perspective. Jiang Danxin muses that if it were him, he would undoubtedly leave the sect to pursue a higher realm and broaden his horizons, thereby truly becoming well-rounded and aiding his cultivation. 3 days later, Jiang Danxin visits the acting sect leader once more. At this moment, Lu Wenjun is preparing to lead the disciples to a certain location. As the head, they must attend to sect affairs, and with their need for cultivation, they naturally cannot spare time for teaching disciples. Thus each peak has a designated elder responsible for instruction. However, for these exceptionally gifted disciples, the elders at the nascent soul stage seem somewhat lacking. You have arrived just in time. I need to go to Zixiao Palace, so you may accompany me. Lu Wenjun smiles heartily. Jiang Danxin is taken aback but quickly nods, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, acting sect leader. Lu Wenjun waves his sleeve, and a small flying vessel materializes before them. Although the two peaks are close, Jiang Danxin has yet to reach the golden core stage and cannot ride the sword, making the flying vessel the best option. The vessel speeds forth, coming to a steady halt before Zixiao Palace. The disciples' expressions are solemn, filled with reverence for this sacred ground. This is the holy domain of the Shenshao sect, the abode of the world's strongest being, the supreme ruler of the celestial gate. The palace gates open on their own, and as the group steps into this hallowed place for the first time, their steps are weighted with solemnity. Jiang Danxin follows closely, his heart a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Chun Han surveys the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Before him stand the young talents who have shown during the grand competition, their strength extraordinary and their gifts remarkable. Ultimately, his gaze rests upon Jiang Danxin, and he lets out a soft sigh. Truly reminiscent, too reminiscent. Presently, Jiang Danxin stands at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, exuding an extraordinary aura. That fearless drive, The composure in every gesture mirrors that of Jiang Wenda from yesteryears, while the dominance bestowed by his thunder spiritual root is truly awe-inspiring. Qian Han finds himself momentarily speechless, the word perfect echoing in his mind. Not only is Qian Han assessing Jiang Danxin, but Jiang Danxin also gazes at the sect leader before him with deep admiration. He is handsome and graceful, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a purple gold crown atop his head. Though he sits languidly, he emanates a comforting power, as if he could soothe all ripples. Unlike the shock he experienced upon first encountering the primordial spirit incarnation, the tranquility now evokes a different feeling. Although he knows the incarnation is that of the sect leader, it had felt as intimate as a brother at the time. Now, while the sect leader remains approachable, he carries an added air of elevation and solitude. Seemingly transcendent of the mortal realm, is this truly the world's foremost individual? Jiang Danxin's heart quakes, realizing he is indeed like a gentle breeze brushing against the moon, extraordinary and ethereal. Since Jiang Danxin has arrived, Qian Han contemplates briefly, producing 3 items that float in his hand, and gradually states, "I have old ties with your father. I present these 3 treasures to you." Simultaneously, there is a phrase you must engrave in your heart. His tone is solemn as he clearly articulates, "The path of the Great Way does not self-reveal. Thus it becomes clear. It does not assert itself. Thus it shines. It does not boast. Thus it achieves merit. It does not show off. Thus it endures." When you thoroughly comprehend this phrase, it will mark the beginning of your journey towards becoming a supreme being. Jiang Danxin profoundly comprehended the deeper meaning embedded within Qian Han's words, which were a heartfelt admonition from the sect leader. The leader was, in essence, cautioning him to temper his brilliance and not to succumb to self-aggrandizement due to minor achievements. He must harbor an indomitable belief while simultaneously maintaining a humble demeanor. As the ancients wisely stated, "Be as open-minded as a valley." Such teachings are undoubtedly of immense significance and invaluable to a young cultivator. At this moment, Jiang Danxin's fervor for cultivation blazed like a raging inferno. Bearing a monumental mission, he vowed to resolutely dedicate himself to arduous training and refine his skills. His determination was as unyielding as steel, and he would not repeat the mistakes of Jiang Wenda, who fell into arrogance. After all, grounding oneself in reality is the true path. Thus, he respectfully bowed to Qian Han and earnestly declared, "Disciples shall surely remember the teachings of the sect leader and will never betray your high hopes." Qian Han nodded gently, his gaze then falling upon the 3 treasures before him, each radiating a mysterious luster. A jade slip shimmering with vibrant colors, a bracelet imbued with spatial powers, and an ancient, weighty tome of cultivation notes. The jade slip contained the complete secrets of the Tai Order, and Qian Han slowly spoke. "This jade slip records the entirety of the Tai Order. You must memorize it and then destroy it. As for this tome, it is the crystallization of the cultivation insights from the sect leaders of the Shenshao sect, spanning from the original ancestor to myself. You must make good use of it." Jiang Danxin gazed at the exquisite treasures before him, his eyes alight with astonishment. He was acutely aware that the Tai Order was created by his father. Though he felt astonished, it was overshadowed by joy. Moreover, the insights from the Shenshao sect's leaders were exceedingly precious materials that cultivators like him could only dream of. He was taken aback and hastily bowed, saying earnestly, "Thank you, sect leader. These 3 generous gifts have left me utterly flabbergasted. I truly feel unworthy. They are merely external possessions." Qian Han replied with a faint smile. "Why should you feel guilt for items that benefit you? The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you must also concern yourself with human emotions, it becomes excessively narrow-minded." With that, he gently placed the 2 items into the bracelet, which transformed into a stream of light and gracefully landed in Jiang Danxin's hand, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. "The city of Luo is no longer here. You should first seek out the Grand Elder of Zhixiao Peak. He will arrange accommodations and entrance matters for you," Qian Han stated slowly. "However, you must remember, once you step into the inner sect, you are a disciple of the Shenshao sect. Your actions must prioritize the sect, and if you harm your fellow disciples, I will not be lenient." Although Qian Han's voice was calm and steady, it conveyed a strong warning to Jiang Danxin, whose heart understood that this admonition was of great importance. he silently reflected. Once I enter the sect, I must uphold the authority and interests of the sect. This is the most fundamental principle. How could I not understand? Thank you, sect leader, I take my leave. He bowed once more and then turned to depart with profound respect. In that fleeting moment of leaving, he felt as though he had returned from a magnificent hall back to reality, his heart a mix of reluctance and excitement. Meanwhile, the disciples left behind cast envious glances, their faces adorned with admiration. This young junior brother, upon entering the inner sect, received such lavish treatment, truly a coveted opportunity. Not only due to his unique status, even Lu Wenjun treated him with extraordinary caution. Although outsiders could not discern the reasons, they speculated amongst themselves. The sect had always treated its disciples well, particularly such talented individuals, sparing no effort to provide the finest cultivation resources and facilities without complaint. And certainly without any hint of jealousy. The sect will arrange for powerful individuals to guide you for a period of 3 months. Of course, after 3 months, should you have any questions, feel free to seek guidance at any time. Chen Han addressed the crowd, his gaze steadfast. I hope you will diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the Yuaning stage as soon as possible, contributing strength to the sect. He recognized that this group of disciples represented the future hope of the sect. Once they broke through to the Yuaning stage, the strength of the Shenxiao sect would significantly increase. Yes, we disciples will remember. The disciples responded in unison, their faces radiating determination and fighting spirit, as if infused with boundless energy. Chen Han then turned to Lu Wenjun and instructed, take them to Jiuxian Cave. The esteemed elders from each peak will surely be willing to guide you. Lu Wenjun slightly bowed, complying, and subsequently led the disciples away. The seemingly indifferent sect leader was acutely aware that all these arrangements were for the long-term benefit of the sect. His gaze was sharp, consistently focused on nurturing the future of the sect. Now, the powerful figures from each peak were tirelessly attentive, ever vigilant for opportunities for breakthroughs, fearing that any delay would cause them to miss the path of cultivation. Upon entering Jiuxian Cave, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, and a group of elders lined up to welcome them, anxious not to intimidate the young disciples with their authority. At this moment, the elder stepping forth was the previous head of Yuxiao Peak, Qingjia, who greeted them with a warm smile akin to a friendly neighborly grandmother. Welcome, I am Qingjia, the former head of Yuxiao Peak. You may call me Granny Qing. Which of you is from Yuxiao Peak? You shall cultivate with me from now on. The disciples promptly identified themselves with great respect. Granny Qing's face blossomed with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent! A water attribute special physique. Indeed, a talent that my Yuxiao Peak requires. Come along with me. The water attribute special physique had long been her aspiration, and now that it had come to fruition, she was determined to impart all her knowledge to nurture this future pillar. Another elder displayed an expression of anticipation and inquired, disciples from Tai Xiao Peak have come to me. Let me see what fine disciples Shaoan has gathered. Soon after, a disciple stepped forward, slightly bowing. Greetings, ancestor. The elder beamed and remarked, this disciple possesses a heavenly root, with an endearing yet elegant demeanor. He evidently has considerable talent in the sword cultivation path. While everyone was busy receiving disciples, an elder suddenly expressed displeasure. Is there truly no disciple from Zixiao Peak? His voice bore a hint of resignation, yet also revealed the current state of Zixiao Peak, where many disciples contended for limited resources, rendering his dissatisfaction somewhat muted. A disciple from Zixiao Peak, who had been taught by Yu Huang, respectfully interjected, seemingly aiming to provide a reasonable explanation. The elder from Zixiao Peak nodded in response, feeling relieved. After all, Yu Huang held a prominent position within the sect, and surely he could provide strong protection for this future disciple. As time swiftly passed, the disciples were comfortably settled, each finding their respective mentors within the Shenxiao sect. The air buzzing with vitality, heralding infinite possibilities for the future. Simultaneously, Chen Han quietly contemplated the distribution of golden pills. These pills would grant each elder a breakthrough probability of up to 70%. As for the 30% failure rate, he held no worries. After all, these individuals were once prodigious disciples, some even possessing special physiques, making breakthroughs virtually assured. For those elders who might struggle to become top-tier powerhouses, Chen Han felt powerless, but he had provided all necessary conditions. Their success lay entirely in their own hands. Before long, the overall strength of the Shanshao sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As for whether they could restore the glory of a century past, Qian Han dared not make any bold claims. He would simply exert his utmost effort and leave the rest to fate. After Lu Wenjun clasped his fists in salute and slightly bowed, he said, "I entrust these disciples to the esteemed elders of the sect. No need for formality, young Lu Wenjun. This is merely our contribution to the sect." The elders replied in unison, exuding warmth and camaraderie. This scene was both heartwarming and harmonious, as if the entire sect was rekindling the glory of its past. However, for Qian Han, who was currently in seclusion, all of this felt inconsequential. He was immersed in the tense atmosphere of preparing to face his first tribulation of transformation. Though he was merely accumulating strength at present, he understood that the true test of crossing the tribulation would require time. For the trials of the transformation stage were no trivial matter. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye when Ma Jizu, far away in the Qiri realm, sent the first letter back to the Shenshao sect. Before Qian Han's eyes appeared an ancient talisman, within which Ma Jizu's expression appeared particularly grave. He inquired, "What is the situation?" His tone revealed a hint of anxiety. The Tianma sect had not chosen to avoid battle indefinitely. Instead, they presented a rather proactive stance, engaging in back-and-forth conflicts with the Great Ming. However, they were now being relentlessly pressured by the Great Ming, who were progressively tightening their encirclement, advancing in 4 directions into the depths of the Qiri realm. Ma Jizu's brow furrowed, clearly on high alert regarding the current situation. "Has the Tianma sect dispatched formidable strongholds?" Qian Han asked calmly, assessing the future landscape in his mind. Strangely, they had not sent out particularly powerful figures. They merely utilized some affiliated sects to resist the Great Ming's advance. However, these smaller sects were like a disorganized mob, utterly incapable of withstanding the Great Ming's army. Ma Jizu pondered, well aware that the Tianma sect was currently in dire straits. Yet he sensed that a more significant secret lurked behind this war. "What truly concerns me is that the formations laid within our sect seem to be brewing a grand plan. Yuan Guang is on the verge of a transformation breakthrough." Qian Han grasped the critical point, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No need to worry. Just continue to let the Great Ming advance." "Understood." Ma Jizu gazed at the talisman, as if gaining clarity, nodding his head, feeling both obedient and inspired by Qian Han's judgment. If they do not dispatch anyone above the transformation stage, the master need not intervene. "It is just right for the Great Ming to confront the Tianma sect," Qian Han continued, his heart brimming with confidence. "However, I am astonished by the strength of the Great Ming. They have even dispatched 3 peak Yuan Ing strongholds." Ma Jizu softly sighed, his tone imbued with both astonishment and a hint of trepidation. This rising dynasty, initially underestimated and dismissed as mere dust, had, within a mere few centuries, transformed into an entity of formidable strength, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, evoking an ever-deepening awe. This confirmed that they were poised for action. It would be the norm if they did not produce formidable individuals. Qian Han offered a faint smile. Were it not for the presence of the heavenly demon sect, there would be no need to mobilize such national might. However, they would not easily expend their greater forces. "I concur," Ma Jizu nodded. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Should a peak nascent soul expert be sacrificed, the young emperor would surely face dire consequences. This was a remark laced with dark humor, and at that moment, everyone present understood that the forthcoming battle would inevitably result in casualties. Nevertheless, the exchange between Ma Jizu and Qian Han revealed a shared understanding, a tacit acknowledgement of the complexity and hardship surrounding their plight. "As long as we can annihilate the heavenly demon sect, any price paid would be worthwhile," Ma Jizu unexpectedly confided to his old friend beside him. Qian Han felt similarly. The thought of aiding their sect and preserving its strength lingered persistently in his mind. The crisis facing the Shenshao sect was encroaching ever closer, compelling them to eliminate potential threats one by one. Ever since witnessing the precarious situation of the Shenshao sect, a subtle shift had occurred within his mindset. Once reluctant to vie for supremacy, he now recalled the inextricable link between his own fate and that of the sect. Time was fleeting, and they could not afford to be negligent in the midst of a chaotic and convoluted situation. Who would not wish to be the first in the world? It was the trend of the times. They must confront overwhelming pressure, taking the initiative to seize control of their future. "Master, do you trust me?" he suddenly inquired, his heart in a tumultuous stir. Imajizu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded solemnly. I naturally trust you. Then, the Shunshao sect still has hope, Qian Han declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze piercing through the distant future. He understood that to forge the mightiest sanctum, they must weather the storms together. The relationship between the master and disciples had always been one of mutual accomplishment. Today, he devoted himself to nurturing these disciples. For one day, they would undoubtedly rise as unparalleled powerhouses, destined to give back to the grand sect to which they belonged. Chapter 38. The Gathering of Forces Within the Heavenly Demon Sect. A shadowy figure darted like a bolt of lightning through the dark night, swiftly making its way toward the imposing black edifice at the center. The moment this figure entered the grand hall, it unhesitatingly knelt on one knee, lowering its head, the voice tinged with an unmistakable tension, reporting to the two protectors. The Ming army has divided its forces into 4 paths, advancing with great momentum towards our sect. Each of the 4 armies was led by a peak nascent soul expert, particularly the western route under Wu Yi, commanding an astonishing 500,000 troops, while the other 3 sovereigns each led 100,000 soldiers, creating a stark disparity in strength, rendering the situation perilous. At the pinnacle of the hall, 2 youthful figures stood proudly. The one on the left, clad in ink-black garments, bore a sinister visage, reminiscent of Ashura returned from the depths of hell. His deep-set eyes exuding an undeniable authority as he coldly regarded the messenger below. As his gaze swept across the hall, the atmosphere seemed to grow heavy and oppressive. The youth on the right appeared somewhat unhealthy, his complexion pale as parchment, radiating an eerie beauty of morbidity. He was the right protector of the demonic sect, an aura of gloom surrounding him, instilling a chill in the hearts of those present. The left protector, Ouyang Ming, had recently undergone a cataclysmic event, having his physical form destroyed by the formidable Chen Han. However, through sheer willpower, he had seized control of the body of a favored disciple and been reborn. Though his power had diminished, he still retained the nascent soul realm in this ruthless domain of the demonic sect. Familial ties and master-disciple bonds were as ephemeral as clouds. Only interests reigned supreme. The air was thick with schemes and calculations, where survival meant forsaking ethics for power and status. If I lose my usefulness, the demon Lord Yuan Guang will support the original owner of this body. Viewing me as a mere puppet, Ouyang Ming mused darkly, his expression growing ever colder. He harbored a deep-seated resentment, not only for the death of his disciple, but also for the limitations imposed upon him post-rebirth, rendering his aspirations for further cultivation hopeless. His true enemy was, in fact, the current demon Lord Yuan Guang. At that moment, the right protector seemed to have discerned Ouyang Ming's thoughts, a sly smile curling at his lips. Currently, the demon lord is in seclusion, his vigor waning, and he has strictly ordered us not to venture out to provoke conflict. If we were to rise in rebellion now, it might just be the perfect opportunity. Ouyang Ming cast a cold glance at him, a glint of frost in his eyes. Very well, let the right protector divert the demon lord's attention, while I seize control of the powers within the sect. What say you? His voice was low and chilling, laced with a hint of amusement and depth. This plan is indeed clever, but the left protector is aware that my strength is limited. If I were to confront the demon lord, it may be difficult to endure. The right protector hesitated, fear evident in his demeanor, yet he quickly shifted his tone. However, I do possess some influence within the sect. Should you manage to restrain the demon lord, I would be more than willing to lend you a hand. Hearing this, the messenger disciple below felt as though struck by lightning, his face awash with terror. He had not anticipated that, in this critical juncture of survival, the protectors would openly discuss seizing power. The heavenly demon sect truly was a place where the strong reigned supreme, devoid of compassion. During the demon lord's seclusion, we must rally all forces to resist the advancing armies from 4 directions, delaying until the demon lord emerges, and then confront the celestial sect for supremacy. Ouyang Ming's expression was frigid, his tone resolute and commanding, as though he was prepared to shoulder this grave responsibility. Yes, I shall relay the order immediately. The disciple straightened abruptly, hastily exiting the grand hall. He pondered anxiously. In this life-and-death crisis, Ouyang Ming's assertiveness raised suspicions, yet he understood that hesitation at this juncture would only spell doom. In this dire moment, I shall not hold you accountable. But you must lead the two main factions to confront the main forces of the Ming army, while I will dispatch others to guard the remaining 3 routes. If our defenses falter, we shall all meet a tragic end. Ouyang Ming's voice was as sharp as a blade in the cold wind, chilling and severe. The Right Protector from the other holy sanctums cautiously posed a question.